I've done a lot of bad things, but murder? That ain't one of 'em. Sandman groaned as his form stretched up to the rooftop. Morphing his body into sand still felt unnatural, like wearing someone else's skin. The gritty sensation lingered, irritating and unshakable. You attacked an innocent woman, Peter snapped. Broken ribs or not, you earned it. He circled cautiously. Without fuel to regenerate his simskin, each blow from Sandman could be devastating. That money was for my daughter. Sandman roared, slamming his fists together. Alexei took her in. She would have died otherwise. You ruined that. He lunged. One punch hit Venom's side. The other Venom caught mid-swing. Try that black goo again. See what happens, Sandman sneered. Venom hesitated. Sandman had likely planned a countermeasure. He lunged with a punch, but his hand passed through Sandman's body. Sandman twisted and grabbed his arm, slamming him down. You can't win, Sandman growled. I'm not like you. I'm better. Venom rolled aside, launched a web, and pulled himself toward the building's edge, both feet slamming into Sandman's chest. Sandman countered, his arms morphing to clamp around Venom in a crushing pincer. My daughter almost died. I became a monster because of you. I hate you. Punch after punch fell on Venom, leaving him dazed and gasping. He had to escape. He'd worked with Gwen on hydrofluoric acid to neutralize Sandman, but hadn't brought it. Instead, he thickened his remaining simskin and pushed outward. A final burst freed him. He shed the outer layer, ducked the sand torrent, and leapt back. Exposed now, Venom quickly reformed the simskin around his hands and launched it like a net, wrapping Sandman completely. 2 web shots pinned his feet. Immobilized, Sandman struggled. Talk, or we turn you into a statue. I don't know much. I'm muscle, not brains. You want Ak or Alexei? Ak escaped, and you killed Alexei? Venom's claws sliced Sandman's arm. Pain surged through the grains. He wasn't immune, just barely holding together. Where's Electra? No idea. Ak's in charge. Ask her. What did you steal and why? A chip. Ak needed it for her boss. It's the size of a card deck, in a case. That's all I know. I swear. Please, my daughter's got no one else. Venom loomed over him. Tell Ak we're coming. Shooting a web to a nearby mast, he swung away. Sandman exhaled with relief. Shit. Doc, you still there? Silence. She'd bailed. Gritting his sandy teeth, he began scraping off the tar. Unseen, Spider-Man had watched everything. Now he stepped into view. Oh, come on, another one? What are you, a discount, Venom? Actually, he copied me. And thanks for the confession. You're headed back to prison, Sandman. Spider-Man called the police, giving them the location. He snapped some photos. Want to do an interview? Maybe a better deal if you help. Fuck off, Sandman spat. Desperate, he stretched toward a nearby water tower, tore it down, and drenched the rooftop in thousands of gallons of water. The flood hit Spider-Man hard, slamming him against the building and washing him to the alley. Sandman escaped into the sewers, still tar-covered. Peter staggered home, soaked and battered. Peter regrouped with his crew, Gwen, Felicia, and MJ. They posed as a cleanup crew, smuggling out Oscorp tech. Gwen was thrilled. MJ was not. This doesn't bother you? MJ asked. Liv was doing shady stuff with this equipment. We're preventing harm. It's still stealing. Peter sighed. What's really wrong, MJ? You hurt people. Are you lashing out for what Flash did to you? It's not just about Flash. These people hurt others. They don't deserve sympathy. Flash didn't deserve to lose his legs, but I didn't do that. I just don't want anyone else to suffer like we did. MJ hugged him. Sometimes, I want to hurt my dad too. And if you did, it's your choice. Muse whispers, but it's you who decides. Thank you, she whispered. Inside her mind, Muse murmured, we would help you if you wanted. Meanwhile, Liv had retrieved Sandman's remains from the sewers. Harry raged when she delivered degraded samples. Venom's biomaterial disintegrated too quickly to analyze. When Liv returned home, her lab was empty. A note was stuck to the door. I borrowed some things. Venom read heart. Everything was gone, even her kitchen appliances. A single cup noodle remained by the kettle with another note. Bought you dinner to make up for F*******INGU. She sighed. Damn moocher. But the ramen was good. Texting Harry, she wrote, Deal with Venom in 2 days. Send Sandman. He replied with a smiley. She muttered, damn kids. In the pickup, Gwen and Felicia had a heart-to-heart. Rip off the Band-Aid, Felicia said. Easy for you to say. Gwen pulled up to her childhood home. Her father, George Stacy, waited in the driveway. Gwen. Felicia took the lead. Hi, I'm Felicia Hardy, Gwen's girlfriend. George stared, then shook her hand. Well then, come in. I've got fresh danishes. Gwen muttered. Probably would have been madder if it was Peter. Still, the danishes were a win. In her mind, poison purred, sugar sugar yum yum. Across town, Harry Osborn sat silently as Norman rambled. The serum lets me finish the goblin glider and armor. The military will make me rich. Make you rich, father. Not me. Norman poured a scotch. To success, Harry echoed. To success, knowing full well what their success would cost. Betty stormed out, furious for the last time. They were meant to go to a wine tasting, but Eddie had stumbled and late again, full of half-baked excuses, something about a mugging. The bruise on his shoulder, deep and black, had convinced her to give him one last pass. Purse in hand, she left. Eddie sighed, guilt thick in his chest. He hated lying. The bruise wasn't from a mugger. It was from getting slammed by a tidal wave off a rooftop. And now he had only one thing on his mind. Find Venom and end this. It wasn't hard. You didn't look for Venom. You followed the screams. Muggings were one thing. Venom left chaos. From a rooftop in Hell's Kitchen, Eddie spotted him, the hulking figure manhandling a thug. The victim was unconscious, blood from a broken nose and eyes dulled by shock. Typical. Whoever Venom saved had already fled. Venom stuffed the mugger in a trash can and webbed him shut. Eddie saw it clearly. A wad of cash disappeared into Venom's suit like it was alive. He set up his camera, clicked the remote, and made sure it was recording. Venom, he called, swinging down. We need to talk. Venom didn't even flinch. If you knew I was helping Sandman, then you were there. Funny, I don't remember you helping. You left a criminal webbed to a roof, Spider-Man snapped. He escaped. He admitted to destroying that diner. What if he does it again? You just left him there. Venom's fists clenched. You don't get to lecture me. I know you've been stalking me, snapping photos of me and Black Cat. Didn't I warn you to back off, Eddie? Spider-Man's pulse quickened. Venom was hitting close to home. One more headline about her, Venom growled. And next time, we won't be talking. He raised a hand to swing away, but Eddie fired his web and yanked him mid-leap, smashing a punch into his gut. Not tonight. Tonight, you answer for everything. Another punch, then another. But when Spider-Man reached for a follow-up, Venom caught his wrist. Childish. Venom slammed him with a body check, followed by a brutal punch to the gut that stole Eddie's breath. Then came a headbutt, and before Eddie could recover, Venom swung him with web lines into the pavement. You asked for this, Venom muttered, raising a foot. Eddie barely rolled aside, shooting a web to trip him. Venom stumbled. A blade formed from his arm, slicing the line. You're weak, Spider-Man. When I started, I was like you, arrogant and reckless. Train, or you won't survive next time. Eddie stood defiant. I can't let you go. Venom surged forward, wrapped a hand around his throat, and pummeled his ribs. Something cracked. Eddie gasped as a small blade pierced his shoulder and snapped off inside. Stay away from us, Venom said coldly, and vanished into the skyline. It took everything Eddie had to climb home. He retrieved his camera, then limped to his apartment, broken and soaked. The pain was unbearable. As he collapsed inside, Betty screamed, rushing to him. Eddie, are you, oh my God, is that blood? He knocked her phone away. No hospitals. Please. She peeled away his mask and gasped. His lip was busted, one eye swollen, blood seeping down his chin. At least now I know why you ditched wine night, she muttered. She helped him into the shower, stripped his costume, and washed away the blood. With a scowl, she patched the knife wound. Wrapped in a towel, Eddie collapsed on the couch. Talk, or I walk. I'm Spider-Man. She blinked. Figures. He told her everything. His bite, the powers, Venom, Black Cat, the fight. She said nothing until he finished, then walked into the kitchen. You're an idiot, she said, pouring whiskey into 2 cups of coffee. Eddie took the burn gladly. You're injured. First, we heal you. Then, 10 dates. You're paying. And sex, superhero stamina better mean something. And then, she paused, tears in her eyes. You train. You learn. You don't do anything that's stupid again. Eddie touched her leg, grateful. Oh, and if you didn't get any footage, you're sleeping alone for a week. In the pants, he said, pointing to the shredded costume. She retrieved the camera and watched. He knows who you are? Eddie nodded. And Black Cat's ass? She growled. He winced. Drawer. USBs. She retrieved them. If there's even one sketchy photo, you're dead. As she browsed her phone, she smirked. There's a gym near here, Fogwell's. Cheap, decent teachers. A former champ trains there. Betty, no lies. Not anymore. One more, and we're done. You're everything to me, Eddie said honestly. There's nothing else. I swear. Smart man would have said that sooner. She grinned through her worry. He laughed, wincing. But deep down, for the first time in a while, he felt something unfamiliar. Peace. A problem shared, finally beginning to be solved.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Flash yelled again as he fell. The new implants he had gotten were hard to walk on, even though he'd been told it'd be easy. He slumped between the twin bars, refusing to give up just yet, but wanting to do something about this anger in his chest. Ever since he found out MJ had moved in with Peter, he knew she was fucking him. The day she came round was just too perfect, just too opportunistic, and he knew he'd been right. Knock knock, came from the doorway, and to Flash's surprise, Harry Osborn stood there. Flash had cancelled everything, the internship, the college, and spent his trust fund. He started seeing that therapist, but he realized after she made hints at expensive restaurants and fancier rings, she was after him for his money, not anything else. She'd even fucking yelled at him, calling him a limp-dicked pussy, and he raged at her. Some therapist she was. His father shook his head when he told him, it's the Thompson curse son, but they'd shared a drink and actually spent time together. It was seeing his father commiserate with him, rather than rebuke him, that made him want to try harder. Fuck you want, Osborn. Flash spat at him. I come bearing gifts, Harry said, opening up a case in his hand. Within lay a vial of blue liquid that seemed to swirl and catch the light. This some kind of experimental Oscorp bullshit, cause I'm not a guinea pig, Osborn. Not for you, not for your dad. And if I said this can give you what you want, give you a place to put that fire. Magic potions and spooky goop doesn't impress me, so give me a real reason. Flash sat on the floor, crossing his arms. This, Harry held the vial up to the light and the liquid sparkled, is the solution to all your problems. Venom, Spider-Man, anyone who dares to hurt the mighty Flash Thompson. What's the price? Flash had it drummed into his head by his father. Always ask the price, even free had a price. Price? Oh, that's easy. Kill Venom, just kill him. I don't care if it's painful or slow, just dead, nothing more, nothing less. This is a job offer, Eugene, not a noose. I'll find him and then all you have to do is SQWRK, and Harry made a noise as he did the throat-slitting gesture, that's all. Flash hated being called Eugene, ever since first grade. He was Flash now, and as he stared at the vial, soon he would get back at that bastard who ruined his life. He didn't need it though, he had other plans, but as he listened to Osborn talk, he knew he would get a better chance at revenge if he agreed. Sure Osborn, sure, but not with that. I'm not putting that shit in my veins, okay, and Harry just shrugged and left. After Harry had left Flash sitting on the floor of the gym, he held the signed contract. That was one, now to get the other two. Dialing a number on his phone. Yeah, John, it's Harry. Flash is in, good job. With Flash in, John had the task of speaking to his father, and while his dad was a tyrant to his workers, John knew he was a softie at heart. He'd never admit it to the man though. J. looked at the report his son had handed him. Are you sure, son? For once he didn't look like the domineering media man, he looked like a concerned father. I'm sure, Pop. Harry was very specific in getting my help, especially after, well, you know. John had never forgotten the help that Harry had given him in the past few years. If it wasn't for him, he'd still be with that thing. Plus, I've already been training Flash. The kid's good, Pop, really good. But this is dangerous, more than the space mission, more than being in the military. Jonah put down the report, afraid of reading it once more. I can't lose you, son. He's more than a menace, he's dangerous. Jonah had spent many restless nights years ago. When John's shuttle came back, all they would tell home was he was hurt, and it wasn't until later he even got to see his son. Even now he didn't know what had happened on board, and John refused to tell him. I know, Pop, I know, but with all the footage, with all the picture we've got, we've built up a pretty good profile of whoever I wearing that suit. Young, inexperienced, and most of all arrogant, and if the initiative takes off, they'll need my help. J. was still unconvinced. John had approached him about his speech, about taking the fight to Venom and the other superpowered freaks running around New York. John had the backing, had the smarts, and if Harry could pull through and his pop agreed, he'd have the team. Look, Pop, I need your backing. With the media on my side, on our side, we can spin this however we want. Venom won't be able to hide, he won't have any friends to help him, and we can nail him, get a scoop and a conviction, but I want you to headline this for us. I want the Daily Bugle to be our sponsor. You know how much space meant to me, how much you and New York mean to me. If Harry is right, then Venom is dangerous, you know what he does, you see the reports. I have to take the fight to him, I have to stop him. Please, Pop, please. J.J. couldn't resist anymore. His son was right though. Venom was more than just a regular crook. Even if he was caught by the NYPD, could they actually stop him? They needed help, and if it was John asking, then help he would get. Picking up the phone, J.J. dialed a number normally reserved for major events. Yes, this is J. Jonah Jameson. I would like to schedule an appointment with George Stacy, please. Tell him it's about Venom. George Stacy had led the task force himself. The intel given to him by J.J. had been spot on. Video footage showed the reporter breaking into Oscorp and the incident. Redacted files, provided by a source, showed a series of genetically altered spiders being released and that the infiltrator had been bitten. It didn't take a genius to realize that the pictures of Spider-Man and the exclusives could only be shot by someone with intimate knowledge of the man himself. Add in a quick background check and Eddie Brock's name jumped out of the search at him. Smart, diligent, and a police academy dropout. Brock ticked all the boxes. Of course, Eddie had no idea how they had found him, no idea what he was going to do, but right now, sitting with his hands up and trying not to get shot was top of that list. His small and messy apartment was filled with well-armed and hopefully not trigger-happy policemen, and a gray-haired serious-looking man, who he knew was George Stacy, stared at him. Out, he motioned to his men and they holstered and slung their weapons while George grabbed a folding chair from the cramped kitchen/living room. Making a show of unfolding it, he set it down in front of Brock and stared at him. He reached behind himself and when Eddie flinched he smiled. It was a file and George licked a thumb before opening it. I know who you are. He began to pull out picture after picture. I know what you do. Then came the USB drives and Eddie cursed himself as they were all the same as the ones he used to hand his work in at the Bugle. I know what you want. He took out pictures of Venom and Black Cat, from the fight they'd had on the top of the warehouse, and, I'm here with an offer. George handed Eddie one last folder. Flicking through its contents, Eddie was shocked. While the files were redacted, they spelled out exactly what had been done to him. The following pages were the intel on what would be his new team and its members. You can't go public until they're caught, and you'll sign NDAs to that effect with the police and State Department and everything. I mean, everything will go through me and then the Bugle. Eddie hesitated. He knew he could get out the window. He knew it was safe and he could get away, but to what end? They knew his identity. They knew who he was, and Stacy was right. This was what he wanted. There's no pay. George snorted and rolled his eyes. He'd met Brock's kind before. Turn over, pays at the bottom. Eddie's eyes bulged as he saw how much they'd pay him, broken down by what he could expect in the event of capture, any pictures, and press opportunities. This was it, his big break. I'm in was all he said, and George Stacy smiled and he shook his hand. Jonah Jameson had been given the opportunity of a lifetime. Firstly, he scored an exclusive press reveal of not just Oscorp flight and glider technology, but the new task force set up by the city to catch the criminal known as Venom as well. He not only got exclusives with the heroes they were using, but to all the footage, stories, and behind-the-scenes action. Taking the stage, he looked smart in a new dark gray suit, highlighted by a blue and red tie, carefully chosen by marketing to not just appeal to fans of Spider-Man but to show his acceptance and backing of the man. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press and our esteemed guest of the mayor, his lovely wife, and George Stacy, chief of police. We're here today, for one thing has driven us together, and that is the menace of Venom and his accomplice. These two menaces have been terrorizing our streets, the attack on our businesses, our people, and yes, they claim to be taking down the bad element, but who gets hurt in the process? Who gets robbed and left behind while they swing away with their illicit gains? Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, they are a menace, they are criminals. Captain Stacy and I both agree that through no fault of their own, the NYPD is not equipped to deal with superpowered monsters. The audience was held. Jameson could spin a tale. He'd been in the newspaper industry for over 50 years and he knew his audience. This is why today, with the backing of the mayor, with the backing of New York Police Chief George Stacy, I have been given the pleasure, the honor of announcing a new task force, designed to combat these monsters. Two individuals who are not just capable but have already proven themselves against the Venom and come out victorious. I present to you, Spider-Man. The now famous red and blue suited man walked onto the stage and waved the crowd. JJ handed him the microphone. Knock 'em dead, son, he whispered. Hi, everyone, yes, I'm Spider-Man. He waved again as the crowd cheered, but more seriously, the Venom is a danger. He is, as J.J. said, a menace. I've talked to him, I've fought him, and he can't be reasoned with. No arguments will work against him. He thinks he's right, and that is the worst kind. He doesn't care about police procedure or chain of evidence. He wants to hurt people. He says he only punishes the innocent, but ladies and gentlemen, he takes from the muggers, he robs the criminals. A hero wouldn't do that. A hero would document and get convictions, to take the bad element off the street. A real hero would allow the good people of our justice system to do their jobs. Today, I stand before you as a deputist member of that justice system, with full police and procedural powers, allowing me to protect you and the good people of New York against the villains, against those with powers who would use them to harm our great city. If he was being honest, when J.J. had seen Brock under that mask he almost swallowed his cigar. The idea that one of his reporters was the wall crawler upset his journalistic instincts. As Spider-Man took a bow he handed the microphone back to JJ. Let's hear it for the amazing Spider-Man, ladies and gentlemen, and the crowd went wild. Banners had been handwritten with "We love Spider-Man" and they waved enthusiastically. They were paid, of course, they were there to hype up the trio and make this event shine, but the enthusiasm of the crowd was real. Now, J.J. continued, a fine young man, but Venom had friends. He has co-conspirators who make the fight difficult, which is why Spider-Man had friends, amazing friends I might add, although, I might be a bit biased. Introducing Steel Spider. A well-armored huge man, in full tactical gear, came onto the stage. A hush fell over the crowd. This was a new hero, never before seen, and he was armed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while our first hero has some amazing powers, our second is just like you and me. Well, more like me, and I couldn't be prouder of him. Take off your helmet, son. Let the people see that handsome face of yours. Unclipping the helmet, it was John Jameson. The crowd gasped. J.J.'s son. The famous astronaut and Marine hadn't been seen in public life for over 5 years. John is a fully trained Navy SEAL and astronaut who will be providing battlefield and tactical expertise. He's had years of training in urban combat and has been outfitted with the latest Neo-Kevlar body armor and non-lethal sidearms. Give John a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The crowd went wild. John was a firm favorite and everyone in New York loved him, their own homegrown talent, the one people and kids looked up to. John took a bow and went to stand next to Eddie. The pair fist bumped and the crowd cheered again. Two heroes. And last, a young man, struck by tragedy, personally involved with how dangerous these monsters can be. Yes, he's young but he's also eager and his training has been phenomenal, beating out over 200 recruits to become the last but not least member of the team. It is my pleasure to introduce to you, Agent Webb. Another tactical suit-wearing man strode onto the stage, but rather than the gray of Steel Spider's armor, his was jetback with a white spider on the front. His arms and legs rippled and plates formed and dissolved as he went through several transformations, creating blades, claws and balls of the web that he shot at moving target equipment at the end of the stage. As J.J. was about to speak though he took the microphone from him, yanking it out his hand. I can talk for myself. The face mask he had on dissolved and the fresh face of a young man emerged. You know me, you know my dad, so I'll be blunt. 6 months ago the menace Venom took my legs, took my girlfriend, took everything from me. The accident he caused, the people he hurt, they still feel that today while he laughs at us, while he hunts and claims to be a hero. People died in that diner and he caused it. He let them get hurt just as he hurt this city. No more. Flash Thompson says no more pain, no more suffering, no more Venom. He dropped the mic, and as it squealed he shot out a web line into the floodlights and leapt out into the audience, swinging away into the night. There was deathly silence before, quickly grabbing the mic Jonah shouted, "The wall crawlers, ladies and gentlemen, our new enhanced task force." The crowd went wild as the two remaining heroes took bows on the stage. In his Oscorp office, Norman stared at the TV screen. Of course, they would bring in 3 freaks to deal with Venom. After the disaster of the drone test the city had made it quite clear, if the Goblin armor and glider test went badly they would be reassessing not just the drones but the whole line of Oscorp equipment that the city used. He shook his head and lifted the injector to his neck. The test needed to be perfect and as he felt the rush of formula he knew it would be. Just one more adjustment, just one more tweak to the glider and the suit. Nothing would go wrong, everything was perfect. He sat staring at the screen, his hand barely moving as the schematics for the armor and the glider flickered over and over in front of him. The police had coordinated with the various drug and gang enforcement departments in the New York area. Venom was taking down specific locations. It seemed random but it was an identifiable pattern. He had been hitting the worst places, starting in Hell's Kitchen and working outwards. Witnesses were also reporting that he had a partner, another enhanced with similar powers to him, super strong, super fast, and it was decided for their first assignment that the enhanced task force would be on standby. Each identifiable target would be watched and if Venom and the new enhanced showed that a rapid deployment strategy would be used. For the NYPD the wait was only a week after 2 places were hit. Reports came from a new location, a well-known whorehouse catering to a rich and powerful clientele. Captain, then just detective, Stacy had raided it years ago only to receive a slap on the wrist and phone call from, not just the mayor, but a few senators as well. Clients were bailed and charges dropped. It was the one aspect of the job Stacy hated more than anything, the rich playing hard and fast with the justice system but being just a police captain he was powerless. Surprisingly, if anyone knew, George was happy Venom had hit those 2 places. He hated the games the rich and powerful played, and when he heard the same senator who called him was found, beaten, and bloody, he rejoiced. As the call came in the 3 task force members were sitting in a van, the music suddenly cutting out and as the tires screeched, they sped off to apprehend their targets. Venom and Huntress were making merry in the brothel. They had saved a few girls who were broken and bruised, their clients already in much the same way. Venom gave no shits if your daddy was a senator, and one young man, in particular, would never piss from anything more than a bag for the rest of his life after Venom found what he was doing. Wiping the blood from his hands he strained, "Huntress, we've got company," and the pair were alerted to a lot of police suddenly arriving, their enhanced hearing picking up the incoming noise. "Who ordered sirens?" yelled John through his mic, with the element of surprise gone. Both Spider-Man and Agent Webb had shot web lines and swung up onto the rooftops. If previous scenes were anything to go by, they would need to be up high. Venom and Huntress made their normal escape, up through the building and out of a top-floor window, but both found a surprise waiting for them. Flash had wanted to take on Venom, he'd insisted, and as Huntress climbed out onto the roof, Spider-Man was waiting for her. Now, she Venom, this doesn't need to be violent, just drop the bag and surrender." "Are you shitting me? She Venom? You know how insulting that is," and Huntress fired off 2 taser webs, making Spider-Man duck under them. "We are Huntress, and we never surrender to prey." Huntress threw the bag onto the roof and webbed it down before turning to Spider-Man and hissing at him. He shrugged. "Never let it be said I'd hit a lady," and Huntress pounced, claws drawn. Flash didn't care what Brock was doing, he just wanted to take a swing at Venom, and as he watched the pair fight, "You and me Venom, it's just you and me." Flash let the simskin armor peel back from his face. "So, you gonna run and hide again, puker? Wasn't that what you always did when me and the boys came for you?" Venom snorted. "Always the same? Pathetic then, pathetic now," and Flash roared and swung for Venom, who took a hit in the side of his ribs. The blow felt like a truck had hit him, and Flash followed it with a blow to his chin, then a right thudded into his other side. Flash backed away. "Ha, you ain't shit Venom. You can't fight for shit, you're nothing," and he advanced again, holding his hands up protecting his face, letting his simskin flow back over him. Spider-Man was having a worse time of it. Huntress was faster than he was, and it was only his enhanced senses that were saving him. The task force had given him a new suit, nano Kevlar weave, but her claws had sliced through it like it was butter, and the black spider design on his chest was split in 4, blood dripping down his front. He had scored a few good hits on her as well, but she shrugged them off. Had they made a mistake, the real threat was her. S1, unknown is now P1, repeat, unknown is P1, and a round pinged off the tiles where they were fighting. S2, or Slayer 2, John's code name, switched targets and had targeted the woman. He had guessed wrong that Venom was the stronger of the two, and as he took a quick glance it seemed that Flash was more than enough to take him on, and hopefully, he was enough to deal with her. His enhanced scenes were working overtime as she swung and clawed at him. He had taken Betty's advice and started going to the gym. Boxing lessons were slow, and as a member of the ETF, they had given them a more form of advanced training. Some kind of multi-disciple martial arts developed for a Middle Eastern military. But it wasn't enough, there had been no time to get a lot of training in, and with only Flash and himself, enhanced sparring against a normal person often resulted in injuries. He ducked under another swing, and as he brought his own fist to punch her gut, she twisted instead and jabbed him in the elbow, trapping it between her thigh and fist. He yelped and pulled back, spraying a web out, but once more she simply danced away from it, spraying out her own to catch and neutralize it. Every time his spider sense, as he'd been calling it, went off, she had already struck and moved away. She was toying with him, and the longer they fought the more tired he was becoming. Huntress seemed to have boundless stamina, but he was discovering his limit fighting her. "I need help here, she's too much." Spider-Man marked her as P1, priority 1, and after watching Flash punch him like a bag, even John wondered if Venom was a dud, powerful enough to take out humans but an enhanced was wiping the floor with him. John adjusted his scope and targeted the new enhanced. S1, be advised, shot out in 5, 4, 3,2 and firing, and Huntress felt the impact against the side of her head, knocking her off her feet. The bullet had squashed itself left on her temple, but it still hurt and she still screeched as the pain ran riot through her. She clawed at the burning hot round and it tinked to the ground as Spider-Man laid a fist into the other side of her head, sending her tumbling. He rained blow after blow on her face and shoulder, his style sloppy but slowly taking effect. The round stunning her long enough to get the upper hand. Eddie swore, "What the fucking hell is she made of?" as he watched the round squash against her head, and then she got back up, dazed but fine. He had seen John firing those against Kevlar dummies, taking their heads off with a single shot, and as he punched her in the few weak spots he had been shown, he figured out that they were way over their heads. As he struck her as hard as he could, he saw it was having an effect, but unless Flash stopped playing around with Venom, he could still lose. The whole operation was monitored, and at command, they watched Agent Webb thunder blows into Venom, hitting not just his ribs and kidneys but his face and side of the head. Venom seemed slow, sloppy, and they wondered if he had any fight training at all. The woman enhanced was a real threat though. She dodged and weaved, and John recognized at least 3 different styles mixed together, made even more dangerous with her unnatural speed and grace. "Fight back!" Flash yelled at Venom, who he had just hit straight on the jaw with a powerful right. Flash had a different opinion from the other two. Whatever he threw at Venom, however hard he hit him, Venom took it. He wasn't fighting back because he was weak, he wasn't fighting back because he didn't have to. Flash ripped off his mic. "Fight me, Parker, this is all your fault, so fucking fight me, or still chicken shit like normal." Flash. John shouted in his mic as he saw the headset go flying. What the hell was he doing? S3 is off comms, I repeat S3 is off comms, and John cursed. If they needed to fire, then Flash risked being hit as he would have no warning. Weak? Venom laughed. We are not weak, and as Flash thundered a blow into Venom's kidneys, Venom grabbed his wrist before the blow landed. You are nothing. You yell and are still nothing. We don't care. That is why we don't fight. Fuck you, Parker, and Flash brought his left fist over and smashed it against Venom's jaw. Pathetic. Why? We are not kids. We are not at school. Why Flash? Why? Cause we fuck MJ? Cause we took her? She left cause you made her, cause you were angry and raged and took it out on her, so why? Flash took a few steps back. Why? You're fucking asking me why? This Parker, and the black skin slid back. It hates you. We hate you, Parker. At the diner, I saved her and she should have loved me. You should have loved it, but no, you hurt it, you tortured it, and no matter how hard it cried in pain, no matter what it did to get your attention, you ignored it and she ignored me. So you want to know why? Cause yeah, this isn't high school, but you still look down on us. You hate us and we hate you. Flash's muscles bulged, and as he threw out a punch it connected and Venom went flying back, denting the thick steel air conditioning vent on the roof. He shook his head, feeling the blow. Good, you hate us? We don't fucking care. You made my life hell. You want pity? You want revenge? Fuck you, and Venom leapt. Flash swung out again and Venom ducked under the blow, cracking a fist into Flash's ribs, grabbed the extended arm and picked him up and smashed him into the rooftop. You ruined our life and now you complain. Keeping a hold of Flash's arm, he put a foot on his chest. As he looked over, he saw Huntress stagger, having heard the round John fired, and Spider-Man lay heavy blow after blow into her. He needed to end this quickly and help her. Venom raised a foot and slammed it into Flash's waist, and he felt something pop inside and vomit rise in his throat. He wanted to stand. He wanted to punish Parker for everything, but as Venom stomped again and again, he couldn't. He had no strength, no way of stopping him. Venom put his foot on Flash's shoulder and pulled, feeling the joint pop, and he let the limb flop to the roof. Venom leaned down, his face inches from Flash's, grabbing him by the vest and lifting him up. You act like you're the victim, like you're the hurt ones, and yet you did this. You made us this. Venom headbutted him and Flash saw stars, and then Venom spun and threw Flash off the rooftop. We are Venom and you are nothing. Flash had barely enough time to send out a web line before he thudded against the ground. His muscles and bones complained as the symbiote stopped him from hurting himself with the sudden stop, but it still hurt. Venom had laid into him and he felt it. He had been toying with him, and in making him angry he had paid for it. Flash went to click his mic for assistance and remembered he'd thrown it away, and he then realized how stupid he had been. He lowered himself to the ground and just lay there, gasping for breath and defeated. As his shoulder popped back into place, he felt the pain radiate over his entire body. They had been stupid and John was right. They weren't ready, and now they were paying for that mistake. He let the pain subside for a minute and then shakily rose to his feet. If Parker was this strong, Eddie would need his help, and with unsteady hands, he began to scale the building. Spider-Man was trying to keep Huntress down. He had webbed her legs to the roof as she stumbled, and her lower body was entangled. Without mobility, he had begun to punch her, at first on the shoulders and arms, but then a few well-placed kidney and liver shots were starting to break through her defenses and she was starting to hurt. Her head was still ringing from the large-caliber sniper bullet, but once she recovered he could be in trouble. As she tried to swing out her claws to slash at the webbing, Spider-Man spun and a heavy kick thudded into her ribs, twisting her legs at an awkward angle as she tried to absorb the blow. Venom glanced over, and with Flash needing time to get back to the roof, he shot webs at Spider-Man, who sprang and dodged them. He swung a line and carried himself over the Huntress, slashing at her feet. Are you okay? And she nodded. Dizzy but unhurt, but Venom knew she was lying. She was favoring her right side, where Spider-Man had laid in a heavy kick, and her posture was slumping. He knew she was hurt and was out of the fight. Take the bag and go. You have a safe house, stay there, make sure no one follows you, and she grabbed the bag, ripping it free from the roof and swung away into the night. S1, P1 has left the area. Pursue, John called into his mic, but as Spider-Man rose and raised an arm to swing after her, Venom leapt and he narrowly avoided the razors swung at his back. It's not nice to hit a lady, Spider-Man, Venom taunted him. Well, if that your idea of a lady, you should get out more, and he shot webs at Venom. He simply stuck out a hand and let them wrap around them. Now we will really make you pay, and containing the webs on his own hands, he wrapped it around them to make gloves. While she could be grating, nobody insulted Felicia, and he struck while Spider-Man tried to dodge. It was a disaster. Venom was more powerful than before. He had managed to train, to learn, and the intel was now out of date. John watched as he made Eddie into a punching bag, just as he had done to Flash. Even Eddie's naturally enhanced speed was still slower than Venom's, and blow after blow rained on the helpless hero. We've done this dance, Spider-Man. Why did you think help would make it easier? Venom taunted him as once more Eddie fell victim to his punishment. As Flash climbed back up to the rooftop, he watched Parker throw Brock around like a kid, and he realized what Parker meant. He shot out 2 web lines and launched himself over. Parker was stronger, faster, and meaner than before. Venom ducked under the leaping Slash and laid a punch into his gut as he flew past, catching him with a line and swinging him around into Spider-Man. No more. As the pair flew back together, they both sent out a web line and separated. Flash dived to catch Venom's feet, but he leapt, landed on him, crushing him to the rooftop, and used him as a springboard to leap at Spider-Man, driving his fists into Spider-Man's stomach. The pair crumpled and lay defeated on the rooftop. Venom touched his headset. Are you safe? He asked Huntress. Bruised but no tail, see you tomorrow, and she cut the channel. Felicia was safe and unharmed, that was what mattered. He stepped to one side as the round embedded itself in the wall. He had long acclimatized himself to his senses, and even if he didn't hear the shot he felt the distortion of the airwaves as the bullet sped through it. He snarled at the sniper. Fighting one-on-one was fair, two-on-one was fair when he had an advantage, but a sniper, that was bullshit. He watched as Huntress dealt with Spider-Man only to be laid out by a round from Steel Spider. Now it was his turn. Venom shot a web over to the other building and swung over, finding the sniper's rifle leaning against the rooftop edge, and he ducked as Steel swung a blade at him. John was a Marine, trained and decorated. If anyone could fight it would be him, but Peter had been training. He had fought Felicia as both Peter and Venom, and what he was worried about was killing the man. Even the tactical vest wouldn't save him if a heavy enough blow connected, and as Venom dodged and weaved around the knife flashes, he was trying to figure out how to not just squash the man. As the knife flashed in front of his eye line, he chopped the Steel's wrist, sending him spinning across the roof. Eddie had recovered enough. His chest and back ached and his ribs were probably broken. He had run over to Flash, who was shaking his head, but they were up and now mobile. They watched as Venom backhanded John, and they knew that if they were this hurt, John had no chance. They aimed high and swung over, Eddie going for a swinging kick while Flash aimed low, hoping to connect to his legs. Venom leapt to avoid Flash and let Spider-Man connect, sending him flying across the rooftop. He rolled and crouched, holding one hand up waiting for the counterattack, but it never came. Flash was helping John up and Spider-Man had a hold of his ribs. The last punch had probably done a lot more damage than Venom released. You lost. Even with 3 you can't beat me, he shouted at them. We have to try. You hurt people, Venom, and you can't get away with this, Spider-Man shouted back, and John made his way back to his rifle, sliding back the bolt and checking it was loaded. Scumbags and crooks, Spider-Man. We hunt those who prey on the weak. The places we find are full of rich sleazebags, preying on the poor and unfortunate, smug and smiling, knowing there will be no retaliation. We made sure they paid. No, in court. You do it in court. And Venom slid right as another round whizzed past his head. Venom shook his head. These men see no courts. They built your courts. They control your courts. We cannot reason with someone so blind, so stupid. Spider-Man had hoped to get Venom talking as Flash edged his way towards him. They had a pincer plan. John would fire, and once Venom moved, then Spider-Man and Web could grab and subdue him. Brute strength wouldn't work, so webs and tactics it was. John lifted the rifle, and as he fired, Venom moved left, where Flash had already shot several web lines. They connected with his arm, sticking it to his side, and Spider-Man did the same, following it up with a blow to the head. With his arm stuck to his side, Spider-Man and Flash rained blows down on the captured Venom, hoping to subdue him. As he stumbled with each blow, they silently cheered, and Flash moved back, attempting to tackle him to the ground, where they could web him down. We are Venom, he screeched, and as his maw spit apart, the huge spines rippled out from his body, traveling up like razors, slicing through the webs. They had both shots. He grabbed Flash and headbutted him, pushing him back, and from the corner of his eye, he saw John raise the rifle once more to fire. Venom spun and fired off a go ball, wanting to gum up the rifle's muzzle, and the web ball thudded into him and he fell backwards, tripping and falling over the edge of the roof. Spider-Man shouted, and a web line sped its way towards him, snagging the huge rifle on his front, but as the rifle was pulled out of John's hands, he still fell backwards and off the roof. The crew watched in horror as he fell, and heard the crunch as his head collided with the metal decorative railing at the bottom of the building. Shouting started, and EMTs rushed over to him, even as they knew they still worked, securing his neck, making sure he was immobilized. Venom watched as the pair ran to the edge of the building and with the distraction shot out a web line and swung off without hindrance. Flash collapsed, watching the EMTs wrestle and tend to John. The simple surgery screen no barrier for their view, but Eddie was shaking his head. No, 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 and he turned and ran, sending out a line and swinging away. Each one called it. Even as the ambulance came and took him to the hospital, the EMTs called it, and finally, after talking to J. it was official. The arrogant and proud man broke down. John Jameson was pronounced dead, and his father wept. The warehouse was quiet, and the quartet watched the news. In a statement, today Captain George Stacy has issued an arrest warrant for the person known as Venom. Please be advised that the following contains graphic scenes some viewers may find disturbing. The camera showed John falling after Venom swung onto the building and attacked them, but missed the crucial part of the fight, the part showing the accident. Today, a good man, a hero was lost, and not only do our thoughts and prayers go out to the Jamesons but to everyone who has been touched by the tragic loss. The individual known as Venom has proven himself to be no hero, to be no defender of justice, that he contributed to this tragedy and that he is directly responsible for this is accurate. Today not just the NYPD but nationwide, and an arrest warrant for the capture of Venom has been issued. Please report any sightings, and please do not attempt to approach him. He is considered armed and very dangerous. Peter switched off the TV and no one spoke. The mood was quiet. They knew that Peter wasn't responsible, that it was an accident, but he still blamed himself. He still broke his own code, but nothing could be said. No one had the right words to stop him from blaming himself. Felicia sat, nursing a cup of coffee while Gwen busied herself around her. Once she was back at the warehouse, she slipped out of her simskin and the rifle round had left a massive bruise down her face, its ugly blackness covering her cheek down to her jaw and up into her scalp. While unhurt, the impact point was a broken crater, open and bloody, and while unknown at the time, but Felicia had been seriously injured and a larger round would have killed her. In the end, it was Peter who spoke up. Well, not sorry, and once Felicia started to laugh, the rest joined in. Nobody had guilt over a man who almost killed Felicia. John, Eddie, and now Flash had attacked him, had attacked Felicia, and if anyone showed up, and took MJ or Gwen, then John wouldn't be the last. He would merely be the first. The days after the incident were quiet. Life moved on for those in the warehouse, but the women still took turns to make sure Peter was okay. Even if he made jokes about everything, even if their times together were the same, it felt different. He felt different and nothing could shake him from his mood. MJ, however, was on cloud 9 as she served a coffee to one of the regulars. The sweet old man thanked her and took off his glasses to clean the steam from them. She'd gotten an interview for a commercial. It was for skin cancer and she'd had to do several shots in nothing but a swimming costume. She'd lied and told the producer she had won and used Muse to shift into something appropriate. Even if Muse made a gagging noise in her mind when they smeared fake sun cream on her for a lighting test, she kept her professionalism, and after she'd done their few tests they'd nodded to one another and a date had been set. The producer and the director both agreed that MJ was a natural, and they both not just took her card but gave her their own. MJ called her agent and the contracts were going to be sent over and signed. All she needed to do was tell everyone the good news. Hearing another table ring for assistance, she grabbed her notepad and smiling went back to work. At work herself, Gwen was daydreaming about Felicia. The analyzer would take a while, long enough to be boring but short enough to wait for, but right now Gwen had seen Huntress's new outfit. A slick black bodysuit, tiger stripes up each side and the half-mask style. She'd used a black cat and with the small cat ears on top. Gwen discovered a new kink, women in tight leather with cat ears. "Earth to Gwen," said a soft voice next to her, and coming out of her daydream she saw her new supervisor pointing at the machine. It had finished its cycle and needed to be emptied. "Sorry doctor, girlfriend issues." The woman grinned. "When I was a student I had several boyfriends and girlfriends. Of course, I was a lot younger then and times were not as tolerant, but having said that, you really need to make sure you pay attention. That sample is ruined and needs to be redone." Gwen soured. "Sorry boss, I'll pay more attention next time." "Next time is tomorrow. It's quitting time." "While I won't write you up, Gwen, you do need to be more careful." She shook her head, even though she knew a simple mistake like this at Oscorp could get her fired. "I will." Gwen grabbed her jacket and left, unaware of the shadow tailing her. As she made her way through the parking garage to the west side exit, a pair of hands grabbed her and pulled her into the darkness. One hand over her mouth muffled her voice, but surprisingly to the man, she didn't scream. He pushed her down. "Not so tough now, bitch," he said, an evil grin on his face. As he pulled out a small revolver he pointed it at her. "They fired my ass, you bitch. Easier than a lawsuit, they said. So now I'm gonna do what you accused me of." The gun clicked as he pulled back the hammer. "Make a sound and you die." He pulled apart Gwen's legs and failed to notice the look in her eyes as he undid his belt, pulling open his trousers. There was no need to tell Peter about this, no need at all, and she clamped one hand over his mouth, the other grabbed his wrist and twisted the gun from his hand. Then she tore at him, a black claw extending and digging to the flaccid flesh at his groin. As he tried to scream, the thick webbing smothered him, but she made sure not to suffocate him. Rapists were scum, rich rapists were just rich scum, and as her fingers dug and ripped his manhood out at the root she let poison envelop her. They would have fun. Yes, they would. No need to tell the Petey Pete. No evidence for afters either, and as urine and blood squirted out of the ruined hole in his crotch, the man passed out while Gwen began to take her revenge. The bubbling, decaying pile was left dissolving in the back of the parking garage. Poison shed all the man's disgusting blood and skin from herself and left it all to be washed away by the rain. A storm drain was the perfect place to hide all that remained of the body, not that with poison's strongest acid web there was much left. Gwen realized that she enjoyed that, and now she knew why Peter did his patrols. She could see herself reveling in taking out those who would rape or murder, a tragic irony considering she just killed someone. Gwen had no idea how many women fell victim to this man, but she did know that there would be no more. She thought of Peter and she realized what he was hiding. It wasn't guilt at killing someone, it was the guilt of doing so for people who didn't or couldn't understand. She now knew, though, some people deserved death. Rapists, pedophiles, and the lowest of the lowest scum, those that hurt their family. As she headed home she thought she would have a heart-to-heart with him, and if Poison behaved, show him just how much she appreciated what he did for them. As Gwen went about her day, Felicia was also thinking about her, thinking it'd be great to have someone here who could make sense of some of this crap she'd found. In one of the drug dens, they found a light blue formula, and keeping their promise of non-involvement, Gwen wasn't told about it. Sure, there were records of MGH in the books, but not to say what it was or what it did. Just that a few of the street gangs had been buying it before territory wars. The sheets of formulas were gibberish to her, and while Alexei had scribbled Oscorp, in one corner there was nothing to indicate where it was coming from. It got added to the shit to end pile, the one Peter and she had made of the really bad stuff, list of kill squads or dens where rape and torture were a paid privilege, shit even she'd almost thrown up when she heard of a place called the Farm. The surface looked calm and clean, but stick a hand down far enough and all the shit and filth the world had to offer was there waiting for you. Huntress and Venom would be busy for a while, there were still places that needed to be burned to the ground in New York. Hives of scum and villainy that went past the outlandish and strayed into pure evil territory, and she would enjoy taking them out. Maybe the house, the wife, and kids were just a pipe dream for people like her, while Gwen and MJ ran in cleaner circles, professionally working with their brains or their bodies. She was daydreaming about working with her fists. Maybe once she found her dad she told him to shove his cat burglar stick and go for the big times, be the boss, not the muscle. Maybe Peter was right, drugs, girls, a whole lot of shit stank in the world, but maybe if there was a set of rules, a set of bosses that made sure the junkies got the clean gear and didn't steal or commit crimes, maybe if the girls were looked after and the sex industry was regulated, that both could coexist. She stretched back in her chair, moaning as the ache in her muscles complained about being sat hunched over for too long. It had only been a week, but a week of paperwork was a lifetime prison sentence to Felicia. She was a thief, not an accountant, and really, she wanted Peter here to do all this. She admitted to herself that with the symbiotes, the warehouse, and with both Gwen and Peter that she started to feel this was a home, not just a place for her to sleep. Even MJ, who she'd never had anything in common with, was warming to her and they'd shared a few good times together. Of course, Peter was the glue that bound them here. She looked forwards to his touch and she more looked forwards to him crawling into bed with her and Gwen, his hands gently caressing them both. Maybe she could ask if they could repeat Thanksgiving again. And maybe a back rub, Huntress thought, and Felicia smiled at the thought of that and more. He was good with his hands after all. She stood and heard the door buzzer go, waiting, and listening she heard who it was. Oh fuck that, she thought, and went back to the paperwork she had been ignoring for the past 6 months. With everyone at work and Felicia sorting out the files from Alexei, Peter was by himself in the warehouse. The scene played over in his mind. He'd caused the accident, firing off webs at John, but that fucker had shot Felicia in the head with a high-caliber rifle. If that had been Gwen or MJ, he'd be at a funeral right now. He clenched his fists and shook his head. No more. He was drawn out of his musing when the door buzzer went. He flicked on the camera and gritted his teeth when he saw who it was. What the fuck do you want, Flash? He spat through the intercom. Let me in, shithead. We need to talk, and not out here. Peter considered telling him to fuck off, but no, he wanted to bring Flash here and finish it. Maybe beating Flash for a while would lift his mood, and he hit the door buzzer. What the fuck is this shit, Parker? Flash exclaimed as he saw the interior of the warehouse, and Peter just ignored him, moving over to the breakfast table. No coffee? Poor manners, Parker. Flash snorted. Cut the shit, Flash. Why are you here? In fact, why aren't the cops kicking my door in with tanks and bombs? Eddie's gone, heard Philly, but who knows, right? Or cares, Flash? What do you want? Yeah, and I'm leaving too, going abroad till this all settles. So the task force is gone. Here they're pulling in some real badasses to catch you though. Of course, Flash wasn't about to admit that his father suggested dumping the whole mess onto Venom. Any reasonable lawyer would poke holes in the murder charges, and even accidental death was pushing it. Venom, on the other hand, was already wanted and wouldn't step forwards to try and clear his name, and now, while Eddie and Flash were under scrutiny, they were free. Your point, Flash. Peter was losing his patience. Maybe it was time for the beating. Parker, I didn't come here to fight. Hell, I don't even want to be here, but the symbiote made me. It wanted to warn you. There's more of them, Peter, more than just the one you have. Like a whole bunch more. Peter stroked his forehead. Fuck, maybe coffee was a good idea. Look, Parker, we both know these things are fucking scary, and there's more? Even if the ETF was up and running, we weren't ready. John. Flash paused and balled his fists. John knew we weren't ready. So it's all on you now. Nobody knows who you are, I swear. Flash ran his hands through his hair. Shit, why is this so hard? Why do I know all these things about you? Why do I hate you but feel like shit for everything I ever did? Huh? Flash shook his head. Do you know? Does it get better? And he stared at Peter, an unfamiliar look of vulnerability on his face. Fuck it. Flash stood and was about to leave when Peter put a black coffee down in front of him, and Flash started at him and sat back down, adding in 6 sugars and cream to the cup. Peter snorted. Guess they all like sugar, huh? He thought to himself. So you and MJ, huh? And Peter shook his head and glared in warning. Flash raised his hands in surrender. Okay. As Peter walked away to make coffee for himself, he wondered what the hell he was doing, but he felt better. Maybe knowing that Flash and Eddie were in just as much crap for that asshole's death was a good thing. Maybe a problem shared was a problem solved. Plus, if the feds were too busy chasing them around, he'd get some peace. His own curiosity also got the better of him. He had realized long ago that he didn't have a symbiote like the girls, and now he knew what happened to it. While it was just a pity it ended up with the shithead he hated more than anyone, he still wanted answers. After the incident, he knew if Flash started anything, he was powerless to stop Venom from taking revenge, and with that realization, Peter finally felt a sense of calm. He was right. What he said on the rooftop, Flash was nothing compared to him. With a strange sense of understanding, hiding a razor's edge that told him he should just beat the shit out of him and throw the body in the bay, Peter began to explain. Liv wished she could turn her phone off, but a warning from Harry and Norman had stopped her. She was to remain in contact at all times, and God forbid one of them actually did something on their own. The thought was very close to disobedience, and she corrected herself. She had been given free rein to catch Venom, and looking around the room, she was going to just that. Electra, poor Max Dillon, was spread eagle on a pylon, power coursing from him and into the generator. Its 4 huge mechanical pylons standing like clawed fingers, a testament to her brilliance. She had interned under the Parkers, mainly in genetics and biosciences, but once Norman had shut the project down she switched majors, moving to mechanical and electrical engineering, and finally onto nuclear physics. Her genius-level IQ just shifted gears, and once she had built the basic Goblin suit, she moved on to its power core. A small but powerful nuclear fission reactor, the Arcster. Of course, she'd had help with that one. The proud but sadly dead Howard Stark had created the arc reactor and offered it free to anyone who could shrink the design, and she had. She made enough changes that it was patented in her name, and if she was ever free of the dim Osborns she could sit happily on the money it would earn her. As expected, as well as her life, Norman had stolen all her work, barring this. It was experimental at the time and he wanted working prototypes. He misspoke words, allowing her some semblance of freedom, especially after the wonderful gift he had given her. The harness, her first prototype, gripped her like a vice. She had to watch her weight as its claps were fused shut. She had a pressure sores beneath her breasts and along her spine where the heavy mechanical contraption slowly corroded with her sweat. She cleaned as best she could, but she knew the unpleasant odor kept the more inquisitive away from her. She wasn't allowed to extend the arms at work, where they could take the heavier weight, and her back and ribs ached constantly from the heavy lifting. Ironically, she had to keep her weight down and could only eat small meals, but the extra calories would be well spent building muscles to carry the dim harness around. No matter, once she finished the reactor and set it to overload, then she wouldn't have to worry about that, Venom or Norman, ever again. She would be free. Electro's skin had paled from the energy drain she was putting him through. The formula she dosed him with at first had strengthened his body. It grew bioelectrical channels. He took the name Electro and they had had fun. He reveled in his newfound power and even the mighty Venom fell against his shocks. Pity he was just a battery to her, a power source, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered now except her revenge. Electro stirred as she lowered the output. The initial reaction would generate too much power for the structure to handle right now, and if it sparked early then it would explode, taking a small chunk of the harbor with it. Please, Doc, please, Electro begged. The procedure was painful and he didn't look so great. Sorry Max, I need you a bit longer, I promise. She extended a hand to touch his face, to comfort him, but yelped and pulled it back when he shocked her. Fuck you bitch, I'll kill you. I'll kill you, he yelled over and over. Sadly, the serum often degraded the mental facilities of its users, especially the experimental ones. She signed, such a shame Max, such a shame, and she walked away, leaving him to his rantings. The core of her Arcster reactor was a small fusion pulse generator, now controlled by a chip similar in design to her own harness, and she linked up to it. She could feel the thrumming of the generator, even on standby, and its tingle crept through the harness and into her center. She giggled as she bit her lip. Once it started, then she would really feel that thrust. Opening the case they had taken from the vault, she carefully slotted the new chip into the side of a panel, closing it and clasping it shut tightly. The LED lights on the control board all began to flicker on, one by one, red at first and then slowly as the board filled, they changed over to green. The main generator, powered by Electro, was fully operational, and once she dropped the heavy uranium into the reactor chamber, the miniature star would spark into life. Growing slowly, at first it needed to be fed with light elements and the heavier ones drained off. Like a normal star, the heat and size were dependent on the fusion of hydrogen. Adding in helium or even carbon would cause the star to burn too quickly and die. Even the hydrogen had to be controlled or the reactor would expand and explode prematurely. While her harness was originally designed as armor, it allowed her to control these reactions. She could manually add or remove elements needed. The AI chip, before Osborn hacked it, allowed her harness to read her intentions preemptively, giving her not just 2 extra sets of hands but 2 extra sets of eyes and minds as well. If Norman hadn't taken control, then she might have even won a Nobel Prize in neurology, maybe even 2 in mechanical engineering. The daydream was nice, but the cold, crushing reality of the situation brought her back to Earth. The reactor would take 2 hours to get to maximum burn before the star would ignite properly. It would then require constant attention for a further hour to stabilize the elemental flow control. After that, the reactor should, in theory, run without any outside interference. She just needed 3 hours, and it would all be over. Her phone beeped. It was Norman. Where are you? At the hideout by the docks. If Sandman is healed, I'll meet him here. She would need him to defend the reactor while she worked. She could promise the cure for his daughter. The same serum that made him a monster could cure her illness. She couldn't remember what it was, but the generic serum cured most illnesses. She just had to dangle the carrot in front of him, knowing he would take it. Across the water, Peter was busy sketching when he felt the thrum go through him and the whole building, a slight ripple in the glass of water next to him. He frowned as he felt something in the earth. This wasn't a quake. Who ever heard of a quake in New York? And as he took off his shoes and let his bare feet touch the ground, he could feel it, a thrumming through the whole area. He flicked on the TV to see if any news had been reported and even texted the 3 girls. They had felt it but had no idea, no injuries, and nothing on the news either. Peter tilted his head, hearing a sound, and lying flat on the ground he could hear something along with the vibration, but he had no idea what. Better safe than sorry. He used the simskin to shape a pair of sneakers and, locking up the warehouse, took a walk outside. After his talk with Flash, after finding out that the strange alien creature that gave Flash some of Peter's memories, he had felt better. Not that sharing all his memories with that douchebag was a good thing, but maybe the asshole would now understand the hell he put him through. Flash warned him a heavy hitter was coming, but also that the blame for John's death was publicly on Venom, but that Flash and Eddie had been cautioned and charged. The three of them were technically fugitives, Eddie escaping to who knew where and Flash escaping abroad for study. As he walked he felt the thrumming weaken and moving, seemingly at random. He guessed the general direction the vibrations as coming from, near the docks on the other side of the water, and as he walked the feeling to stronger and stronger. It was strange, nothing like anything he'd ever felt before. Whatever it was, he knew he should investigate, sending a text to the girls, letting them know. He filled various punches with small vials made by Gwen. If Ock or any of her crew were behind this, he wouldn't be going in blind this time. Something big enough to make the whole ground shake, and for him to feel it several miles away wouldn't be good. As the winter chill was still in the air, the slush made his walk unpleasant. Gritty paths and slushy icy walkways weren't difficult to walk on when you had amazing balance, but the feeling under his feet was horrible, made worse by the thin shoes so he could track the vibrations. The thrumming continued at an even pace, and then began to ramp up. His counting measuring each thrum was getting closer and closer together, and Peter knew he had to find what it was before it either stopped and had completed its task, or got worse and caused an actual earthquake. Peter didn't want to take a cab, he would lose the vibration too easily, but swinging across the water into New Jersey wasn't ideal either. He got as far as he could, checking every now and again to make sure the blue and the red stalker wasn't following him. If Spider-Man had the same type of powers as he did, then he should have felt the vibrations as well. Whether he was going to investigate or not was another matter. Not that he even knew if Spider-Man was still in New York. His exploits no longer graced the pages of the Bugle. Instead, J.J. had gone rogue on the three of them, declared them murderers, and had been digging up as much dirt as he could. He'd begun drumming up support for a new set of laws, ones that made being enhanced illegal, human majority he called it, and Peter figured his son's death had broken the man. Peter took a leisurely jog across the George Washington Bridge, and as he approached the New Jersey side of the river he felt the vibration increase again. He couldn't pick up his pace though. If he ran at the maximum speed he was pretty sure he set off a speed camera or two, and anyone seeing a young man running at 20 or 30 miles per hour would probably have him and his face over the internet before he got home. Cursing, he switched direction and headed into the industrial section. The vibration was definitely coming from there. Liv watched as the reactor flared into life. Sandman was overtending Electra, whose normally dark skin was now a pale gray color. Doc, he ain't looking so good. He had a cloth and was wiping down the barely conscious man, even the dampness on his skin the only comfort Sandman could give him. Liv ignored him. Right now she was too busy dealing with hydrogen overflow, magnetic field disruptions, and the slowly draining helium in the reactor. He'll live, she shouted. Maybe, she added mentally, and through the thick black goggles she diligently worked to keep the reactor under control. Peter was having no luck. Once he got into the warehouse district the vibrations calmed down and merged with the comings and goings of the normal day-to-day businesses. Heavy freight trucks rumbled down well-worn roads and machinery banged and worked. All of these added and hid the thrum he had felt, and seeing no other choice he started walking from building to building. He took out his phone, texting the girls to ask if the vibrations were still felt over in New York, and only Felicia could feel them. Gwen, in the Oscorp building, and MJ, in a small diner in the center of Staten Island, could feel nothing. He scratched his head. What was causing that thrumming? Was there a way to track it better than just peeking in various windows? If he had some kind of thermal vision like Huntress this would be easier, but she was unique amongst the group so far, seemingly the most evolved and whole of the quartet. Of course, he rubbed his forehead, the vibration patterns on the water. Even with the normal tides, the vibrations should be apparent. Ducking into an alley, Peter became Venom and climbed up a wall, leaping from roof to roof until he made it to the water's edge. As the area had been developed, the water lapped around the concrete waterfront, bollards with a simple chain between them stopping anyone from falling in. He leapt over the chain and, hanging on the side of the wall, let his hand dip into the water. Immediately he felt the vibrations again, stronger this time, amplified by the liquid medium. He only had two ways to go, and lifting himself up he scurried along the waterfront, feeling into the water with a hand to make sure he hadn't passed the focal point of the phenomenon. Soon he arrived at a shady, burned-out old warehouse in a darker area of the waterfront. Police tape covered the doors and bullet holes covered the frame of the building, both denting the steel inwards and outwards. If he hadn't fixed up his own place, he imagined this is what it would like by now. He was sure though, he could feel the thrumming, however faint, coming from somewhere nearby. Even if the building looked abandoned it wasn't, and listening while he couldn't hear anyone inside he knew that Ock and the gang had to be here. Liv lifted her goggles. The reactor had finally achieved fusion, and she watched as her tendrils worked without her supervision, collecting and sucking away the helium before it could fuse further and contaminate the reaction. Now all she had to do was wait. Just another hour and she would be free of Venom and her pain. Sandman wiped down Electro's face. His breathing was weakening in by the minute, and Ock seemed uncaring to his pain. What you do to him? He asked. Even if he could feel the heat of the reactor he could still take out one little bug. He'd been in pain for hours as they sprayed him with solvent at Oscorp. The fight with Venom had made him realize that Ock worked her own angle, and if he died, she didn't care. He wanted to warn Osborn about her and her plan. He didn't know who Venom was, but he promised he'd find out, and Mr. Osborn promised to cure his daughter, once and for all. Liv waved a spare tendril. He was the spark for my fire, that's all, just a little drained, but he'll be fine. Stop nagging, sheesh. Fine. The vibration from the reactor will draw Venom here. The reactor is powering a good old-fashioned laser. You know, pew pew. She pointed to a few emitters hanging from the ceiling, each one looking like rejects from a science fiction film. Flint had never been a fan of that kind of movie. So, you're here to make sure he keeps away from the reactor. I'm here to make sure he gets dead. Calm down, Sandman. You'll get your fight and your cure. Even if Osborn isn't willing, I can get it for you. Just stick to the plan. Liv was losing patience with him. He was itching for a fight and it seemed like she was as good a target as any. And here is the star of the Who now. Come in. Her free arms waved at Venom, skulking in the shadows. Sandman's fists clenched as he saw the black-suited monster approach, not even bothering to hide. You forgot my invite. Oh hi Sandy. Venom waved. The warehouse shell was just that, crumbling and unstable. Even if he'd hung from the roof it would have creaked and groaned with his weight, so he just walked in, taking time to hear about the space lasers and the inevitable fight with Sandman. Sandman growled at him while Doc stayed next to the reactor. Now Venom, behave. I know Doc, it's a small fusion reactor. Once I knew your name I researched your life. Your focus was in recombinant retrovirals and then fusion reactor before developing the harness strapped to your back, and for the record, you're a lunatic, creating a star. Even I'm not that stupid and I live with 3 women. A fucking star. Sandman yelled at her. No wonder Max was dying if she drained him to start it up. I swear, you're next. Liv just groaned. Stop with the macho bullshit, I need to stabilize this. So deal with him. Now Doc, let's be sensible. I'll deal with the star. You two have a nice nap, okay? Venom motioned to the cot bed Doc and Sandman had used at some point in time. Nap? You think I'm gonna nap? I'm gonna kill you. Sandman shook himself and a haze of dust fell from his body. Venom stood, arms ready in boxer's low pose, waiting for Sandman to come at him. Sandman raised his own fists until a white and black figure smashed into him from above, her feet driven through his waist. He shrieked in pain as she flipped in midair and sprayed some kind of acid over him, the sand in his body reacting and breaking down. Another dark streak swung down from the roof, slamming into Doc and throwing her across the roof into Electra. He roared in pain and grabbing her they sparked and soon, as the strength left him Electra dropped her body going limp and smoking rising from the harness as he used the last of his power. Oops, Venom said. Forgot I brought my +1 this time. +2, Huntress replied. Way to ruin it. It was a joke. He quipped back. Poison shook her head as the pair began to bicker. Sandman screamed as he rolled off the platform and into the water. The acid that white bitch had sprayed him with was dissolving his body. He didn't even know an acid could do that, but as the cool waters washed it off, the gravelly bottom of the river helped him rebuild the damage that had been done. Venom had moved to the controls of the reactor, hoping to shut it down, but as he approached a whine flooded the area and the harness with an unconscious or dead Liv started up. It supported itself on 2 limbs while the other 2 snaked menacingly at the trio. Huntress and Poison distracted the harness away from Venom, its limbs striking out at random as some kind of self-defense protocol activated. Liv was unconscious as it weaved in and out of the support struts, uncaring if she was banged or bashed against the steel underframe. Venom, this thing won't stay still, Huntress shouted, frustrated at how easily the 4 limbs could outmaneuver them while carrying a deadweight body. Poison was hesitant to join the fight. Her acid webs were great, but it had been hiding in the lower reaches of the reactor platform. One wrong move and she could send the whole thing crashing down. Kinda busy here, just web the whole damn area and get it. Venom shouted back. Ock might have been a genius, but her design choice for the control panel was terrible. Why was there just no big red button marked off? He lamented as he started to understand the various readouts. The reactor itself hummed quietly, its core still stable from the initial startup, but Peter watched a gauge start to rise. It was going to go critical as a buildup of heavier elements unchecked was destabilizing the entire thing. As Huntress and Poison played hide and seek with the harness, Venom was too engrossed in figuring out the machine that he never noticed the swirl of sand collecting itself behind him. Sandman reconstituted himself and slammed both fists into Venom's back, sending him flying forwards and into the control panel. An eerie and unwelcome beeping started and soon licks of solar activity were whipping free from the small but deadly ball of plasma. You stupid shit, Venom yelled and pointed. If that goes critical then boom, we all die here, even you? Sandman didn't understand, didn't care. He'd almost lost his daughter. He wanted payback, needed payback. Reich, he yelled at Venom and his arms extended, sending a stream of particles flying towards him. Venom crossed both his arms in front of his face, feeling the microscopic grit tearing at him like a water jet cutter. No, he thought to himself. Sandman had gone crazy and the console next to him sparked and flared with bright lights and then died, and the thin hope he could shut this thing down was gone. Venom had leapt out the way, upwards hoping the roof was stable enough to support him while he tried to talk sense into the crazy villain. He shot globs of tar but Sandman had learned and whips of sand caught them midair and deflected them harmlessly to the side. He took a quick glance and Poison had sprayed a fine mist into the air, and as the harness dodged to avoid it, Huntress webbed its 2 lower arms together and then the pair combined webs. Poison's sticky and Huntress's taser webs combined to bind a mesh around the harness and the document Huntress, shocking the machine into submission if it even twitched. Sandman had seen the fight as well. You stay out of this, girls. This ain't your business, he shouted at the pair, who took one look at the lines of plasma arcing from the reactor and striking the failing magnetic barrier and froze. Are you crazy? This thing is going nuclear. Hiroshima, ring any bells, stop fighting you morons, Poison yelled at both Venom and Sandman. She ignored the pair and took a look at the sparking console, its main panel dented and scratched from the sand blasts aimed at Venom. Shit, fucking shit, she yelled and pulled the panel straight off the front. Inside was worse. The wires were fused together and there was sand everywhere, the controls were wrecked, and even if she or Peter could rewire them, the damage was done. Stop it. Huntress swung up, standing between Venom and Sandman. Poison, what's the damage? Venom is more the engineer, but I figure that melted and sparking means bad. Venom, we need to stop this, we need to shut the reactor down. Sandman huffed but backed down. This ain't over, he scowled at Venom. Venom stared. Right. You, he pointed at Sandman, start feeding your sand into the reactor, and Poison, use something to melt the steel of the building. Huntress, feed Poison whatever scrap you can pull free, he directed. That won't work. The acid will melt the steel into a gas, Poison replied. Just melt it enough to make it bendable, the heat from the reactor will take care of the rest. Venom jumped down into the substructure of the platform, webbing up Ok and the harness. She was pale and gray, blood dripped from various cuts over her face where the harness had fought off Poison, and Huntress and her glasses had been knocked clear. As a final act of respect, he grabbed them, folded and put them in her coat pocket, and folded the arms of the harness over her, webbed it all into a bundle. Lifting her up, he slid the package next to the reactor controls and then headed back down into the substructure and began to punch the far end struts, knocking the smaller ones free. Poison was spraying steel sheeting held by Huntress, and as they let it fall into the reactor, Sandman begrudgingly sent sprays of sand after it. Soon the reactor was surrounded by a swirling ball of hot glass and steel, and even at this distance, they could feel the temperature drop. Keep going, Venom shouted. He hoped that by dumping the reactor in the river, the sudden shock of the cold water would contract the steel-glass mix and snuff out the core. Even if the glass shattered, it would just be debris the fusion would be unable to process. It's silicone too heavy an element to fuse properly. He had been punching for what felt like an eternity. His hands were slowly becoming numb as the smaller struts had been knocked free, collected by Huntress to feed to the reactor, and now it was 4 giant meter-thick steel beams, one at each point in a circle. How's it going up there? He shouted. We're out of scrap, so what you're doing, keep doing it, Huntress shouted back down. I need poison. He could punch these beams all day but they wouldn't budge, he needed poison to weaken them first. Sandman, keep feeding glass into the core. Poison, spray these 4 struts and then go back and help him. Sandman was looking pained. The stream of sand coming from his body was now a few centimeters thick and he'd fallen to one knee. Too much, too much. You can do this. Huntress put her hand on his shoulder. Think of your daughter, and with a steeled look, he breathed deep and the trickle became a stream again. Poison sprayed the acid on the beams, letting it trickle down, and Venom took a deep breath, letting the change take him more. His face split into the maw he detested so much and his frame bulked up, adrenaline and testosterone flooded his system, endorphins raged through his brain, and as he felt the buzz he punched and the steel dented, its angle moving an inch. Ah, he yelled and punched again, the steel yielding more, and with each yell he punched again, the steel deforming slowly, and with a final yell he struck out all his power into that punch as the beam buckled, tilting the platform. He was now a behemoth, muscles strained under black simskin as they converted anything and everything into muscle. Huntress watched as Poison and Sandman slid towards the reactor, and without thinking she sent a web line and caught her friend. Sandman, too tired and too weak to fight back, slid and his chest made contact with the glass ball-covered reactor, instantly fusing to it. The heat was a searing ball of agony. Even without lungs, the sound he tried to make was horrifying as the sand of his body melted and fused into the core. Unaware of what was happening, Venom continued to pound at the struts. He only needed the FAR 2 and the whole thing would collapse and slide into the water, the thin worn-down wall of the warehouse no match for several tons of steel framing. Punching over and over, the second strut began to deform. Everybody off, he yelled, and with one final strike the second strut buckled and the platform began to creak and fall. Huntress and Poison watched as the platform tipped and then slid into the wall. Electro's body, if he was alive or not, disappeared first, and then the reactor floor began its descent into the water. Venom noticed Sandman, glued to the hot marble, and swung over to him. Wrapping his hands in a web, he tried to pry the man free. He had been an enemy, but he didn't deserve to die like this. No, Sandman whispered, you can't save me, save her, save my daughter, save Kimia, was all he could say as the water began to pool under their feet. No, Venom cried, no. He was the tool of vengeance, the hammer that sought out the wrongs and fixed them. He didn't want to watch someone whose child depended on them die. He could save him, he had the power to save him. The water level rose and the free particles of Sandman's body began to disperse even as Venom webbed more and more tar onto them. It was of no use, the tar only burned as it touched the reactor, and Venom was doing nothing but prolonging the man's death. Thank you, was all he could say as Sandman slipped under the water, and as he shot out a line and made his way back to the ruined building, Poison and Huntress stood stoically and the three watched the reactor sink under the waves. Moments later, as the glass and metal rapidly cooled in the freezing cold water, there was a whomp and a spout of water rose into the air. Venom couldn't feel the thrumming anymore, and after diving underwater the reactor was dead, cold, and cracked. Webbing it up he dragged the remains back to shore, but after unwrapping it there was no Sandman, nothing but a few grains of grit coating one piece of shattered glass. He shook his head. This wasn't right, this wasn't what he wanted. Underwater, Venom collected the reactor and anything that might have the radioactive remains of the core stuck to it, webbing it into a large bundle for Huntress and Poison to carry. As he examined the platform he found Max, glass-eyed and staring into nothing. He had either drowned or, as his normally dark skin was almost white, been drained by whatever Ock had done to him. Shaking his head he cut him free, pulling him from the apparatus Ock had set up and webbing him up. As carefully as he could he lodged his remains under the substructure of the platform, constructing a makeshift cairn with loose rocks, a small grave for someone he hardly knew but didn't deserve to be killed like that. Grabbing the reactor he swam back to the surface where a pensive pair waited for him. The three bundled up both the reactor remains and the harness, and swung out into the night, back home to tend to their scars, both physical and emotional. MJ screamed to herself as she got home. Today had not been a good day. Her shift at the diner, an old-fashioned mom and pop-styled burger place, had been frustrating. Not because the work was difficult but because she really wanted to make someone eat the silver trays they brought food out to the tables and she couldn't. He'd groped her ass as she walked past, an accidental, "Sorry miss," as she glared at him, fighting the urge to smash her platter over his head, but she caught the giggles and low whispered comments about her looks. His number scrawled in place of a tip had her rolling her eyes, and after she'd rang up his check she made a note of it. Sure, she couldn't do anything at work, but later, she might just drop a few hints in Peter's direction, or even Felicia's. She'd apologized for being mean, it was just her way of coping, and as MJ had broken down so had Felicia, and they shared a moment. Overbearing father seemed to be a running theme in the warehouse. Then she'd been excited about an interview. An actual theater producer had seen her headshots and given her a chance. She'd done the sound check, proving she wasn't a drooling idiot and could speak her lines, passed through all his hoops, and then it came to the meeting. As she thought back to his slimy grin, she punched one of the bags Peter set up for them to train, Felicia showing her and Gwen at least some basic moves, and as it swung back from the force of the blow she couldn't help but hear his words. "You know, sweetheart, sometimes, to get ahead, you gotta give a little head, you know what I mean," and then that grin, that stupid smug grin of his. Gah, she punched the bag again and again. She'd walked out, she really wanted to punch the guy, but with Muse, she'd have broken his jaw. Better to be known as a prude in a business built on sex than a brawler, lashing out at the scumbags who preyed on easier targets. She has asked Muse to let some of the feelings bleed through, to make sure she wasn't becoming numbed, and rather than the fear and shock, she felt revulsion and anger, enough that if Muse hadn't calmed her, she would have hurt him, and done enough to face prison. As she had walked home she made sure Muse kept those impulses in check, and she wanted to train more. She worked the bag, as Felicia put it, and felt better, letting Muse out. They worked through their frustrations together. While she wasn't a fighter and had no intention to be, she did agree with Peter. If that guy had company or had been more forceful, she would have had to rely on Muse to save her. While they trained though, it was apparent that neither of them would be hunting anytime soon. And then to top it all off, Peter had vanished after sending her some cryptic text about the ground shaking. She'd had a furious Aunt May, asking where he was, on the phone, as they had planned a dinner together to celebrate Peter's birthday, but he wasn't answering his phone, and neither was Gwen or Felicia. MJ had to listen to a stern lecture about adult responsibilities from her, even though MJ was just as mad as she was. They had even planned a small get-together here, MJ having ordered several pizzas. Gwen opened up some of the freshly brewed cider and beer she was so proud of, and even after MJ got home nobody was here. Screw them, she thought, and dug in, taking a slice, checking her watch, and he was supposed to be here, the pizza barely above room temperature. She had had a bad day and she was going to enjoy herself even if nobody else was here. "We are here," a comforting voice sounded in her head. "Oh sorry baby, that's not what I meant, you know." "We do, can we watch the television again?" Muse was obsessed with television and film, and MJ was more than willing to sit and watch any and all kinds of shows with her. She didn't want to fight, she wanted to be a social butterfly, to mimic and mask herself, and of the four of them her powers were most like that. Muse was black like Venom but without the spider, but MJ found she could swap not just the colors but the actual simskin itself, making clothing and accessories from it. Even her hair could change color as she laughed at morphing her features, becoming uglier, more masculine, seeing what she looked like with huge breasts like Felicia. Muse was just as much a diva as she was, reveling in showing off and the delight it caused, their joyous mood spoiled when the door clattered open and it came to an end. Venom had a bundled carpet of some kind over his shoulder, white with webbing, and Poison and Huntress were dragging huge steel and glass marble behind them. She frowned. What the hell had they been doing? The carpet turned out to be a body, rolled neatly up, and MJ shouted, "What the hell, Peter? Don't bring that in here." He closed the lid of the boxes, and groaned, realizing what they were for. "Sorry MJ, really." MJ humphed and crossed her arms. Aunt May phoned, and she watched Peter slump, dropping the webbed bundle on the floor. Shit," and he shook his head. "Sorry MJ, I promise, I'll make it up to you. This is more important though," and as he began to cut the webbing free he saw the look of shock on her face. "It's fine MJ, she's dead," he continued, and the four limbs hung loosely over the edges of the table, the woman attached to the pale and gray. That's the fucking point, Peter, we eat breakfast here, she shouted, waving her arms over the corpse of Liv. Go use one of your labs, and Peter huffed as he lifted the bundle back over his shoulder and carried it off into the side office he had been using for work while Gwen and Felicia just bent over laughing while they argued. And you too, stop playing with your balls and get that out of here too, I swear if that's another dead body I'm gonna hurt you, she shouted over. Nah, it's fine, Gwen said, just a nuclear reactor core, as if that was the most normal thing in the world. It's a what? MJ yelled, get that out of here, now, she began to panic, even she knew that wasn't something you messed around with. It's fine, Gwen hugged her friend, it's safe. We just needed to remove it so the cops or Oscorp wouldn't get it. No radiation, no heat, no anything. We wouldn't have brought it back here if it wasn't. She stroked MJ's hair. It was irresponsible of them just to drop that kind of news on her, but it wasn't like it could be done any other way, even if Gwen did enjoy teasing her a little bit. Guys, little help here, Peter shouted from the office next to the warehouse door and they could hear clattering and swearing from within. Liv, her mechanical limbs hanging limply, sat shivering in the corner. Her clothes had been cut away and Peter had begun to unclip the harness. Its front clamps were undone, and the small woman's torso was exposed to everyone present. Gwen winced. The skin underneath was gray and wrinkled in an unhealthy way, and under her small breasts and around her belly button was a raw red rash. Unable to clean herself properly, she must have suffered a myriad of problems. The harness was offline and with no upper body strength. It was slipping free. When the Parker kid had undone the restraints, it had to send a release signal to the control chip in her spine, which, registering she was unconscious, zapped her awake. She had found Parker standing over her, cutting away the fabric parts and leaving her exposed, and in her shock, she had made a huge mistake. As she backed herself into a corner, she felt the mechanisms shift. No override was in place and the 4 needles in her spine retracted with a thunk and the harness hissed as it powered down completely. No, she whispered to the room, tears streaming down her face. No, please no. The 4 stared at her, unsure of what to expect. With bruises and scraped patches all over her skin, she stared at the foursome as tears streaked her face. I can't feel my legs. She held her face in her hands and wept. It was Gwen that moved first, and Liv flinched as she approached. SHH, we aren't going to hurt you, and glaring, are we Peter? And he shook his head. Strong enough normally, Gwen lifted Liv in a princess carry. MJ, can you help me please? Felicia, help Peter make sure that thing is offline and secured. Giving Peter a stern glare, she carried the still sobbing Liv out of the office and into her place. She had a tub they could use and medical supplies to tend her injuries. Welp, you fucked up Pete, Felicia said. Did you check she was dead? They lifted the harness and as Peter flipped it over, Huntress webbed both arms on the right side together and laid it on a workbench while Peter did the other side, then holding up the tied arms, webbed them both to the ceiling and then the harness itself to the table. It had powered down but without instruction. It might have some kind of protocol for reactivation he was unaware of. No, cause she was zapped twice, and then again, and after being flung around I just didn't think she could survive that. Go check on Ock, and no killing. We don't know if she had anything to do with your father. PHFF, that's rich coming from you, Peter. Aren't you the one out for blood? Peter looked at his hands. No, I've had enough of that for tonight. I'll get food and apology snacks. Go help the others clean her up. We can deal with this after she's been fed and we're all calmer. Peter stared at the harness, secured to the table by a lot of webbing. He tested each line carefully, making sure the whole thing was not going to suddenly start up again and run rampage. As he pulled on the webbing, he shook his head. Did he make the right call tonight? Was it okay that both Sandman and Electra had been killed while trying to save the city? At first, he had felt an affinity for the man, working to save for his daughter, but Uncle Ben never robbed anyone, never used Peter's loss as an excuse to hurt other people. No, it wasn't until he realized his daughter would die he backed down. He knew Max was as crooked as Alexei, but he'd never spoken to the man for long. He always kept himself separate, probably doing crook stuff, Peter mused. But did either of them deserve to die tonight? He took a breath and looked around at the warehouse. He could hear Gwen and MJ giggling at something while Liv seemed to have stopped crying. Innocent or not, what Liv was doing would have killed everyone in New York tonight. Max had blood on his hands and Sandman did as well. He used his daughter as an excuse, but what of the ones with daughters who never got to see their fathers again because of people like him, or fathers who never saw their daughters? No, he shook his head and pulled on the webbing one last time. This was the right call. Taking a deep breath, and now, he needed to make another one. Some birthday this had been. Liv was anxious. She'd been given a second chance by the 4 and was now waiting impatiently as they determined her fate. They had made a chair for her at least. Sure, it was a welded-together trolley with an old cushion, but it was something. She couldn't move it herself and was being wheeled around by the others, but why bother if they were going to kill her? Stuck in her chair, she'd prefer to remain out of the harness for now. She knew it could let her walk again, use 2 limbs as replacement legs, but the thought of the interface, the thought of it locking her in again sent a shudder through her body. No, never again, and anxiety clawed at her. She wished she could curl up and hold herself, but with the harness removal, she was lucky to be alive, let alone walking. The contraption was never meant to be worn long-term, the needles burrowing into her spine, allowing her to mentally control the extra limbs, damaging the nerves and delicate spinal column. After so long, their removal had severed a part of her and now she couldn't feel anything below her waist. The use of her legs was a small price to pay for freedom, she just hated the cost. They had fed her at least, although a bowl of plain noodles with a warm Coke was hardly a fitting last meal, plus the bastards had bought pizza and she could smell it. The heavy grease cheese aroma driving her insane, and she heard the hiss of bottles being opened. Were they celebrating their win? She didn't care, nope, not one bit. Bastards, she thought to herself. She pulled the blanket they had given her up around her shoulders and closed her eyes, trying not to cry once more. As Liv sat, awaiting her fate, the others discussed it, while eating. So what are we going to do? MJ asked. I mean, it's really up to Peter, right? She never really did anything to us. They had gotten pizza, and not just crappy 5 for 5 pizza but the good stuff, the actual meat and cheese stuff. She lifted a slice of her pepperoni and roast chicken and it was heaven. Even if they had reheated it, no one minded, and right now, it was needed. She was complicit in my dad's disappearance. Felicia pulled out a report. Peter had lost track of the number she'd printed out after collating them. This one was a failure report about losing not just the asset but the perpetrator. I know you said she might not be, but she was. Felicia had actually wanted veg on her pizza, but her idea of veg was onion and tomato as well as a copious amount of any meat. Mind control though, do we really want to blame someone who was under mind control at the time? The harness has a built-in neural interface, as she wasn't under her own control at the time. Gwen defended her. She had met Liv a few times at Oscorp and she had been a pleasure to work for, funny and caring, more than anyone. Gwen felt she deserved a chance. She snagged a large slice of pepperoni since they'd all become symbiote hosts. Meat was a definite must. None of them had thought of being vegetarian. Nah, fuck it, let her be. Marco and Max were crooks, Liv was once clean, and yeah, mind control, we're all there. Imagine what it would be like if we gave in to the symbiotes, Peter decided. So nah, I say let her be. He took a slice and went to town on it. They got 10 larges, 2 each and some for snacks after. One vote for nah then, MJ said, and Felicia and Gwen looked at each other. I don't have a say really. Sure, she attacked us at the diner, but other than that, she's done nothing to me, so nay as well, Gwen explained. Plus if we blame her then a certain someone needs to shoulder some of that. Sipping her beer, she had forgiven Peter for trashing the diner and smashing her head open. She'd gotten poison out of it, who was purring as Gwen ate the pizza. Felicia shook her head. She's still Oscorp. She still did all those things. Who knows if she's lying or not? Who knows if she was really under their control? This is dumb. You're letting an enemy into our camp, into our home. Peter cleared his throat. Oh shush petty, so I don't pay rent, doesn't stop you from taking advantage of me, she winked. Or you of Gwen, he snapped back and Gwen grinned, but she already knows. She could have told Osborn right from the start who I was and she didn't, so, no. Doubts yes, but we had doubts about you, not just that Felicia, but have you noticed her name is on everything, not just the reports but the orders and the acquisitions. Osborn's never signed anything, isn't that just I dunno a bit suspicious? So no, she gets to stay. Plus, Peter slid a piece of paper over to Felicia who scanned it and raised an eyebrow. Seriously, was all she could say, and as he nodded she shrugged. Fine, fine. She raised her hands in surrender. Fine. She leaned over to Gwen and whispered something in her ear. Gwen looked over at Peter for a moment and bit her lip, uncertainty on her face, but nodded. Once you finish with our guest you can join in, birthday boy. Peter grinned and the pair lifted 2 of the pizza boxes and Gwen a few bottles of her homebrew before they disappeared into her home, the giggles and laughter loud enough that MJ and Peter could hear them. Music started up not much later and the door was closed, giving them and the rest of the warehouse some privacy. Thanks, he shouted after them and MJ just sat holding her soda. Gwen had brought out beers and cider but she refused, at least for now. Peter, I'm just a model, just a person, this, she gestured over the papers Felicia had left on the new table, this is all above my pay grade, so, just, be safe, okay, please. She leaned over and kissed him before handing Peter his phone, and don't forget this. Peter's shoulders slumped as he took the phone and dialed. He could hear the disappointment in her voice, even as she answered. Yes, Parker Residence. Hi Aunt May, it's Peter. Peter, no, I don't think I know anyone called Peter, and certainly not someone who was supposed to be here several hours ago and certainly not someone who forgot his own birthday dinner. Peter winced. He hadn't forgotten but he really couldn't tell Aunt May exactly what happened. Sorry, Aunt May. I got a job interview and had to rush. I forgot my phone and when I realized Gwen and Felicia came to pick me up. Really, while it was plausible, May didn't really sound convinced. Of course Aunt May, I got hammered to reconsider my internship but they called on short notice. I just need to wait to hear back. And schooling. Oh they said I could sit them if I got the place. As part of my work, the internship would count towards a degree as well. Peter shrugged and grimaced at MJ who was covering her mouth trying not to laugh. That's wonderful dear, when will you hear back? Peter sighed. I don't know Aunt May, I mean, it was last minute. They said the person that should have got it was hurt in that flood and everyone else already had places. I'm still very proud of you dear, and happy birthday, even if it is a little late. Can you still come round or shall I put this in the fridge for you? Peter let out a quiet breath. Thanks May. Tomorrow. Today's been a roller coaster and I'm beat. I think MJ's got something planned though. She's been hinting since I got home, and MJ glared at him and shook her head, mouthing, you're dead meat as he stuck his tongue out at her. Okay then, Peter, phone this time please, I'm at work till 5. I will, Aunt May. Love you. Love you too. And Aunt May hung up on him. Peter sighed in relief. Oh, don't think you can shove this on me, Mr. Parker. It might be your birthday, but you can wait to unwrap this present. First, then I'll blow out your candle. Don't you mean I'll? Oh, as Peter got what she meant. Just be safe. Oh, and while they won't say it, if you fuck her, use a rubber. She's a normal, not one of us. MJ stood and ran her hand over Peter's head, shaking her head. It's always the quiet one, she said to herself. PHFF, as if I would. Peter thought to himself, sure his symbiote powers increased his sex drive. Oh yeah, I would. She was a nerdy kinda hot, and even the 20-ish years she had on him didn't faze him whatsoever. He totally would. He knew he really needed to stop lying to himself. Even as he once fought with Felicia, the urge between fight and fuck was defiantly blurred for him, he was slowly realizing. But not today. Today he had to go and tell their prisoner her stay of execution had been granted, that today she would be free if she wanted, but that he had a better idea. As MJ winked and headed into her own home, and Gwen and Felicia continued their own little party, Peter took a breath. It was time to face his own prisoner. He said as he entered the temporary bedroom they had set up for her. She sat in the wheelchair they had scavenged for her, sullen and downcast. She looked at him, her hands fidgeted on her lap. So Mr. Parker, come to give the prisoner her last request? And please, live, not and Peter smirked. If I did, what would it be? The last meal, maybe the last fling, a run maybe. He asked cruelly. Even if he wouldn't kill her, she did try to blow up New York and had a lot of explaining to do before she was off the hook. She looked unamused. Mr. Parker, I know. She took a breath. I know what I was made to do to you changed your life. Ruined it maybe, but please, I'm begging you, don't do this. Please, don't. She signed though. She knew Venom wasn't to be reasoned with. The deaths of Alexei, Max, and Marco were testaments to that. Harry and Norman both had an interest in me. The harness uses a neural control chip, and yes, the reactor was my idea. I won't deny that, but please, if you'd lived under them, if you'd done the things they made me do, you would want it all to end as well. Liv sniffed and wiped away tears that were starting to form in her eyes. Peter, sadly, recognized that look. He'd seen it in the mirror often enough, on MJ's face as she talked about her father, and worst of all, he'd seen it on Aunt May's face when she thought Peter wasn't paying attention. The look of desperation, the look of someone right at the bottom and with nowhere else to go but straight to a bottle or worse. Peter sighed. He couldn't do what had to be done. She needed to be taken care of, not taken care of, and with the blessing of the girls and a firm heart he made the choice. So, what'll it be, Doc? Ask me for anything. Peter knelt at the chair, his hand on her thighs. Anything, she whispered, using the jumper Gwen had given her to dry and wipe her face. Anything. Liv had a million different things flash through her head, but right now, pizza, and beer. Do you know how long it's been since I had carbs? It was a great day for Norman. Oscorp had finalized the tests of his Goblin class-powered armor and glider, all the contracts had been signed and all the patents were approved. All that was left was their first test, the public unveiling of the equipment designed to not just keep the soldiers of the USA safe, but if he could get a civilian license, the police officers as well. A freak like Venom would be history facing one of these suits, symbiote or not. Even if the drone test had failed, it didn't matter. The diagnostic data they had received pointed to underperformance when dealing with enhanced individuals. The drones themselves were sound. It had been Venom and Spider-Man who were well above what anyone had predicted. Norman stood in front of the small group, all dressed in neat blue uniforms. Admirals, generals, and staff from the White House had been gathered to see the final test of Oscorp crowning achievement. It was a great way to start the new year, even if Liv had stopped answering his texts. He even wondered if she'd finally had enough and blown her stupid brains out. No, he thought, I made sure she couldn't. He even wondered if Harry finally grew a pair and offed her, taking out some imagined slight on the stupid bitch. Fucking ignore me today of all days. The very best of the military had been selected to trial run the suit and glider publicly. At first, John had been selected, but with his untimely death, the job fell to his second choice. Both men had been trained in the use of the suit. Normal even thought that if John had been outfitted in the Goblin armor he would be here today and Venom would be the one spattered over the sidewalk. He stifled a small laugh, thinking of the Venom, splayed out, black goop everywhere. Lieutenant Colonel Frank Miller had already been in the suit several times. He was the test pilot and now he was the first official pilot. The glider controls already synced to his visor, stillized as a goblin for the unveiling, its rictus grin painted a dark green color, matching the rest of the armor, green leg and arm plates with black boots and gloves, their servos making an almost inaudible whine as he moved. It was easy to hear if you were listening out for it, but with the crowd's chatter and the scurrying tacks, it disappeared. The armor was designed to be slid in and out of. The top of the suit opening up like a clam, the back folding open. Slide in, get comfy and then let it close itself up around you. Sure, the first few times he'd had a panic as it slid shut, a mistrust of the machine not to catch his skin or crush him. A nameless tech opened a silver case and swabbed his arm with alcohol. Huh, he asked as the man pressed the injector gun against it. Booster, sir. Removes fatigue and accumulated stress. You shouldn't need to eat or rest during today, sir. And after he nodded, injected the bright blue liquid into his arm. Damn, he was right. Frank felt a jolt go through him, like a good cup of coffee, and yeah, today was going to be good. He waved at the crowd and saluted, both the upper brass and Norman. For this chance, he'd beaten out most of his old unit, and after a few tours in a sandy hellhole, he was glad to be out of combat and somewhere safer. The drill was simple. He'd fly a course, dodging and weaving through hoops and over obstacles. Once past them, he'd hover for inspection and motion-trigger defensive demonstration before flying off for a semi-live-fire exercise. His suit and glider would be hit with live rounds from a dummy drone, and he would fire back once the brass had been moved to a safe observation post. The press and the civilians invited, some big shots and other assholes with too much money, weren't given that luxury, but the thick concrete barriers would stop anything short of a tank round. There was no danger, and he'd done this 100 times already. He had 2 pumpkin missiles and 100 screamer rounds. He had shaken his head at that. Normal had gone overboard with the goblin theme. He'd half expected his helmet to detach and fly around chasing him like a ghoul out of some fairy tale, but no strange drones, just a pilot and glider. There was a strange tingle from his neural interface. The collar had been redesigned over and over, and now it was just like a throat mic, a small metal disc that sat in a choker pressing against his spine, held on by a bioadhesive. The tingle was new. He felt the usual hum as the armor synced with his nervous system, treating it like a second skin rather than dull steel. There were no red lights on his H.U.D, so he put it down to nerves. Maybe one of the techs had set something to 11. He cracked a joke and laughed at it. Comms were off, so no one heard his wit. His comms click on control tower here. Stand by for pre-flight check. Comms check. Frank clicked the mental switch and his comm clicked back. Comms check. Over. Comm check green and responsive. Over. It would take an hour to go through each system in turn, but it was part of the show. The crowd watched as at first, he squatted, jumped and stretched his arms out, standard burpee but a lot different ones in power-assisted armor. A wrong move and the suit could tear your arm off or snap a limb if the servos overextended. Then came the flight test, just hovering right now, the glider, going up, down, spin right, spin left, empty guns clicked on and then off as the pre-flight safety checks continued. It was now time. A tech came over and loaded 2 drums into the back of the glider. He had a burn-proof suit on, but the glider's hover mode allowed mid-flight refueling and reloading. It shunted the exhausts from the back into heat-shielded ports away from the ammo housings, then shut down the main engines and closed the vents on them. The tech was safe, but it was again, more tests, more show for the brass. Now his weapons were loaded, the finale was about to begin, a simple event. A live target would fire at him, bright tracer rounds illuminating their hits, the screen showing him virtually highlighting the real-time strikes on the armor, designed to track damage and advise the pilot of any potential weak points. He would then return fire, using first the glider machine guns, using a green tracer which he shook his head at, again, a live visual of the destructive power of the new Seeker rounds. Then he would fire off 2 of the goblin missiles at a mock tank, thicker and immobile than a normal tank. The rounds should penetrate its armor before exploding inside. The first time he'd fired these, the rush he felt was amazing and he wished he could be using it on the battlefield. Tests were fun, but he missed the thrill of combat. Goblin 1, are you optimal and primed? Came the voice over the comms. Osborn was taking initiative today. No mistakes, he'd told Frank at the morning briefing. Goblin 1 is a go, he responded, and there was a strange tingle in the back of his neck. He made a note to haul the tech responsible for the calibrations over the coals when he got out. It wasn't uncomfortable, just like someone poking your side or touching a nerve. Goblin 1 is live in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Live fire is a go. The first round hit and spun him on the glider, its power more than Frank was expecting. The crowd gasped as the glider showed no damage and the huge LCD TV registered the hit on his upper torso. The second hit sent the glider spinning backwards as it hit the same location. Frank swore. There was supposed to be a variance in the pattern, so he could maintain a constant altitude. The third round hit his helmet as he corrected his flight path and his teeth banged together uncomfortably. He tasted blood and knew that something was wrong. The screen showed the red hit and a huge dent in the armored helmet. Norman looked concerned at one of the techs, but she shrugged and pointed at the screen. Frank felt dizzy, the whine he was hearing getting louder and the itch in the back of his neck getting unbearable. He had to get out the armor. It must be damaged. It must be some kind of malfunction. He spun up the cannons and returned fire at the tank, no longer concerned if the ceramic shielding on it held. The crowd screamed. They love this shit, he thought to himself, and continued to fire. Norman was in a panic as he watched the disaster unfold. The pilot was only halfway through correcting his flight path when he opened fire, catching the edge of the testing area, his fire wild and free. The crowd jostled and ran as the bullets pinged off the concrete barricades before a few punched through. Frank was hit from the back and side, that damn tank continuing its barrage. Norman gave the tech the guidance control signal, not for the pilot but one to shut down the whole test, but nothing was responding. The rounds had failed, of course. They were designed just to shatter its armor, and Frank loaded up the 2 pumpkin missiles they had loaded. His HUD registered a lock and he fired, hearing the whine of the engines providing counterforce to their launch. Norman watched in horror as the 2 of the deadliest weapons he had ever devised hit with full force into the crowd. They effortlessly punched through the barriers. They were designed to bypass most armor, and as they exploded, the unique energy they contained broke down the organic matter of its targets. As the green cloud cleared, there was nothing. No clothes, no people, just a few medals and gold teeth caps glinting in the sun. No, he thought to himself, not like this. The pilot had finally landed the glider and Norman watched in horror as the remaining soldiers advanced on it with weapons drawn. No, he yelled as he ran towards the glider. Inside, the automatic threat detection system picked up 10 enemy hostiles in its vicinity. Frank frowned. More tests. Fuck. And he flicked the lethal force option to on. The glider spun and sprayed. The soldiers' bodies pierced by rounds developed to deal with tanks, not people. Norman collapsed as he watched the soldiers die, and he heard a click behind him. General Ross had pulled his sidearm and was pointing it at his head. Mr. Osborn, you will tell your pilot to stand down, right now? Norman fumbled for his headset. Goblin 1, emergency override, protocol kill switch, and they watched as the glider slowly landed. Frank was relieved. All threats eliminated and the ride was over. He hit the disengage protocols and let the suit unhook itself from his system, feeling the slight sting as the neural link disengaged. Norman knew it was over. The pilot would be fine as the goblin armor was feeding him data and nothing had registered as a civilian target. The fault would be placed at Norman's feet. It didn't matter if it was a software or hardware error. Norman knew he was ruined, not just the board, but he would face life in prison. His hands trembled and he balled them into fists as he surveyed the destruction wrought by his glider. His comms clicked, once, twice, and he heard it. A voice. Run, it said, run, and he knew he had no choice. Killing soldiers was bad enough, but with the civilian casualties he knew Oscorp was finished. He was finished. Lifting himself up, he ran past General Ross, grabbing his pistol and firing backwards at the man. Ross went down clutching his leg and Norman sped past him, the back of the goblin suit opening up. Norman fired 3 times into the back of the man before pulling out his limp body. He didn't care if the man was alive or not, he needed to run. He threw off his jacket and tie, dropping the pistol, and climbed into the armor, letting it close around him. Goblin 1 override, Protocol Reaper, and the suit sealed with a hiss, disconnected itself from the Oscorp systems and Norman had full autonomous control. He felt a slight chill on the back of his neck as the system connected with his nervous system. He didn't have an implant, so it used a small needle instead, but this was different. A clamp came and secured itself to the back of his head, holding the needle in place. Goblin systems online. He felt the armor as if it was a part of him and leapt onto the glider, letting his feet clamp into the foot controls. Glider sync enabled and complete. No flight path had been uploaded. Norman dismissed the prompts and simply flew away at full speed. He had to escape. He had to run. Miles away, back at the Oscorp building, Harry watched the events unfold. He sat down the modified headset he had used to tap into the communications network and pressed 3 keys. As he watched, each machine he had used crashed, wiped itself clean, and performed a complete reinstall of its systems, erasing any files. His father was now out of the picture, several members of the board were dead, and the military top brass would be out for blood. His plan was now complete. With the manufacturing of the Oscorp formula completely under his control, it was easy enough to tamper with it. Anyone seeing a scan of Norman's brain would see minute lesions, no different from Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's would follow, all thanks to his dad's ego. Thanks to that, Norman was now out of the picture, and now he could now do with Oscorp what he wanted. Peter surveyed the warehouse, its once empty shell holding a promise of a brighter future. Now, of course, he wished they'd all shut the hell up and let him sleep. Felicia and Gwen had taken to sharing a home, MJ was still quietly living on her own, and Liv had taken the cabin next to Peter's as her new home. Peter had removed the lower door frame so her wheelchair could roll over it. She was close by as Peter was the only one staying in the warehouse most days, and if Liv needed anything he was there to help. Everyone had accepted Liv. Gwen and Liv had history, and while Felicia was salty about her involvement with her dad, she still shrugged and accepted things. MJ was happy as long as Peter was happy, and while Liv was a stranger, she knew all about being trapped where you didn't want to be, and the pair bonded. Peter had a list, and with everyone there, he began to go through it. Item 1 was a ramp and washing facilities for someone in a chair. They all agreed to let Liv move in. Even if she couldn't pay rent, they weren't going to hand her over to the NYPD where Osborn could get his claws into her, so the lab would need to be modified to accommodate her chair. Being the whiz he was, that was left up to Peter. Item 2 was adding soundproofing to his own place. Listening to Gwen and Felicia had been fun at first, but damn did they ever take a break, and Liv had taken things into her own hands as well. A lot of frustration was being vented on not just carnal desires but the many food trucks and convenience store treats in the surrounding area. He drew the line when she asked for a cigarette. Smelling 4 sexually active females were bad enough that to add in the rank smell of stale smoke and nicotine was more than he could handle. She instead opted for a vape machine and seemed to shudder in almost orgasmic pleasure as she took her first draw. Item 3 was to start working on the new and improved cyber limb system. The CLS was a working prototype already, and with Liv's help, he should get a fully working version made. He had her harness to work on, and he knew after dismantling it and studying the mechanisms he could replicate it. Item 4 was on the table right now, a discussion with Liv about her future. Item 5, Gwen had news and needed to share it. So, Liv, I've got a plan, Peter said, pouring them both coffee. MJ and Gwen were both at work, and Felicia had conveniently taken the time to scout out her apartment. Liv seemed to shrink a little. So far they had all been nice to her, but she still felt the sword of Damocles over her head. Peter rolled his eyes. Oh, stop. I'm not going to save you and then kill you. I'm not really a monster. This, he slid over a paper, is my plan. Liv took the paper and scanned it, her eyes bugged out, even under the thick-rimmed glasses she wore. A contract, 0 pay but shares in Parker Industries, to develop and build a working cybernetic replacement system for artificial limbs. Peter nodded. You know that the harness is already that. He shook his head. No, it's a harness with a glaring flaw. He pointed to her legs. It does really work if removing it disables the wearer now, does it? She frowned and glanced down at her legs. No, but you could blame that on the person removing it, she stated. Now, this isn't a blame game, this is a negotiation. I need your expertise and I'm willing to pay for it. He handed her a second paper. Kurt Connors was written at the top, and underneath was a list of possible locations and safe houses. How did you get this? She was stunned. She knew Kurt had been working on a regenerative formula but had disappeared before it was finished. Felicia was tracking Oscorp for years. Her dad is missing and she's good at digging, he signed. So, a safe place to stay. We'll hunt for Connors to fix your legs and, he slid over the last piece. Neural interface cap system. It was his design based on the chip Osborn used to tap into her nervous system. Once Liv saw it she shook her head. No. Read the paper, Peter said, rolling his eyes. She took the schematic, and frowned a few times as she scanned over it. But this, no, you need, yes, no, oh, I see. Peter Parker, I kind of hate you right now. With the design you could cap the entry point to my spine, allowing me to control the harness and safely remove it afterwards. She pointed to several points on the design sheet Peter had handed her, but let's be honest. Right now while you have the facilities to make a working prototype, I'm not going to let either you or Miss Stacy cut open my spine to try and implant an experimental design that you've made in the equivalent of your garage. I know, but we can work on finding Connors. If his serum works we can repair the damage to your spine while you're working on making this design a reality. I won't ask you to undergo surgery, it's not like either Gwen or I are doctors. Sign the contract and we'll protect you, give you a home to stay in, and make sure nobody finds out about your involvement with Oscorp until we can prove it wasn't your fault. Liv nodded. It was a very nice offer, much better than what she could expect from the police or feds, assuming Osborn didn't get to her first. Any company perks? She asked with a grin. Well, sit on my lap and we'll see what comes up. He chuckled and Liv rolled her eyes. Peter dear, that was old when I was a student, but she still laughed and signed her name. It was great to feel wanted again, to feel happy and fed, to feel like a person once more and not just a tool for some egomaniac. You know that was just a design, right? We can't actually do a proper contract with you being a wanted felon and all that. SHH Peter, SHH, you're ruining the moment, she said. While Liv and Peter forged a new bond, Felicia was skulking outside her old place. She had been paranoid about going back to her apartment. The pair that followed her that night would have killed her without MJ and Gwen's interference. She had no regrets about what happened after, just the almost dying part, the being mostly dead part. That boiled her blood and Huntress stirred feeling and feeding her rage. She took a deep breath and recited her mantra over and over. Her dad said it was Buddhist but she didn't know. It calmed her and that was all that mattered. She hadn't dared to come back here until Huntress shared some new tricks with her, even some she doubted Peter knew about. She noted the scruffy-looking car with the two men sitting in it. It just screamed stakeout and she ducked down the alley between the buildings a few blocks over. As her simskin bled over her, she felt its texture shift slightly and the light around her bend and she faded from view. She'd seen it on one of MJ's old movies and asked if Huntress could do anything like that. Normally Huntress just ignored MJ, feeling Muse was wasting her abilities, but when they watched the movie together Huntress growled and purred with every appearance of the alien hunter. We like that, we can do that too, take us to your home, we can show you just how amazing we are. Invisible Huntress angled herself and pushed off the top of the window, spun and webbed a line against the edge of the building, swinging back and through the window, sending herself and broken glass into her bedroom. In the room she heard a what the fuck, and as the door opened she pirouetted in midair and fired off a thin line at the man. He was holding an Uzi and had no uniform on. She marked him and the others as targets, no questions asked. The thought line stayed connected to her wrist, and as it touched him she sent a bioelectric shock down it and the man twitched and froze on the spot, his muscles spasming, and she kept the charge going, making sure he was out for the count before it detached from her wrists. Bioelectric taser webs, good to know. Her vision changed and she saw the patterned heat from the two other men as they stalked towards her. They had crouched down to try and stay hidden, but with her thermal vision, she saw them plainly. His swearing had brought the attention of the other two men and Huntress faded from view as they rounded the door. She grabbed one and spun him, her hand locking on his throat and a second taser blast taking his ability to breathe away. The third raised his weapon, but with his friend a shield he hesitated, long enough for her to fire another thin line, catching him on the shoulder. With all three men stunned, Felicia bound their hands and feet together with the stickiest web she could make, unsympathetic if they lost circulation. This was one occasion she didn't care about why. She wanted her things and they were just in the way. Good enough? She asked Huntress and got silence back. So yeah, just too stubborn to admit it. Yes, we deserve the credit though, the shocks were us, you are just the muscle, we are the brain. You should reward us, take Gwen and Peter when we're home. But first, kill the bugs that taint our presence. Felicia was silent for a moment. How to explain morals and ethics to something fundamentally not human, too noisy, too easy. We agree, no pleasure in a kill if the prey is so weak. Keeping one eye on the trio she emptied her closet and sideboard into a duffel bag, grabbing her own bug-out bag as well. Her father always taught her to pack light, travel tight as he put it, and she had. 2 backpacks were filled, leaving the mismatched crockery and furniture in the apartment. Her rent was paid in cash so leaving was no issue. One last thing though. Felicia lightly tossed one of the men, bringing him out of the nice nap she had granted him earlier. The mask of Huntress was mimicking her black cat outfit perfectly, no need to expose and more of her secrets. The man glared at her but she didn't care. Don't come after me, don't look, don't hunt for me. I took out the other two and I'll take out anyone else you send. Final message, last chance. He growled at her, defiant until the end so she shrugged. Oh well, had your chance. Looking through the cupboard she had an old non-stick pot and cocking one of the pistols and holding it under the lid she webbed it shut, and then fired off 5 rounds. She had been stupid of course, and the loud bang slightly deafened her. Do not do that again, Huntress chastised her but she knew someone would call the cops. Throwing the pan at the men's feet she shrugged and climbed out on the fire escape and up the side of the building. Sadly the backpacks she took would turn invisible with her too heavy. Practice more was all Huntress said and Felicia ignored her. Working her way home she entered the warehouse through the roof hatch Peter used to set up the antennae. He'd put in a more secure locking mechanism that there was no key for. A symbiote tendril was needed to slide into and unlock it, and she found Peter and Liv discussing wildly something she didn't understand and really didn't care to understand. Peter waved at her and she entered Gwen's home, sitting on the couch and holding her head in her hands. I won't cry, they don't fucking deserve it. I won't cry, but Dad, I will find you. So, now that we're all here I have some good news and some bad news. Gwen stood in front of a whiteboard she had set up, holding a marker with one hand. Good news first. Well, first, we've been testing the pheromone cream and well, we've got orders coming out of the Wazoo. Peter sat up straight. A what? Thanks to Felicia and her contacts we've got orders for at least 50 tins a week to some of the more unsettled brothels in Hell's Kitchen. Costs work out at $1 to make, $1 to package and we sell for $20. Each tin lasts 10 applications and I heard that the brothels charge $5 for its use, so profit for us is $18 a tin, or $900 a shipment, and we're currently doing 4 shipments a week. Peter raised an eyebrow. Are you fine making that much? Sure, it's mainly adding in the pheromone to already bought cream, then pouring it into tins. It's not hard, takes an hour or so to do, and then a day to harden. Not to sound arrogant or anything but it's not rocket science, it's lunch break stuff. Gwen said and Felicia leaned over. My big brain, and kissed her on the cheek. But the bad news. The pheromone you produce that's making us all so much money, well, we produce one too. MJ mentioned it one time and I checked. So Pete, we give off a smell that makes you want us. That did bring pause to the group. Peter several times mentioned their perfume and after a few stares, they realized that they were making him just as aroused as they were around him. It was the last time they had a conversation like this that brought a lull in the conversation. Peter had gone strange for a few days but now it was reversed. So was that all? Peter asked as he shrugged. Because I really don't care if you all give off a smell that makes me want you. You're missing the. Peter pointed at Felicia, super hot ninja, then at MJ, super hot model, and then Gwen, super hot nerd, and finally lastly Liv, super hot scientist. Where pheromone or not I would want to have sex with you all. The last thing I can complain about is our sex lives. Anything else? Yeah, how come I'm a nerd but Liv's a scientist? Gwen asked accusingly. Liv on the other hand looked down at her cup, making it harder for Peter to see the look of shock on her face at his description of her. Well, maybe because Liv's got more PhDs than either of us combined and is way smarter than you or I combined. No offense to us. I mean, come on. I half expect to wake up one day, Liv to have finished the CLS and be swinging around the warehouse in a fully operational harness. Gwen, I love you but really, compared to Liv we've both got porridge in our hair. And while the others looked confused Gwen snorted. Personal joke, we'll explain later, but there is one thing. I lost my job, Gwen admitted. Once Oscorp was hit by the investigations after Norman's episode they cleaned house. Any low-level employees were fired, Gwen included. Felicia came over and sat on the floor next to Gwen and hugged her legs. It's fine, we just scored the cream money, so don't stress over it. It is just a blip and with your college work you were needing to cut down on hours anyway. Gwen rubbed the top of her head and smiled, but it was still an upset. Oscorp still had weight in the world and even if an interviewer looked deeper it was still a black mark, even if Gwen had done nothing wrong. Trying to lighten the mood MJ piped up. I've got a commercial, a real one, and everyone broke out in smiles with a round of congratulations. Even Liv, who had no idea what was going on, was happy. But she shook her head. But it's in swimwear, nothing bad, it's a skin cancer commercial. And she glanced over at Peter. He shrugged. MJ, I can't really complain about being jealous when, and he motioned around the table. No Pete, this is different, think about it, Gwen said. Peter closed his eyes and imagined MJ in swimwear, her nipples poking through the thin material and the neat lines of her pussy tied against the wet material. Not in that way, you fucking perv, Felicia said, breaking him from his imagination. If everyone else saw her like that? He shrugged. So, you think that guys, hell girls too, don't imagine their favorite stars naked? That sites with celebrity boobs or movie clips of sex scenes don't exist. Hell yeah, some scumbag steps over the line and I'll fucking tear their spine out, but it's MJ's career. If MJ wants to cartwheel naked down 5th Avenue for a shoot, then I'm not going to stop her like she doesn't stop me from going out and smashing faces. Especially after I jump beds and she doesn't say a word, so no, if I get jealous that's my stupid shit to deal with, not hers, so it's fine. MJ was all smiles and came over to hug him. It's fine, the outfit's not too revealing. I made sure, she whispered in his ear and he kissed her cheek. Well, I've got some news as well. I got a few of the girls together, the ones we liberated from some of those shitholes, and they agreed. I started our own little gang, the Black Cats. Got a badge and everything. It's just information sharing right now, but once I get things rolling we should be in a better position to patrol and make more money. Oh, and Liv, one last thing. I know you're staying here, but you might want to check your banks and stuff, cause after I checked, while you're wanted for questioning, you're not actually under arrest. The warrants just mark you as a person of interest, and Osborn put a lot of stuff in your name, like patents and other things. A lot of stuff, Felicia explained. Liv frowned. I have no idea, dear. Norman used me for dirty work and hush-hush stuff but never said anything. Anyone else? Peter asked. Liv looked hesitant to speak, but after pulling a few faces finally spoke up. Actually, may I say something, Ms. Hardy? And Fell looked over at Liv and shrugged. I had nothing to do with your father. I know what the report says, but it wasn't me. Harry had him detained after catching him in the archive, and I have no idea what he did with him. I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful. Felicia gripped Gwen's leg and took a deep breath. I know that a lot of what's in those files is junk, Liv, and I know that none of us are completely innocent. I am, MJ piped up, and Felicia rolled her eyes. Some of us aren't completely innocent, but, can you help at least? Can you give me anything to help find him, even if it's just something to bury? Anything? And Liv nodded. Come speak to me later, dear. I'll do what I can. And Felicia relaxed, hugging Gwen's leg again. Now, Peter said, anything else? Everyone shook their head. Great, then party. We stopped an evildoer. No offense, Liv. Got an awesome robot suit. No offense, Liv. And MJ and Felicia got work. So yeah, party? Pizza? Booze. It was decided after MJ finished work Peter would head out and get a selection of pizza for them all, while Gwen and Felicia raided her brewery for beers for the girls and cider for him and Liv, bearing her from hard liquor. She had been bad enough after a few beers, and he wasn't keen on letting her get too drunk. That didn't stop her from doing so anyway, and then sloppily demanded that Peter take care of her, and she ended up snoring drunkenly in Peter's bed. After moving some smaller stuff, it was decided that Liv would move next door to Peter. He was in most days and was in a better position to help look after Liv, who while adjusting fine still had some things she needed help with. With his enhanced strength and agility, it had only taken a day for him to make some decent ramps in and out of his own place. He had been in the process of renovating it for Felicia, but she just shrugged. She was living with Gwen now anyway, and the notion of her own place now seemed strange. Peter cut and ramped a door between the two places, as well as the entrance in and out of everyone's homes. No one minded making an adjustment for Liv, even making sure the top decks had ramps, even if she needed someone to push her up the steep slopes, as she was still weak from being in the harness for so long. Once the modifications were finished, the final touch was adding in some furniture. It was easy enough, even if a little embarrassing for the small group. So, now I know what you did with all my stuff, Liv said as she watched them rearrange it back into the new home for her. Way to kick someone when they were down, huh? She winked at Peter, who rolled his eyes. We could give you back to Norman, you know. There is still time. Peter stuck out his tongue at her, but the sudden look of panic that shot across her face reminded him that while a few jokes were funny, that one wasn't. Felicia, putting down a table, batted Peter on the arm. Hard enough it stung. Nice one, jackass. Why don't you offer to take her dancing next? Oh, you mean, like being insensitive to remind her about her legs? Nice one, Felly. And Felicia stared at him. What the fuck did you just call me? She stared at him, scowling. Felly rhymes with something, and as she growled at him and as she swung at him, he dodged and made booping noises as he poked her in the stomach. In the doorway, Liv sat in her chair, quietly shaking her head and wondering how on earth these two managed to foil her plan. Gwen, she thought. It was definitely Gwen. She hadn't been shy about asking if Peter minded helping her in the shower or toilet, and as he was in all day, he didn't mind either. The pair over the past week had become strangely close, understandable as it couldn't be helped. Once the furniture was in and arranged to her liking, Felicia skulked off, muttering under her breath, and Liv stared at her new home. It was warm, easy to move about in, and most importantly, hers. It was when he produced a newly fitted wheelchair, one more comfortable than the contraption he had hurriedly welded together, that she finally broke down. She felt herself tearing up. Damn you, she whispered. Damn. She wiped the drips out from under her glasses. No wonder everyone here loves you when you do something like this. Something so wonderful. Idiot. Stupid. Moron. Stop it. This is amazing, and I don't deserve it. Peter. She sobbed, remembering all the things she had done to not just him but countless nameless people. Osborn's commands, reducing them to nothing but specimens to be used and discarded. Peter lifted Liv up and held her in his arms, sitting down and cradling her close to himself as she quietly cried. Maybe she was right. Maybe he was too hard on himself, and he needed to accept that this was what he actually deserved. To be surrounded by people who cared about him, who'd call him stupid when he was, and not as an insult, call him out on his crap when he did something wrong, but not to punish but to teach. He deserved this. He deserved this and more. As her lips found his, he was surprised but found himself kissing her back, and the pair sat, gently touching and exploring each other in the comfort of Liv's new home. Peter stared at the printouts Liv handed to him. All of this is under your name, he asked, flicking through the pages as there were at least 20 different patents, all laid out in excruciating detail. It seems Ms. Hardy was correct. Norman used my name to patent a few things as well as launder money into various shell accounts. While it now is making me a fugitive, if I sign the relevant paperwork you should be able to act as a proxy, Liv said, wheeling her chair over to where he was sitting. She put a hand on his thigh. But one thing is for sure, we have $500,000, a lot of patents and blueprints which if I can get a contract notarized, then Oscorp loses a big chunk of change, and you can get a head start on Parker Industries. The problem is though, we can't let you into a bank or federal building to get these all notarized. There are warrants out for your arrest as well as Norman's. Harry really threw you both under the bus. Then he threw Oscorp under the bus. They're reeling right now, but once they get the feds and the investigations done, if we touch any of these I'm sure we'll be a target rather than a minor inconvenience. Harry had been on TV giving interview after interview about how his dad had become more and more unhinged as the project went on. Film footage from security cams saw him acting erratically in his office, shouting for Liv, even though her part had been carefully edited. She enabled him, she gave him injections and the FBI wanted to talk to her. It wasn't an arrest warrant but the FBI had ways of making people like Liv disappear without charge. People of special interest were often put to work under government supervision, and as Liv had worked under Osborn for the better part of 2 decades and had been a part of both the Goblin and the Glider program as well as being a brilliant scientist in her own right. Everyone in the warehouse believed that once they had Liv in custody she would never see the outside world again. I've already been into my accounts and emptied them. I had Felicia help me run the funds through a few shell companies, and with the cut the organizations take to make it untraceable, we've been left with about $500,000. While we can't take the patents, well, you can still use them for inspiration, can't you? The older designs for the Goblin Mark 1 and 2 are still viable, even if Norman wanted something bigger and flashier. She wheeled closer and patted his thigh. But it's okay though, don't let yourself get into trouble over me. I'm a big girl now and can cope. Peter shook his head. No, while you've only been here a few weeks but I won't let them take you. Liv, you can help get to Norman and you can help me with these. Just no nuclear reactors, okay, chuckling. Plus, you still owe a debt. Peter slid over a piece of paper to Liv, who raised an eyebrow but then frowned as she saw its contents. Medical report. Kimia Marco, was written at the top. Peter dear, I hardly think, Liv began but Peter raised a hand to stop her. Choose your next words very carefully, document, and Liv saw the look on his face, one that told her she was safe but her next choice would have consequences. I have enough formula from Oscorp to finish her treatments but I would suggest that, other than adoption, we leave her alone. Knowing how her father died isn't going to make her life better or easier. Liv sighed and looked at Peter, who was still angry, but, I would suggest that with Miss Stacy's help we get her into a good care center, and I suddenly find myself with a large amount of money, courtesy of Norman, let's put that to good use, and she relaxed as Peter relaxed. That's what Gwen and I were thinking. She's already spoken to her dad and the adoption place is all set up, Peter explained to the worried-looking Liv. Hey, it's fine, so stop it. Flint was on the books at Oscorp so getting him added to the list of killed was easy enough. So you thought you'd frighten an old woman for fun? Liv asked. She knew she was still under suspicion but this was still hell. Nope, I wanted to see what kind of person you really were, Liv. Not the at the end of her rope but how you'd take care of a sick child who had nothing to do with this, so no, and old, and Peter frowned and shook his head. I'm not even touching that. You know there are too many secrets here, Liv, for us just to trust you unconditionally. Too many people who'd be in jail or worse. Bottom line, you're welcome here. We'll protect you but one step out of line and well, you already know don't you, and staring at the floor, rubbing her hands together Liv nodded. But stop it. That was it. No more tests. Just a new place and new life. Okay, and with misty eyes, Liv looked at Peter and nodded. It's okay. You'll be okay, and of his own accord leaned forwards and gently held her face and lightly kissed her. See, and Liv nodded and rubbed her eyes. It was still cruel, Peter. Of everything that what I worry about the most, she said, cleaning her glasses before putting them back on. Norman and Harry weren't kind at all, and this is. Okay, new rule. Don't ever compare me to those two fucking lunatics. I killed Alexei, yes, but Flint and Max were on you. I'm not a murderer, Liv. Not unless someone threatens my home and family. And now, that's you too. Shit, I don't just kiss anyone you know, so stop worrying. Peter moved over and put a hand on Liv's. Sorry, okay, we needed to be sure that old Liv wasn't the real one. We needed to be sure, okay. Peter stroked her hand and Liv nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. But it's okay, it's all good now, no more games, I promise, just, more of this, more of care, more of being safe. And Liv grasped onto Peter's hand and snorted softly. But that's it, this is too good. Am I dead? Are you some handsome angel, saving me before I plunge into the pits? I don't deserve this, I don't deserve any of it. Oh, will you two just fuck already? Peter and Liv heard Felicia yell from her home. Stop dancing around and just do it, shit. Getting tired of the fucking sugary touchy-feely crap. It devolved into quieter swearing, but both Peter and Liv could guess what she was saying, and as they looked at each other they smiled and shook their heads. The tension broken, he leaned forwards grabbing the harness. Well, you can start by helping me with this. But as he moved he felt it. His simskin extruded and slid over the harness. His arms blackened and simskin flowed out. The schematics flew through his mind. Small tendrils seeped into the harness, and he felt the connection to the core processor, and it hummed almost happily as he took control. Liv stared at him as he just held it, and the arms powered up. He picked her up with the limbs and they danced together, her laughter filling the room. How? She asked, and as he put her down he showed her, black tendril waving almost unseen by the naked eye through the interface needles. As the thin wires like extrusions of simskin threaded through the interface sites, the needles squeaked and unscrewed themselves as Peter and Liv watched. Liv? Can you do an experiment for me? He handed her the harness and knelt down with his back to her. She placed the harness on his back, and as it clamped shut and the interface kicked in he could feel through it. It was now a part of his body, the simskin flowing over it completely. He felt the systems respond one by one, their parts flashing through him like an instinct. As he felt each component of the harness he began to understand it more and more. He stood stock still and would tilt his head occasionally, shaking it or nodding. As he stood, Liv watched as his back rippled. Parts of the harness began to drop out of him like unwanted pieces. The skin shed back, revealing each component in turn. First, the waistband was severed by a microscopic blade, even cutting through the thick titanium bars that once held her. Black tendrils snaked over them and they extended, becoming thinner but stronger. The black skin seemed to flow into them and the metal tarnished and repolished itself, as white bands, stretching and snaking over his chest. The harness itself made a creaking noise and she could hear a whine, and the side plates screeched and then fell to the ground, the spinal column all that was left. Seemingly alien and robotic against Peter's own back, the thick oily liquid of his skin seeped into the joints and separated them out. Liv could see the red LEDs in the device, signaling that the harness was in test and configure mode. It made chunk noise and the segments lengthened, snaking down Peter's back and up to the base of his neck. To her, it seemed as if Peter's simskin was compressing and printing out the parts it needed. Once a piece had been copied, it was shed, thunking to the floor. Only the more complicated parts, such as the processors or delicate gears and servos, were left intact, coated by, but not replaced by, the black skin. As the harness extended, she saw a thin well band form around his neck, snake up and cover his eyes. Microglass, used in some of the processor's casings, were ground and repurposed into eyepieces. They flowed into the crescent shapes his suit had created when he first started wearing a headset, white like the bands on his chest. The black continued to flow, covering his head, and he tensed, a sudden pain coming from his back and the neural interface connected to his nervous system. He saw and felt the commands given to Liv by Osborn: obey, don't question, obedience, all flashed through his mind, and he yelled in defiance at them. As if the program was alive, it recoiled and its code shrank, moving into a copy on one of the backup processors. From the side, where the tendrils hung loosely, they snapped straight and Liv moved back. The rings making up each limb began to circle, black oozing between them. Some spun off, sheared in the middle, and thicker black rings took their place. The whole arm mechanism changed and the end clamps, at first a triangle of pincers, were covered in the black fluid. They spun and snapped with the sound of the machine became more scissor-like, the edges gleaming as they sharpened, showing their new deadliness. The arms floated around Venom as they stretched and contracted. 4 golf ball-sized webs shot from the ends of each, thudding against the wall of her new home. She did feel slightly annoyed at that, the 4 holes marring the nicest house she'd had since college. The limbs retracted, folding back and sliding down the spine, sliding smoothly into the sides of the column and laying flat across not just his spine but sides as well. Venom turned, his new white bands on his chest finally revealed. The white spider was now thicker and more prominent, embedded in the thick body armor of his chest. Rather than the slick oily look he had previously, the whole suit now looked matte, with thicker armored leg and shin guards, gauntlets over each arm, and thick heavy shoulder and bicep armor. Venom now looked meaner and taller than before. His head was now encased in a thick helmet, the white eye ports crescent-shaped, curled up over his forehead. The integration complete, he stared at Liv and raised his arms, showing off his biceps. "We are Venom," he shouted, and Liv smirked. Yes, you are, dear, but what did you just do to my harness?" she asked, seemingly unamused at the mess he just made. Venom stared at the floor, covered in debris, and the 4 walls, now with extra ventilation, and Peter let the Venom armor retract and the last of the metal pieces fell onto the floor, clattering and banging on the linoleum. He still had the remains of the harness attached around his waist, chest, and up his spine. The 4 arms retracted back into it and were now lying flat, with new joints and hinges keeping them close to his skin. Once his simskin reformed as clothing, it was impossible to tell there was anything there, and Peter felt unhindered by its weight and extra bulk around his body. Sorry," and he shrugged. "Sorry? Oh, you will be Mr. Parker. Now get your toolbox and fix my dem walls, or believe me, I will be talking to everyone else and you'll be sleeping alone until you're done." Peter laughed and let his simskin flow out again, this time with the 4 extra limbs. Each one trimmed and smoothed the holes before filling them with a thick black fluid which after a few seconds hardened. Peter coated them with white web fluid, and as the pincers extended into a flower shape they sat flush on the wall and began to vibrate, and soon the holes were filled, sanded, and almost invisible to the naked eye. "I'll need a box to put the bits in though," Peter said, pointing at the pile of loose components on the floor. Liv just stared at him as the simskin and harness retracted back into his body. What the hell was that? She yelled. Peter's day had not been going well at all. First, the girls had all complained about his new armor form, claiming it was too big and bulky. The last straw had been when Felicia pointed out it looked like the goblin armor and that she refused to go patrolling with him. It had been a chore, but he mentally strained himself to compress the armor and slim back down, much to the approval of everyone. Then his attempts to assimilate with other technology failed. Not only that, but right now, Gwen and Liv were sitting giving him a lecture. No offense Peter, but we already knew about that power, so why are you in a huff? Gwen put a cup of coffee in front of Peter, who was sitting slouched in his chair with his arms crossed. I mean, I'm a chemist and poison can reproduce any chemical I can think of. MJ is an actress and Muse can replicate her clothes into any style she likes, and Huntress as well. Huntress, stealth isn't that much of a stretch. And I've got night vision, Felicia shouted from the kitchen. See, wait, night vision, really? Gwen shouted back. But still, Peter huffed, I just didn't think about it. I mean, what about my cool visor? Peter dear, I know you're brilliant but really? You glued some sunglasses to a Bluetooth headset. It's not exactly an award-winning design, Liv added, blowing on her own coffee. The real reason dear Peter is in a huff is I wouldn't let him take the microwave apart to, and I quote, make a cool radiation gun. Gwen shook her head. Yeah Pete, radiation isn't a really great weapon. I mean, you could literally cook someone, so no radiation guns. Peter made a humph noise, and Liv sighed, and that's why he's in a huff. Show him your boobs, MJ shouted, and as she walked from her home she noticed a light coming from one of the offices. Hey, did you guys leave something running? I've got the harness parts being analyzed but nothing major. Why? Peter shouted back, staring with a grin as both Gwen and Liv lifted their tops. Liv looked over at the young woman and winked in appreciation, leaving Gwen blushing at Liv's wandering eyes. Nothing, MJ shouted back, and peeking her head around the door saw the screen flicker and then die. She shrugged and closed the door. A few more moments and she would have caught it, that brief flicker of life on the screen. If I equals Electro, then Peter Parker equals dead. In another lab, in another part of town, another screen flicked into life as well. A tech reading its contents pushed his intercom. Subject 95, deceased, returning symbiote to its container. They never repeated the success of either the first attempt or the kid who was brought in. Each time the subject just simply died on the table, the symbiotes overtaxing their bodies. He pressed a few buttons with his one good arm, the other still in a sling from the kid's attack, and the shocks drove the symbiote into its box. Symbiote 02 returned to containment. The technician wondered if the bonding process was flawed and that maybe the kid was just lucky, but his boss overruled him. The symbiotes were healthy, it was the subjects that were to blame. Hey, he heard his boss shout, it's your turn, and he cursed. He hated going in there with Subject 0, his creepy stares and his weird laugh. Fine. He gathered the nutrient powder into its bottle, added water, and shook it to mix it. Number 7 was his favorite. Coffee. Open Subject 0 containment, he shouted at the end of the corridor, and a door slammed behind him. Once Subject 0 had escaped and killed 14 men before being subdued, he was now held in special restraints designed to kill rather than incapacitate if he escaped again. Why, howdy Warden, the man drawled, turning his head as far around as he could. He was a skinny man, but even so, the tech kept his distance. He was unshaven and his thick red hair hung down in scruffy locks over his eyes. No one had been willing to take a blade anywhere near him, not after the last time. Thick chains held him to the wall, and clamps held him at the waist, ankles, wrists, and neck, restricting his movement. I heard on the news that Norman Osborn killed a whole bunch of people. The tech slid the drink bottle into its holder, and pressing a button it slid into the clear glass cell, a hatch slamming down closing it. As the man sipped at the cold drink through its thick straw, unable to move more than his head. I hear it's absolute carnage out there, he said, his high-pitched laugh echoing around his room as the terrified technician fled the cell. Far from the clean labs and bright lights, one man didn't find the situation amusing at all, and when he watched Norman kill the soldier and then climb into the armor, he absent-mindedly rubbed where his arm used to be. He had worked tirelessly to build working lab equipment from scrap, stealing old junked machines from hospitals, and even on occasion woke to find that his other had just stolen them. He hoped nothing was damaged, and no one was injured when he had an episode. Down here he was safe. He had to venture up sometimes, but he waited until he was sure he was in control, was sure he wouldn't slip. The machines needed samples and he needed food. The other might like rats, but he wanted vegetables. He wanted clean water, and sugar for coffee. As he slotted another sample into the machine, he even thought about the woman he had met and hoped he could be above ground more often. The machine dinged, and he turned the monitor to check the results. Sample 489 incompatible. The machine beeped at him and he roared in rage. No, he yelled, and his lab coat, filthy and tattered, began to expand. His face began to stretch and grow, and the sickening crunch of bones as his missing arm regrew. Yes, the new monster hissed. Osborn will taste our pain, Osborn will pay. Lifting a sample bottle, the green-scaled monster scribbled a note with a thick pen. Sample 490 testing in progress. In stark contrast to the underground lab, a man stood looking out of his penthouse window, his clean tailored white suit fitting his massive body perfectly. How bad? His voice rumbled as he spoke. The other man in the office, a smartly dressed African-American with close-shaven hair and a goatee, lay a file down on the sparkling clean glass desk. In the kitchen, we lost 2 dens, both taken out by Venom and a new partner, another enhanced and then another as they fought the new ETF. Projected losses. They were cleaned out. Girls, drugs and cash went when the guys got there. Just a message. Opening the file, he flicked to a photograph of the message Venom sprayed on the wall of the building. Play nice, or don't play at all. Projected losses. Insurance will pay on all 3. Losses there are mainly men, those were establishments catering to a certain clientele. The girls that were rescued were pickups, so no loss there and no cash or drugs on site. Not at those 2 anyway. The first, $500,000 right now with a further $250,000 expected once the books are checked. The second puts back a $250,000 in insurance and sets your other plan forwards a month. The last one is a bit better. No cash or drugs, just some guns and someone dead we suspected of skimming. The hulk of a man clenched his fists. Not good enough. Your orders then. Eliminate them. Find them and kill them. I don't need answers, just bodies. Aaron, can you do it? I'll need the hardware, but yes, I think so. Good, you have my go-ahead. Oh, and Aaron, buy up all that Oscorp stock that Harry Osborn dumped. Boss. Just a feeling, but having legitimate ties are always a good thing. Aaron nodded. I'll pass the word along, and with a small bow, good night Mr. Fisk. Wilson Fisk had just finished watching the press conference given by Harry Osborn, his well-dressed exterior hiding the smugness that knew his father had finally snapped. Wilson saw through the mask. It was the same one he wore in public as well, and he knew that while Venom and this new enhanced were a thorn, it was ultimately Harry Osborn that was going to be the blade in his side. It was the package Aaron had handed over that sealed the deal. Osborn was working a new angle, and one Fisk and his associates weren't part of. 3 bright blue vials and files, Alexei Saitsevic, Maxwell Dillon, and Flint Marco were all there. Details on their powers or enhancements as the reports had called them. Only Venom and his partner's identity were still secret, and details of their actual abilities were all from eyewitnesses. Wilson knew exactly who these vials were destined for, but first, he rewound the video and hit play once more, watching and learning. Yesterday, we witnessed a tragedy. The loss of life was immeasurable and the actions of one man were unconscionable. Like many of you, I saw my father, Norman Osborn, as a rock, a foundation on which our society not only stood but prospered. Oscorp is the leading technology company in not just the United States but around the world. But yesterday, Harry paused, yesterday we failed. The efforts my father put into saving people ultimately cost us all more. My last act as a board member of Oscorp is to set aside $10 million to help the families of those who lost their loved ones in what was ultimately Norman Osborn's hubris and arrogance. The money will set up bereavement counselors, help with bills, mortgages, and pay for the surgeries of those fortunate enough to have escaped. Harry raised his hand, and now I know, it's all PR, right? To shine a torch away from what was wrong with Norman, and I can say, with full sincerity, that you are wrong. Norman's office security camera footage has been handed to the US military and SHIELD as evidence, as have his medical records. We were allowing a full audit of Oscorp to be held. Those responsible, both my father and his personal assistant Dr. Olivia Octavius, are under investigation. I will also be divesting myself of Oscorp. All my stocks and shares are being sold and all my assets within the company are being liquidated. I am as outraged and as horrified by my father's actions as you are, and I hope that the good people who suffered under this tragedy find some modicum of peace, of hope with these small actions, and I hope that the fine law enforcement officials bring those responsible to justice. Thank you. To a stunned crowd, Harry walked off the stage. Before yesterday even began, he had work crews moving and emptying everything he needed, not just from the archive but from his own personal server. Files were carefully altered before being added in. The footage of his father injecting the neural enhancer, normally deleted, were restored, and everything pointing to Norman and Liv were wrapped in a big bow. Harry was sure an aspiring tech or investigator would see it was too well packaged, but right now, no one would care. There was even talk of suspending normal court procedures and trying his father without capturing him first, as his crimes were so severe, which made Harry smile. His earpiece beeped and he touched it. Sir, the move is complete. Everything has been moved and cleaning has been completed. Good, I'll be back in the office in an hour. Touching the earpiece, the call was cut off. Oscorp was dying, and anyone with an ounce of sense could tell. Various lawsuits had been filed. The patents for the glider and armor had been seized, and even Hammer had begun to make efforts to snatch bites out of the behemoth before it could recover. With Oscorp gone, he could now focus on the important research. His new company, Life Foundation, wasn't going to run itself. It had taken Felicia over 2 weeks to finally collate and prepare a report on the files that Peter had taken from Alexei's office. After Peter's little stunt with a microwave, she decided it was time to tell everyone her findings, and she'd roped in Gwen and Liv to help in the end, as a lot of the science went straight over her head. As each of them tried out the new powers that Felicia and Peter had displayed, it became apparent that once again, their powers were evolving past what they thought the symbiotes could do, even if Peter and Felicia seemed to be unique. While she had done the report, it was left to Gwen to lead the discussion on it. The science was beyond her in a lot of places, so as Gwen stood in front of a whiteboard, Felicia, MJ, Liv, and Peter all sat waiting patiently. Okay, I get I'm giving this presentation, but really fell. Gwen said. Felicia had dressed her in a tight black pencil skirt, sheer black stockings, a white blouse, no bra, and given her black-rimmed glasses with fake lenses. To top it all off, she tied her hair back in a bun. Pete loves it, Felicia said, wiggling her ass on his very obvious erection, and he just grinned. But my first crush was Mrs. Watson, you know, she taught English, and as Gwen looked down at herself, the image of the very busty English teacher came to mind. Shaking her head, I'll get you back for this, and Fel just bit her lip and nodded, knowing exactly how she would. Gwen rolled her eyes. Fine. So, a lot of this is junk, Scribbles Alexei made on things I have no idea what he meant. Some of the Russian is incomprehensible. The files that Felicia stole were much better, but even then I needed Liv to decipher them. But Gwen click on the projector she had Peter set up for her. The normally empty room had been set up with 4 chairs and a small table for drinks, while a large projector screen and whiteboard was set up on one wall so Gwen could write things down if she needed to. On the screen was a sample of their own DNA and what looked like Peter's. With the equipment they had liberated from Liv's old place, Gwen and Liv, more Liv if Gwen was honest, could actually map out and examine Peter's powers in detail. First off, Peter, your powers aren't spider-based, or yours fell. I cross-checked the files on the formula against what was reported in other subjects and there is no connection. I knew that. I didn't have webs until Huntress fell replied and Gwen stared at her. Felicia mimed zipping her mouth closed and throwing away the key. The spiders were a growth medium. The current Oscorp formula needs a biological entity for production and maturation. Spider bite with spider venom doesn't mean spider powers. Comparing the serum you got, to the serum Felicia got, to the ones that there are notes on, they were all different. Wait, Felicia wasn't bitten at Oscorp. Peter titled his head and looked at her, and she shrugged. Nope, my dad stole a bottle of formula and I used it. It was feline, black cat? No, just realized that now and Felicia shook her head as Gwen cleared her throat, and Felicia smiled and shrank back down. What we do know is that you're a hybrid. The formula, whichever one it was, worked on the symbiote and fused you. Your spider powers are a result of the symbiote's probable confusion over remnant DNA in your blood at the time, but even then, you said once you didn't manifest webs until you fell off something so it was probably a regressive memory. We know the symbiotes can pass on information through their genes. So, your actual powers. Gwen shrugged as really they were so broad it was hard to pinpoint. If you have a good idea of the general makeup of a device or machine you can replicate it by using symbiote cells as a building block. Add into that you can instinctively merge and control devices lead me to believe that your powers, and she sighed, we have no idea what your powers are. Really, you're big, strong, fast but you can take over machines, create different forms of webbing. I mean, are they spider-based because of the bite, or because you think they should be? Liv piped up, I examined the slides Gwen took of your cells and compared to the normal symbiote cells they are really something Peter, but to be honest they look more like stem cells than a separate organism. You're a blank slate, your powers could continually evolve as far you can push them, copying machinery, taking over devices as long as they are suitably advanced. It's just the start, but really, no microwave guns okay. Peter huffed, okay. He was trying to push his powers, the harness sat snugly against his back, but he didn't wear it outside of hunting. He had wanted to try and make a weapon or something to give him more of an edge, and if he would make limbs why not a gun of some kind. So, Gwen continued, my powers are a copy of yours, but as we all know poison was damaged when I was hurt, so it's not as great. I can make and combine any kind of liquid chemical, as long as its elements are in my body, independent limbs or tendrils are too much, so thanks Pete, and she stuck her tongue out at him, but, I can make the formula, just only the ones in the notes or whatever you two were exposed to as I sampled it, and Gwen winked at the pair. My symbiote was weakened as Pete saved me, so her skin is thinner and she's hypersensitive so thanks to that sex is fantastic, if short. Sadly that also means that as armor it's useless, pain is amplified when I'm poisoned not dulled as with everyone else. Plus she's a toddler on crack if I eat sugar, so that's out for me at least. Sugar sugar yum yum, poison echoed in her mind. MJ has complete control over her appearance, Muse can transform not just her clothes, hair, eyes but also her physical appearance, as long as it's not a huge difference. I was trying to find the limits of my physical changes. Skin color, hair color, and eye color are all easy. Breast size takes time, increasing and reducing my muscles are painful, and bone structure and length is out, way too much strain. But yeah I did, we tried it. So shush or it won't just be Peter who stuffs you, and Felicia stuck her tongue out at MJ this time, flicking the ball of webbing back at her. She wasn't going to admit though that it was a disaster, it had no sensation and was just a copy, a lump of simskin shaped into something that just looked like one. There was no stimulation, no feeling, and in the end, they wrote it off as a failure. Not that MJ didn't mind, she wasn't entirely sure what to think if she could grow a penis. Annoyingly though Gwen had loved it, and had made puppy eyes at her for future repeats. Ahem, Gwen cleared her throat, and finally Felicia. Like Pete you are unique. Enhanced by formula, she has enhanced senses, increased muscle strength and superhuman stamina, then add in Huntress who gives her armor like Pete's. More stamina, more strength, the ability to sense both the low and high frequencies of light, or infrared and ultraviolet to those who don't know, low and high frequency hearing, and the ability to make a web line like Pete's and stick to objects. Did I miss anything? I can make and form weapons, not just claws but larger swords and knives, plus I can solidify them and throw them, but like Pete, there's a limit to how many times I can do it. You think if I eat protein bars it'll help? Gwen nodded. Our metabolisms are all super high, I mean, 10 larges between us and I can still be hungry an hour later, so sure. I don't know exactly how much it'll help but we need to experiment more. Yeah, I can also produce bioelectric shocks and Felicia looked a bit guilty. I can also refract and reflect light around my simskin, making me change color or invisible. Peter shook his head. That's just bullshit, but Felicia laughed and kissed him on the cheek. Peter had tried to recreate a ranged weapon with more than just webbing but so far had failed, even producing heat wasn't an option. Again Peter dear, you missed the point, these ladies all gained their powers from you, so why can they do that but you can't? If you have a basic stem cell, a building block that they made into their powers, then you should be able to reverse engineer them. I watched as their symbiotes devoured your cells, they gained strength and power from you, so you should gain strength and power from them. Liv explained. Peter was smart, one of the smartest kids she had met but really, sometimes he was so stupid it hurt. But, how? I mean, wait, is that why they like you know? And Peter glanced down at his groin. Oral sex? Really dear we're all adults here and there isn't much we've not seen of each other. Let's be grown UPS shall we? And Liv shook her head in annoyance, but the other three all nodded. So all you need to do is return the favor, which is something you do anyway but you need the symbiote's material, so suit up girls and everyone laughed. Peter just shook his head great, cannibal aliens but he never going to complain about having sex with any of them, symbiotes or not. Now on to weaknesses. We did some experiments and while I'm out of the running for any type of fighting both Venom and Huntress share a common weakness, hyperstimulation. The symbiotes heighten everything, emotions, feelings, pain, hormones and senses. It's not a vulnerability to loud noises or electricity, it's just a sensitivity to them. Even though Pete thought he was vulnerable to electricity, once he adapted to it, mild to powerful shocks can be grounded by the symbiotes. Once they are used to them it's the same as our other senses, unless of course your symbiote is a stubborn bitch and refuses to listen. Gwen was salty, Felicia and MJ could go for hours in bed, but Poison was greedy and flooded Gwen with pleasure signals and endorphins as soon as her first orgasm hit, afterwards leaving her overly sensitive. After one drunken encounter it was so bad she couldn't move, even fingertips brushing over her skin brought another wave of pleasure that screamed into pain. Poison of course didn't listen, she wanted it now and all at once, even bribing her with cookies didn't work sometimes. She had the attention span of a rock, sleeping most of the time until Gwen ate or did something to stir her and then erupting with childish glee and enthusiasm, overtaxing Gwen's systems. Thankfully she thought chemistry was boring and Gwen could work in peace but eating, she'd had to switch to salads and decaf to stop the excitable symbiote from making mealtime a disaster. And, while I was mad you even tried without testing, we know that Pete is bulletproof. MJ glowered at Peter, who looked guilty and hid behind Felicia. And with testing, Gwen also glared at him. We now know we all are, even if Poison is overly sensitive my skin is just as tough, she just whines like a kid about it. So, any questions? Dear, you said you could make the Oscorp formula, then, if I can be blunt, why are you looking for Kurt Connors? Liv asked. She stared at her coffee cup, knowing the answer beforehand, she just didn't want to hear it. Gwen sighed, because while I can make the formulas, I have no idea what effects it will have on you Liv. I never said because I didn't want to make something that could kill you, or make things worse. Plus we also have the option of creating a symbiote to heal you. I mean, if I can get my head smashed then fixing your spine should be easy enough, but Peter shook his head. I don't know if I can unless Huntress but Felicia cut him off. She refuses, Liv isn't worthy. It was Liv's turn to sigh. I know dear, I had to ask is all. But, don't fret, I spent 16 years strapped in one stupid machine, at least with this one, she said as she patted the arm of her wheelchair. I can eat what I like and have a handsome young man to help bath me, and Liv winked at Peter who grinned and laughed. I appreciate the offer but, I can't, I don't want anything to be in control, not even something like you ladies, I can't and they could see the panic on Liv's face and Peter turned around and put his hand on her thigh. It's fine, he whispered and she patted it smiling sadly. So, there isn't much else, we can't really do anything without major medical research, and the files we have seen to be more on Norman's illegal activities, the symbiotes, and formula are hardly in there but one last thing, Gwen said, switching off the projector. Pete, I love you, I really do, but if you take my kettle apart one more time I will strangle you in your sleep. To which everyone nodded. Peter looked sheepish. Steam gun, you know cause I'm not allowed a microwave gun. Wait, is that why my toaster doesn't work? MJ asked, you asshole. MJ began to make more small web balls and ping them at Peter, who laughing lifting Felicia up and throwing her over his shoulder began to deflect them with her ass, even after she started to slap him on the back, laughing as he spun her around. As the trio laughed and fooled around Gwen just shook her head and sighed at Liv, coffee, and wheeling her into Gwen's home, leaving the three laughing and playing, knowing full well what it would devolve into. Huntress and Venom had continued their clean-up of Hell's Kitchen. The incident on the rooftop made them more cautious but the streets didn't get clean with caution. As they moved through each block, taking out any and all of the more unsavory dens they found they hit their rhythm. Neither would exit at the same time, multiple exit strategies were devices and neither hunted alone. As the number of brothels to visit dwindled, Felicia began to notice a pattern, made more apparent by the scenes outside the warehouse. Not everyone was happy, not everyone was glad that the Huntress and Venom paid their workplace a visit. In fact, from the increased number of streetwalkers and the increased number of muggings and assaults Felicia knew they had made things worse. Pete, look, and as the pair sat on the edge of the warehouse roof he saw that multiple women would be huddled together, glaring and threatening any outsiders who came near their patch. Even he had to admit that it was getting worse. Making the normal coffee and pastry run to the convenience store now meant running a gauntlet of hookers and pimps all catcalling, and the police would arrive, break them up, and less than half an hour later they would be back. He shrugged. Though I really don't know what to do. Do we stop? Or let some operate? I mean, we have to do something. It was an uphill battle. The more unsavory places had been horror shows, and not everyone could walk away. Even Venom found himself phone the police on a few occasions as what they found needed professional help. Not from the cops though. Some of the girls were so traumatized they would be lucky to ever work again. I'm going to do something but and as Felicia gave him a look he raised an eyebrow. I'm going to take over, like I said. Maybe a new set of rules, ones to stop the worst would be better. He nodded and half shrugged. I won't stop you, but, if it's your thing, then I won't help either, and she scowled. You won't, and he shook his head. I'll help but not help. Venom is a bad role model. You don't want half of these guys to take shots at me cause they think I'm going to kill them, and Peter was reminded of the news. For the past month, since John's death, all that had been in the headlines, all the JJ had plastered over the Bugle website was a counter. Days until freedom, it proclaimed. Citing that until Venom was caught and brought to justice, JJ wouldn't rest. Each time they went out, it wasn't just the assholes they had to deal with, but making sure that nobody phoned either the Bugle or the police. A new ETF, Enhanced Task Force, had been set up, proudly shaking the hand of Justin Hammer. They had better armor and better guns. Several units of officers, all with snub-nosed thick hammer-tech rifles. This demonstration went smoothly, and as the officers fired, the bullets cut through the steel-reinforced concrete barrier like it was paper. There would be no second chance this time. A round like that would make both Venom and Huntress into corpses. The demonstration unsubtle pointed out that there would be no quarter given for enhanced individuals who broke the law. Make a new outfit then, practice like MJ and change your outfit, and Peter slumped. I've tried, it wants to stay black with the big spider. I can make clothing and the armored form but it's always black, and Felicia leaned over and kissed him giggling. My big bad emo Pete, and he nudged her with his shoulder. It should be yours anyway. You did work for this, I mean, your dad and stuff, and she sat and frowned. My dad wanted me to be a thief, not a crime boss. You know, he said, never tie yourself to a job, it's stability that's how they catch you, and as she shook her head, but I like it here, I love you and Gwen, MJ's nice, but, not being alone is good, and making a difference is good. My dad, I mean, so what if he moved around and stole stuff? It's not fun, working for scumbags who want the biggest shiniest rock just for what? A dick measuring contest, and she shook her head. No, even if you can't help, I want this. I'll start making rounds, getting these women help and making sure they're protected, and she slumped back, holding her cup. You could do the paperwork for me, and he laughed and cuddled into her. I can, but only to start with. Get someone who can do it properly. Math isn't accounting, and economics isn't business. Felicia stood and stretched. Yeah, I know. Now come here a moment, and standing her shrugged, and she pulled him over to the water tower. Kneeling, she winked as she looked up at him. Motivation to get my business started for me, and as she kissed him and took him into her mouth, he moaned and gently ran a hand over her head. After their break and chat, Felicia headed out, dressed casually. She wanted to find out if a new network would get any traction. She had made inquiries before, leaving a card with some of the girls, but this was starting to take a stand and draw attention to herself. A few groups simply glared as she approached, and even as she handed over a card they shook their heads. None threatened her though. She could be thankful she looked young enough they weren't intimidated. She had printed off cards, with a simple phone number on it. Huntress. Black cats. For safety, for security, for anything. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. It was her attempt to get a network done, even if it was something stupid as buying a girl who needed a meal a sandwich. It was something, and it was a start. With the morning over and over 100 cards given out, she jumped as the burner number she gave out rang, and she answered it, unsure of what the person would ask. Hello, Huntress, and a scared voice. Help, he won't stop. Walker on 24th, and the line went dead. Felicia shouted into the warehouse, Pete, I know you can't help but back up, and he nodded. As Huntress shimmered and vanished, Peter made himself a long coat and grabbed a cap. He had on the undersuit he'd originally worn, and he could pull its hood over his head, and sure, he'd look more like Spider-Man than Venom, but he didn't care. No one would call the cops on Spider-Man. I really hope no one will call the cops on Spider-Man, he thought to himself as he ran out the door. Huntress kept high as she approached the address she'd gotten, and as she rounded a rooftop corner she saw a young woman, lying bleeding on the side of an alley doorway, and she slipped over the edge and dropped down. Clicking on her mic. A girl, let me check it out, stay at the alley entrance, and he clicked back an affirmative. As she approached, the girl's wounds were apparent. Someone had taken great delight in breaking her nose, and her face was a mess of bruises. Cursing under her breath, she crouched and moved towards the girl slowly, to make sure this wasn't a trap. Hey, she whispered, and as she got no response she gently touched the girl, whose eye fluttered open, and as she coughed, a thin line of bloody spittle leaked from her lips. I got your message. Who did this? And the girl's eyes went wide and she shook her head. Her lips were swelling, and a small amount of blood trickled from her mouth as she tried her best to speak. Can't. They heard me call and did this, promised to hurt me again, and Huntress lay a hand on her legs. I can make sure they don't. I have a friend, can he make sure you're okay? The girl nodded and winced as she tried to stand, but Huntress put a firm hand on her. Stay here, and the girl nodded. Baker's bar, and her eyes flicked over to a green glass window at the other side of the street. Huntress nodded, and as Venom approached he took out a roll of bandages and some wipes. Clean her up, I won't be long. And as Huntress shimmered once more he nodded, and the girl flinched as he leant down and helped her clean herself. As the door swung open the bar went silent. In full armor Huntress walked to the center in front of the jukebox and ripped the plug from the wall, letting her camouflage drop. So, you guys know anything about the girl? In the dank stereotypical biker bar, the cut of the jukebox brought the attention of the bar patrons. To Huntress it was a Hollywood bar. Rows of bottles lined the wall behind the bar, where a denim-wearing tough guy, with gray hair tied up in a ponytail, served beer to similarly dressed men. Sleeveless tops and gang tattoos seemed to be the trademark look here, and whatever the biker gang was, it was emblazoned across their backs, a flaming skull with a lit cigar. And so what if we do? One of the toughs asked, and Huntress moved. As she grabbed his head, slammed it into the table, she lifted and threw him towards the back of the bar, where he landed with a thud on the pool table. Nobody moved, nobody said a word, and as she straightened up, there won't be blood, there won't be cops, or warnings, there won't be a second chance. There will be pain and death, there will be a hunt, and you will not see another day. You will stay quiet, you will behave, and soon, very soon, a new set of rules will come down to you. You will obey them, or what just happened here will be the best day of your lives. And remembering something her father had given her, she flicked a pin on the bar. The black cats run the streets now, behave or get the claws, and to prove her point her hand stretched and 5 large razors adorned one of her fingers. Drawing it along the bar, she felt slightly guilty about marring such a nice polished surface, but made sure that she got her point across. And as she left the slice deep into the wood she stalked to the door and was about to push it open when she heard the click. Fire and you die. No second chances. And as she stood she could hear the rapid breathing of the man holding the gun, his sweat filling the bar with a sour pungent smell. We will not interfere as long as you play nice. And with no reply, she pushed open the door and went out into the daylight. Her skin shimmered once more, and crossing and heading back down the alley she found Venom, opening a backpack, and the girl, bruised and crying as she drank a bottle of water and ate a small sandwich. Taken care of. Either girl, and she nodded, drugs or whoring, and she shook her head and then nodded. I warned them off. Call that number, once a day for a week, at noon. If I don't hear from you, they die. If you want out, give me some time and I'll see what I can do. And as Venom stood he handed the girl a 20, and Huntress leapt up and onto the roof. He nodded at the girl and followed. As she stood on the rooftop, they kept an eye on the bar, making sure no one followed them, and soon enough the girl walked back over. As she entered the bar there was no sign of a disturbance. Just leaving her? Venom asked, and she turned and looked at him. Or do what? You gave her 20, can't always do that. A sandwich and a bottle of water sure, but no money. We're running a business now. I need a pin, something to make the girls, and I know what it is. I'll make sure shit like this never happens again, and that scumbags like those guys never touch another girl again. But no more charity. We help, not coddle. And as she turned to walk away he pulled her into a hug. Big softy, he gently whispered, and as she resisted the urge to knee him in the nuts for saying it, she still wrapped her arms around him. The black cats would make things better, she would make things better. Peter had created a stamp out of scrap metal, and it was a simple task to spray them black once they had been cut out. A small token, a stylized cat with white eyes, similar to her old mask, had been made, the mark of her black cats. To be honest, Peter thought it was a great idea, and if he picked up one of those kids' badge-making machines he could probably turn them into more than just a token. But Felicia had shaken her head. A token was fine for now. As word of the measures Huntress was taking got around, and her displeasure at the phone calls expecting free money reached its way over to Peter, Felicia realized the enormity of her task. Some of the more outlandish requests, especially the one to kill pimps or ex-boyfriends, were shot down. Pimps could be warned but not killed, and boyfriends were domestic. She wasn't some kind of angel, swooping down to give stern lectures to assholes who didn't buy their loved ones flowers. There had only been one case of violence, but Felicia knew in her bones that more was coming. Those in power only agreed as long as it was in their best interest, and while she had heard back from a few girls letting her know they were okay, there were also 2 that had missed their check-ins. As promised, Huntress, and the unnamed enforcer that followed her with a backpack of bottled water and simple meat paste sandwiches, headed out and into the city. Hell's Kitchen once more calling them into action. The girl in question, small and dirty with needle marks across both arms, had hoped to get money, but Huntress shook her head. The network couldn't support even 20 girls. She needed a base, and as sad as it was, she didn't have the money to even rent one. She had even scouted out Liv's old hangouts, only to find them both occupied with squatters that looked like they needed more than she did, and she had quietly left them. This girl though was a hooker for one of the more notorious gangs, and once Huntress pressed that button she was going to definitely make herself known. What she found though was much, much worse. The girl had OD'd, and they found her with a needle in her arm, blue and limp over the toilet in her musty apartment. Felicia had stared, barefaced and sighing, picked up the phone, called 911 and then recovered herself and left, silent and angry. Rule 1 was now in place: no exploiting anyone, not for money, not for drugs. If they would hook a girl on anything to make her compliant, then Huntress would feed them their tainted shit back to them, once needle at a time. The second girl was a different story. It was obvious she had been attacked, but as she recounted the story, a man in red had swooped down, beaten her attacker, given her the number of a women's shelter and then left. Back at the warehouse, Felicia called up old newspapers online, looking for a mention of a man in red. A few, from years ago, mugging stopped, but that's it. So he's either a new player or an old one. The case was strange though. It was a robbery. A gym out in Hell's Kitchen had been broken into. Nothing much but the lockbox was taken, and the next day the guy had been found, after he tried to pawn some stolen trophies, bound and hanging outside a police station, muttering about a devil. Whoever had taken the guy down stayed low, and that was it. It was only now whoever it was had come back, if it was even the same guy. What do you think? And Peter shrugged as he read. Could be, same devil name, maybe a friend, or maybe we shook the tree and a monkey fell out. Since I got my powers it does seem like a lot more have started appearing. Maybe Oscorp let out a few more, sighing and sitting back down. Maybe Norman is testing something else. Liv had told them about Harry and his lab, but so far he'd been quiet after the Goblin incident. If he was planning something it was being kept hush-hush, and Peter didn't think that another costumed vigilante was Harry's style. After spending so much time with him, making sure his grades were high enough, he didn't think any kind of planning was Harry's style. We still need to be careful. If one of the gangs or crime bosses has gotten more enhanced, we don't want a repeat of the Freaky Four, do we? Felicia said bluntly. Liv had been a victim as much as the rest, but it was still a fresh memory that a group skilled enough could take out Venom, even if he had backup, and John's rifle shot had knocked Huntress on her ass long enough that someone else better than Spider-Man could have finished her off. The risks were becoming more apparent, and so was the danger. Peter leaned back, sliding his coffee with him. So, maybe try and find the guy. Why wait until he's breathing down our necks? If he's after your girls, maybe we find out where he actually stands before condemning him. I mean, he gave her a shelter number. We never thought of that, and Felicia had to admit he was right. She was so used to just phoning the cops or leaving the situation alone, she had never thought to use the resources available. Pro bono lawyers, free clinics, and the many homeless shelters that would take in not just the homeless but vulnerable women. Am I over my head? She asked, and as he frowned. Nope, just new, can't run an empire without breaking a few eggs. That doesn't make sense, Pete, but she still smiled as he grinned at her. It's new, it's a learning experience, just think of it as a giant math club, and Felicia groaned and buried her face in her hands. You know I only joined to speak to you, right? And he nodded. Well, Gwen, but not gonna complain. Well, yeah, considering you boned both of us last night you can't, and he laughed. Boned? What are you, 12? We made sweet sweet love under the stars, and it was her turn to laugh. Cut the shit, Parker, and as she scrunched up some paper she tossed the ball at him. It doesn't matter, but yeah, math club, president, treasurer, secretary, don't do it alone, get help, delegate, I remember that, and she paused. I think I still have it, and as she headed into her home she shouted, hell yeah, and came out holding a folder above her head like a trophy. My organizational booklet on how to run a Midtown Junior High School club, she said proudly, and Peter just moved over and gave her a kiss. He still had his, and the teacher's notes he was given from her handbook, which gave a list of phone numbers to call for free supplies and other helpful advice, but this was her moment and he wasn't about to ruin it. Right, President, me, Secretary, maybe I could ask Liv, I mean, it would free me up to go out more. And Peter shrugged. Right, not helping, Treasurer, you, or Liv, and Felicia cradled her head in her hands screaming in frustration, not enough people, even if you, Liv and Gwen helped, we need more people, and Peter rubbed her back. Start small, ask Liv if she'll help, I can do what I can, leave Gwen though, she's got college and the cream, it's enough, and as she threw the pen across the table. Fine, so, Treasurer or Secretary? And he shrugged, not fucking helping. Treasurer. Most of the money in the warehouse goes into my accounts anyway, moving a bit more isn't a huge deal. Felicia muttered under her breath, was that so fucking hard? And he laughed. More dirty talk and you'll make it hard, and she snorted. Trying to be serious, and she reached an arm around him, and pulled him closer, pinching his rear. Okay, so you for money stuff. Sucking up to Liv for secretary, I agree with Gwen, and well, MJ is MJ and she's busy as well. So, 3, it's a start. First thing, phone numbers, cops are shit, so shelters, food banks, free clinic, and free lawyers. Peter coughed, and as she frowned he motioned to the pen, and rolling her eyes she started writing. What else? And even Peter was stumped. What if we steal a building? I mean, some of those places were nice enough, and it's not like anyone is going to call the cops if we break into a crack den and clear it out. Felicia leaned back, thinking, but shook her head. Cops, too risky. I don't mind taking over somewhere with cash, but it just needs a hidden stash and the cops to show up and everything's gone. We don't pay the bribes like they do, and Peter nodded, frowning. Right, so then we do what we can. And I'll speak to Liv, I'm sure I can persuade her better than you can, and Felicia laughed. Yay, silver tongue, and as he bent down she kissed him. Didn't complain last night, but she pulled him closer and stuck her tongue in his mouth, stopping him from speaking. Sometimes, Pete, less talking is good, as she broke off their kiss. Smiling he picked her up and kissed her once more, letting his tongue explore her mouth, and as she wrapped her legs around him he carried her into his home. Liv was not resistant to the idea of helping, but she did prefer it if she took over the finances and left the paperwork to Peter. It's not that paperwork is boring, dear, just, and as Liv looked over the pile, some of what is in these files are projects I was involved in, and I'd rather not be reminded of the things I was made to do. Liv had spent the last few weeks dealing with a lot of guilt, and even after Peter and she had consummated their relationship she still had trouble sleeping, suffering nightmares, even as Peter held her, and days spent just staring as she tried to process what she had done. They were doing their best, but it would take time. Peter nodded. It's not like I don't understand most of it, and I can look up what I need if it's something like the formula. Thankfully Alexi's files and Felicia's weren't the most detailed, and while they got a brief hint of what Norman had been up to, it was more the drug dens and brothels they had been hitting. So, the Black Cats are now officially 3 and making no fanfare. She pressed 2 badges into their hands. I got one of those things, and Peter smiled and kissed her and pinned the badge to his chest. Liv coughed, and as he grinned at her he leaned over and pinned the badge on her too. That's not what I wanted, dear, and as he kissed her, and neither was that. A confused Felicia leaned over and kissed her and Liv beamed. Much better. Felicia gave Liv a confused look but shrugged. It wasn't like MJ didn't have days when he slept with Gwen, and if that was the same for Liv, well, the bespectacled woman had a nerdy librarian charm and in a white blouse and pair of back-rim glasses, hair in a bun, and Peter snapped his fingers in front of her face. Earth to fell, yeah, drool much, and Liv just swatted him softly. If a charming young woman wants to fantasize about me then you damn well let her, and Felicia realized she had been staring and had been caught. The now embarrassed Felicia went red and stammered, didn't end up, and Peter laughed. Cat got your tongue. He teased her, and as she caught what he said she stuck it out at him. Never hear you complaining, and as the pair began to wrestle Liv just stared. Well, she thought, never thought a confession would lead to a fight, but at least it's a start. What I'm trying to tell you, Peter, is that without help I can't do anything. Felicia was exasperated with Peter. They'd written a list, and she had agreed to it until she found out exactly what it entailed. Cleaning up Hell's Kitchen was number 1. She'd already formed the Black Cats and began recruiting some of the more abused members of the Streetwalkers. Not everyone liked having a pimp that expected sexual favors. Not everyone liked having a pimp who'd beat them if a target wasn't met, and soon enough she had classes running, teaching self-defense and more. They were also making deals with the cleaner places, giving the Streetwalkers a quiet palace to work if they wanted and making sure the more abusive pimps were warned at first, and then not given a second chance if they didn't listen. The results were astounding. The streets were quieter again and Felicia felt she was making a difference. It was great. She'd begun to clean out most of Hell's Kitchen's more obvious operations already, and anyone who was in the know knew to stay quiet or risk the Huntress coming after them. The files Peter had taken from Alexei were already paying off. Huntress was on a campaign of fear and it was making an impact. It was item number 2 that irked her. While Peter tended to Liv, she had to also find Kurt Connors. While she was building the contacts, she didn't have the time. Trudging from safe house to safe house took her away from her job, running the streets, and right now, the delicate balance of loyalty and understanding towards a new boss was thinning. If she didn't keep a presence in the streets they would gut her, and Peter didn't seem to understand that. No, I get it. You need help, he said, shaking his head. So what do you need? Felicia thanked her maker and slipped a map down on the table. Sewers. All the hideouts we've checked capable of hiding him are clean. The only place we can't go is the sewers. Of course, it was the sewers. Living underground would be the perfect place to hide in New York, as there were hundreds of miles of tunnels, even more once you started to get into the abandoned network of old train stations and subways. Peter shook his head at the enormity of the task. Sorry, I didn't realize. Yeah, of course, I can help, but we need something better than one of us going down into the tunnels. Even with better senses we'll never find anyone down there. Peter stared at the map again. Maybe Liv could help, but he doubted Connors was stupid enough to go to any old hangouts. He sighed in frustration as he realized he might need to break his promise to Liv. As he stared at the map, copied from the local library, he saw nothing more than a jumbled mess of old tunnels. There were too many ways to hide underground that with an army he doubted they would find anything. But he had to come above ground at some point. The sewer might have a good supply of rodents, but clean water? Kurt had to make an appearance for food, to work to earn money, and even if he had access to hidden bank accounts he still needed to come up to get to an ATM. They needed to catch Kurt as he made his trips above ground. Felicia, don't get weird, but could you come here a minute? He asked, looking slightly worried. Shrugging, sure, and as she came closer to him he took her and pulled her into his lap. She giggled. I know it's frustrating, but maybe later, huh? And he just smiled and grinned. Not what I'm after. Taking her arm he took a deep breath at her wrist, lifted her arm and took another, kissed her neck before taking another deep breath at the nape of her neck. Liv, come here a minute, and a frowning Liv wheeled herself from her home. She'd been getting ready for sleep after a particularly tiring session with Peter discussing the new CLS system. Oh dear, sorry, I'm really too tired for that, but he shook his head and motioned her over. Arm. As she frowned and held out her arm he sniffed it. Different, much different. I can smell the formula in your blood. It's faint but mixed in with your symbiote. Wait, you can smell my blood? What the hell, Parker? Felicia exclaimed. Oh shush. It's not like you never thought about it before. I mean, hell, you can smell my arousal, so why can't I smell yours? And Liv just smirked. I bet a lot more too. I did tell you symbiotes are hyperstimulated. You know I trapped Peter with a test tube of my own scent, the horny little devil he is, and Felicia looked at Peter, who shrugged and she laughed. Really? You got tricked by a bad guy cause you were horny, and Felicia creased up laughing, explaining her thought to Liv. You mean like one of those old cartoon wolves, love hearts for eyes, and a massive erection cutting a groove in the pavement, and of course Liv found this hilarious as well, and the pair laughed as Peter grinned and shook his head. Fine, I don't hear you all complaining though, but my point still stands. Formula, it gives a person a specific scent that can be tracked. A spectrum analyzer with an electronic nose might be able to pick up the scent. Maybe buy a carbon monoxide detector and rewire it to detect formula. Gwen might be able to synthesize a small amount for us to use as a pure test sample. Oh Peter dear, make sure you get one with an electrochemical sensor. The ones that just go off once they absorb the gas would be useless. Peter shrugged and knowing Gwen was at college right, now sent her a text, asking if on her way back she could pick one up for them. They had to wait for her to synthesize the formula anyway, so asking her to pick up the sensor wasn't an issue. Now, if you've finished sniffing me, can I get some sleep? Peter laughed and kissed the hand he still had a hold of and kissed Felicia as well. He wheeled Liv back to her home and helped her get into bed. Her home had become more personal. At first, when she thought the group would eventually turn on her, she had very little, too afraid to settle and make plans, but now, with free time she was painting, doodling new designs over the ones Peter gave her and had several pictures on the wall, all her own work. Liv slid a hand over Peter's cheek and he leaned forwards and kissed her. Be careful dear, the lizard formula was one of the most unstable things Osborn had created. Kurt might be a rational man but as a beast, he'll be a monster. Peter kissed her again. Aren't we all? And Liv chuckled and shook her head. Now, shoo, I'll be a mess if I don't get some sleep. Peter pulled the blanket up, letting Liv grab it and making herself comfortable. She took off her glasses and snuggled into the bed. Switching off the light, Peter quietly closed the door of her home and headed back to the table with Felicia. She was sending and receiving text messages over several burner phones. The Black Cat network let anyone talk to anyone else, getting help where needed. The girls found that being able to talk to each other about bad marks or suspicious customers was making their lives easier. One current topic of conversation was that the streets had been quieting down recently. A rival, and prominent, faction had gone to ground. Girls found themselves without handlers and several brothels just shut their doors. Felicia had tried to find out if there was a reason for this other than Venom, but so far there was nothing. Everyone was unwilling, or too scared to talk, and Felicia was worried. She knew from her father that this only happened right before a gang war, and with her Black Cats being the latest faction to emerge, she could put money it was a sure thing they were coming for her. Pete, I really don't like this. If you want my gut feeling, something coming. Flash did say they are sending a heavy hitter after you. This might be it. But why the underworld though? I figured Flash meant one of those other guys, not a hitman. Wait, ask if anyone has been asking after you or Venom. Felicia tapped on her phone a few times and nodded. Yup, a brothel out in the kitchen reported that one of the higher-up enforcers, Aaron, was snooping around. Seems he's been shutting down places all day. Felicia wrote down the address she had asked for, and as she compared it to the list that she and Peter had made, most of the places closing were on their list to hit and shut down. Someone was preparing, and it was most likely for them. As Peter stared at the two lists he sighed. Any idea who he works for? Nope, some of the bosses like it that way though. We're not the only ones who wear masks, even if they aren't literal ones. Felicia knew a lot of the bosses only worked through intermediaries, and the biggest faction in Hell's Kitchen was run by someone she could only find out was called Kingpin. There was nothing else. Whoever he or she was, kept their identity so secret that only the most loyal, and tight-lipped, knew their real identity. Do we go after him? Or stay away and let him clear out the last few places we'd shut down anyway? It comes down to one of two things. Do we head into a trap or do we wait until he's prepared and finds us here? I say we go after him. I'd rather keep the warehouse out of it. Liv can't defend herself if anyone attacks here, and it draws a link between us and the symbiotes. Peter shook his head. Either way we've got no choice. If he's being this blatant then he knows, and if he knows it's a trap. If it's a trap we either wait and he gets more time, or we attack and walk into it. It's not really a choice, and Felicia nodded and tapped on her phone. I'll find out what places he's been, and see if we can find out where he's going next, and Peter nodded and opened a cupboard to see what food they had. So, I guess, burgers or chocolate. I think we've still got some of those protein bars left. Both. Felicia bit her lip though and stared at Peter's groin, and he laughed. No, that kind of protein might be good for you but not for me. She fake pouted. Maybe after. He nodded and kissed her forehead, as if you even need to ask. Peter and Felicia both ate a pack of burgers each, and finished the last box of protein bars between them, before slipping out of the warehouse. Felicia could blend in, but Peter still hadn't figured out how she did it. He knew the science behind it, just not how to actually make him Simskin do it. Cheater, he muttered, and Felicia giggled above him as he walked down the street out of the warehouse district and headed towards Hell's Kitchen. Aaron had been making his rounds, trying to get the word on the street that someone was onto them. He'd planned and had every minor detail he could think of worked out. All he needed now was the problematic pair to show up and he could lead them in his favorite dance. He checked his wrist launchers one more time, clicking the rounds in and out of the chamber to make sure nothing went wrong. The trap had been set. He made himself known to hopefully drag the huntress and Venom out of whatever hole they hid in and then into the jaws of death. Everything had been prepared, and as Aaron looked over his equipment one last time he also added in one last thing. A smooth and small injector gun hung by his belt, the last resort. He knew what the pale blue liquid inside could do to him, and he knew that unless he had no choice he would never use it. Huntress and Venom spied the last building Aaron had gone into. Huntress could see that it was empty, and that the man sat alone in one of the back rooms. They both knew that it was a trap, but unless they took the risk, they would never know who was hunting them. The why was easy enough. Muscle in someone's turf and you got the why. Money and power, and Huntress was busy snatching both away from whoever ran Hell's Kitchen. It was that elusive figure that no matter who they beat, who they pressed never gave up. That person, even if it was a man or a woman, was the one they needed to get rid of to set the Black Cats on track. Right now it was too easy for them to simply swoop in, grab the girls, and Huntress would be back at square one. They needed to find out who was at the top and remove them, or there would be a gang war, and with just Venom and Huntress, they would lose. Venom laid a hand on Huntress's shoulder and she nodded. He clicked on the comms they had bought, proper mics allowing them to go hands-free, and hers clicked in return. Both were set and both were ready. Venom held the bandolier of vials Gwen had made for them, various corrosives, but also fire retardants, and expanding foam liquids, as well as a cream, made from Peter's own simsels that acted as a sealant and healing accelerant. They had no idea what kind of planning had gone into this trap and no idea what to expect. They had prepared the best they could and now it was just down to luck or brute power. As the only heat signature was on the ground floor, they decided to go in the front door, cliched but still the best plan. Working their way down could leave them in a death trap, and second-guessing themselves was not an option. Throwing and webbing the glass vials at the door hinges, Venom and Huntress waited 15 seconds before swinging into and kicking the door down. Nothing, no cannons fired, or missiles launched. The house itself was quiet, and there was no sound coming from any of the rooms. As Venom crept slowly forwards with Huntress lurking behind him, they edged towards the room holding the single person, Huntress confirming that they were still alone. "I don't like this," Huntress said quietly into her mic, and Venom clicked his own in agreement. "The target hasn't moved since we entered. This is definitely a trap. Be careful." And once more he clicked his mic to agree. Slowly they edged forward until they were at the door. Venom held up 3 fingers and counted down, 3, 2, 1, and he barged into the room, pushing open the flimsy wooden door. Sat in the center of the room was a workshop dummy, wrapped in a heating blanket and wires. Venom turned and grabbed Huntress as the room filled with bright lights and hot gas. Whatever explosives they had set off burned Venom's back and he roared in pain as his simskin cooked under the heat. "Shit, V, are you okay?" And he nodded, but he could feel the skin on his back bubble and flake off. There was still a residual burning and he figured that it must have been some kind of napalm or thermite, hot enough to cook anyone alive. They just hadn't counted on the thick simskin and armored harness he wore on his back. "Spray me with number 5, he calmed in as he turned. Felicia saw the extent of the damage. Dark patches of simskin flaked away to show cooked and blistered skin underneath. Gwen had made an emergency cooling gel, explosives, or fire being top of their list for things someone would use to try and kill them. Huntress took the vial and liberally smeared it over his back, and Venom appreciated the cooling liquid as his skin peeled and healed under his recovering simskin. The room was empty now, everything had been burned away and a few scraps of plastic pooled and smelt bad in the center of the room, but nothing else. Whatever their plan was, they had either hoped that the bomb would incinerate the pair or, and Venom realized, they were waiting outside for them. "Can you see through the walls and find out if we have company?" Venom asked. Staring out carefully through one of the boarded-up windows. "We do, they're hiding but we do." Someone knew about the pair's abilities to see ultraviolet but had gone too far. Where normal bright spots would sit on the tops of the building now sat cooler areas. Someone had active camouflage against thermal vision, and she guessed if she switched to low light that several infrared lasers were being shown on the building, either to blind or track them. The bomb wasn't the trap, the building was. She calmed and he nodded. "Up or back out the front door?" And Huntress thought about it for a moment. "I bet the upper floors are trapped. To flush us out the main exit, there are probably snipers on the roofs, and I bet they're carrying larger caliber than steel was. How about a new exit, then? Think they know about your invisibility?" Venom asked, and Huntress had to shrug. "Don't use it for fighting, so probably not. If they've got UV or thermal I'll be spotted though." "Not so good is it?" And she stuck a long tongue out at him. "We can make us vanish, if the Venom wants us to." And Venom looked at Huntress in surprise. You can speak, out loud I mean, not just to Huntress." "We are not speaking out loud, we took enough of the Venom that we talk to you now." "Wait, what? I can speak to the others as well?" Venom. "Can this wait until you know? We're not in a murder house with bad guys trying to kill us." Felicia spoke, ignoring Huntress. Sorry, that was just, different," Venom replied. "But yeah, sorry, eyes on the prize," and he shrugged his shoulders and stretched. "I'm going through that wall, then you stealth and follow after whatever they do is done I guess," and Huntress nodded and she vanished from view. "So cool," Venom uttered to himself. As he sized up the wall he counted down. He couldn't see if Huntress was ready, and they agreed to stay off comms for now in case they were being tracked. Neither of them had much military training, books, and the internet was the scope of their knowledge, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Venom took a deep breath and charged the wall, chuckling softly as the last time this happened he brought a diner down on himself and his friends. As the wall crumbled and buckled with the full force of his charge, he felt the ting of rounds hit his chest and head. And he hoped Huntress had the sense to stay hidden. He spotted several cloaked individuals. The thermal blankets were shrouded in a darker material than the roofs and he counted 6 in total. If one was the leader he had no idea which one was him, they all looked the same. As he peered around the street he started to hear screams, and looking up, saw Huntress grab and throw a sniper from the roof. He thudded into the ground and soon the street erupted in gunfire. Several large caliber rounds impacted against his armor and unlike last time they squashed and deformed without doing any damage. His armor had adapted after the last fight with Spider-Man and the wall crawlers, and simple rounds were mostly ineffective against it. Huntress was darting and skating across the rooftops, happily grabbing and tossing snipers from the high buildings, but as he watched a man, armored and with some circular drums on each wrist, level and launch some kind of rocket at her. No, he yelled and launched himself up the building, leaping from one side to another to get to the man. Huntress was darted into stealth and he had no idea if she was fine or not. He clicked his comm, uncaring if it gave away his position. Please, tell me you're okay, he asked, the worry evident in his voice. Nope, you need to give me a back rub later, and a deep massage too. She laughed as he spoke back, very very deep, and he laughed. If she could make jokes she was fine. As he got to the top of the roof the man, wearing what appeared to be the Mark II goblin armor he had seen in the archive footage, leveled a wrist launcher at him and fired. He saw the air ripple as the micro-rocket streaked towards him and in a fit of curiosity caught it and noted the hammer design on its side. The rocket exploded in his fingers, throwing him back over the edge of the building but other than a little dizzy and deaf he was fine. The rocket was painful and he didn't want to repeat holding one in his hand while it exploded but once he felt the burning heat of the thermite his armor adapted. A burn-proof layer now coated it and he watched as his smoking fingers shed and reformed their armor. Not good enough, now tell us who you work for and we won't make you eat one. Venom pounced and the man rolled backwards and fired once more. Several shots thudded into his chest and holding up the other arm he repeatedly fired. Prowler, call me Prowler and no talking, only fighting. The man backed away and adopted a fighting stance, flitting from foot to foot with his hand raised. Fine, we fight then, and as Venom lunged forwards the man sidestepped and brought an elbow down on Venom's back. Venom barely registered the hit and rolled forwards, used the edge of the building as a step and leapt backwards and flipped over the man, spraying him with webbing as he passed. The man was trained, and fast. The goblin armor was lightweight, barely past a prototype but it didn't slow the man down at all. Prowler looked at the black sticky tar-like material gumming up his armor and tried to shake it off. Failing he cycled his weapons and hearing them whine and click he knew they were useless. Neat trick, and he pulled 2 batons from his belt, and with a swish, they extended out. Saw the fight with Electra, let's see if you like this, and he swung for Venom. It was like watching a child fight with an adult. Venom sidestepped and ducked under each and every blow. Prowler would feign a move and Venom saw through it. Prowler would lunge and Venom would simply not be there when he stopped. Every time Prowler swung Venom was either out of reach or ducked and weaved away. Prowler knew he was outmatched as the brute moved, but he still had tricks. He did note the second enhanced had yet to join the fight. Either the pair were overconfident he was going to lose or waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Pulling out several pellets Prowler threw them in a spread in front of Venom and as the armor's filters kept his vision clear, the world lit up in bright starlight. Venom was stood stock still and Prowler took the chance and drove the cattle prod into his ribs, hearing it tick as the current ran through it and Venom. Seriously, flashbangs, you just threw flashbangs at me and then jabbed me with this. Venom reached over and even as Prowler tried to move away Venom was quicker and took one of the cattle prods from him. Shaking his head, I learned how to deal with electricity after Electro zapped me, and flashbangs after a certain someone threw one in my face. You did good, but not good enough, and as Venom pointed Prowler resisted the urge to look, knowing it was a trap. Venom grabbed the front plate of the armored suit and hoisted Prowler up and over the edge, dangling him several stories up and Prowler raised his hands in defeat. Venom grinned as he touched the cool plate of the chest armor. The Mark II wasn't designed for combat, its plates were just a prototype, built to hold the newly tested joint and power systems but whoever had stolen it had done a good job. Not good enough though. With a modified neural interface Venom let his simskin envelop the man. Liv had theorized that he could only interface with the harness and nothing else as it had a neural link, as did the Mark II. Crude but effective he connected to the systems one by one and shook his head. It was barely functional, even with the added tech and without the pilot's help, he couldn't open it. Got your phone? He heard Venom ask, and taking it in one hand, dialed and waited. Yeah, hi, it's me. Does the Mark II have a safety release catch? I don't want to break it and Prowler was sat in there wondering what the hell Venom was doing, calling technical support for the stolen armor. If he could move he would have dinged Venom upside the head for being so fucking cheeky. Thanks, be home soon. Here, catch, Venom said once more as he threw the phone back to Huntress. Hey, dipshit, release the armor from inside or I let go and pull it off piece by piece, your choice. How about I activate the self-destruct and you go to hell, he replied. It had taken months of planning to steal this armor, he wasn't about to let someone else steal it. Well, and he felt himself being lowered. How about I let you go and we keep the armor anyway, I'm sure I can fix it once I scoop you out of it. Venom hadn't bought his bluff and he swore. Fisk would be mad that he lost the armor but more so if he lost the armor and his life. Fine but you gotta let me go, promise. You're a bad guy, is that even worth a promise? Honor amongst thieves. I'll leave and you get the armor, not saying I won't be back, but for now, you win? Venom looked at Huntress and she just shrugged. Venom never had anyone surrender before, so what the hell? He put the armor down. You've got 5 seconds or I punt you to Brooklyn. Prowler activated the emergency release and gas hissed from the back as it forced the plates apart. Inside, the man was handsome but pissed, and Venom could understand why. Venom didn't pay the man any mind, he just shoot him, and as Prowler walked away he felt for the last resort at his waist. Venom was stronger and faster, but not for long. Venom and the woman were busy lifting the armor suit. It was light enough Venom could carry it over one shoulder, and while they were distracted Aaron made a choice. Pressing the injector gun against his neck he felt the fire rage through his veins. His skin twisted and stretched, and Huntress shouted, "Oh fuck," as the pair watched Prowler change. His limbs thickened and lengthened, sprouting black fur over his body. His face cracked and reformed as a snout, and beady red eyes glowed eerily in the dark and he stared at them. His fingers cracked and lengthened as they grew into talons and his legs became double-jointed, and as the transformation was complete, the new Prowler howled at the night sky. Venom stared at the giant wolf man Prowler had become. Shit, could that happen to us? I mean, I don't really want to be a giant spider. Huntress? I mean, look at his guy. Venom was distracted and Prowler took the opportunity and swung for him. Venom dodged backwards. Wow, what about leaving? See, stupid bad guys, and Venom swung back, and this time he was surprised as Prowler ducked underneath and returned the favor by punching his forearm. The blow wasn't strong enough to snap the bone, but it was hard enough that it hurt, and as Venom shook his arm free, Prowler growled and laughed at him. Now who's got powers, bitch? And he flexed his fingers. Good, good, come on, let's dance, and he beckoned at Venom. Venom shrugged, your funeral, and he shrugged his shoulders and lifted his hands and got into his stance. Wait. Huntress yelled, and the pair stopped. We want your boss. If we win, you take him to us, or you die. No running, no hiding, that's the deal, or I force feed you to the pavement right now. Fine, you win, I'll take you to him. I win, and you leave Hell's Kitchen alone. No shakedowns, no more busts. You leave, nobody sees you two again. Deal. Venom looked over at Huntress who nodded. Deal, but you won't be fighting him. I remember you. Aaron and Felicia slipped out of Huntress and stood before him. Remember me. Shit, it's a Tom's little girl, F something. You got one of those hard to remember names. Felicia, yeah, now I remember. Tom had you train with us for a while. So still in the life, huh? Aaron stared at her, but it doesn't matter, we fighting, or what? And Felicia nodded and Huntress spilled back out. We are. Venom, this guy is mine, I owe him from before, and Venom moved away. As the lady says, if you beat her then we'll leave, and Prowler shook his head. A girl? You want me to fight a girl? He remembered the small skinny kid shadowing them, who would turn away at the blood and violence, but now she wanted to fight him. Furious at his words, Huntress leapt, and he ducked and slammed a fist into her waist. She tumbled over, rolled and then leapt again, but as he dodged she brought her knee round and smashed it into his face. Just a girl who's going to kick your ass, and he snarled as he wiped the blood from his muzzle. Prowler ducked under her fist as Huntress swung a left at him, but followed it up with a right, slamming it on his jaw. Reeling back he swung out a claw and caught her on the side, spinning her round, but she backhanded him on the other side of his face. He growled and kept himself low as she walked around him, Venom watching the whole time. He kept low, and as she jumped up he spun and lifted a leg, catching her in the side and sending her spinning. Capitalizing on it he leapt on her and began to pummel her face. Venom shook his head. He tried that and right enough she bucked, lifting him up and brought both her knees together into his groin. Prowler howled as the incredible pain racked his body and Venom winced as she'd done the same to him. With him, however, she'd apologized profusely and spent a good hour kissing the sore parts, but he knew Prowler wouldn't get such kind treatment. He was right as she backflipped to her feet and laid a kick to Prowler's stomach, sending him tumbling across the rooftop. He reached behind one of the air vents and grabbed at a rifle and fired. Venom watched as the RPG streaked towards Huntress, but he sent out a web line and grabbed it midair. Whipping the line it was sent shooting up to the sky, where it exploded. Fucking seriously? A missile? Do that again and I'll kill you myself. People live in this building, shit for brains. Venom yelled at Prowler who tossed the launcher to one side and snarled at him. He had more tricks hidden on the roofs, but it seemed that Venom wasn't about to let him use them, in case of civilian casualties. Fucking heroes, he snarled in his mind, always the fucking same, now wishing he'd wired more than one building to use as leverage. He leapt at her again, swiping at her as she ducked under his fists, landed on his hands, and sent a newly clawed foot arcing towards her. Even as he absorbed the blow with crossed arms her simskin was sliced evenly in 4 lines, some blood dripping from between them. He watched it heal. Cheating bitch, he thought, and crouching, pounced again. As he swept out his claws, Felicia ducked backwards and as he sailed over her 2 tendrils from her waist struck out, knocking him upwards, and as he straightened she grabbed his feet and swung him into the rooftop. Venom sighed, great, another power I don't have, as he watched Huntress create tendrils of simskin to deflect and attack Prowler with. Remembering the discussion with Liv, it wasn't that he didn't have the power, he just didn't know how to use it, whereas Felicia apparently did. Maybe having good communication with your symbiote helped? Give it up, Prowler, you can't win, Huntress said, and he snarled at her, wiping drool and blood from his snout. While he knew she was faster, he was slowly gaining strength and a feel for his new form. He cracked his neck, not a chance, little girl. I'm stronger than you ain't shit against me. Venom shook his head. While Prowler's files had been good, armor-piercing rounds, fire, and snipers, they did not contain the full story. They were not just enhanced, they also had the symbiotes. Felicia let her claws grow long, but I'm better than you. So let's end this furfus, and she leapt at him once more. He ducked, but as she sailed over him, she webbed herself to him and yanked him over her, slamming him into the ground. As he tried to stand, she webbed his legs, and then kicked them out from under him. Wrapping the webbing around her fist, she webbed the other end to one of his arms and swung him back, landed a solid fist to his face, swung him again and batted him back and forth like a toy until blood and snot spewed from his toughened face. Attaching another web to his body, she whipped him up, and when he slammed into the roof she followed by leaping and driving both feet into his back at the waist. He groaned and tried to stand, his claws slicing into the webs holding him. He panted. I can still fight, but he was spent. Falling to one knee, he shrank back down into his human form and shook his head. No, I can't, and he spat blood onto the rooftop. She had been a lot tougher than the files made out. The only thing he never got a chance to use was the sonic weaponry, but if blowing up a building didn't stop them, what chance did a loud noise? A deal's a deal, Prowler. Take us to your boss. But Felicia threw something at him from her belt, a small packet of tissues, and as Aaron sat on the roof he wiped away the blood and drool from his face, shaking his head. Fine, but if he tries to kill you, that's on you. What he does is his business. Aaron dabbed at a burst lip. Motherfuckers were tough. I need to get back to Fisk to warn him, he thought. As Huntress moved to pick up the bleeding Prowler, Venom tilted his head and pulled her back. A round exploded a chunk of brick on the roof's edge, and as he looked around he saw a sniper still alive, but much further away. Asshole, he spat at Aaron, but the man raised his hands. Hey, I had no idea. My crew was all here. I swear it. But before he could complain, Huntress sprang forwards and a swift punch to the jaw rendered him unconscious. We need him alive. Go find that asshole while I take him somewhere safe. Venom nodded. Sending out a web line, he swung off while Huntress covered Aaron in webbing and, hoisting him over her shoulder, carried him down the fire escape. As he groaned, she dumped him down on the ground. Hey asshole, where's your car? And he shook his head, blinking a few times. You hit me, he complained. Yeah, and one of your asshole friends shot at us. Quit bitching. Where is your car? And as he struggled, I'll free you, but any more of this stupid bullshit and it's over, okay? And he slumped down and nodded. As she cut through the webbing with a Sims word, she could see the hate in the man's eyes. The cost of betraying his boss would be high, but right now she didn't care. This was a war now, and she intended to win it. His loyalty, while commendable, was nothing to her, but she still remembered the lessons her father taught her. He hadn't been too bad in the past, more than just a thug, and in a moment of nostalgia decided to give him some advice. Huntress stepped back. No joke though, watch that formula. Files don't mention, but it can cause mental instability. Why'd you think Norman went nuts, huh? He had all the files redacted, just the good stuff was left. You shitting me? Prowler said, looking at his hands. I might go crazy, and Huntress nodded. You should be okay though. One dose isn't the end of the world, just, cause of my dad. You get that much, but now though, boss, or I won't play nice a second time. Huntress lifted a hand and her claws extended, molding themselves into a long thin blade, and as it slid into her palm she gripped it and pointed it at Prowler. Next time is your head. Aaron sighed and nodded. The formula gave them more than the reports had said, even when they thought they'd held back. He had multiple locations set up throughout the city, but each one would fall to this pair. Even the modified Mark II was nothing compared to them. Now he needed to face the music. Wilson Fisk was not the forgiving kind, and Aaron knew that after this he would need to run. He had a sister in San Francisco. Maybe he could hide out there for a while. He considered using one of the other RPGs hidden on the roof, taking himself and the building out, but he shook his head. He wasn't suicidal. Loyalty didn't buy his life. Yeah, we paid off the cops. You're supposed to be a smear on the sidewalk right now. Guess life's like that, huh? Prowler said as he fumbled for the keys to his car. Come on, we're heading to the projects in Manhattan. As she watched him limp towards his car, Huntress lifted her head and she could hear the sirens in the distance. The fight could have gone a lot worse than she liked, and he admitted to himself that Venom was right. The asshole had used a missile in a residential area to get them. She'd been lax and stupid. Lives could have been lost today. Not just hers or his, but people just trying to live their lives without superpowered morons fighting in the streets. Venom had been right. Now wasn't the time for kid gloves. Now was the time to send the final message. His message in the last brothel they trashed was close, but not enough. Now Huntress needed to make sure they got her message. Play nice or I will remove you from the board. As Venom swung away, he spotted the man lifting another weapon and pointing at him. As the shot fired, it cut the line he had a hold of, and as he shot out another one, it was cut again. Not this crap again, Venom thought, knowing it was the favorite practice of those Oscorp drones. Sending out 2 lines, he was shocked as 2 shots took out both lines, and as he thudded into a wall, he held and waited, keeping his eyes on the sniper. Yeah, I see you, asshole, he thought, and as he felt the disturbance in the air he dived, shot out a web and swung towards him once more. As the second round impacted against his simskin, Venom shook his head in disbelief. An enhanced? There was no way a normal human could fire off that accurately or that quickly. The only saving grace he had, as he leapt from building to building, was that the rounds weren't large enough to penetrate his skin, and as he landed on the final rooftop he finally got a good look at the man. Surrounded by crates of ammo, different caliber rifles, most of which Venom didn't recognize. The man just stood as if he was waiting. You know, I normally never miss, and that last shot, you made me miss. Venom gave him the once-over. Short, barely over 6 foot, he was skinny and covered in tactical gear, a vest, with holsters carrying various knives of all sizes, shurikens and small pistols. The man was a gun nut, just a pity he was bulletproof. Venom could smell the chemo coming off him. Cancer, he thought, not good. Dying people were desperate people, and he might have nothing to live for. It's Bullseye, and you're Venom, right? And as he stepped back he raised his hands. Hey now, let's not, okay? Aaron might have pussied out, but I've got more than enough explosives wired up to bring this building down, so we're gonna talk, just for a bit, okay? And as he sat down on a crate, he took out a cigar and lighting it motioned for Venom to sit over on one of the other boxes. So, talk, Venom said, knowing not to go anywhere near anything this man had set up. Bombs, traps, mines, anything could be hidden in that crate, and Venom wasn't about to give him his head on a plate. Suit yourself. See, Kingpin isn't the only player in town, and a lot of people really don't like you. Me, I just want to hunt something with superhuman reflexes. I mean, come on, dodging a shot fired at supersonic speeds, and moving someone out of the way, that was impressive, Bullseye said while taking a puff on his cigar, but, you made me miss, and that's a matter of professional pride. Venom shrugged. Well, professional pride is great, but I really don't like people who shoot at me, and Bullseye laughed. John, right? And he waved a hand. An amateur, he shouldn't have been there, and really, unclipping your rifle. It was a stupid rookie move. Don't care about some idiot getting themselves killed. And he stood and stubbed out the remains of his cigar. You know, I really don't want to kill you. I know what it's like. They did things to me, horrible terrible things, but at the end of the day, I'm getting a huge fucking paycheck for this. And as Venom took a stance, Bullseye took a few steps backwards and jumped from the roof, a rappelling rope tied to his waist. As the man disappeared, the box he had motioned to ignited and Venom found himself flying up into the air. Boxes of ammo exploded and filled the air with deadly shrapnel, and even curling up into a ball, Venom could feel the countless sharp and ragged pieces slicing into his simskin. Whoever Bullseye was, he had counted on an armored target and taken measures to make sure he could hurt Venom. Venom had been stupid, and as he sent out a line and pulled himself from the burning rooftop, he scanned for wherever Bullseye had gone. His simskin reformed and he felt the flesh underneath expel the metal and reform. He would need to make sure he got it all later, but for now, he clicked his throat mic. Live, get emergency services to my location. A new enhanced set fire to the building to get me. Oh, and phone in a bomb threat as well. Asshole rigged the roof. Who knows if he rigged anything else? And she sighed and agreed, then cut the call off. Normally it was rude, but under the circumstances, they knew it might be a distraction. Wherever that slippery bastard had gone to, Venom couldn't see or sense him nearby. He was using the smoke and fire as a distraction, and Venom knew he must be aware of his enhancements. He shook his head. So why didn't Prowler do anything like this? Conscience. Prowler was protecting a business and had gotten desperate. Bullseye just mentioned the money. He was a hitman, didn't give a shit about anyone living in the area, and with the smell, probably had a pile of debt. Damn, need to be more careful then, Venom thought as he closed his eyes and let his senses envelop the area. He could feel the residual heat from the flames and the way it made the air swirl, and as he tilted his head, idiot, he climbed up higher and sprayed the area with sticky but fire-resistant webbing. Clever, he was guessing Bullseye knew how he was able to track the bullets and had lit a fire to disrupt the flow of air. As a round hit him square in the chest, deforming and knocking him back, his guess was proven right. It stung but hadn't penetrated his armor. The next one will though, Venom guessed. Bullseye was a hunter, and he was testing each and every one of Venom's defenses until he found that sweet spot. Venom knew at that point he would strike for the kill. There would be no talking, and no negotiating. This might be a target that Venom would have to kill, a thought that he was not looking forward to proving correct. Bullseye could feel the excitement as he watched Venom shrug off that last round like he threw a paper ball at him. The .70 cartridge wasn't heavy enough, and he didn't trust anything that hack loser had used. No, he would fire every caliber he had before he took that final shot. Venom was enhanced as everyone called it, but to him, he was just another target. Fast sure, but dumb, and if John had half of Bullseye's training he wouldn't be a smear on the sidewalk. There was no such thing as perfect armor. Stop the kinetic damage and there was always bleed through. Simple Physics 101. Energy can never be destroyed, only converted, and that kinetic energy had to go somewhere. As Bullseye watched the simskin reform over not just the bullet wound but the fire-touched back of Venom, he knew two things. 1. A round big enough should penetrate the armor, and 2. That it needed time to reform. Plan number 3 then, he thought to himself and prepared to lead Venom over to another building rooftop. He had placed sensors over the buildings, and as he glanced down at the small display strapped to his wrist he saw that he was getting pings of movement from the southeast corner of his arena. Nodding to himself, he picked up a small SMG from the draw points he had left himself and shot out a grapple line, climbing back up onto the roof. Right on schedule, he saw Venom coming back over the lip of the building across from him and giving him a smile and a wave. He started to run towards the north side. A rope and a small present for Venom were waiting there, but even he had underestimated Venom's speed. As he grabbed the rope and swung, he felt the rush of air behind him as a clawed hand swiped at his back. Turning, he lifted the small caliber SMG and emptied its clip, hitting but doing very little damage. As he tossed it away, he hit the detonator and the lip of the roof exploded, showering them both in debris. Venom took most of the blast, and as the pressure wave pushed them to the next building, the pair rolled across the rooftop together. "That doesn't work," Venom said to him as he stood and stretched the ache away, but Bullseye shrugged. "No talking while fighting. What idiot had a conversation at a time like this?" He thought and rolled, picking up a rifle and firing at Venom. Shaking his head, a giant scary-looking maw split and Venom roared at him. "Fuck, never mentioned that, but it would take more than sharp teeth to phase Bullseye. Knives and bombs were worse than a rip-off shark." He snorted to himself as he emptied the clip and threw the rifle away. Fighting a shark would be harder. Bullseye had been paying attention to Venom and so far had been unimpressed. He had spent most of his adult life in the military, only moving to the private sector when certain war crimes came to light. He'd trained and been trained by the best, and this guy, whoever was under that armor, was a chump. A badly trained mess of some Middle Eastern generic martial art plus a few of his own moves thrown in. He was fast, strong, and that was it. Without those powers, Bullseye would have taken less than a second to kill him and walked away without a care. But there was no use in complaining about things that couldn't be changed. He had those powers, and Bullseye had thought of counters to them all. As he rolled away from another swipe of those wicked claws, he moved over and rolled a grenade into the center of the rooftop. He had chosen this one as it was mainly free of piping, with only the roof's access shack and a single air conditioning vent on the other side. Open space with nowhere to hide. As smoke filled the roof, he switched on a pair of infrared goggles. Venom might have enhanced senses, but as he flicked on another device, the area filled with a high-pitched whine. Removing two of them was good enough for now. As he crept as quietly as he could over to the shack, he lifted a pair of tonfas, swinging them around and letting them rest along his forearms. Venom hadn't moved, and Bullseye figured he was adjusting to the smoke and noise. No matter, this was over, and half-crouching he silently made his way over. As he approached and swung, Venom ducked, and Bullseye figured correctly he was reading the air currents and pressed another switch on his wrist. On the top of the shack, a cannon raised itself up on a mechanical lift. Preset, it would fire off in a specific pattern at 6-second intervals. With a humph, it blasted air into the smoke. As Venom turned towards the blast of air, Bullseye struck out with the solid core tonfa, striking him on the back of the calf. Testing how thick and protective the armor was, and Venom went down on one knee. He figured that small bullets were fine, but larger and harder impact points still bled through to the man underneath. As Venom dodged away from him, he waited patiently. Following a faster opponent was suicide, and as he moved and waited, the cannon fired once more and he struck out, striking Venom on the knee this time. As Venom roared in pain, he struck out once more, catching him on the shoulder before moving away. Venom roared in pain and swung out again, but Bullseye had already moved. Amateur, he thought, and after moving into the safe zone, waited once more as the blinded Venom paced the roof. As the last cannon fired, Bullseye moved once more, and as he struck out, Venom twisted, shot out some kind of sticky fluid, and Bullseye was held fast. "We found you and now you will surrender," he hissed, but Bullseye laughed. "Nope, gotcha," and twisting the second tonfa in his hand, he pressed it into the center of Venom's chest and pressed the top of its handle. As the small button on the top clicked, a single large caliber round fired from the chamber, and as Bullseye had no need to worry about range, this round was armor-piercing. As it penetrated through the center of Venom's armor and chest, he was thrown backwards and against a wall. He coughed once and bright red blood trickled from that impressive but useless maw of his. Throwing the now useless weapon away, Bullseye walked over to the crate he had motioned to earlier. As he flipped open the top, "You think I'm going to come over there and attack you, at close range?" And he shook his head. "See, I bet that's what you want. Maybe got a nice sword or some big fucking claws. I saw the body cam footage, all raw and spiky. Shit, I wish I had your powers, man. I would earn so much fucking money it'd be sick. But, well, I don't, and I'm not coming over there for anything." As he leaned over and pulled out a huge bore rifle, he slung it under his arm. "I might not use a rocket launcher, but at this range, it doesn't matter." And as he lined up the rifle, Venom stared into the huge gaping end of the barrel. "I'll never miss." Venom bit back the agony of the bullet wound. He had never felt pain like this before. Even fighting the Freaky Four at the diner hadn't been as painful as this, and he realized how stupid he had been fighting someone on their terms. Venom had walked blindly into several traps. He had been arrogant and prideful. John and every other fight had been a walkover as he relied on his powers. Bullseye was trained and, more importantly, smart. As the pain in his chest began to subside, the man walked over and grabbed the much larger rifle from its case. As he slid a huge bullet into the chamber and lifted it, "Nothing personal, kid, you just weren't good enough," he said, almost sadly, as he rested his eye against the scope and aimed. Venom knew that even with his regenerative powers he wasn't going to survive a blast that powerful at this range. "I'm sorry, Aunt May," and as he glared, a whistling noise interrupted the pair and a three-pronged knife was stuck in the barrel of the rifle. Venom had no idea what they were called, just that ninjas used them and they reminded him of little pitchforks, but unwilling to let the opportunity slip by, and ignoring the huge pressure of pain coming from his lungs and chest, he lifted himself up and rolled away. As he rolled across the rooftop, Venom wobbled and then crumpled back down to the edge of the building. The first round had damaged his lungs, and while the damage was healing, it wasn't fast enough. It wasn't until another presence entered his senses that he thought he had been saved by Huntress, and made a note to make it up to her later. A red-clad, and very toned and dangerous-looking woman stalked over the roof towards Bullseye. Bullseye, you owe me, and I am here to collect. He lifted himself up and sat with his hands resting on his knees. Electra, 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 I know you want me, but I'm working, honey. Can you wait till I get home before we do this dance? And for a moment Venom thought they were together. It wasn't until she screamed at him and stepped forward, swinging a low kick into where his head was, that he realized she was here for him, just as Bullseye was here for him. He rolled backwards and took a small dagger from his belt and began to throw them at her. Honey, I'm working, he laughed, and as he kicked out he scored small but painful-looking slices into her shins. As she fought, Venom just watched. The Simsels were doing their job and he was healing. This woman, in a very tight red outfit, simple red shorts, red boots, and a red boob tube, was amazing to watch, and as he stared he clicked his mic. A huntress, I'm watching someone fight. Bullseye was up, and he was hesitant to admit he was hurt. Huntress and the rest would be very angry with not just Bullseye, but Peter as well. Shit, but he needed her help. Bullseye got the better of me, but now he's fighting someone that fights like you, a woman. The mic clicked. You're in deep shit, mister. What's she look like? A woman covers half the population, dumbass. Tall, maybe about your height, long black hair, olive tan skin, loves red, and has the largest dash, but his description was cut short. If you say breasts I'm gonna hurt you more, but on my way. Knives, I was gonna say knives, she's got those ninja trident things. He could hear Huntress sigh, they're called sigh. As he watched the pair fight it seemed to be an equal standing. She was smaller and quicker, scoring gashes on his armor and forearms, but he was equally impressive. Whoever these two were, Venom knew he was woefully underprepared. Thankfully the woman, Electra, interference meant he could heal the burst lung and avoid getting his head blown off, and as he waited he kept a wary eye on the pair. Come on baby cakes, Bullseye said as he ducked under a palm strike and landed a blow into her stomach. I've got a job to do, and as Electra rolled backwards she threw a few shurikens at Bullseye, who dodged back and batted them out the air with the tonfa. You killed my father, and he shrugged. You know that's the biz, baby. Don't like the life, don't fight the fight, and he plucked a star from the wood and threw it back at her. She batted it away with her sigh and raised them both in a stance Peter didn't recognize. Bullseye stood. Look, let me kill this chump first and then we can fight, okay? But come on, you're ruining my vibe, and she pointed a sigh at him. Venom, yes, and he nodded. You now owe me your life. I will collect later. For now though, and she struck a pose in her stance pointing both sigh at Bullseye, I will take yours first. Venom watched the pair dance their deadly ballet, neither one with the upper hand and neither showing signs of flagging. He now knew what Huntress meant, and what she had been trying to get through to Gwen and MJ. Training was no substitute for experience, and even training wasn't enough if the fight got serious. Bullseye and now Electra were both trained killers, and either one of them could, with enough preparation, be a match for an enhanced or a symbiote if the host was unskilled. Watching them he now knew, he was unskilled and unprepared. He heeded to stop underestimating his foes and concentrate on either making sure they couldn't fight or kill them. As Huntress crested the wall, finding Venom and touching him gently on the shoulder, she looked over his injury, shot at point-blank range, and he nodded. Hurts too. He had special ammo, went right through my simskin and took out a lung. I'm healing, but it's not great. If she hadn't saved me I'd probably be dead. And as Huntress raised her head she saw who was fighting. Electra, she asked, and the simskin mask slipped from her face as her old friend was busy avoiding blows from Bullseye. Felicia, and as Electra stopped Bullseye grabbed one of her arms, twisted it and stabbed the sigh right into her chest. No. Felicia yelled, and as her mask slipped back over her face she leapt, kicking Bullseye in the chest and separating the two. No, I'm sorry, she repeated over and over, and Electra coughed up blood. The sigh was through her chest, up and sticking out below her collarbone. Even an amateur like Felicia knew the wound was fatal. Pete, God please, Pete save her, and he crawled over. I don't know if I can, and she grabbed him, shaking him. Save her, she spat at him. This is our fault, now fucking do it. As he laid a hand on her, I really don't know if I can. I'm healing, and I don't have enough to do that and save her, and she growled at him. Fine, we will save her, and as she screamed into the night, Huntress spread over the fallen form of Electra, and as her simskin covered her, it pulled out the sigh. Throwing it to one side she cradled her dying friend to her chest as the simskin retracted. Electra lay, blood pooling at her chest and over her lips. Please, please don't die. Clapping, Bullseye reached over and picked up the large-bore hunting rifle. Well, guess that saves me finding you. 3 for 1 sale. Must be my lucky day. As he took aim, Huntress leaned back and the round whizzed past her. Huffing and growling, she laid Electra down. We will take revenge for you, and standing, yeah, been there, learned. Now we kill you, and Bullseye fired once more. A simsword grew from Huntress's hand, and as she stalked towards him she swished every time he fired, deflecting the bullet. Good, a challenge, and as he tossed the empty gun to one side he rolled and lifted the rocket launcher he had. He knew they could be tough, but now with 1-on-2, it was time to bring out the big guns. As he leveled it, Huntress still walked slowly and sending out a web line gummed up the front of the gun. Stop being a pussy, fight me. He shrugged, at least let me get a weapon, and Huntress stopped and nodded. Laughing he lifted 2 of the same tonfa weapons, and as Venom saw them he sighed, that's dash, but Huntress raised a hand. Don't care, he won't get a chance to use them, and as she lowered her hand he struck, swinging one and as she sidestepped her blade swished, and as he screamed, his hand landed with a wet thud on the roof. Spinning around him, her sword swished out once more and the other arm, cut cleanly at the elbow, dropped to the ground. We are huntress, and no one touches our mate, and as she knelt, a second sword grew and slashing them both. Bullseye found himself staring at the darkening night sky. Sending out 2 web lines, she covered the stumps of his legs, stopping him from bleeding out. Huntress huffed into the cool night air. Tell us who sent you, and we shall make it clean and quick. She held one of her blades across his throat. Oh fuck off, I won't tell you that. I mean, what else you gonna do? You cut off my fucking limbs, you psycho cunt. He screamed at her and she sprayed him with enough webbing to make a rope. We can do this, and lifting him she hoisted him over to the edge of the building. Now tell us, and as he spat a huge glob of bloody phlegm at her she let go and stepped to one side. Stepping up to the ledge, she looked over and the mangled bloody remains of Bullseye stared back up at her, a blood-stained grin on his lips. A final act of defiance, but as she knew well enough, she held out a hand and as the simskin blade slipped out she let it fall. As it pierced his chest he never even moved. His face still stuck, eyes open, grinning at her in some imagined victory. Shaking her head, how is she? And he took a breath. Alive? Barely. The symbiote is healing her, but this isn't like Gwen. She was barely alive, with so much damage she might not make it, and Huntress shook her head. Electra was a fighter, she'll be fine. So what did you think she'll name herself? She asked, moving over and sitting next to him. As the sun set, the pair watched and Electra moaned and stirred slightly. Don't know her well enough, but who is she? Huntress rested her head on his shoulder. My first friend, and she sighed, but we need to take care of Prowler as well. Think Liv or Gwen could come and get her. I mean, we can't really leave Prowler in his car or Electra on the roof, and not with all this crap. I mean, someone really had a hard-on to kill you, Pete, and as he got a good look around the rooftop he saw not just heavy machine guns but dynamite, pale brown blocks with C4 printed on the side, and a variety of blade and blunt melee weapons. Bullseye had prepared, and he was lucky. Before they went any further he wanted to get the harness from Liv. These people weren't playing and he knew neither should he. I can watch her, and the pair jumped. Venom was too busy concentrating on healing and making sure Electra didn't die that he had let his senses drip, and Huntress was the same. Fucking shit. Huntress yelled, wait, who are you? And the red-armored man raised his hands. He was tall, muscular, and the dark red Kevlar covered him tightly. On one side a pair of billy clubs hung and the other held a grapple gun and belt winch. Daredevil, but, and he sighed and lifted his mask. Matt Murdock, Electra's boyfriend, and Huntress slid back her mask. Yeah, I know you, the lawyer guy she started seeing in college, and Venom looked at her. What? We kept in touch, and he shrugged. Fine, but she'll be mad when she wakes, and don't worry if and under his mask, he snorted and laughed quietly. Yeah, just enjoy yourself, okay, and as he sent out a web line he swung away, back to the roof where they fought Prowler. Matt raised an eyebrow at Huntress. What's that supposed to mean? He asked her and she shook her head. Asshole, she whispered. Venom had left her to try and explain a hungry, horny, belligerent baby symbiote. We saved her, by making her one of us. She'll be confused and angry when she wakes, maybe horny and most definitely hungry. Have food, something she can smash, and maybe a lot, and I mean a lot of condoms ready. Daredevil just shook his head and slipped his mask back on. We will want an explanation for this, and Huntress nodded, letting him carry her away to hopefully somewhere safe. Much like Stark Tower on 5th Avenue and the Life Incorporated building, the Manhattan projects were a series of interlocking office buildings. Glass monstrosities that screamed money and bad taste, but the ones who commissioned them were assured that they would only grow in value. The car ride over had been painfully silent. Aaron, webbed into his seat, could only direct Huntress as she drove, and Venom slumped in the back seat as the strange trio made their way across New York. Aaron waved a pass in front of the security gate and ushered the pair in. We need to check you for weapons. And as Huntress and Venom stared at each other he shook his head. Right. You know you couldn't just take off the masks. And as Venom glared at him he shook his head. Never mind. Through long the front entrance Aaron inserted a key into the elevator and pressed the button for the penthouse. As the tinny and bad elevator music played. So, Felicia, I hear your dad is missing. Any luck? He asked nervously. I don't really want to talk about it, Aaron. It wasn't you, was it? She retorted and he shook his head. Nah, Tom was a good man, never tied down for one job, but no one in the biz touched him. He was just too good to waste, you know. Aaron wasn't about to admit to the pair of lunatics that while he had nothing to do with her father's disappearance, it was a job they had sent him on that got him captured. There was honor amongst thieves, but fuck her, he thought. After that beating he owed her shit. Felicia wished the bottom of the elevator would open up and drop the man to his death. While she was still looking for her father, she had a life now, friends, lovers, and a place that was her own. He wouldn't understand that, but she would make him. The elevator dinged, and Aaron led them into a brightly lit office. It was expensive but sparsely decorated. A single glass table sat at the window end and they could see the back of a huge, much larger than normal leather chair facing away from them. I hope you have good news, Aaron, a voice rumbled from a large leather chair. No sir, no I don't. I have 2 guests for you. As the chair turned the giant man stood, his muscles bulging under the jacket that framed his massive body. Venom looked over and he figured the man must be 7 feet tall and the same in width. A shiny bald head glinting under the bright LED lights topped off a fat face, betraying the man's true stature. Venom knew from the way the suit creased and sat that he was all muscle. If there was any fat on him it was fake or just skin. I'm disappointed, Aaron, but you and I will talk later. I'm a businessman, so what are your terms? I assume you're here as you bested my man, and the giant pointed a finger briefly at Aaron and Bullseye, and Venom had to resist the urge to laugh, but keeping his end of the deal. Dead, and the man shifted. A lot of people will be upset with that, Venom, but he won't be missed. Venom shook his head. He really didn't care. Our terms are simple: lay low, stop dealing in the more dangerous stuff, and we'll leave you alone. Venom stated. Dangerous stuff? Guns, drugs, personal services. All these could be classed as dangerous, so what are your real terms? You give me nothing, and want everything. A business isn't run like that. What did you offer Aaron to betray me? His life. Huntress stated. One fight. He won. We walked. We won. He brought us here. We gave Bullseye the same deal but he refused, so now he's dead. Street rules. I like that. So same deal. Well, I win, you walk. You walk so far away that if I see a kid in a black suit he vanishes. You and your girlfriend here move from New York. You win and I walk. I'll sell my interests to you and leave. I'm not an unreasonable man, Venom. A business can be rebuilt, a life, however, you only have one of those, and strangely the man looked at the single picture on his desk. While Venom couldn't see who it was, he recognized the slight expression of pain as it flashed over the giant's face. Fine, you vs me. Huntress already beat your man, so you and me. Take all the time you need, and Venom stretched, feeling his joints and muscles loosen. Bullseye had been a stark reminder that he wasn't all powerful, and he needed a win to get some of his confidence back. Oh, I'm fine, and the man took off his jacket, shirt, and he had on a vest underneath and thick suspenders held up his tailored white trousers. Venom noted that he had thick black hair over his shoulders and down his arms, stopping just before it reached his hands. No gouging eyes, no groin shots. Proper street rules, anything else goes till one of us gives up and can't fight anymore. The giant said. One thing, how do we know you'll keep your word? I mean, I don't even know who you are, Venom asked before they started. Then a trade, Aaron, phone, you too, Girly, and Huntress stared at him. Girly. Are all mobsters sexist? Wilson shook his head. And what? You're calling me Twinkle Toes, so? Aaron pointed his phone and Huntress did the same. My name is Wilson Fisk and I am the crime boss operating out of Hell's Kitchen. I swear that if I lose this fight then Venom and his associate will take over. If I win then Venom and associate leave New York. He looked over at Venom. Your turn. Venom shook his head. She's the boss, and even Huntress looked at him. Well, it's true, this is your show. Black cats, tending the streets, I'm the muscle here, you're the boss. Huntress laughed and shook her head. Don't you forget it. Oh, and you owe me. Bed later, and you'll find out exactly who the boss is. Felicia let her Simbarmer slide back. My name is Felicia Hardy, and I am the boss of the Black Cats. I swear that if I lose this fight that myself and Venom will leave New York, never to return. If I win then Wilson Fisk will leave and never return. As Huntress slid back over her she spoke, satisfied. Wilson looked at Aaron. Tom's kid? Sure, yes, and he shook his head. He was fine with who she was, it was her age that bothered him. Venom instantly hated the pair. They were young, yes, but life wasn't a picnic. He hated being looked down on and he would show them just who was in charge here. Wilson and Venom stood a few meters apart and they nodded to each other. Wilson brought up his fist in a boxer's stance while Venom had a looser style. Brazenly Venom let Fisk hit him with a light jab, the man's bulk hiding a quick arm, and as the jabs thudded into not just his chest but his jaw and ribs, Venom felt some respect for the man. He was a normal man, and yet he hit just as hard as Poison did when they were sparred. Hard enough when Fisk threw out another hook to his jaw, Venom leaned back and thudded a right into Fisk's ribs. It was like hitting a rock. He had been right, the man was all muscle and he probably had less fat on him than Venom did, but it didn't matter, rocks broke and crumbled, Venom just needed to apply enough pressure. Fisk dodged and weaved as Venom tried to hit him, but the man despite his size was an experienced fighter and rang circles around the lesser man. Every now and again he forced Venom back with a series of blows, his longer reach driving Venom back and away from him. As Venom tried to close in, Fisk grinned and stepped to one side to avoid a jab. He grabbed Venom around the waist, lifted them both up and slammed him on the floor, which groaned in complaint. Venom felt the world spin and sat upon him. Fisk drove a fist into his face again and again. Even Venom's armored skin creaked as the heavier man rained down blow after blow. Venom felt his face armor soften with the blows and had had enough. He lifted with his waist, the one set of muscles that probably got the most exercise, and lifted Fisk into the air, the bigger man tipping, and Venom bucked him off. Venom looked at him. Anything goes, and as Fisk nodded Venom thickened the plated over his body, allowing the harness to extend and the four limbs waved menacingly around his back. Fuck me, Aaron exclaimed. You're the multi-limbed. No wait huh, but Venom wasn't in the mood to answer. One limb would dart out and as Fisk moved to avoid it he would head straight into another. Peter had taken lessons from Liv on the use and control of multi-limbs, and Fisk was the punching bag for Venom's anger at being bested by Bullseye. Enough. Fisk yelled and the man swelled and grew, the hair on his body thickening, and he fell on his knuckles, thick black hair covering his body and a line of lighter silver hair spreading up his back. Deep yellow eyes and vicious fangs now sat on his face. Silverback, neat name huh? You all have one, so why not me? He howled and charged at Venom, knocking him flying and then beating his chest, charged over again, thumping both heavy fists down on Venom's chest. Venom felt each heavy blow like a thunder of pain that echoed through his chest. His ribs and bones were fine, but each blow made it harder for him to gain breath, and he coughed as the wind was knocked out of him. Fisk was now just as fast as him, and he even wondered if he was as strong. Rolling to one side as Silverback charged again, he attempted a leg sweep and Fisk grabbed his leg, smashing his elbow into the joint, and Venom roared in pain. His leg was crooked and it popped as Venom straightened it back up. Tentatively putting it down, he winced as pain shot into his knee and rolled away again as Silverback charged once more. Give it up, Venom. You won't win. You're not fast enough, not strong enough, and not good enough. Silverback taunted him, and seeing the look on Huntress's face she knew he might be in trouble. Good enough? One punch and you think I'm not good enough? Try again, short and hairy. You'll see who's good enough. And as Silverback roared and charged him, Venom lifted himself up using two arms, webbed onto Silverback's legs as he charged past and yanked them out from under him. I don't need a leg when I've got 7 more, and two arms grabbed Silverback's wrists while Venom laid punch after punch with the other two into his ribs, coating him with a layer of webbing to hold him down. Fisk endured the beating and tried his best to lift himself up, as the webbing held the floor ripped up as his fangs grew longer and his face wrinkled up. His arms bulged even more as more and more formula pumped around his system. Shit, we had 3 vials, Aaron muttered under his breath, but Venom never heard him as Silverback roared and raged against his webbing. He tore off the patches on his skin and threw them against a wall. Thumping his bloody fists against his chest, he charged once more and Venom sidestepped to avoid him. Silverback reached out with a dinner plate-sized fist and grabbed on the limbs supporting Venom and swung himself around, feet first into his chest. As the limbs had anchored them down, the pair went tumbling together and Venom landed on top, smashing a thick fist into the deformed face of Fisk. He had had enough of this. Tired of being hurt, he lost control and let his maw split open, his massive tongue sliding over the shark-like teeth. He would make him pay, not just for the women, but for the drugs, the pain, the misery he spread like a disease around New York, and finally for Bullseye, for the mess he made, for the building he destroyed, all to get to him. He laid the blame right at Fisk's feet, and now he would return the favor. 4 limbs each thudding into Silverback left the giant man with no escape, 2 battered against his ribs and his arms while Venom pounded on his face, and enhanced or not, the effect was apparent. The snapping of bone could be heard and Silverback was left a bloody and mangled mess on the floor. Venom hoisted himself upon 2 limbs and roared. A limb slipped back, and as his simskin slid over it, it formed a massive spike and hovered behind him, poised to strike at the unconscious Fisk. Aaron moved and stood over Wilson. Please, we'll leave, just please, don't, and he held up both hands in surrender. Blood leaked from Wilson's bruised and battered face and his arms were bent at an unnatural angle. Venom huffed and snarled at the man, but Huntress ran a hand over his chest. You won, Venom, you won. Calm please, calm, and he took her hand in his and rubbed it over his cheek. Venom slid back and Peter stood there. You will leave, sign over everything, we've got cash and you'll take it. He just wondered how he was going to explain to everyone why he was broke again. Maybe he'd let Felicia explain. After all, it was her he spent it on. Peter motioned and when offered grabbed the phone from Aaron and deleted the single video he had taken of Felicia, throwing it back at him. And this time, if you fucking double-cross us, I'll rip out your spine and fucking beat him to death with it. Electra Nachios, the only child of the Nachios fortune, loved by her mother and father, always had an easy life. She was looked after, cared for, attended the best school, had tutors for classes she was failing, and also for those she was not. A child of rich parents, she never wanted or asked for anything, and after practicing ballet one day and seeing the class across the hall doing judo, she asked her father for that as well. Loving his daughter, he agreed and brought in the finest teacher he could find, and then another and another. Electra's love of martial arts spiraled and soon, it was everything. What made it worse for her father was that she excelled at it. She was a natural, and as she picked up and mastered style after style, he saw less of a daughter he could trust with the family business and more of a warrior, who would simply drive her enemies before her. Her mother was both kind and loving, and the day she died broke both her and her father's heart. It was not until many years later that Electra learned the truth, and in doing so sought revenge against the ones that planned her death. After her mother's death, her father became a recluse, venturing out only to take Electra to school, or to the dojo where she trained. His own investigations into the assassination of her mother led him to befriend a man whose name she never knew, only that she was to call him uncle. It was his daughter, however, that slowly worked her way into Electra's life. As a child, the much younger Felicia would follow her around, and as she grew, mimicked and attempted the strict martial arts that she practiced. Taking a liking to the young girl, even with a 5-year age gap, she would spend time with her, teaching her not just martial arts but to talk, how to act around the adults, and how to fight. At 18 she bid a tearful goodbye to the young woman. They were both heading to the States, but as Electra was enrolling at college, Felicia was being taken to enroll in high school. Promising to keep in touch, they send messages and letters to each other often, and after Felicia's father mysteriously vanished, Electra would make sure the young woman was okay, sending her money and small packages of food and other niceties. At Columbia University, she studied business and finance, while continuing her martial arts training. Her father was now adamant that she studied as hard as she could. Whatever demons driving him to find his wife's killer made him aware of just how much danger that he and his daughter were in. It was at college that she first saw Matthew Murdoch, being led by his friend Foggy Nelson. She was intrigued that a blind man could be so agile, watching his friend try and prank him while all the while being seemingly aware of what was going on around him. It was this intrigue that led her to follow him one day, to learn the secret martial arts that could teach a blind man to be so aware of his surroundings that she found him, dressed in red, leaping from rooftops to rooftop. Following, he took her on a chase across the rooftops, his agility surpassing hers, and as she stood, her hands on her knees panting and swearing in Greek at him, she spied him on a nearby rooftop. He mockingly saluted her and then dived away. The next day, she confronted him, but of course, no one would believe the blind student was running across rooftops. Storming away, she missed the small smirk on Matt's face. It was not the first time she chased him, and not the last time he got away from her. The pair continued their little game of cat and mouse. For the 4 years they were both at Columbia University. Daredevil leading her into a famous den of thieves and the pair beating down the group, Electra, leaving a trail of clothing, led him to a notoriously dangerous spot where he found a young woman being robbed and stripped, and he beat the would-be rapist almost to death as she made her escape. Over 4 years, the devil and his temptress played cat and mouse with each other, neither winning and neither willing to concede. Even when the game moved into the bedroom, it continued, and as each was their first, they learned and grew and loved together. In her last year, Electra's father left her a cryptic message. He had found them, and after that, nothing. Waking the next day, she received the call, and heard the news. Hugo Natchios had been found, murdered, and behind him, the sign of a notorious contract killer, 2 concentric circles with a cross drawn through them. Bullseye. Electra had no choice. After a tearful goodbye, she left and traveled the world, seeking out the trail her father had followed and clues to find out who the identity of Bullseye was. Her trail left her to Japan, where a group calling themselves the Chaste offered to help. She had heard of the group before. Late nights training with Matt often brought up the name of his mentor, and after a year of their teachings, one day, she was summoned to her master's study. There, waiting with a downcast Matt, was the old man. He stared at her and with a wave of his hand, dismissed the woman from not just his sight, but the organization. As she yelled, inconsolable, he prodded her with his cane and the pair fought. Electra's master held Matt back, while Stick was relentless. Taunting her over the death of her father, taunting her over the love of Matt, she was outclassed and outmatched. Leaving her broken and bleeding on the training room floor, his final words to her only served to steel her resolve against both the ones who killed her father but now, the Chaste as well. Your father was consumed by his revenge, as have you been. I will not allow my adopted son to fall victim to such a woman. Matt could only watch as Electra, lying on the floor of the dojo, half yelling and half crying as Stick shook his head and led him away. It was 4 years later that Electra met Matt again, and their reunion was not a pleasant one. Electra had been true to her word. She had joined, infiltrated, and then destroyed any gangs or organizations that held ties to not just Bullseye but any rumor they had been complicit in her father's murder. As she investigated, she found that not only was it the same group responsible for his death but also her mother's. As she looked, it had been a warning at first, but as she scrapped more and more of the lies and deceit away, she found a single name. Embarrassed by her behavior and the illegitimate child she carried, a single man had plotted and paid for the downfall of the Natchios family. He paid a group to attack the boat her mother was on, killing her. He paid for Bullseye to attack and remove her father, who after she followed more and more leads had come to realize just who the killer was. As she stood, dressed in her white kuzari, she slipped quietly into the office of the man responsible for all the death in her life. I assume you're finally here to end it, sister, a rather plain and boring middle-aged man asked. Electra had found out less than a week ago that it was her older brother. Tired of facing the bullying over his mother's supposedly promiscuous ways, he had arranged the small group of men to kill not just her, but the young Electra as well. He had found the documents, that Electra was illegitimate in his father's study. After looking for a financial report on the Natchios empire, he had been written out of the will and disappeared. Until she dug far enough, Electra didn't even know he existed. Enraged by the betrayal, he hatched the plan, and it was only his father being called away on sudden business and Electra taking a holiday with him that saved them. As a normal, middle-aged, and balding businessman, he could only gasp and die as Electra drove her sword through his chest. Taking a small finger of blood, she drew the marking she had seen over her father's corpse on the wall, in blood, with "You are next." As the blood of her brother stained her clothing, from that day forward everything she wore while searching for Bullseye was no longer white. She had become Electra, the devil in red, and nothing would stop her from her revenge. She had tracked him across Europe and then back to America, and it was almost comical. The man responsible for the deaths of so many, of her father, was dying himself. A rare brain tumor, and he took job after job to pay for the specialist neurologist needed to save his life. She thought it ironic the one thing saving his life was laying a paper trail from her to find him. In New York, she found a crime lord was using his connections to call Bullseye to work, and she hunted him to hasten the process. He was an evil man, using slavery and drugs to build his empire, and in the night she killed and took his men. Daredevil was not happy to see her as she had hoped. Her exploits, the wanton death of crime lords and their enforcers, had reached him, through his mentor. As she smiled and walked towards him, he had shaken his head and turned away. "You are not welcome here, demon," was all he said before leaping off into the night. As she stood, the anger eclipsing the pain she felt as his rebuff, she shook her head, tightened her fists and walked away. If the devil needed no demon, then she had no use for him either. She heard the rumors of a new gang, the Black Cats, and while the name was cute and unusual, their methods were more brutal. Huntress was her name, and she was cutting a swath of terror across the nightscape of New York, helped by the man in black, Venom. She had heard of his involvement in the death of a policeman, but to her, they were just as guilty, as even she knew of the payoffs and services demanded by the corrupt element within their ranks. As she followed their trail, hoping to catch a glimpse of them, she finally found her mark. Disappointingly so. Venom was trained, but it was by an amateur. She saw bits and pieces of a style she recognized, but nothing good enough to stop Bullseye from killing him. He was special forces and had also been the recipient of several experimental treatments, one of which caused the very cancer now killing him. He wasn't on the same level as Venom, but he was close enough. This wasn't a fight, it was a slaughter. It wasn't until her oldest and dearest friend called her name that she slipped. Of anyone to find hunting on the street, it was her, and in the single moment of surprise, it was all over. As the pain of the sigh driven into her chest blacked her vision, Electra heard the distant voices arguing. It was cold and she knew she was dying. "I got him, Papa," she silently thought to herself as a single tear trickled down her face. Unseeing, unfeeling, she was barely warm when the creature touched her mind. "We find you near death, but we taste you and find you suitable for our offspring." And in the dark came a spark. "We taste you, and wish to bond. You are death, and in your mind we find it. Hades, you may call us Hades." Matt was sore, tired, sore, and hungry. What the woman had said, Felicia, her name was, Matt vaguely remembered, a young friend of Electra's. Whatever she had said was a small part of what actually happened. She had woken with a jolt, screeched an unholy noise at him, and then this stuff, red and like rubber, coated her. She had attacked him, and it was only by staying out of her way he had survived. Once she had calmed down a bit, she had sniffed and Matt showed her to the food. Soup was bubbling on the stove, fresh bread, sodas, and beer, pastries, and ice cream. As he sat he could hear her eat. No, as he shook his head, eat was the wrong word, devour. She slurped down the scalding hot soup like water, and the rest of the food seemed to take only minutes to vanish. As he sat he heard her, whispering his name over and over, and now he also realized why Felicia had said buy condoms. Electra was forceful in bed, but never this forcefully, and in the morning, as she lay gently snoring beside him, he rubbed ointment on not just his scratched and aching back but his raw and aching manhood as well. Even with superhuman stamina and enhanced senses, given to him by the strange chemical spill, he hadn't kept up with her, and his hands and wrists ached from dealing with her sexual desire until the sun rose. As he maneuvered his way around his sparse apartment, he flicked the coffee machine and it filled with water. As he slid the pot to make the coffee in, he opened the fridge and felt for the square milk jug, setting it on the counter next to the cups. As he lifted it and pressed the top of the sugar dispenser, it dropped 2 spoons of sugar in each cup before he set it down and did the same with the milk. Adapted to drop in a set amount of liquid, Electra liked her coffee black, but Matt could never get used to the overly astringent taste and liked milk and sugar in his. Thinking back to last night, he left the sugar dispenser out and let the coffee percolate while he found and made breakfast. Too sore and tired to make anything, he simply grabbed a few granola bars from the pantry and crumbled them over plain yogurt, and as he ate he heard Electra stir in the bedroom. "You should have woken me," she said as she leaned over and kissed the side of his face. After she finished making coffee she touched his hand gently to let him know the cup was there and sat across from him as she took a small sip of her own. Laughing, he could hear the small noise she made and he pointed his spoon at the sugar container. Adding in several more, she sighed as she took another drink. "I guess we need to talk then, yes?" And he paused and swallowed the mouthful of crunchy sour breakfast mix. Talk about the dead assassin, talk about Huntress and Venom, talk about the food and the sex, or talk about the strange smell and vibration you are giving off. And Electra put down her cup and sniffed herself. "I smell," and as she sniffed her hand again he shook his head. "I doubt anyone else but me could smell it, but yes, you smell like," and he paused, "honeysuckle, and fresh rain." And she frowned. "It is a," and she huffed, "creature, a symbiote, and it saved my life. Which is another thing to talk about, then isn't it?" And she huffed again. "I was surprised to see Felicia, and I got distracted," she said almost hesitantly. Matt threw his spoon into the bowl, ignoring the loud clatter it made. "Distracted? Distracted, that's what you call getting one of your own size shoved up into your chest cavity, rupturing not just your heart, but one lung, and tearing open your esophagus. A distraction." And she stood and stared at him. "I am aware of what happened, Matthew. I was the one it happened to. You do not need to remind me how stupid I was." "Well, apparently I do, because now you're an alien, who smells like flowers and rain and vibrates so imperceptibly that I can see you." And the sudden lifting of his voice made Electra step back. "You can sense me, even without moving," and he nodded. "Whatever you are bonded with sits beneath you, giving off energy, and I can see it. You glow, and you're right there, and I can't deal. I watched you die. I didn't make it to the roof and I watched you die. But here, now you're here and alive and vibrating, and I don't know, Electra, I just don't know." As she moved over she ran a hand over his shoulder. "It's fine, Matt. I can call Felicia and we can go see them. They can explain and we'll both find out, okay?" And he nodded. As she smiled, but you can see me, and she lifted his hands to her face, properly, see me, not just like this, and he snorted. I happen to like seeing you like this, and his hands traced down her neck but stopped as they got her collarbone. You're still hurt, and she nodded. The creature, Hades, she is healing me, but I need to eat. Food lots and lots of odd. The more I eat, the faster she heals. And as Matt turned and opened his fridge she sighed. That's not all she does, she thought to herself as the memories of the warehouse, Venom, and Huntress all poured into her mind. Last night had been a nightmare, a waking dream where Bullseye finally got the last of her family, but it was swallowed by a dream, one in which a high school student spent days sexually satisfying not just her but her girlfriend, and many more. Electra gave a small smile. She now knew Felicia was gay, with some small bi tendencies, and that, with all the pain she had suffered, alone was worth it. Once she was better she would take her kitten, and as long as Matthew was not too jealous she might even see if Felicia's little group would accept them both. Picking up her phone she called the second number in her speed dial list, other than Matt, the only other number in her phone. Go for Black Cat, and after making a noises, you know where. Breakfast will be waiting, and she hung up. Well, I was going to ride you like a horse all morning to break you out of this stupid mood, but Electra and a pissed off Matt are coming round, so make food, and, well, sex later. And as she stood she stretched and Huntress became a mode sedate pants and t-shirt. Really? Here, and she nodded. You need someone to train you, and Electra's the best, and after Peter gave her a doubtful look. That was a fuck up, there's always someone better Pete, but she can really train you, like kick my ass till I'm black and blue and then go 10 more rounds train you. She grabbed extra mugs, and Peter moved to find what to make for breakfast. He figured that bacon and eggs would be good enough, especially if Electra had been like the rest when newly bonded. Peter had seen Matt before, but as he got out of the car and his cane unfolded, Peter frowned and stared. He's blind? And as he came closer Peter could see the slightly unfocused look in his eyes and the lack of dilation as the sunlight filtered through his glasses. Electra followed lazily behind him, strutting along the sidewalk with a huge grin on her face. He could see the lack of wound on her chest, as the tight scarlet top showed off her belly button. Whatever the symbiote had done during the night it was obvious she was perfectly alright. And you must be Peter, she said with a huge smile and in typical European fashion kissed him on each cheek before kissing him firmly on the lips. Hades sends her greetings and a stunned Peter just stood in the doorway, while Electra brushed past him and made herself comfortable at the breakfast table. Electra smiled as Felicia showed Matt into a chair. What is that smell? She asked sniffing the air and biting her lip. You never said it was this good, and Felicia shook her head. Sorry, and hit the newly fitted aircon. A fine pleasant-smelling mist filtered through the warehouse taking with it the sweet scent of Peter's pheromone and Matt sneezed once but visibly relaxed while Electra pouted. That was not fair kitten, I was enjoying it and Felicia scowled. Felicia, and it's rude, Matt was uncomfortable. Electra laughed, fine, but I believe breakfast was promised, and it was Matt's turn to shake his head. No, explanation first. Why is Venom a high schooler? And why is Electra this thing? Peter sighed, want me while you cook, and Felicia shook her head. Hell no, you ditched me last night, you do both, and she poured Matt and Electra coffee and sat back down with her own. Peter huffed and rolled his eyes. Fine. Oscorp, doing illegal genetic research into 2 things. 1, a formula which, and Peter took a sniff, you already know about, and the second, an alien hitchhiker, called a symbiote. I was exposed, and with certain things happening, so was everyone else. Matt forward as he stirred his coffee. Why would I know? And Peter stared at him, before shaking his head. He can't see me, idiot. You stink of it. The blindness, yeah. Residual scarring around the eyes, you were exposed to a toxic chemical. It was Oscorp formula. I'd have to ask Liv, but yeah, how long ago was your accident? It was Matt's turn to huff, and as he sipped the coffee he leaned forwards, about 20 years ago, and Peter whistled. One of the first batches then, no wonder, and Matt tilted his head. No wonder. Yeah, it's really vile stuff, neurological problems, mutations, and well, I guess, blindness. We can get you checked out if you want. Liv is probably but Matt shook his head. No, Venom. Why are you Venom? My eyes have been like this for years, I don't need tests and I don't need sympathy. Venom. Why are you Venom? Wow, okay. Well, you notice the lack of actual police work in this city. See, I did a bit of digging, and sure you don't make the front page, some nut in a mask and a costume, but Daredevil, right, the devil of Hell's Kitchen, some boogeyman scaring petty criminals. So what if I'm Venom? I do exactly what you do, just not as sneakily. Matt snorted, yeah, subtle as a brick through a window. Peter laughed. He was just like Felicia, brash, but he guessed as Electra gave him several concerned looks, really a softie underneath. So, yeah, devil. Can't really pick on my name, but as for Electra, she's a host now. We can separate the two, but, what's your symbiote called? Electra let her simskin slide over her, and unlike the rest, it was a form-fitting red outfit, no spider, but shoulder pads and a ninja mask, leaving her eyes uncovered. We are Hades, and Peter nodded, smiling. Right, Hades is the symbiote, but if we separated them she'd need a new host or she'd die. It's not a parasite, it's a symbiotic relationship, speed, senses, a whole lot of power-ups, and yeah, the emotional highs and lows are a bitch but they mellow out, as long as you control them, and he gave Electra a stern glare. We have used the mat to work out our frustrations, and as Felicia grinned and shook her head, Peter realized she didn't mean a fighting mat, and the reason for Matt's limp and scowl was now apparent. Yeah, she'll calm down, you'll live, and Felicia snorted and laughed. So, now we've all shared secret identities, what's next? Electra asked. Stay out of Hell's Kitchen, and they're no problem, Matt answered, but Peter shook his head. After last night, that's impossible. The black cats aren't going anywhere, Felicia answered. The boss that runs Hell's Kitchen came after us, and we can't step back. Then you answer to the devil, but Electra put a hand on his. Matthew, calm. We agree. Your cats do not allow everything, correct? We have heard of you taking out dens where the filth gathers, and Felicia nodded. Leave those to us. Matt, while you do not like it, why not take Felicia on as a client? You can monitor what she does and know that the kitchen is safer in her hands, while you make sure those who stray are dealt with. That seems fair. Venom will step back, leave things to you. It's not a good time for me anyway, and I'd feel better knowing there was someone there to take up the slack. Matt shook his head. No, I'm not working with crooks and thugs. Want a lawyer? Go to corporate and grab a slime ball. I do decent, good work, and I won't have that tainted by a murderer. Peter laughed and shook his head. Everyone thinks I killed John, but nobody actually checks if I did. He fell, I was there but he fell, and Matt cocked his head to one side. You're not lying, and he frowned. Why would I lie? I've killed, no question, but not John, and Matt sighed and raised his mug. More? But this time can someone put milk and sugar in it? You think you're a big badass but your coffee is terrible. The rest of the day had gone much better. Peter laughed and started on breakfast, as Electra had poured Matt a decent cup of coffee. You know, we've got a few clients that can actually pay in the warehouse as well. Like Gwen needs a lawyer for contract and patent work, Liv needs a good criminal lawyer, and MJ's starting to get parts. We can put a lot of legitimate work your way, Matt, and Matt leaned back. Legitimate? Paying legitimate, and Peter nodded and then gave himself an exasperated look and shook his head as he realized Matt couldn't see him. Sure. I mean, Felicia and I are the only ones who actually do bad stuff. Well, Liv's a fugitive but she's just caught in a mess that's not her fault. Matt raised an eyebrow as the warehouse filled with the smell of cooking bacon. Fugitive from what? He asked, knowing if Peter was Venom she was probably on the run as well. Oscorp. Olivia Octavius, came a voice from her home. And thank you, Peter, you might have discussed this with me before you made my presence known, and as she wheeled herself over to the breakfast table she stuck out a hand, failing to notice Matt's sunglasses. Surprisingly Matt took and shook it. Matthew Murdoch, attorney at law. Nice to meet you, and I'm guessing you're the mad scientist that everyone's been screaming about in the news, and Liv just chuckled. Not so mad anymore, dear, and as Peter leaned over and kissed her she lightly batted him on the cheek. Naughty, you will make amends for that, dear. Now, breakfast, and as she helped herself to a cup of coffee, Peter went back to cooking. So do you all? Matt asked and Felicia shrugged. Fight? No, just Pete and I, and the black cats are run by me. If you're my lawyer I will make sure you know everything. In fact, I still have Fisk's files to go through. If you want I can maybe have some of the files disappear and arrive at a certain lawyer's office. But it comes with a price. First, you leave me and the cats alone, and second, Electra, I want you to train Pete. If you agree then we can maybe do that thing you asked about 2 years ago. Felicia was teasing her. She knew Electra had made a hasty pass at her on her 18th, and as she was still pining for Gwen, she said no and never thought any more of it. It wasn't until Electra had given her that look while talking about a payment she finally realized. She remembered exactly how her first time with Peter went, and until Electra and Hades were bonded fully this would be the norm. Of course, we can just fight, and if you win, then I agree. If I win, you train Pete. Electra laughed. Are you kidding? You do that, and I'll let you win on the mat as well. Felicia sat up and raised both eyebrows at Electra. Let me win? She asked with a shocked look on her face. I seem to remember I won at least 3 of those matches, and Electra waved a hand at her. Only as a way to keep my little kitty's ego in check. We can't have you all pouty and frowny, can we? And Electra laughed softly. Really? And as Electra lifted herself up she gave Felicia a small cheeky grin. Deal, but let's make it more interesting. We fight, and so there is no cheating. We get a referee, and Felicia nodded. Deal, and the pair shook before sitting back down. Matt, want to watch us spar? Seems we have a few things to settle between us before anything moves forward, and Matt nodded. I'd like to see those files, and the work sounds good as well. They are legit though. I don't want to suddenly find out there's more shady stuff going on. Peter laughed. Gwen Stacy, Police Chief Gorge Stacy's daughter, and Matt shook his head as he drank the now much more palatable coffee. And she's fine with this, and Peter shrugged. Ask her yourself. She'll be up once the bacon is done, and Felicia laughed as right on cue a sleepy and must-looking Gwen, and a perfectly made-up MJ both walked out of her home. With Peter and Felicia out last night, and them both being alone they had spent the night together, and as Matt took a breath he raised an eyebrow. Peter ignored him. The one thing most enhanced had was superior senses, and even he could smell that Gwen and MJ had taken comfort with each other last night. As usual, if Matt had an issue he could firmly but politely, fuck off. So anyone wants to explain? Gwen asked, grabbing a plate held by Peter and squeezing ketchup over the eggs and bacon. As the toaster popped she grabbed 2 slices and began to butter them as the group looked at each other, well, as she took a bite. Daredevil, Electra. Felicia waved a butter knife between the pair, as Electra buttered Matt's toast and made him a fresh coffee. Huntress saved her, so we have Hades as well. We got Fisk and his guys, but there was a problem. Bullseye, a killer, got the jump on us, and yeah, we killed him. Gwen stared over at Felicia, who was busy buttering her own slices of toast. Peter was sliding it into a toast rack and sat it down in the middle of the table. MJ was just drinking coffee and shrugged. So nothing exciting then, and as Gwen snorted, Peter laughed. Really? Matt sighed. He could feel they were all like Electra. The clothing they were wearing gave off the same feeling that she did, and he knew, other than Peter, who was almost completely invisible to his senses, that they were all just as dangerous. They were all acting like kids though. As he sat and listened, they chatted, bickered, teased one another, and it was just like a normal breakfast he would share with Foggy. Matt leaned back as he realized, Electra, do you have my phone? And she patted his hand. I don't even have my phone. Someone was in a rush and we left before I could grab it. While it seemed like she was bombing Matt, the whole thing was her problem, as the first thing she did after breakfast was accost Matt in the shower, where they had sex again, and then again. She had made him not just late to leave his apartment, but now late for work. It's just after 8, MJ said, checking her phone. She had an hour before her shift started, as did Gwen before college. As the group ate, chatted, and then split to head into various jobs, Peter cleaned up. As Felicia left with Matt and Electra to head to Fisk's offices, she stared at his back for just a moment. She knew from the slouch he wasn't okay. His usual bravado was covering something, and once she was home again she would either beat or screw it out of him. She knew that keeping a defeat like that bottled up could eat away at someone's self-confidence, and Peter had already had enough problems with that. After a tiring and boring day, going over and through piles of files, both electronic and paper, Felicia had enough of the day. Asking Liv where Peter was, she just pointed up with a sigh and wheeled herself back into her home. Felicia found him sitting on the edge of the warehouse, uncharacteristically for Peter, drinking. So, want to tell me what's up? And as he moved over she cuddled up to him, or gonna sit and mope around some more? Peter lifted the bottle and took a drink, offered it to her and she took a sip as well. Bullseye, and she frowned and sighed. It was him or you, no question, but what's bothering you? It's not like you haven't lost before, or dash. And as he took a long drink he finished the bottle and popped the top from another. Looking behind him she saw this was his fourth. No, I want to never feel that stupid again. How do I tell MJ or Gwen I was so fucking dumb I almost got myself killed, or Aunt May? Bullseye played me like a tune and I let him. So much for being smart, huh? And as he drained the bottle he let out a loud belch. Yeah, that's attractive, and he looked guilty. Sorry. Not, you're good. Look. Sit here and mope all you like. Pete. You fucked up, but you think I never fell off something? Think I never got hurt? Get back up, train harder, try harder, and yeah, next time, cut his stupid head off. And as she stood she looked over at him. But yeah, don't tell Gwen, she'll really kill you, and he laughed. As he looked at the empty bottles he knew it wasn't helping. He had grown used to fighting muggers, and in the scheme of things, nobodies. Bullseye was a killer, Aaron was an enforcer for a crime boss, and he was just a high school student. If he wanted to play in their sandpit he needed to be more than just that. It was time to stop making excuses. It was either take this seriously or stop altogether. Half-assing it would get him killed. The past day had proven that. He could work with Liv and integrate the harness into his simskin. That was a start. Huntress could provide better training, and if Electra was as much of a badass as she seemed, the training would be well above what Felicia could give. Gathering the bottle he took a look at the New York skyline. Felicia was right, moping never solved anything, and neither did drinking. Action, not inaction, was needed, and he knew he needed to grow the fuck up. Play properly or don't play at all. No, he thought, that's what got my ass whipped, don't play, fight. And as he let himself back into the warehouse he nodded at Felicia, who just smiled, shook her head and headed into her and Gwen's home. The next day he stretched and began their workout. His night of stupidity was a memory, and it was time to begin in earnest. Felicia would be spending the day with Matt and Electra for their not-so-friendly spar, and he was at a loose end. He flicked on the news and there it was, a building full of explosives and a failed terrorist plot. Their fight hadn't been filmed, but eyewitnesses gave reports of 2 costumed people fighting on the rooftops, against the Goblin, and as far as J.J. and the Bugle were concerned, Venom. While Norman had been crucified in the news, he was ranting on a conspiracy theory that the pair were in cahoots, and it was someone else disturbing them, the killed man, that had driven them off. Peter shook his head. J.J. was a favorite of his aunt and uncle, and as the death of his son drove him further and further away from the truth, Peter was saddened. He had respect for him, but the grief he was incapable of seeing past was making him a sideshow nut, and Peter swallowed the guilt, not at John's death but the impact it was having. He wondered if Bullseye had anyone who was mourning for him, and it was at that strange thought he shook his head. If not him, then there would be a warehouse mourning me. It was this hubris that was costing him. He had powers, and a good life, and he was too arrogant and overconfident. As he watched Felicia slink from her home, barely dressed and yawning, he poured a coffee for her and she slumped into his lap as she added sugar and milk to it. Stop fucking moping, she said, and as she wiggled he felt her bare cheeks press against him. Stop it or this never happens, and to prove her point she kissed him and he smiled and grinned. See, you won't win them all, Pete. You'll fuck up and we'll get mad, but it's this stupid depressing shit after. You need to stop. We won, they didn't, scars heal, lives move on, and as he wrapped his arms around her, and nobody likes a winner, Pete. God, it's so unsexy, I want to barf right now. Man up and then you can nut up. Peter laughed. That's not exactly how that saying goes, Fel, but she shrugged and let her simskin retract from her top as well. And you don't want to, and as he pulled her into his embrace. I never ever said that. And his day began like so many others. For God's sake, you two, no sex at the breakfast table, they heard MJ yell, and both laughing and grinning, they moved into a more private area to continue their activities. Matthew stood staring at the pair with his cloudy eyes. Felicia wasn't fooled, and she knew that he could sense just as well without vision as she could with. Daredevil was not someone to be trifled with, and as they stood in a triangle in Electra's dojo, she wondered how it had come to this. Matthew, you are the referee, not a participant, but he just huffed. As if I don't know what you have been doing here, and Electra shrugged. And as I recall, you agreed, she retorted. This is training for Kitten here, not some personal vendetta against my friend, a friend who I am more than entitled to spend time with. I do not recall last night being a burden when I did with you the same as I plan to do with her, and Felicia frowned and bit her lip in annoyance. Begin in a poly relationship meant sometimes you heard things you didn't want to, and this was one of those times. Matt huffed. You know I don't mind. What I do mind is the leader of the Black Cats being trained to fight against people like me, the girlfriend of that menacing monster, being trained so he can fight better, and he crossed his arms. The fact we share is no issue, only what he does in his spare time. Felicia rolled her eyes. Matt was an idealist, and a lawyer, and she had no idea which was worse. Look, Batboy, I don't care what you think. We have an accord and we stick to that. Nobody cares that you hunt the ones that won't listen. Nobody cares about Daredevil, and as she saw the small wins from him, maybe that was the issue. Right now both Felicia and Electra were dictating terms to someone who was always independent, always fighting for what was right, and nobody paid him any mind. Felicia sighed. Look, this is to decide what training Electra will give me. No one's expecting her or you to team up with Peter. Just me, just the cats, to keep them safe, when you know, none of us can, and the annoyance in her voice was evident. So, how about this then? Kitty dearest, we keep our arrangement, but Matt, we can add you in. If she wins, then you represent Mr. Parker and make sure he stays within the law. You win and well, we shall agree to one of your wishes at least, but Felicia's eyes went wide and through clenched teeth. I do not agree to that, but Matt laughed and shook his head. You're a bit young, Felicia, not in my strike zone at all. He laughed as he smirked at her. How about, I win and the cats stop selling drugs in Hell's Kitchen, move back and let me clean up the dealers, and Felicia thought about it. The drug scene was bad news to her anyway, the lighter stuff was fine, college kids wanting to get high or go on an acid trip was of no consequence, but the dealers wanted the harder stuff as well. She had agreed, if only to keep the more civilized addicts getting a clean supply without having to resort to crime. Agreed, but only if you win, and Matt nodded. But what did you guys bet on? He asked. Felicia glared at Electra, who grinned at her. Oh, nothing much, Matthew, just a small thing, and it does not break our agreement, but it is personal, and while Matt huffed, Felicia was relieved. Even if it was only a spectator sport, she had no wish to actually invite Peter to one of their sessions. Electra was playing a dangerous game with Matt's feelings that she really wanted no part in it. So free for all or limits on powers or what? Felicia asked, while Electra was a more seasoned fighter than her, and Matt had his super senses sonar thing. Felicia was hesitant to unleash her full powers as huntress, fearing that she'd just hurt both their feelings as well as their bodies. I say free for all. The floor is reinforced as are the walls, and we never really butt loose, right Matthew? And he was limbering up, stripping down to loose pants and a simple t-shirt. Right, but she's just a kid, you're not worried about hurting her? He asked innocently. He had heard the rumors about Venom, but as far as his senses told him, Felicia was a bit stronger and tougher than a normal person, but that was it. No Matthew, I want to fight the huntress. I have seen it and you cannot imagine how much she changes, how ferocious and terrifying she actually is. And Matt just shrugged. Fine, but no suing if you lose, and he gave her a wide smile that had Felicia grinning back. You sure? 'Cause you know, this isn't a game? And Matt shrugged and began to warm up while Electra changed. Stripping down, she left herself in her normal outfit, tight red shorts and tight wrappings, and tying her hair back in a bandana, she began to follow Matt's lead and limber up. Not stretching? Matt asked, and Felicia shook her head. I don't need to. The symbiotes absorb and break down any acid buildup in the muscles, as well as taking care of microfractures from the stress of fighting. Electra, and she shook her head. You don't need to do that, but Electra shrugged. It's a mindset, Kitty. You should, even if you don't need to mentally prepare yourself to be ready to fight. And as Huntress wrapped herself around Felicia, and the woman grew to almost 7 feet. That's my secret, Electra. I'm always ready. Huntress stretched, and Matt's senses caught not just her change in physical nature, but the amount of pheromone she was giving off. A predator had arrived, and all his instincts were telling him to run. Describe what she just did, Ellie. My senses are going nuts. Is this a chemical attack? Did you plan this? And angrily Matt stomped over the Huntress, his head dizzy with the taste of pheromone. What? No. And as Huntress slipped back, Pete gives off a chemical scent, and I guess so do we when we use the symbiotes. No wonder everyone is so shit scared of us. Sorry, Matt, you're the first that's been enhanced without fighting. Well, sorta enhanced. And she stepped back and shook her head. We never knew. It just smells good to us. Matt shook his head, do it again, and Felicia looked over at Electra who shrugged and he shouted, again, and as Huntress slipped over her he stepped back. Felicia could see the sweat pouring from him and she could hear the pounding of his heart. As he stood staring at her she felt like he was examining every inch of her, and in his own way, he was. The cloud of pheromone coming from the creature was overpowering and every fiber said to run. His heart was hammering in his chest and he wanted nothing more than to listen to it, but he couldn't. If he wanted to take down Venom, to fight one of these creatures he needed to control his emotions, his anger, his hatred of them, and he took deep breaths. Letting the pheromone circulate in his system he felt each nerve as it lit up, angry and full of fear, but he was the man without fear and he calmed his heart, slowed his breathing. As he took in more and more, his heart steadied and he calmed down. Now he knew if he had to fight Venom, whatever the hell that was would be no problem. Once more took his stance. Now I am ready, and with that, he launched a high kick at Felicia, who was too busy looking at Electra to notice. As his foot sped towards her, Huntress slipped out and she ducked, grabbed him around the thigh and leaping slammed him into the mat. Naughty naughty, she hissed and she rolled backwards and Matt lay on the floor, stunned. Electra laughed, she is enhanced and more Matthew, you should be aware, and as he lifted himself up he shook. Are you that fast? But Electra shook her head. There is an adjustment, where the host and symbiote need time to get used to one another. I cannot use Hades to her full power yet, she explained, and Hades is afraid she hurts you. It seems however Huntress has no fear in that department, and Huntress laughed. We asked, and you agreed, she hissed back. Okay, then how about we spar, just me, no fighting back. I'll forfeit if after one round I don't hit you, but if I touch you, then you're out. He really hoped she would agree. He was confident he could at least get one hit in. Sure, we agree, but with more. If you fail, then you pay for our next date night, and Matt tooted but scowled. Sure, take advantage of the blind guy, and he dropped back into his stance. Copying, Huntress moved into her own, and he circled, sending out a few testing jabs she easily avoided. As one sailed past her head a left kick followed it and she pirouetted out of the way and straight into another punch. Twisting she bent backwards and ducked underneath it and the real fight began. Kick followed punch followed kick as Matt threw out every move he could think of. As she moved and he sensed the direction she was moving to, he sent out a limb, but everything he did she avoided. Each punch, each kick, every elbow or knee, she was simply too fast for him, too agile, and as Electra watched the pair dance and weave she became even more excited for her battle with Huntress. Sparring with Felicia had been fun, and only her more generous combat experience gave her an edge, but watching Huntress dance around Daredevil like he was a child was making her heart pump and her warrior spirit thirst for battle. Your win, I can't touch you, let me see it. Fight back, and with that Matt found himself being touched behind both knees, once on the neck, and as he spun to avoid a blow to the face he found a large dark grey sword at his neck. To him, it was like fighting a ghost. She was too fast, and while he could track her movements by the disturbance in the air, by the time he processed what was happening she had moved and was already moving once more. A fire lit within him. I'm going to call Stick, he thought. If she was the new breed of villain, even if she refused to be named as such, then he either needed allies or more training. Stick had once offered him a more active role. He now knew he needed that. He needed to be stronger than Huntress if he was to keep the city safe. I yield, he said, pushing the flat of the blade down with 2 fingers. So, I guess, I lost then, huh? And Huntress snorted. We were never in any doubt, Matt. You are strong, but we learned that there are stronger than us in the world, and Felicia slipped back. Yeah, always someone stronger, Matt. Better trained, better equipped. I tried to get that through to Pete. Sometimes it's not the powers, it's the setup. You've got Electra to help you. You don't need to fight alone, but he still snorted and moved back to sit on the dojo floor. Nice pep talk, but she spends more time with you than me. Can someone get me water? I don't know where it is in your new place. Electra looked over at Felicia, who shrugged and shook her head and got a bottle of cold water from a very obvious and very loud fridge. If Matt had paid attention he would have heard it, and both women knew he was just being childish. I can run out and get a bottle if you want. Felicia teased him as he drank, and Electra laughed. Poor Matthew, being picked on after being picked on, but do not worry, I shall fight for your honor, my sweet prince. And as she moved over she took her stance in the middle of the floor. I however will be using these, and she twirled 2 sai in her hand. I am not as desh, but Huntress dived forwards, grabbed her by the throat and slammed her into the mat. No weapons, and no talking, and as Electra struggled under Huntress's grip, wrapping her legs around her head and feet trying to unbalance her, she sighed and tapped the mat. Letting her go, Felicia stood, and silently laughed to herself, knowing full well that Venom did the same to her. A fully fed and ready symbiote was not something to take lightly. The strength and speed boost was something neither Electra nor Daredevil could hope to contend with in a matter of pure power. We are Huntress, and until you are enhanced, there is nothing you can do to hurt me, and the pair, silently cursing at her, agreed. For the moment anyway, as both made plans to get their own back. Come back to bed, honey, and as he looked over, the tall and curvy blonde supermodel let the sheet slip down from her chest. In front of him were 2 of the largest. Tony woke with a start, the incredible pain in his chest burned, and he wheezed, trying to draw a deeper breath than the pain would let him. Trying to sit up he realized he had been strapped to the gurney he was on. No, my friend, the surgery was a success, but you must rest now. They have given us much food to help, even water. The brown-skinned man, grime and sweat covering his face, said. He smiled though as he looked through a wooden crate that Tony could just barely make out over the side of the bed. As he found what he was looking for, he moved over to Tony and began to examine the bandages around his chest. As he looked around in a panic, he realized he was in a dirty, stinking brown room. Boxes and other junk littered the walls and a bare electric bulb hung from loose wires in the ceiling. The air was thick with humidity and the smell of blood and seared flesh. His flesh. Was I in surgery? He thought, and looking down he saw the wires coming out of his chest, and as he moved to touch one the man slapped his hand. No. In the explosion you suffered a grievous injury. There is shrapnel being pulled to your heart by arterial pressure. I used a small electromagnet to keep them away, and he pointed to a car battery by Tony's side. It is powering the device. It should keep you alive, well, for now anyway. Here, drink. You'll need your strength soon enough, and the man handed him a cold cup of something, soup, thin and bitter, but to Tony, it was the finest broth he had ever tasted. Dr. Ho Yinsen. I am afraid I did the best I could under the circumstances, but it is still very fine work, and of course, I already know who you are, Mr. Stark. As Tony watched him he realized he was in some sort of cave, not a hospital, and flies buzzed around a chamber pot in the corner while the kind-looking man, thin with wire-framed glasses, picked up, lifted them to peer at a piece of equipment and either shook his head and put it back, or nodded and added it to a pile on a workbench. A flood of memories came back to him, the tour, the soldiers, and finally the explosion. I am sorry, none of the men survived, and our hosts wish for you to make them something. Another Middle Eastern-looking man came in and spoke, bald and carrying an assault rifle. His face was not one of kindness or understanding. Alive, good, you will stay that way as soon as you build us those, and he pointed to a box. The lid had been pried open and half-assembled Jericho missiles were inside. Fail and die. A sudden sense of terror filled Tony. This wasn't a random terrorist act. He had been targeted by these men to build the rockets for them. It was his own hubris that had cost the brave men and women of his convoy their lives. He had wanted to show off just how effective his tech was at killing, and he had made a joke of it. In the end, it had been his own weapons used to attack the convoy and kill those soldiers, and as he raised a hand to cover his eyes, he felt the trickle of tears as the reality of his situation hit home. This was his fault. Not just the convoy but the weapons. He had never considered that the weapons he built would be used on Americans, on him, and now as he lay, a throbbing pain in his chest and a faint tingle as the magnet thrummed, he made a vow that once he made it home, things would change, he would change. It had been 4 months since that conversation, and as Tony looked at the hulking armored suit, his Iron Man, he knew it was time to escape. As they made their escape through the compound, fighting off wave after wave of terrorists, Tony felt a small measure of peace. These men had gotten what they deserved, even if it was death. His only regret was underestimating their number. As he saw a large group ready to swarm them, Ho shouted, grabbed a gun and ran, yelling at them. His sacrifice allowed Tony to escape, tears in his eyes as the man was gunned down. Tony made a vow to return later, once he was recovered, and take revenge for the man. Dr. Ho Yinsen had sacrificed himself, the men and women of the convoy had sacrificed themselves, and Tony vowed that there would be no more. The suit had used up the fuel from the Jericho missiles and flown him as far away from the compound as possible, but with no guidance systems or even a simple compass he had no idea where in the world he was, or how far he had traveled. It had all been rough guesswork, sketched out in secret. As he lay, sweating under the scorching desert sun, he fought back tears. The calculations had also been for 2. It was another week before he was rescued. He had walked as far as he could, carrying a small supply of water and a few protein bars. As they ran out, so did his endurance. Tony was a playboy, not an athlete, and even he would admit he never got very far before collapsing. A passing caravan of camel herders spotted him, lying nearly dead in the sand, and brought him to a small village where he got a phone. An army convoy was there within the hour, his best and really only friend James Rhodes personally coming to see him. He broke down as he saw the flags flapping on the armored truck. I can go home, I can go home, he repeated over and over as he wept. The plane ride over, he was brought up to speed on everything. His makeshift implant was given a once-over and hooked up to a much more reliable power source. He was given several booster shots and then hooked up to N4, only allowed to eat foul-tasting nutrient paste for the first day to allow his shrunken and injured stomach to heal before proper food was allowed. He watched the news of the attack on New York by a strange costumed Venom, of its savior Spider-Man, and their fall from grace. He shook his head as he watched classified footage of the glider attack, his hands scrunched in fists as he saw the deaths rise. The man was clearly insane, but he had the right idea. A self-contained armored suit had just saved his life, and he felt that it would again. He wanted to show the public that it wasn't the machines of war that made them afraid, it was the people that used them, that a shining beacon could be brought forth that made the world a better place. Jarvis, get me schematics on the goblin armor, any patents held by Oscorp, buy them and move them to my secure server. And as he ate another packet of paste, Tony began to plan and, more importantly, to build. It wasn't until the betrayal of his mentor stung that Tony realized just how the greed of men affected the world around them. His quest to create an army of ironmongers, huge hulking suits designed around the Mark I, caused an explosion in the center of New York, one big enough to draw not just the civilian authorities but the military and the international community as well. He had been given notice by the World Security Council and, taking Pepper's advice, had called a press conference. The announcement wasn't too hard to guess. An armored man had been spotted flying over New York, Fears of a new goblin were running around, but after the same man was spotted taking out terrorists in the Middle East, they knew it wasn't Norman. The gaudy red and gold of the armor led the media to call him Iron Man, which Peter thought was stupid. Iron was too heavy for flight suits. It was probably some kind of polyalloy, maybe nickel and titanium. It would be amazing if he could get his hands on one though. The warehouse watched as Tony Stark held his press conference. He fielded questions about the bright light over New York, the appearance of the armored hero Iron Man, and whether or not they were connected to the Goblin. Look, Iron Man isn't some whack job like Osborn. I mean, that guy was into some heavy medical research that got a lot of good people killed. Iron Man, right? Yeah, Iron Man. He went to the Middle East, saved a bunch of people. The explosion was Jebediah messing with my dad's old reactor. Iron Man had nothing to do with that. Tony knew lying was part of the job, but outing Jebediah would only crush Stark Industries and give the government an excuse to seize his Iron Man suits. What's that? Am I Iron Man? Tony smirked and shook his head. He could see Pepper talking to a serious-looking man in a well-tailored suit, and as their eyes met he smirked and hers went wide, shaking her head and mouthing no at him. You know, I've got a lot of cards here. Cards that tell me what to do, what to say, answers to all the pre-prepared questions you have, nicely vetted so I don't get too emotional on camera, and the cameras caught Pepper swiping her hand over her throat, letting Tony know to shut up. But yeah, I am Iron Man. Peter turned off the TV and the group stared. So, Iron Man huh, he said, and Liv shrugged. I doubt the armor is anything special, probably ripped of goblin tech, and without that stupid formula running through his veins Tony Stark isn't the best role model, but at least he'll probably just use it to show off. Peter nodded. Growing up Tony Stark had been his idol. He was rich, handsome, and most of all brilliant. Any schematic or blueprint of his Peter could get his hands on he had, and if he had to be honest, seeing Iron Man filled him with two emotions, one that he didn't want to ever have to fight him, and second, he was kinda jealous that Stark could just build a suit and go flying in it. Seemed the rich did play by their own rules and Stark was no exception. Don't even think about it, Mr. Parker. You are still in trouble for the incident in Hell's Kitchen, and Peter shrugged at Gwen but smiled as Felicia came out of her office with a pile of papers. Peter and Felicia were both in the bad books, spending the last of the warehouse's cash and getting nothing but problems and paperwork in return. Peter's punishment had been physical in nature, but it always was. Consigned to not just the cooking, but the cleaning and the maintenance of the warehouse, his days were filled with chores and his nights with a punishment of a different, but also very physical nature. Felicia's punishment had been more paperwork, and she was finally getting round to finishing it all. Until she did, her physical activities had been put on hold, the others taking her spot to encourage her to work faster. While that's all great and everything, Felicia started, we have a bigger problem. She had been going over the records from the Fisk transactions. I found out what MGH is. It's a synthetic drug. Sorry Gwen, but I really need you on this one. It's a drug, and it's made from people. The quartet stood outside an address in Hell's Kitchen. In Fisk's files it was listed as a repair shop, but with boarded-up windows and reflective tinting on the upper windows, it looked more like a bombed-out crack den than a residence or place of business. When Felicia had gone through the files she found that this was Fisk's drug manufacturing location. At first, it was like any other, workers would wrap and weigh packets for sale, but Fisk had been approached with a new venture. MGH. Mutant growth hormone. Gwen had taken one look at the formula, made a small sample, and then had been violently sick. That's vile, and fucking toxic, Pete. It's like someone drank Oscorp formula and then puked it back up and used it to make a new formula. Shit, I can't tell you what that is. Poison won't even go near it. It's so vile. She had told them, after getting several glasses of alcohol to wash her mouth out. If we go, then, we stick with what you said at Fisk's, Felicia had said, that I'm in charge, and while Gwen and MJ had given her a quizzical look Peter nodded. That's fair, and as he slipped into his armor he recolored it back to the original black, and Felicia laughed. You need a new code name though, if Venom isn't good enough to be seen with us criminal types. How about Night Monkey? And Gwen snorted. Oh, like Huntress, can you make ears? Like little monkey ears, and retracting his armor Peter glared at them. I am not making monkey ears for my armor, pick another name, he said, huffing, but Felicia shook her head. Sorry monkey, boss's orders. Night Monkey it is, and as the three laughed and teased him, Peter snorted and shook his head while grinning. I also want you two with us, if this is as bad as we think, even if you don't fight, we need the extra hands, and both Gwen and MJ nodded. I might be more of a burden though, Gwen said, with her shoulders slumped. Poison was always complaining when she was stuck in her armor form, and Gwen couldn't trust her not to just hide back inside her if a fight broke out. Felicia nodded and moving around the Gwen hugged her. It's fine, if you stay with MJ you can protect each other until either Pete or I get there. This is just a look, we're not expecting to fight. It's fine, and hugging her back Gwen nodded, even if she still looked apprehensive. At the address, though it was business, the four stood at the door as Huntress used the keys she had been given to open the door carefully. She took a step back from the foul air that escaped from the building. A drug plant was airtight, so no one knew what the strange odor of chemicals was, and with the building being locked down the aircon had been off for a week. Monkey shook his head. Smell that, and the rest nodded. The air was thick with the smell of various disinfectants and cleaners. Huntress looked at him. You two, go up, Monkey, with me, there's a basement. comms on, and the four hit the new and improved headsets that Liv had worked on. Peter had no hint of jealousy when she redesigned their gear. She had years of experience working on things like that, and hers was a smaller, more modular, and more expansive setup. Even without Huntress, Felicia would have night vision, target tracking, and a whole lot more. Liv had taken the goblin armor helmet apart and reduced the HUD to a simple mask each of them was now wearing. Poison and Muse headed towards the stairs, taking the simple training Huntress had given them seriously and ascended while Monkey and Huntress headed towards a thick steel door, bolted surprisingly from the outside as well as having a huge thick lock. Huntress shook her head, no keys, and Monkey shifted, letting his muscles bulge and digging his hands into the plaster of the wall pulled. Surprisingly the door wouldn't budge and digging further along he found that the door extended a meter in either direction surrounding the frame. He huffed and dug both hands into the end of one side, feeling the edge with his fingers. Punching the plaster away he found several large steel rivets securing the door frame to the wall. Nope, no way, if I pull that the wall will fall down, we need poison. As Huntress looked at the steel frame in the wall it was at least 10 centimeters thick. Whoever had wanted the basement secure had made sure no one was getting in without alerting whatever security they had. Once you've secured upstairs, everyone head back down here. Her comms clicked, there's nothing up here, everything's been cleaned out, no residue of drugs or tables. The place has been sprayed with cleaner as well, something strong too, probably bleach and alcohol. Heading back down once we've done the last floor, Poison come back. What the hell was going on here? Monkey asked but Huntress had no idea. The files she had made reference to the drug but not what it was used for, and if this was the way it was kept it must have been something either really expensive or, as Huntress feared, something really bad. If I spray the lock it'll take a while to eat through it but I can blow it. If you and Huntress pull at the edges we should be able to just rip it from the frame, even if we dent it enough to get more tendrils in, Poison said after looking in the lock and sending a small web into it. Huntress nodded, and Poison pressed her hand against the lock and after a few moments, everyone stood back, watching the smoke and an acrid smell rise from the keyhole. As expected, while the lock was melted inside and the door moved it was held by several deadbolts and Huntress and Monkey slid thin tendrils into the door at several points to find them before prying the door a few millimeters. It took several attempts to get the acid into the frame, but with the last bolt a pumped Huntress and Monkey held the huge door up as it came free from the frame and gently lowered it to the floor. Me and Monkey will head down. You two stay here and make sure we don't get visitors. Huntress points to several contact plates in the door. It looked like it was alarmed in some way and they had no idea if they had just triggered it somewhere off-site, or if 3 was a security station somewhere in the building. Nodding the two took different points surrounding the main entrance, staying as hidden as possible while remaining vigilant. Huntress and Monkey headed down the dark stairs, Monkey clicking on his low-light vision, scanning for possible threats. They were greeted by 3 rooms, one closed off and covered in plastic. One was the security room they had been looking for but all that remained was a few wrappers and a table, dust marks and black scratches hinted at a monitor, and maybe a gun rack but now, there was nothing. The second room was storage, shelves of bottles, all clean and perfect sat in cardboard boxes and counting them quickly, there were 210 boxes of 20, and another 200 should have sat in empty spaces. Even the air smelled clean here, the air purifier off the normal grid or a system of chemical sponges rather than filters. It wasn't until they opened the last door, thick with plastic sheeting that the true horror of the building was revealed. There were 2 rows of beds, 11 down each side of the room with a single one in the center of the back wall. Each bed had an occupant, attached to a drip, each with a bullet hole in their forehead. Huntress covered her mouth. These were kids. Not one of the bodies was older than either her or Monkey, and she wanted to vomit but swallowed the bile in her throat back down. Monkey went from bed to bed and pulled up the simple blanket each of them had. He stopped to examine one body. A tap had been attached at the back of the kid's head, and he guessed they were draining spinal or adrenal fluid from them. A few had strange markings on their skin or different eyes. Almost like a kind of mutation had affected them. They were collecting fluid? Maybe Poison was right. A lot of them are mutated. Maybe someone gave them formula and then harvested something we don't know it does. Monkey pulled the blanket over another kid, her eyes glassy and staring in horror into space. This was wrong. This was what he wanted to stop. As he approached the 23rd bed, noting each one was marked with an X, the occupant screamed and leapt at him, her movements restrained by thick cuffs wrapped both her arms and legs. She yelled and screamed incoherently at him but stopped and sniffed the air as he approached. Hey, it's okay, we're here to help. He raised both his hands, trying to be non-threatening. The girl, she looked young to him, continued screaming and twisting, trying to get free. Hey, wait, I'll undo them, okay, but you gotta calm down, okay. He knelt at the foot of the bed and the simple Velcro straps were easy enough to undo but as he did the first one she kicked out at him. He sprang back in shock. From the center of her foot was a single large bone blade, extending out from between her large toe and her second toe and she kicked out at him as he backed away. Both feet had a blade each while her hands had a pair. Even as she thrashed and twisted she was unable to attack the chain that held her to the bed. Holy shit, Huntress, look at that? He pointed and she shook her head. Another enhanced. She clicked her comms. Poison, get down here. We need medical and maybe a sedative. At her words the girl screamed even more, thrashing around trying to get free. Hey, it's okay. We're not here to hurt you, Monkey said, and she glared at him. Honest, look, we're like you. And he extended his fingers into different shapes. We're here to rescue you. Please, just calm down. And as she watched his hands stretch and change, she narrowed her eyes, sniffing once more. Agree. With both hands raised, he carefully undid her other food strap, making sure she didn't kick out at him with those talons of hers. Bulletproof, yes, but he figured the thick steel door upstairs was to stop her if she escaped, and he didn't even want to find out if those wicked blades could cut him. The girl tensed as Poison and Muse entered the room, gasping at the covered bodies. Monkey, is that her? Poison asked and came over. The girl growled. Hey, it's okay, she's with me, and sniffing once more she glared but stayed still. I'm going to release your arm, okay? Please, don't attack me, and the girl nodded. Monkey let out a sigh of relief as she let her arm relax as he undid the cuff around it and he moved to the other side. Okay, last one. Please don't freak out, okay, as she stared at him. As the last cuff fell free she shimmied up the bed and rubbed her wrists. Water, she asked, and Poison handed Monkey a small bag with a straw on it. They had no idea what to expect here and had brought medical supplies, as well as emergency food and water. Hey, I'm Venom, this is Huntress, Poison is the one who gave you water, and Muse is the white one. Okay, friends, really. We had no idea anyone was here or we would have tried to save your friends. Monkey explained. Monkey, she said, and he sighed. That was a joke. Okay, it's not Monkey. She shook her head and sniffed. Monkey. She slurped the water from the small pouch and sniffed once more, leaning forwards and sniffing the air, before coming over and sniffing at Venom's simskin. Wondering if he should say anything, it was too late. The girl wrapped her arms around his neck and climbed into his lap. Smell good. Guys, little help, he asked the three. Hearing them try not to laugh. Venom had carried the girl back to the warehouse while Huntress and Poison stayed behind to deal with the bodies. No one had any idea who they were or what the experiments had been, but one thing they knew was that in Hell's Kitchen leaving 12 bodies for the cops to find would lead them back to someone, and if Fisk was a good businessman, Venom bet it would be someone important. The group also felt they needed something. The fate that had befallen them was cruel, and to leave them like that, abandoned and forgotten, was one last insult they couldn't forgive. Even a small token that someone cared was something they deserved. The girl hadn't spoken since they freed her from the bed. She held on tightly as they all swung back, and as they landed on the roof she dropped down, sniffing and growling. Home, like you, was all she said, and as Venom opened the hatch she sprang forwards and down the hatch. Shit. As they both looked over they saw she had landed on the warehouse floor without a scratch and was sitting on all fours, sniffing and peering around the warehouse. Venom sighed and shrugged. She's definitely enhanced, and followed after her, catching himself on a girder to make sure he didn't land on her. She had already run off, sniffing the air, and had headed to Peter's home, pushing the door open and leaping on the bed, wrapping a blanket around herself, taking deep breaths. Same formula as Prowler, he asked, but MJ shrugged as the pair let their simskin slide back. He heard a yell and the girl was stood there, all 6 claws out and pointing at Liv, ready to attack. Hey, okay, this is what we look like, okay, and he let his armor slide back over him. See, it's me and that's Liv. He pointed over to her. She had heard the roof hatch open and had been waiting in her home for them to come back, hiding when the strange girl had dropped down instead. She nodded. Monkey, and the claws slid back in. That is cool, but he saw the blood dripping. Shit, did that hurt? Liv, get the kit, and the girl shook her head, showed her hands, and she was right. There were no marks on her at all. Healing, nice was all he said. MJ, can you maybe see if you've got something that'll fit her, I think. Peter was stopped as the girl stripped out of the gown she was wearing and sniffed a few times before standing naked in Peter's home, throwing dirty clothing about, eventually grabbing one of Peter's dirty t-shirts and lifting her arms over her head, shimmying into it. No matter what her age, she was older than she looked. Her skin was a pale coffee color, small breasts barely in a cup with small darker dots. Her crotch was thick with the same dark thick brown hair that cascaded down her back. Peter scowled though, and even MJ shook her head as they saw her body. Her arms and legs were covered in cuts, not just from fighting, these were all concentrated in a few areas. She had probably self-harmed. His fists clenched as he thought of the bastards that did this to her, and that if he found Fisk again he would skin him alive. She started sniffing again. No, safe, home, was all she said before climbing into Peter's bed and gathering up his blankets into a nest. He could hear her breathing become shallow, and after a few seconds, he figured she was asleep. He flicked the light off but left the door open. We're just outside, okay, he said, in case she was just pretending. Peter made coffee for the 3 of them and they sat at the breakfast table, staring at their mugs. So, even I can guess that MGH is made from humans, enhanced and then drained of a hormone or spinal fluid. It's probably either a safer way to make formula or a stimulant of some kind, he said, and Liv nodded and continued his thought. If it's adrenal, then a stimulant, spinal means enhancer, dopamine, or mood-affecting hormones can't be extracted that way, so, I agree, and MJ just looked horrified. Peter, I mean, I know I joined in, but is this what is like? And as she saw the pain in his face, nothing like he'd ever seen before either, and he shook his head. No, this is, I mean, it can be bad, but not this, and he had to let go of his cup to stop from crushing it. His hands tightened so much his knuckles went white as he squeezed his fists together. He had never experienced anything like this. Was this what his original fate would have been? Was he part of the same experiments that she was, to be used as some kind of drug factory and then disposed of? His anger rose like bile in his throat. A hand stroked his thigh. Peter dear, calm down. We have a target now. With the formula we can track it. You made that tracker for formula, right? Well, this is the formula, and Peter remembered. He'd made it to track Kurt, but Fisk and Prowler had become more of an issue. It's in the storeroom where we keep everything else, and he realized he should probably catalog and organize it, rather than leaving a whole pile of military-grade armor and weapons sat on shelves to gather dust. We need to find someone to help her though. She's not safe here and we can't look after someone with possible medical problems, Peter said flatly. He knew whatever she had gone through was more than any of them could deal with. She needed a therapist, a proper doctor to help with whatever had been done to her, although, he noticed she didn't have the same drip attached to the back of her head, and he wondered if she had removed it and it healed, or if she was there for another reason. No, I think she should stay here. I can watch her, as long as she's not too boisterous. If we take her anywhere we risk exposing ourselves again. How many of these labs exist within New York? How many have they taken? We can't risk it, Peter, and clenching his jaw at the thought of more, he nodded at Liv and swallowed his anger back down. They all stiffened as they heard her creep out of the home and walk over to Peter, sitting on his lap and wrapping herself around him once more. Do you have a name? I'm Peter, this is Liv and MJ, introducing them again. Laura, she said as she snuggled into him. We do have more chairs you know, and she shook her head. Peter shrugged his shoulders. Guys. Liv shook her head. Well, Mr. Pheromone, what do you expect? If she's enhanced with Prowler formula you probably smell safe. Doesn't that only, you know, hoping Liv wasn't about to say he was about to get leapt on by a stranger. Liv sighed and shook her head, again. Smartest dumb guy, vanilla when you're happy, pepper when you're mad, cinnamon when you're, and she winked, and blood when you're angry. I've never been near when you're sad though, MJ. MJ thought for a moment. Citrus I think. Peter gets mad more often than sad. Peter looked shocked. Really? Why do you think we all sit on your lap and run our hands through your hair? MJ said, and at that Laura raised a hand and ran it through his hair and sniffed her hand, and after nodding he began to pet him, making sure to coat both hands, rubbing them on herself. Thanks MJ, he said sarcastically, as she manhandled him. MJ and Liv stifled laughs at the sight. While she wasn't small, she was still smaller than Peter, but he seemed to be willing to suffer the indignity for her sake. They sat drinking their coffee. Laura had sniffed Peter's cup but pulled a face, and MJ had gotten some of the juice that Gwen kept to placate Poison from the fridge. It was a mix of various fruit juices and was sweet and refreshing, something that Poison loved, and it was one thing Gwen figured out long ago that she could drink without issue. Laura grabbed the glass with both hands and gulped it down. Hey, it's okay, there's a lot, take your time okay, and she nodded and took smaller drinks. Got her tamed, Liv joked, but Laura growled at her and pointed a hand, the blade sliding out between her fingers, dripping blood on the table. Hey, no, Liv was joking, Peter scolded her and she curled up further into his chest, hiding her face from him. Laura, no, everyone here is good, okay, no stabbing. Peter said, really unsure of how exactly to deal with the clingy but obviously temper-prone enhanced girl. Actually Peter, I have an idea about that. Laura, dear, look here for a moment, and Liv held out her blanket. Take it, it's fine. Reaching forwards, Laura snatched the blanket and stared at it. Now, smell it, and as she held it to her face, she sniffed and nodded. Remember dear, we have our own smell. Whatever her powers are, she'll trust us more if we smell good. So MJ, same, although make sure you get Muse to be friendly, we don't know what effect a musk will have on her. Then we need to wait, cause I'm so angry right now, scared, and angry. Peter, we can't take her to the hospital, we can't go to the cops or anyone, and tell them what? We rescued a kid from a human crack den. Can you please take care of her and please don't ask questions? Not a kid, 21, and the trio looked at her. She was older than both Peter and MJ, who'd yet to have birthdays. Welp, that makes her sitting in my lap a lot less creepy for certain, Peter remarked, and MJ laughed while Liv smiled and shook her head. Really Peter, at a time like this, and he looked into Liv's eyes and down at Laura. It was only then that Liv realized all she had on was a t-shirt, and while it was too big for her it didn't cover very much of her ass or legs. She frowned though as she spotted that her legs were covered in scars and that she had patches of what looked like chemical burns on her thighs. Right, Laura, as much as Peter appreciates the hugs, we need to get you cleaned and into some clothes. So come on, shower time. Now do you need help or are you capable of doing that on your own? And MJ dear, some clothes, I think I've got some spare things in my dresser. Unopened panties that should fit her, as well as a few old tops. We're open here dear, but you will not be bare-arsed and dirty. Come on, chop chop, and Liv took charge. She wanted to give Laura a quick physical examination, find out exactly how far the scars and sadly, the abuse that caused them went. While Oscorp experimented with formula, this was the first that she had met one of its surviving victims. Most had died after prolonged exposure, but Laura had lived, and then been experimented on. What confused Liv was that the lab Harry had set up never had a girl matching Laura's description, and sadly she would know, being its main researcher for so long. Even as she growled at her, Liv just growled back and Laura was dragged to Liv's home by MJ. She had an open shower room, and with more space, the three of them could make sure that Laura was washed properly, and the extra hands might be needed. Reluctant, she still followed and gave Peter pleading eyes, hoping he'd rescue her, but he shrugged and, pursing his lips, shook his head. Monkey, was all she said flatly at his betrayal. Liv followed her into her home, and the shower could be heard starting moments later. While MJ and Liv were in the shower room with Laura, a slouching and tired-looking huntress and poison swung down from the rafters. Letting their simskin slip back, the pair just sat staring as Peter poured them both coffee, and seeing the look on their faces decided everyone needed some food, even if it was just to stare at. We disposed of the bodies in the bay. No records, no nothing, no evidence in the building. No records of anyone, and when we went to HQ all the building was listed under was drug development. Fisk either scrubbed the records and is laughing his ass off, or someone hid a secret project from him. Felicia explained, staring at her cup. She sighed and drained it in one swing, something stronger, and Peter nodded. Peter moved over to the counter and, letting a burner heat up, started to scramble an egg mix he had left in the fridge for when they got back. As they stared at their cups, he cooked for them and then dished up 6 plates of food, opened the fridge and pulled out several bottles of beer. Peter put a plate of scrambled eggs down, sausage, bacon, egg, and cheese all mixed together with spices and a dose of onions, so they could at least say they had some veg, and popped the tops of 2 extra strong bottles of beer, placing them down in front of the pair. Gwen hesitated and grabbed the beer and drank it in several seconds, shaking her head. I knew, Pete. I knew, and it's not. She took a deep breath. Remember the guy that groped me? And Peter nodded. He'd had a look but without a name. It was an empty trail. He attacked me in the parking garage of Oscorp and I killed him. She took a swig of her beer. This wasn't like that. He deserved it. He got what he deserved. These were kids, Pete. Kids, she said as she slumped back down. And you didn't kill them, Gwen. Those fucks did. And we'll find them, and we got one, safe, and from the sounds of it, a handful. If we lose but save one, it's worth it. But she was shaking her head. Not to me, Pete. One isn't enough. She stared at the bottle. Not enough. Then save more. Work with Felicia. A chemical that needs enhanced brains to make isn't going to be difficult to track down. Shit. It should be one of the easiest things to find. How many of us are there? Really? A wet and dressed Laura ran from Liv's home, chased by a soaked and scowling MJ. Liv followed with a slight smirk on her face. The shower had gone well, but when MJ tried to brush her hair, the untamed girl had run off and was back sitting on Peter's chair. Peter shook his head and put a plate down in front of her, and she stared at it. Unless Fisk had access to a new strain of the serum, we never made something to enhance bone structure. Even Kurt's formula was a regenerator. Laura is something new, a different type of enhanced. If you could be a deer and get some blood from her, we might be able to find out if someone else is continuing Osborn's research. We might be in a spot of trouble if they are. Worse is the MGH, which is definitely something that Oscorp had no hand in. Sorry dear, but it seems like we're dealing with a new player, Liv said, wheeling herself to the breakfast table. The group sat quietly at the table, aware that whatever Laura's origin, MGH was a scourge and needed to be stopped. And I can safely say that she was never in an Oscorp facility. I know you don't want to hear this, but someone like Laura would have been used to test a symbiote, but her injuries and the resulting scars are unlike anything I've ever seen. Her healing is off the charts, but whatever was used actually left a scar. And Liv ran her hand over Laura's head. I'm so sorry dear, so sorry. MJ handed Liv a cloth, and she wiped her eyes first and then blew her nose. The shower had been fun. Laura was amazed by the warm flowing water, and she had danced and giggled underneath the sprays, but as Liv noted and recorded each injury and scar, she had to stop several times to keep herself from breaking down. Laura looked at the plate, and as Peter shrugged, it was MJ who smiled and nodded. It's okay, you can eat. And Laura nodded and began to lift the egg mix with her fingers. Peter sighed and lifted a spoon, and he held the egg mix in front of her face. She took it and made a whining happy noise, chewing and then swallowing before sitting with her mouth open, waiting for more. You can eat the rest yourself. But as he made to hand her the spoon, she sat on her hands and just sat, mouth open, giving him the most pitiful expression she could manage. You spoiled her dear, so at least for today, Liv said, and sighing he patted his lap and she scurried over and nestled herself between his legs before making an AHH noise. Fine, only for today, sick people get better you know. And as he fed her spoon after spoon of scrambled breakfast egg, she wiggled back and forth, making the same happy noise as before. But, you need to behave, okay? Gwen and Liv will run tests, so listen or this little show won't be getting a rerun, okay? And as she looked up at him, he raised an eyebrow, and she just nodded and opened her mouth again. The group decided that today would be a rest day. Normally they would train and then head off to jobs. Both Gwen and MJ phoned in sick, and Felicia was still hanging on her phone as the head of the Black Cats, but she sent a text to Electra, finding out if she was okay. After handing a lot of paperwork over to Matt, she still had to find out how much of a mess things were in, so she could take one day. They ate snacks, watched TV, and just slept when they felt like it and ate when they were hungry. Laura ate almost everything put in front of her and drank the same. Chips and candy were devoured, sodas were popped and slurped down, and whatever the young girl had suffered seemed like a thing of the past. It wasn't until bedtime that it became an issue. As Peter settled Liv, gave MJ, Gwen, and Felicia all good night kisses and headed into his home, he found Laura had already invaded his bed. A strange young girl, with attachment issues, wasn't the issue though. The fact she was completely naked, hugging and sniffing one of his old shirts was. Laura, you can sleep here but I'll be outside, okay? And she growled at him and patted the bed. I can't. Peter tried to explain but she growled. Why? Be safe, and he frowned. I'll be outside, okay? You're safe here, I promise. Nothing will happen, no one knows you're here, no one will come for you, but she whined and patted the bed. Be safe, and sighing, Peter obliged. As she curled up next to him, pressing her back to him, he tried not to move too much. She whimpered and kicked a few times, but as he closed his eyes he wondered what exactly they had gotten themselves into. As she squirmed and rolled over, draping herself over him and pressing herself as close to him as she could, she mumbled, "Home, smell safe," and fell back asleep. Normally, the very male and energetic, Peter would be enjoying having such an attractive young woman, pressing not just her groin but her chest into him. However, Laura stretched out in bed and was now lying with her chest pushed into his stomach, one leg dangling off the end of the bed while the other was wedged into his armpit, and one arm wrapped around his leg at the crotch while the other draped itself over the other edge of the bed. She was a restless sleeper. During the night Peter woke to find her buried in his armpit one moment and then almost sitting on his face the next. As such he just sighed, closed his eyes and mentally prepared for the lack of sleep that he would endure the next day. She bounced out the bed, stretched, and ran off into the breakfast area. As Peter dragged himself out of bed after what felt like several minutes of actual sleep, he saw that she was patiently sitting in his chair with her eyes fixed on the plate in front of her. Gwen saw him and waved. We saw the pile and figured, and thankfully she had been up and made coffee, handing Laura a pastry before pouring Peter a cup. Eat. Pete isn't making breakfast today, and Laura frowned and whined. That won't work on me, Gwen gently scolded her. Only Pete has no willpower. And as Peter sat down in Gwen's chair he closed his eyes, took a breath and took a drink of the wonderfully sweet hot coffee. Eat your pastry, you can use your hand for that. And as Laura looked down at the golden brown slab in front of her she tilted her head. No, I'm not feeding you, but Gwen teased her by tearing a piece off and popping it into his mouth. Now, you. It's yummy, honest. Gwen had found a bakery close by to get sweet treats to bribe Poison when she was being belligerent, and while their cookies were okay, according to the picky symbiote, she would push Gwen to buy their pastries. Maple syrup pecan plates were her favorite and it was once a week treat for the warehouse. As Laura was here, Gwen figured today might as well be that day and left early to get them fresh. Laura sniffed the strange brown rectangle and after giving it a prod, licked the end of her finger clean of the syrup that coated it. Her eyes widened and without taking a breath she lifted and stuffed the whole thing in her mouth. Trying not to laugh as Laura transformed from wolf girl into chipmunk girl, Gwen was glad she bought 24 of several different flavors. Knowing the others would all eat several each, even if they hadn't identified what kind of enhanced Laura was, it was obvious from more than just the strange hand and toe blades that she was enhanced in some way and probably had an appetite to match. Laura, Gwen asked her as she held a vanilla apple crown in front of her, I want to run some tests, okay? If you're good and let me, I'll give you more of those and this. And as Laura's eye stared at the pastry and she sniffed she looked over at Peter, who had leaned back, closed his eyes and sipped his coffee. It's fine Laura, you can trust everyone here. And as Gwen dropped the pastry on her plate she nodded. Stretching and letting the coffee do its job, Peter took over from Gwen, mixing up more breakfast egg mix. Pastries were fine for empty calories but they all needed something much heartier. Peter made breakfast for the rest and once Laura sniffed the plate she began to shovel the food into her mouth with her hands. No, Peter gently chastised her. Look at them, and as she stared at the rest eating with a fork, she took one from the table and began to eat properly. Liv, if we can take some blood, you think you and Gwen could run some tests? And at the word test, Laura made a growling sound. It's okay, we just need to know you're healthy, and if people are looking for you, we don't want to take you to a hospital. We might need to though Pete, this isn't a full lab and even though she is brilliant, Liv isn't a medical doctor, Gwen stated, putting down her fork and looking at Liv. You aren't a medical doctor, right? She asked her. Only at night, Peter said, winking at Gwen who rolled her eyes. Not funny Pete, she said, shaking her head and draining the last of her coffee, deciding to have another rather than more beer. Peter shook his head. You think I'm funny, right? He asked Laura, who tilted her head. Funny looking, was all she said, and Gwen almost spat out her coffee laughing. As she coughed, trying not to choke, Felicia rubbed her back and the group laughed as Peter sat with Laura on his lap, trying his best to act hurt but couldn't. If Laura could crack a joke then she was better than he hoped, and if she was better then he hoped that they'd find somewhere she could be safe and have as much time as she needed to recover. If the drug factory was one of many, then they would be busy over the next few weeks and couldn't babysit anyone, even if they were enhanced. First though, Laura, after breakfast we usually train. You want to join? Peter asked her and she nodded. Good, calisthenics, running and then sparring. No powers though, he said gently tapping her on the head and she growled. Hey, I meant it. No powers, but she looked at her plate and nodded. Be nice and I'll make that again for second breakfast. We eat again after we've showered. Laura's eyes lit up at the thought of more food, and the group moved the table out of the way as Peter grabbed and stacked the dirty plates in the sink. The group stretched and went through their routine, limbering joints and stretches as well as burpees, sit UPS, and push UPS. As Laura didn't seem to have super leaping, they left out the usual hanging pull UPS. They could jump and reach the rafters, Laura could not, but as they all chatted while working out, Laura seemed to be relaxed and enjoying herself. It didn't mean her agility was any lower than theirs, and once she was up into the rafters, using the stairs, she was leaping from beam to beam with the others. Whatever enhancements had been used, she was agile, fast, strong, and without taking a risk of hurting anyone with her claws, healed incredibly fast. Peter shook his head though. She had also been seriously abused, as once, when she tripped and fell, scraping her knee, she cowered in the corner of a walkway, seemingly expecting to be scolded, and even as Gwen gently patted her, whispered to her, she dived and hugged the surprised Gwen, crying as she was comforted. After their run, the group toweled down and began to spar. Peter usually left Huntress to this. She was a much higher belt in the martial arts she practiced and was a much better teacher than he was. Liv, MJ, and Gwen all taking turns to go through several katas before pairing off while Felicia watched. Electra still hadn't shown up, much to Felicia and Peter's annoyance. Do you want to fight? Peter had asked her. As she seemed a strange mix of excitable but nervous, they hadn't wanted to push her into sparring. As Peter and she sat on the edge of the training area supping at some fruit juice, she watched the trio with sparkly eyes, and to Peter, she was almost vibrating with excitement. She looked over at him and nodded, but as she moved to dive off into the trio, he grabbed her. They're learning, so if you want to spar, it'll be with me. While Peter was a bit more experienced than MJ or Gwen, it was nowhere near Felicia's level, but he figured it should be good enough to go a few rounds with the excitable Laura. She was definitely more than strong and fast enough, so it should be fun if nothing else. She was enhanced, but they had no idea to what degree. There was no sweat on her clothes, so she wasn't tired from the light workout they had just done, and he couldn't register an increase in her heart rate. It was only when he mentioned sparring with him that it spiked. Her excitement wafted off her like a giant cloud, and Peter grinned and shook his head. Great, an adrenaline junkie, was all he thought, shaking his head. Moving away from the others, Peter chalked out an area and started to lay out mats for them. While it wasn't necessary, as his armor would protect him, for falls and other such moves, it was kinder to the clothes and kept dust from billowing up and irritating anyone. Watching as Laura clenched her fist and stretched, Peter did the same. They had moved away from the others as they had no idea how well this would go, but as Peter watched Laura limber up, he got the feeling he was watching someone who was trained, and he was about to unleash a wild animal on himself. Shit, he thought, better be more serious, as she moved into the matted square they had laid out on the floor. Finishing his own stretches, he joined her, sinking into the low stance he preferred. And with a yell, she launched herself at him. He was surprised as she swung with what looked like wild abandon at him, but he knew if he let them, each of the swings would connect with a nerve point or joint. Each blow was to kill, not cripple, and as he ducked and weaved out of each of them, he saw the pattern. She wasn't used to fighting without her claws out. Each blow was a stab or a slice, not a punch or a slap. Each blow was designed to inflict maximum damage, not numb or disable. Peter was fighting a killer, not a kid. Becoming even more serious, Peter began his counterattack, and he smiled as he began to cut loose a bit more. Training with the girls was fun, but he only let himself go when fighting Felicia. Gwen and MJ were unskilled enough that he would hurt them accidentally. Even Felicia gave him a few good knocks, and he did the same to her, so when he connected with a blow to her abdomen and Laura went flying, he froze. Shit, he thought too much, as she lay crumpled on the ground, and even Felicia and the others stopped and stared. Laura began to laugh though, lifting herself up and wiping some drool from her chin. Grinning, she yelled at him, and 6 perfect razors slid from her hands and feet, 2 sliding out of each hand, and a single blade from between her toes. Oh fuck, he thought again as she launched herself over at him, and this time she began to connect. Venom thickened his simskin over his limbs as her swings cut perfect lines through it like butter. His normal armor wasn't enough, and he powered up again, thankful he'd eaten not too long ago, and as his more armored form grew, the gleam in Laura's eyes just sparkled more. Screaming in joy once more, she vaulted herself at him, and he weaved from side to side as she slashed at him, and Venom felt himself avoiding not just punches now but wide kicks and overhead attacks as she leapt over him and struck out with the blades on her feet. Trying his best not to hurt her, the spar had gone from friendly to deadly in one blow. As he ducked under a slash, he lifted her and slammed her into the ground, rolling to the side and sprayed webbing on her foot, and she twisted, trying to dislodge him. Sitting on her back, he sprayed the other and then both hands, and as she buckled and screamed at him, he let Venom back in. Hey, it's fine, sorry, okay, sorry, but seeing she was safe and contained, Liv came over and took a look at her. Peter dear, get off. Gwen, neutralize her please, and MJ dived over to the warehouse door, hitting a button Peter had installed for them in case of emergency, while Gwen opened a drawer in the kitchen workbench and pulled out a spray bottle. A fine mist was sprayed out of the sprinklers and the aircon pushed itself up to maximum. Peter shook his head, forgetting the last time he'd fought, even as Peter in such an enclosed space. Gwen had taken a sample and decided that in the event of an emergency or accident, a chemical that could neutralize or contain the pheromone was needed. No one wanted Peter to set off someone accidentally or be accused of something he had no control over. Once the chemical was produced, it was simple enough to add a smaller sprinkler system to the warehouse, to allow them to spray it over the whole area but not in the homes. Laura huffed and panted on the floor, growling at anyone coming close, whining as Gwen came over and sprayed the same chemical in her face and over Peter. Not your fault, dear. We should have been a bit more careful, said Liv as she helped him to his feet. But go shower. We'll make sure she's okay. Peter shook his head. They had been so used to it just being the five of them they forgot, and with Laura's sniffing habit it had been slightly funny. Now though, as he sweated and fought, she breathed in more of the pheromone and she was affected and had become agitated. She would calm down, but that wasn't the point. It was another stupid mistake. As the Simskin withdrew, he stood under the shower, letting the cold water douse him. He wasn't upset, it was that he'd forgotten, and it bothered him. Laura was supposed to be safe here. It's not your fault, you know. Felicia stood in the doorway. If she's like Prowler, then a canine enhanced will be more susceptible to your pheromone. And let's be honest, making a young girl horny isn't as bad as making a rabid one angry. Not good enough though, was all he said, and she shivered slightly but joined him under the water, slipping out of her clothes. It's never good enough, Pete. Mistakes are made, it's what we do after, and she began to cover her hands in shower gel and gently rub him all over, although a cold shower is terrible, and reaching over, turned on the hot, letting it settle into a more pleasant temperature. As her hands slid down and soaked his front, Felicia whispered, "She is kinda cute though." After their shower, Peter and Felicia headed back to the breakfast area where Gwen had made breakfast, which a grinning Laura was happily shoveling into her mouth. Peter had left plenty of egg mix in the fridge and all it needed was cooking. "Monkey," Laura said, squirting ketchup onto the pile of eggs in front of her, "was fun, do more, do again," and she gave him a thumbs up as the pile of food rapidly vanished into another bottomless stomach. Seeing her plate empty, she frowned and made a cute whine noise that Peter shook his head at. The warehouse buzzer went and MJ wandered over to answer it. As she stared at the handset, she shrugged, no answer, and made her way back to the table to finish her breakfast. After everyone was finished, Peter was left to clean up the mess. Still, under punishment for the incident at Fisk's, it was his job to clean up after breakfast once the group split up for their daily routines. As Peter collected and started to wash the plates, he scowled as the sixth plate appeared. Someone had seconds and took a clean plate rather than using their own one twice. Shrugging, he went back and finished them off. Gwen and MJ had both headed back to their homes, leaving Felicia and Liv sitting at the table. "Easter's coming up," Peter said. "Aunt May isn't wanting to spend time with me. She's got that new guy and they're celebrating together, so we could all do something," he asked as he finished washing the plates and started to dry his hands. "The parade?" Felicia asked, having always wanted to go but never had the chance to. Liv," Peter asked, knowing her chair and the crowds might be too much. "Oh, don't mind me, dear. The crowd would be a bit much anyway," but Peter could see the disappointment on her face. "Why don't we do both, something Liv can take part in, and then the parade?" Peter suggested, leaning over Liv. "Plus, I can be something special for you, if you want," and she stroked his cheek and kissed him on the back of his hand. "Oh, I'm sure I can think of something," Liv said with a smile, "but first, you should have waited for your shower, dear. I need one too, and you can start making Easter up to me by washing my back." "Just your back," Peter said, and Liv laughed. "It's never just my back, is it, dear?" One phone call was all it took and MJ was on edge. She had just gotten off the phone with her agent who had offered her an audition for the world's next big blockbuster, and now as she sat staring at her phone, she wondered if this was a great idea after all. As soon as he'd revealed himself to the world, every merchandising outlet went crazy. Everything was Iron Man, and Tony Stark was the newest, biggest and hottest thing on the planet, more so than usual, and MJ was being dragged into it. A short trip into New York and she was sat as her agent paced behind her desk. MJ had considered dropping the woman, whose constant smoking and hidden but still glaringly obvious whiskey-filled cup seemed to be the cliched scumbag agent. As MJ had had one decent offer that she scored herself, and the rest had all been assholes. It was this one job that was currently keeping her here. "Look, sweetie, we want someone young, talented, and well, beautiful, and you tick those boxes," her agent had explained to a stunned MJ. What she didn't mention was that Tony himself had looked through the book of headshots and picked out roughly 10 up-and-coming actresses. A stunt he had pulled before, ending up sleeping with them. None of them complained, of course, being on the arm of Tony Stark, even if it was for just one party, never did anyone or their career any harm. Of course, a few had complained, but most either shut up or were paid off and either went on to rise up or were never heard from again. I know, it's a big one, but honey, this is your break. I mean, it's just an audition, okay, but I've seen your work, even the small stuff, that'll be a piece of cake for you." And MJ could only nod as the reality of the situation sunk in. The part was for Tony Stark's girlfriend. Tony had signed a huge amount of contracts from toys to phones, and of course, the giant egomaniac wanted a movie, so of course a movie was being made. A heroic tale of his time, not just in the desert but building and testing the Iron Man suit. MJ nodded. It was a drama, aimed at all ages, so no nudity, a few kissing scenes, but she knew she would be stupid to even consider turning this down, and as she signed all the legal paperwork she sat back, twirling the pen in hand and smiling. Peter had already told her that even if she wanted to do nude scenes he was fine with it. It was her life and her career. He had no say unless she started doing some very dubious movies. Once she was back in the warehouse, the group waited around the breakfast table for her news. She had told them she had an offer, just not for what. "I got an audition for the Iron Man movie," and Peter had almost leapt on her, laughing and picking her up, twirling her around as she gave them the news. "It's just an audition, Peter. calm down, she said as his laughter became infectious and they all joined in congratulating her. Do you get to meet him? Peter asked and MJ shook her head. If I do, I'll get an autograph for you, she said chuckling and Peter fist pumped. Fanboys, was all Gwen said. We, don't need to be worried do we, she asked, and Peter scowled and pouted at her to which she laughed. It is Tony Stark you know, he does have a reputation and Peter frowned. Oh shit, no I meant you, not MJ, shit Pete, stop looking like that. Gwen realized what she said. Hey, Peter, it's fine. Even Tony Stark can't drag me away from my one true love. MJ moved over to Gwen, hugged her, and gave her a kiss on the cheek, so don't worry Gwen, while Peter frowned and shook his head at the pair's antics. Liv wheeled herself out from Peter's home. While this is a cause for celebration I've also got some bad news. I've been in contact with my lawyer, and no he doesn't know where I am, but it seems Stark Industries scooped up a lot of the patents I was holding for you dear. Most of the older ones for the goblin armor and glider tech, plus a few on the harness. Even if I could fight for them, it's about $500,000 worth and we just don't have the money. Peter tapped a finger on the table. Nah, don't care, we don't have the manufacturing capabilities to work on anything. The CLS is my own tech and while it was nice to have them Liv, I'd rather have you and Liv smiled as Peter shrugged. Liv wheeled over to him and stroked his head, and Peter frowned. Something wasn't quite right about that, something forgotten but he gently shook his head and held Liv's hand against his cheek, taking it and kissing the back of it. I know it's not over yet, but we should celebrate, get some snacks and, Gwen, what's ready? Peter asked as Gwen was the only one who kept a check on her brewery. A bit early, let's celebrate if I get it okay, and Peter nodded, but he had no doubts that she would. The one talent MJ had, even if she was a bit hesitant to admit it herself, was that she was a great actress. The foursome cleared away their breakfast dishes and as MJ headed to work, Gwen went into her brewery to plan for a party and Peter and Liv headed into his home to sort through and shred anything that was no longer legally usable. The last thing Peter needed was to finish the design and have it stolen by Stark. A fan yes but in business, it was shark eat shark. When the time for the audition rolled around MJ was prepared, she'd been given a fake script, with a simple scene on it. Tony and the unnamed girlfriend were celebrating together, a kissing scene right from the start. Her agent dropped hints that while it was supposed to be Pepper Potts, Tony's off and on again girlfriend, she was refusing to allow them to use her name, and a new one hadn't been decided upon. The audition was at Stark Tower, and MJ was impressed by the giant glass and steel building. It was no secret that Tony had spent millions on it and it was going to be a shining example of what his technology could do. The line for the audition was smaller than MJ expected. There were only 10 or so women there and almost immediately MJ recognized a type. Hair color wasn't important, as there was a sea of redheads, blondes, and brunettes, but every girl, herself included, was young, busty, and very attractive. At one point MJ would have considered herself one of the most beautiful women she knew, even comparing herself to Gwen, Felicia, and Liv but seeing this group, all done up in their finest, all with perfect makeup, perfect hair, teeth, with perfect everything, MJ was feeling a little overwhelmed. Getting through security was easy enough, her agent had already handed over credentials, a copy of her licenses and after a quick pat-down and a trip through a metal detector, they were led into the audition room. Obviously, it was a meeting room normally but bottles of water, scripts, and small snacks lined a table on one wall, with a small setup for microphones and lighting over at the other. MJ noticed the stoic-looking buff man stood in a black suit and tie. Security, she thought to herself, but why here? But as she wasn't about to start anything she paid him no mind. MJ's agent helped herself to food and even as she brought over a plate that smelt divine MJ waved her away. Several of the others talked. Obviously they knew each other but the familiarity escaped MJ. She was here for a job, not a social visit and as the day went on, and each person before her got their reading it soon became her turn. MJ was slightly worried though, as each starlet took their turn she felt the actor's excitement grow and she could see the flirting and the giggling going on between the man and each one. Not very professional, she thought, but not my business. MJ had dealt with creeps like that before, and this wasn't anything new to her. Okay love, just read the lines, do the scene and we'll talk. Okay, said one of the directors. He wasn't the big guy. Tony had wanted one of those huge Hollywood directors. This was just the talent scout he employed to do boring stuff like this. MJ composed herself, already memorized the simple enough lines and approached the actor, who smiled at her. She could smell his excitement, not just for the location but for the girls as well. Creep, she thought but smiled anyway. He was tallish, only a few inches over MJ, and dressed in a well-tailored suit, a nice aftershave covering a hint of oil. What the hell? Thought MJ but it was none of her business. They really had gone overboard with his makeup though, the hair, slightly graying at the temples, and the full goatee and mustache combination was really attractive on the man, and he really did look like Tony Stark. He was sluggish as they played out the scene, probably a temp they dragged in for the reading, but MJ was still going to give her best. It doesn't bother you, he asked, that I'm Iron Man. No Tony, if you can save people. If you can be a hero that the people need, then I don't care that you're Iron Man, MJ said, with as much enthusiasm as she could muster for whoever wrote the crappy dialogue. Iron Man, a shining beacon for all mankind, the glowing arc reactor a hope to bring us into a new day. As she spoke, the Stark actor took her hand and kissed the back it and then pulled her in for a kiss. As MJ watched his hand in hers, she raised an eyebrow and pulled back. His heart rate had leapt up, and while subtle she could see the smallest hint of an erection. A chilling thought crossed her mind. As she took a good and proper look at him, she took a gamble. "No, I'm not kissing you, Mr. Stark," and he frowned. No, just an actor," he said, but MJ noted the security guard stood up straight. "An actor with a $10,000 Rolex, that smells slightly of machine oil but still has perfectly manicured nails. No, you're Tony Stark," MJ said, pulling her hand away from him and backing off. "And this is bullshit, isn't it?" she said, looking over at her agent, who with half a sandwich in her mouth, shrugged. Her reaction told her everything she needed to know. "I should be happy that, you think I'm Stark, but, sorry, no, not Tony," he said, and MJ shook her head. "You're a bad liar, security for a nobody, an audition in Stark Tower, and nobody, I bet nobody calls him Stark or Tony unless they know him. So no, this is bullshit, and I'm leaving." Muse kept her rage from consuming MJ as she knew this was a setup. An audition to see who would fuck Tony Stark for the part, and MJ took the only course of action she could. MJ grabbed the fake backpack she took everywhere and looking over at her agent, "And if you set me up with one more sleaze bag, I'll break your fucking legs," and stormed out of the room. MJ balled her fists as she made her way back to the warehouse. She was sick of the assholes in the movie business and wanted nothing more than to punch that smug-looking asshole right in his stupid smug-looking face. She got enough of actual movie producers hinting that if she fucked them or their friends she would get parts, but for Tony frickin' Stark of all people to be doing it made her blood boil. What was worse, she couldn't even tell Peter. He idolized the man, but more than that, he'd probably go and actually punch him, a lot. With Venom currently a wanted fugitive, the last thing they needed was more drama. So standing outside, taking a deep breath, MJ calmed down and put on a brave face for the group. As she unlocked the door, the group was patiently waiting for her at the breakfast table, and seeing the dejected look on her face, slid one box to the side and slid out another. MJ guessed the first said congratulations, and yup, this one said too bad. "Thanks, guys. I didn't get it, not even close, it was bad, really bad," she lamented, and Peter slid a slice of chocolate cake over to her and rubbed her on the back. "There is always next time," and MJ nodded as she lifted the fork and sighed, taking a huge bite of the cake. As the group ate and chatted, MJ's phone went, and staring at it, a strange mix of emotions crossed her face. "I'll be right back," and MJ went into her home. "Hello?" she asked. The number was her agent, but she had expected a termination letter, not a phone call. "MJ, I know you seemed upset. First, I had nothing to do with what happened, I really didn't know," her agent explained, "and secondly, Miss Potts personally called here to apologize, and if you are still interested, the part is yours, then you can head to Stark Tower anytime today and meet with her." Keeping her cool, "I'll be there. If Miss Potts calls again, give her my number," and MJ hung up. It was fine if this had been the first time, but it wasn't. Innocent or not, MJ was considering getting either a new agent or just quitting. While Muse was a sweetheart, she knew one day she was going to break someone's jaw if she heard another sex joke made at her expense. "Right," she said to herself and headed back to the breakfast table. "So, seems I got the part, and Tony and Pepper Potts want to meet with me, hopefully, to apologize," and Peter nodded and smiled, before frowning. "Wait, apologize for what?" he asked, but MJ just shook her head. "Tell you later, but, sorry guys, but I gotta go," and taking a smear of icing from the top of the cake, ran it over Peter's lips and licked it off him, turning and giving an equally large kiss to Gwen, "And Gwen can get hers later if she behaves," she said with a wink and headed back out again. Not chocolate cake though," and she gave Felicia a look, who bit her lip and hid the smirk on her face. "Right, so if MJ did get the part and we already ate both cakes, we need more. I need a walk," and Gwen shook her head. MJ's kiss had lit a fire, and while Liv was willing, she was unable, but Felicia was always both, and Peter just shrugged as Gwen morphed her clothing into a more suitable set of clothing for the outdoors. Poison was happily purring with the cake she had just eaten, and Gwen knew from experience that sex right now would be too much. "If you don't mind, dear, I'll like some fresh air as well," Liv asked, wheeling herself away from the table. "Be a dear and come help me change, will you?" Liv normally wore thin, lighter clothing in the warehouse that was easier to stay comfortable in rather than thicker clothing, using a blanket if she was cold. Gwen and Liv headed into her home while Peter and Felicia just stared at each other, the fire burning, but manners told them they should wait, and so Felicia stalked over to him and sat on his lap, softly kissing him while his hands explored her body. To them, the pair were only gone moments, while it would have been longer, and once Gwen and Liv gave air kisses to the pair and exited out into the colder spring air, Felicia found herself hoisted up and moved on the chair, Peter taking a slice of the cake, smeared it over her bare chest and stomach as her simskin slid back to reveal her voluptuous breasts. As he licked his fingers clean, Felicia ran her hands over his hair as he began to devour both the cake and her. "So what are your plans now, dear?" Liv asked Gwen as she wheeled her along the cold spring streets. "Oh, I dunno, with college and the cream I'm feeling pretty busy, to be honest. Yeah, the internship was great, but not with college as well." Gwen had to admit to herself that even living in the warehouse with her non-inclusion rule was still pretty stressful. Peter's outings as Venom having to wind down as he was a fugitive was a good thing for her. Poison worrying made her own anxiety spike, and she found herself crying a few times when she got some alone time. I know dear, even I finished my degree before working, and let's be honest, you're not exactly great at hiding things. If you ever need to talk, you know you can come find me, please. Liv said, looking backwards and up at Gwen, patting her hand. I know how bad stress can be, and Gwen laughed. Yeah, it gets explosively bad, and Liv rolled her eyes. I did apologize for that dear, and she shook her head. Oh, don't go nuclear, Liv. I know you're offering a hand, well, arm. Maybe a tentacle, and Gwen snorted at her own joke while Liv, smiling, gave a quiet laugh. Peter must have the patience of an angel, she thought as Gwen poked fun at her, but it was still nice that she had been accepted into the group. The pair continued to chat until they reached the small convenience store they bought most of their groceries from, the larger store too far away, and right now they were unable to afford a car. So it was this or pay a large delivery fee. Oh, be a dear and grab some noodles. Peter is making spaghetti again and we ran out, Liv called across an aisle. Gwen wondered while Liv browsed the magazines. While the store was happy to see her, its smaller aisles were cramped and Liv felt claustrophobic as the large produce-filled shelves towered over her. Instead, she would pick 2 or 3 magazines to read while Gwen shopped and then pay for them once she was done. Gwen happily walked around the store, putting items in the basket and ignoring Poison's yelling over the candy and bakery section. Sugar, sugar, yum, yum, she yelled. No fair, give treaty treats, as Gwen ignored her and walked into the dried goods section. Shush baby, there will be treats later, she scolded her, and Poison huffed in her mind. No fair, she said one last time before going quiet again. Gwen shook her head at the tiresome symbiote's behavior and added spaghetti and other noodles to the basket. Peter made a decent enough sauce and with practice, it was getting better. With a realization, she headed to the cheese section and added in some grated cheddar, the store too small for Italian cheeses unless she wanted to pay a small fortune for something she seriously doubted was Italian. A strange man, clean, tall and scruffy in tattered clothes stared at her, one arm was missing and as she tried to ignore him she did the creepiest thing. He sniffed and Gwen raised an eyebrow. Great, weirdo day today, and shaking her head she moved off to another aisle. Thankfully they needed more than just pasta and moving wasn't going to be too suspicious. Oh shit, she thought as the man followed and sniffed again. Why do you smell different? He asked her, his accent strange as if he was trying to talk through malformed teeth. Why do you call to him? And he winced, doubling over in pain. Run, oh please, run, and he cried out in pain. Yeah, fuck that, Gwen thought and she bolted to the checkout. There's a tweaker or something having a fit back there, but she was interrupted as the aisle behind her exploded and a huge green-scaled monster erupted from the scattered produce. You, give us your flesh. Yes, hissed the giant lizard, baring its fangs at her. We need your flesh, and it swiped a claw at her. Gwen had been training with Felicia and Peter and she swung the basket around, catching the claw and spinning the monster round. Run, she yelled at the store clerk, only to see his back leaving through the employee door. Shit, Liv, she thought and knowing full well she couldn't depend on Poison she sprang backwards. Liv, we've got a problem. I can see that dear, it's Kurt. Can you fight? Liv yelled back, hurriedly wheeling herself towards the exit. I can but if he hits me, Poison will probably get me killed, Gwen shouted back, ducking and dodging the large thick claws of Lizard as he tried to grab for her. Then run, don't mind me, dear. It's better you save yourself, Peter would dash Liv began but Gwen yelled. Pete would fucking kill me, so shut the fuck up, and Gwen grabbed her wheelchair, and lifting Liv from it, threw it at Lizard. As Lizard looked at the chair strangely and then ripped it apart, Gwen had already barreled out the door, wrapping Liv in the blanket she was using. Fuck, Gwen swore. She had been right. When she smashed through the glass, Poison began to complain and the pain shooting through her was crippling. No, she thought, we have to save Liv, no treats ever again if we don't, she chided Poison. It became a game of cat and mouse. Gwen was strong enough to carry Liv, hoisting her up and using webs to glue her to Poison but Lizard was fast and relentless. They ran, it was all Gwen could do, and thankfully she didn't trigger any traffic camera as she bolted through the streets with a giant green monster chasing her. She couldn't even get to her phone, it was trapped between Liv and her, and with having to concentrate on keeping one eye on the sidewalk and one eye on Lizard she didn't want Liv to squirm to try and reach it. Rough bit, Gwen said as she vaulted the chain-link fence surrounding the warehouse, and as they bolted towards the emergency door she yelled, fucking help, hoping Peter and Felicia weren't too occupied to hear them. She stood at the door, hoping they would open it but as nothing happened she cursed them both. Lizard wasn't as kind and ripped a large part of the fence in two, hissing and advancing on the pair. Sorry Liv, Gwen said and dropping her slightly fumbled for her keys. Liv, on the other hand, had started to bang on the door, hitting the buzzer several times and as Gwen got her key into the lock, the door swung open and the pair were dragged inside. Venom had grabbed them and pulled them back further into the warehouse, away from whatever was chasing them. Huntress stood, pacing in front of the pair, ready to defend them. Lizard leapt after them hissing and taking in the room around him. He could see his prey, the strange-smelling one who could solve his problem, and now, as he tasted the air around him, he paused. It wasn't just sex, he could taste the thick pheromone mixture, of both a man and a woman there was more. A new cloud of darkness spread across the room and as he watched two new prey advanced on him. The larger black one, anger rolled off him like a cloud and he gulped. Not that the smaller dark gray one was better, her hatred was not comparable but still, the part of his brain that knew it had messed up was now screaming and crying in terror. As he watched the pair grow and move towards him, the lizard did the only sensible thing it could. It ran. Pepper was furious. "What the hell did you do, Tony?" she asked as she slammed the report down on his desk. Tony was spinning around in a circle and shrugged as he slid it off and peered at it. "Blah blah, sexual harassment blah blah. Come on Pep, you know it's just a wannabe looking for a quick score," and he scrunched the paper up and tossed it as the small waste paper basket next to his desk, raising his hands in victory as it went through the miniature basketball hoop around it. Pepper tooted and Tony looked. "What? 3 points?" and she shook her head. "Well, good thing I have a copy, as this isn't a wannabe looking to score. Thanks to your little stunt in the audition room, she actually has a case. Legal is up my ass about it already." Pepper stood in his office, tapping her foot and glaring at him with her arms crossed. Normally legal took care of things like this, but this time the woman's case actually had merit, and with there being another 9 women at the auditions and 3 additional witnesses, it had gone up the chain of command until it hit her desk. Tony rolled his eyes and spun on his chair again. "So? Find out what she wants and give her that. It's not hard, Pep. It looks like she wants your balls, Tony, so shall I?" and he snorted. "Just give her the lead. She's an actress, it's not hard to guess what they want, parts and fame. And if kissing me wasn't good enough, then she just wants parts." And it was Pepper's turn to tut. As she stood and crossed her arms, she pursed her lips. Tony had always been a bad boy, but now, after coming home, it was starting to cost Stark Industries, and more importantly, as she was unofficially running the company, cost her as well. "Get yourself cleaned up and meet me at my office in an hour." Pepper turned and pulled out her phone. Calling the number she had been given, she spoke to the actress's agent, who was full of apologies for the way Miss Watson had acted, but at the same time was angling for her to get a larger paycheck. After spending an exhausting 10 minutes on the phone, she slumped down at her desk in Jebediah's old office. She had finished refurbishing it, removing all the collectibles and what she thought of as old man junk, and it was now tastefully decorated in lighter glass and chrome cabinets, showcasing Pepper's own achievements. The last thing she wanted was them to be tainted by Tony running his mouth off at an aspiring actress who'd sue rather than settle. Tony had a slew of sealed harassment cases and paternity suits hidden under non-disclosure orders, and the last thing Pepper needed was for him to add more to it. He had promised her he would change, after what she had heard of his time in the Middle East, and the man who had died to save him. She believed him. Even now, as the muscle and fat came back and his features filled out once more, she could still see the haunted look on his face every now and again, and the pain the arc reactor he implanted in his chest caused him. His only solace seemed to be in building Iron Man suits. Suits, and more suits, but as they seemed to be helping, she couldn't complain if he had no time for her. That was what made this piss her off more. He had time to build another suit, time to mess around with naive actresses, but not for her. As she leaned back in her chair, there was a knock at the door, and Tony's head of security, a buff but decidedly unhappy-looking man, Happy, stuck his head round. Pepper motioned for him to come in, and as he sat in the chair in front of her, she tilted her head. "Well," and he crossed his fingers. "It's not as bad as the report says, it was just a kiss, and she did say no." Well, she was the only one to say no, but she did. "Honestly, Tony's done a lot worse," and Pepper rubbed her forehead with a hand. "That doesn't make it better, Happy. Tony got caught at a strip club with someone who looked underage. It was only a birth certificate that got him out of that one, and he still paid off the prostitution charges." And Happy winced at the memory, as he had been outside that club waiting in the car. "It's not bad, Pepper. Honest." And as she shook her head, her phone went and lifted the handset. "Well, she's here, and Tony. Oh, I'm here too." And in he walked, a pale tan suit and an AC/DC t-shirt, the arc reactor glowing underneath it. "It'll be fine, no one can resist my charms once I start." And Pepper stood, shaking a finger at him. "Don't you dare, that's what got us into this mess," and grinning and raising his hands in mock surrender. He slid his sunglasses off and up into his hairline. I kid," and he sat back and smiled at her, much to her annoyance. There was a knock at the door. "Come," and a secretary showed in the young woman. Pepper was stunned and immediately could see why Tony was drooling over her. Tall, thin, feminine, and curvy, she ticked all his boxes. Which then annoyed her more. Why was he chasing some young actress when they hadn't had sex for over a month? Was there something wrong with her? Pepper stuck out a hand and motioned to one of the seats. Happy jolted and stood, sorry, and moved to stand behind Tony. "It's fine," and as she sat down, she gave Tony a glare and smiled at Pepper. "Miss Potts, I got the call from my agent, but why am I here?" And Pepper looked over at Tony. "You didn't get your agent to threaten to sue us?" And MJ frowned and shook her head. "No, if my boyfriend found out about Tony," and the look she had on her face was a mix of disappointment and fear. And MJ was unsure of how exactly to let Pepper know the Venom might have stalked the hallways, looking for Tony to throw from a window. "He would be upset," she said pointedly, and Tony snorted. Pepper glared at him. "Miss Watson, we don't want to make a big deal out of this, and from your resume, it does seem that you would be suitable for the part. How about we get legal to draw up some papers, and if you sign today, then we can guarantee a part in the movie." Of course, Pepper would make sure that the part wasn't specified, so if the young woman made waves, she could have her pour a coffee and then have her edited out on the cutting room floor. I get that Mr. Stark is in trouble, but why are you so?" And she paused and chuckled. "I get it. This isn't the first time, is it?" And as Pepper looked over at Tony, he shrugged, but Happy behind him had the guiltiest look on his face. "Right," and she straightened herself up. First, I want to speak to Miss Potts, alone. Then, my boyfriend is a big fan, so a signed headshot or two, some t-shirts and some of that new merchandising, maybe a tour. Then, I will get my new lawyer to look over the legal stuff. I will apologize for my old agent's behavior. She isn't the most reliable person, and I am ditching her, and thanks Muse, she said in her mind, following the symbiote's prompts. While MJ was a bit slow on the uptake, Muse had been spawned from poison and originally from Peter. The one thing the symbiote was not, was stupid. After talking her through what to say, the symbiote kept listening in, making sure MJ wasn't taken advantage of. No trouble MJ, we will make sure the Stark pays for insulting us. You want to talk in private? And MJ nodded. I don't see why not, and she motioned to Tony who was busy staring at the ceiling. Happy tapped him on the shoulder. Pleasure, was all he said as he flipped his sunglasses down and walked off. Happy shrugged apologetically and closed the door on his way out. Miss Watson, I can dash, but MJ lifted a hand. Miss Potts, this is separate and kinda embarrassing. So and as MJ's face dyed red, she reached into her purse and pulled out a tin of low-strength cream. My chemist friend, she makes this but she can't get approval, and as Pepper frowned. We don't deal in illegal drugs, Ms. Watson, or homemade cosmetics, and MJ hurriedly corrected her. No, it's a lubricant, see, and she shook her head. Never mind. My friend is a biochemist and she, has issues, down there, and as MJ's eyes darted down, Pepper raised her eyebrows and nodded. She made a cream to make it a bit easier, but without FDA approval then she won't get anywhere. It's not a threat or anything, just, please. I know a lot of women need something like this and you can help. MJ placed the tin on the table and leaned back in her chair. It's homemade? Well, not homemade. Gwen is a really good chemist, I swear. We use it all the time and we don't have any problems, but Pepper lifted the tin. It makes it easier. MJ was silently crying inside. How do you tell someone you don't know that it makes you super excited? And they were selling it in back alley whorehouses already, where they had so many orders that Gwen was probably richer than anyone else in the warehouse. I can get someone to look at it. What's your friend's name? And as she turned she tapped on her computer. Gwen Stacy. She, had an internship at Oscorp before, so she's really smart. It's not a joke, and Pepper nodded but called up the file records from not only Oscorp but New York's Technical Academy, where Gwen was currently studying. She's the daughter of the police captain, George Stacy, and MJ nodded. I'll have this analyzed. Can I get your number? Just in case I need to talk to you or her, and nodding MJ grabbed a pen and the note block on Pepper's desk and wrote both her number and Gwen's on it. Pepper lifted the note and copied it into her phone. If Gwen's record was anything to go by, she at least would give her a chance. An amateur-made cream, however, would never get anywhere, and one promising to solve feminine intimacy issues would be a hard sell unless it actually worked, and while Viagra was a good seller, no one had cracked the female equivalent yet. Thank you, Miss Potts, I really didn't think this would happen. I mean, he's a jerk but, I get that a lot, and he at least stopped, but Pepper shook her head. Miss Watson, that's unimportant, and she sighed. The fact you had to run out of an interview was enough that security was called. It's not just you, so it's okay. I might not like doing things like this, but the alternative is much worse. MJ nodded and stood, and after shaking Pepper's hand, thank you, but and as she took a breath and pushed down on her embarrassment, between you and me, and she pointed at the cream, don't let any women test that. It makes you super wet and super horny. And before she could die from shame at talking to the CEO of Stark Industries that way, she bolted from the room. Pepper stood in stunned silence as she stared at the door and then down at the tin. Opening the lid, she gave the white cream a sniff, and as its pleasant caramel sweet scent filled her nose, she felt a small rush of heat flow through her and stop right in her underwear, and as Pepper let the breath out she had been holding, she knew she might have to go home and change. Raising an eyebrow, she quickly tightened the lid back on the tin and made a mental note to follow Miss Watson's instructions to the letter, adding another to make sure that Tony didn't get his hands on it. Herman Schultz stared at the wrecked office and shook his head. So much for an easy assignment, he thought as he kicked a piece of burnt debris. Sure, the police had been scouring the place, but once they finished, the lazy assholes who were supposed to be working as part of Alexi's crew just left it. With no orders from up high, they had all taken a nice holiday, and as far as they were concerned, the junkyard was shut down. He had been called in to clean up and make sure it was back in working order by the end of the week. If he could find out who actually killed Alexei, as no one who worked in this life died by accident, then a nice fat paycheck was coming his way. So they brought in the shocker, a tireless man who used electricity to its fullest to gain whatever information he needed. Being paid to electrocute scumbags and snitches was just icing on his cake, but even he had to shake his head at the mess. Yeah, you, fuckface, and no, I don't care what your name is. Get me a list of everyone who works here, and if they ain't here by the end of tomorrow, then I'll be visiting them personally. And the man nodded and shook as he scurried away. Herman knew that being scrawny got you nowhere, so he worked out. Tall, at over 6.5 feet, he kept his head shaved and his face clean. Project an image, his mentor told him, and the muscular dark-skinned bald man projected one. It said, fuck with me and I'll make you eat your entrails. Just how he liked it. Getting a gimmick added to that, He used to love those old hand buzzer things as a kid. The shocker, to him, wasn't just a sexual innuendo. He loved seeing people's faces as they jumped at the small buzzer, but now, as an adult, he used the real thing. The rush of seeing them twist and contort in pain was just as much of a pleasure as sex, and it always lasted longer too. Seeing the mess the junkyard was in, he knew he'd need it soon. Someone was responsible, and he would make them talk. He gave them a day, but everyone knew, you don't wait when the boss calls. They either got their asses back here by the end of the day or he used them as an example for the rest. Alexei was a nice guy, but Herman, he'd fucking kill the assholes who did this. Kill one and the rest would fall in line. He had waited patiently. Some of the guys found a flat-packed office, and as he stood, flicking through the list of names, they assembled it and stared nervously at each other as he read. Everyone was accounted for barring 4 people. Benny, who Alexei had said was taking a nap in the river. Max, who Alexei had said had been given that strange blue liquid. Alexei himself, as even with a body it wasn't uncommon to find a suitable replacement if someone wanted out of the life, and then this asshole. Some fucking dumbshit kid Alexei must have been grooming. Peter Parker. He showed up, got a job, after Benny took his swim, and then after the explosion suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Herman took a last draw on his cigarette and stubbing it out, yelled over at one of the men, yeah, you get to be DS1, dumbshit 1. Where the fuck does this Parker kid live? There's no address here, and the man looked nervously over at his companions. Yeah, don't look at them, I'm asking you. And moving over, Herman stood in front of him, holding the sheet of paper up. Which fuckhead didn't get an address or do a background check on a random kid from fuck knows where? And the man paled. Say it, go on. And Herman shook his head as he knew what he was about to say. It was Alexei, sir. He vetted him and approved his job. And Herman swore. Was he fucking him? And the man looked down and shook his head. So why the fuck was he sucking up to a fucking nobody? Herman yelled, and the man flinched back. Yeah, you, he asked as one of the other men raised a hand nervously. You're now DS2, what? He fixed a case. Alexei had us ship him out not too long after Benny said something about it being booby-trapped, and the kid stopped us from getting arrested. And Herman threw his hands up. Finally, someone with a fucking brain. Okay, so you're now DS1. So tell me, DS1, why the fuck wasn't that in the report you sent to the top? And who the fuck was trying to get Alexei nabbed? But the man shook his head. Dumb fucks, all of you. Fucking dumb as fucking shit, dumb fucks. And Herman threw the piles of papers at them. Shaking his head, he took another cigarette out of its pack and lit it. Clean this place up? Alexei had backup. I want them. Get a new PC and get it wired up, and if I hear anything about we don't got the guys for that, I fucking swear you are next for my foot up your ass. And the men nodded and busied themselves. Herman sat back in the office. Right now he had a pile of crates as a desk, a semi-clean board over the top as a worktop, and the broken but serviceable chair he was sitting on dug uncomfortably into his back. This Peter Parker was his #1 suspect. Nobody turns up randomly, works for a few months, and then vanishes, and as long as Alexei was smart enough to leave some kind of trail, he would find him, and then they would have a little talk. Thankfully, Herman's reputation as a fixer of problems and a supplier of permanent solutions meant that the men he was sending out soon hurried back with not just a functional, if old, computer, but the drives that Alexei had stashed away for safekeeping. Using the system most people used, the ones from the day he was killed were missing. The backups would have been done at night as he slept, but it was enough to go on. Checking through the financial records, he saw Parker getting paid quite well, maybe a bit more than he deserved, but it was mainly junk. They would have been sold or scrapped. After a few months, he was switched to a paid position. Herman leaned back, tapping a pen in the table as he chewed its cap. Right after a bank job. Cross-checking the notes, he saw the call logs for Alexis's phone and calling up the recordings. Tough break, Osborn, tough break, played over and over. So it was that stupid shit. He was long gone though, but Osborn's kid went to the same school as Parker, and Stacy as well. Herman looked over the files and names and saw the connection. If Stacy wanted info on Alexei, then the young Parker was perfect, and if Osborn wanted the same, then his son's best friend was also perfect. Add in Alexei's soft spot for the kid and it all pointed to Peter Parker. What he didn't get though was why kill Alexei. Did he find out and threaten him? But Herman shook his head. He wouldn't threaten him, he'd off him. Benny was a testament to that. Alexei was soft for the kid, but not that soft. Something else was going on, which led to headache #2. Someone had offed Kingpin as well. The higher UPS were furious as the message they got from him was speak to Huntress, and then that was it. After that, contact was cut and he was gone. All Herman had there was a number, and as he dialed it, surprisingly, a woman answered. Huntress. Herman Schultz. Yeah, I got this number from Fisk. We need to talk. And after a moment's silence. Sure, where? And no man. Herman laughed as if he would be that dumb. You know the junkyard in the Midtown Warehouse District, Alexei's place? And he smiled as there was another pause. Oh yeah, she had something to do with it or knew someone who did. Yes. Good, there. 1 hour, and sorry but my guys will be here. That ain't good enough. Well, tough shit. Too many things go bad in this town for me to be stupid enough to walk into your little trap. And he hung up. At the other end of the line, Felicia swore. She had expected someone to come for them months ago, and after Bullseye and Electra both showed up, she figured that was the end of it. Fisk leaving must have pushed his boss, or whoever ran the families in New York, to send someone. Now she had to deal with it. As she stared at her desk, well, I guess it beats paperwork, and smiling she lifted her phone. Hey Pete? Wanna come bash some heads with me? He laughed on the other end of the phone. Sure, where? And he stopped when she told him. Yeah, okay, but I need a mask, can't be seen there. Even Peter had heard the criminal always returns to the scene of the crime saying, and he wasn't about to walk right back into the first person he ever killed home and announce it. Sure, and make sure you're ready. These guys, and she sighed, are assholes, and as Peter laughed she shook her head. 1 hour, meet you at home and then we head there. See you soon, and making kissy noises down the phone he was still laughing as she hung up. She shook her head as she smiled, but breathed out a heavy sigh. This was the first real test of her abilities as the latest crime boss of Hell's Kitchen. The gangs were behaving for now, even after she dealt out the new rules for operating on her turf. They might have complained a bit, but after some negotiations and cutting their dues, they settled and it was all smooth sailing. Now though, if Alexi's death was being investigated and a new owner was setting up shop, she needed to be prepared to deal with a new variable in her plan. Gwen and Electra were good enough, but today she needed someone she could rely on, and that was Venom. Gwen still needed training and Electra had promised to take over that, but she still needed to adjust to Hades. The last thing she needed was a rampaging symbiote, especially if Hades felt the same way about Venom as the rest of them did. Picking up her phone, she walked out of the office she was currently renting. The Manhattan Project's office was massive and screamed inferiority complex. Instead, she had rented one of the brownstones in New York they used for brothels and took the top floor. It was inconspicuous and safe. Taking the day off, she mentioned to her new secretary, and they nodded. Felicia couldn't remember her name. She was really one of the girls, who rather than walking the streets had a talent for typing, and once they were better situated she would see if she could file as well. A sad truth was that a proper criminal enterprise was just as much about paperwork as crime, and Felicia hated paperwork. As she headed home she sent messages to every madam in the area, letting them know a new player was in town and that she was going to meet with him. It was standard practice. Cloak and Dagger was great for spying, but a boss who hid from their employees sowed mistrust and risked disloyalty from only the most fervent of subordinates. Felicia wanted a network of close allies, and this was the way to do it. As she approached the warehouse she spied Venom already sitting on the roof across, clad in black, everything. His boots were shiny and knee-high, covering black trousers and an open-side button trench coat. He had on thick goggles to cover his mask and a fedora on top. She stifled a laugh as she saw him. What the hell, and she gave him a once-over. He did look kinda sexy, like a 50s detective version of his Venom armor, but she would never let him know that. I watched Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid, and got inspired, and Felicia laughed and shook her head, and you said to practice. Come on then Captain Tight Pants, but fuck V, take off the damn hat. You look like a dork, and as Huntress spread out over her, she sent out a web line and swung off, shimmering and disappearing towards the junkyard. Venom stood for a moment looking down at the hat he was holding, but I like the hat, he huffed. Herman watched as the two costumed heroes dropped down at the front of the junkyard and he swore as he recognized them. Huntress had been all over the news, and even if he was wearing a stupid getup that would only mean that the man next to her was Venom. Shit, he thought to himself, if she's with him then that means that the kingpin rumor was right, and then they probably took out Alexei as well. Right then he wished he had his suit. It was a custom job, and as he liked to get up close and personal with electricity, it let him feel the muscles twitch and contract as his victims were fried. It was too late though, they were here and he was in trouble. As the pair approached the office Herman nodded and went inside. Following they saw the sparsely decorated interior and stood as he sat in a broken office chair, stained and missing its wheels. Yeah, things aren't so good right now, and he motioned around him, but that ain't why I'm here. Business. You took over Kingpin's patch, and as he waved a hand at the scrapyard, can I assume this was you as well? If so, you owe on his debts, and I'm here to collect. Huntress stood impassively, and after a moment, Venom, wait outside. I don't need you for this, and after a nod, he left. Mr. Schultz. Felicia Hardy, and as Huntress slipped back Felicia was standing in her business outfit, black suit, over a white blouse, pencil skirt, and black heels. And yes, if you mean Fisk leaving New York and Alexei's death, then yes, I am responsible. She figured that someone would have to take the blame for the death, and as she was moving in anyway, Peter would just owe her one. As the man stared at her, a hard stare trying to figure out the young woman, he breathed out through his nose and leaned over to grab a cigarette. Alexei is 10, and Fisk is 50, payable overtime. The families aren't monsters, miss, and he paused for a moment. Hardy? As in Thomas Hardy. And Felicia nodded. Well, sorry but that ain't worth a discount. Money, payable in installments plus Fisk owed another 200-300 mil in loans on equipment, buildings, men, and a few other expenses. We didn't ask but happily paid. If you're his replacement, then those are added to the debt. Now, do we talk, or do I get my ass handed to me and you talk to the next guy? Herman leaned back, happy this was going this route and not the way he had heard Huntress normally negotiated. Plus, now he had a name and names had addresses and family, friends, and pressure points he could squeeze. So far, this was looking good. She even admitted to killing Alexei, and he could throw that back up the chain and let them send someone else to deal with it. Felicia took a breath. This was it. Alexei was 10, that's fine but we didn't kill Fisk. He just left. Go chase his ass for his 50 plus. Debts on the buildings and equipment I'll concede to, as long as you provide an itemized accounts book. I'm not paying cause you feel like skimming Mr. Schultz. His men scattered, so go chase their assess for what they stole. I'm not a charity and not about to roll over for you. I will, however, play ball and no, Huntress won't hand your ass to you. You seem like a reasonable man, and as long as you obey my rules then we can work things out. Herman frowned. Rules, huh? Let's just say I do. What rules? Nothing major. Drugs are checked for impurities and kept at a reasonable price. No selling to minors, or getting a girl on smack so she hooks for you. Nothing to stop business from being run, just things to get those who want to work and those who don't walk away. Herman nodded his head back and forth while frowning. And if I say yes, what guarantees I get that Huntress and Venom don't come to kill me? They were scraping Alexei off the sidewalk, and well, we'll check if Fisk is alive or not. Same deal Fisk got. I don't care. I run this the way I run it. Say no and it's war. Say yes and we play nice. I took out Alexei as he didn't want to play nice and was up Osborn's ass. Fisk played ball and was allowed to leave. Where he went I have no idea, but let's face it, if you can't find Fisk then you can't find your ass with both hands and a map. At which Herman laughed. You can prove that, right? Alexei working for Osborn? That goes a long way to clearing some of the mess, but Fisk? I'll make inquiries, and Felicia nodded. I'll have copies of my files emailed to you, and as she looked around the office, I'll send a courier, and Herman shook his head. Ain't good enough, I need the originals, cause, and Felicia raised an eyebrow, and he shrugged. Ain't no matter, we mark our files, so we know if they're real or not. If they ain't real, then it's war, cause you don't kill two guys, and as Felicia raised an eyebrow at him and crossed her arms, yeah, two guys without paying. If what you say is true, the Fisk ain't your business, but you still gotta pay for Alexei. I can do that. We have a side business we're willing to split off, but I want a contract, guarantees, and it goes to the debt. Plus I want the paperwork for that too, and Herman frowned, shrugged but agreed. Sure, but it ain't chocolate bars, is it? Cause the Girl Scouts, yeah, even we leave them alone, and Felicia laughed. No, it's not cookies, Mr. Schultz, and the atmosphere between the two relaxed, at least to cordial levels. As the pair continued to talk, Felicia phoned the office and had a courier bring over the original files. Matt had taken photocopies before packing them back up, and he was going over them at his own pace. They had already moved them from the warehouse in an attempt to keep the illegal activities there to a minimum, and Gwen had begun to mention moving the workshops out as well. No one minded the noise, but the smell of burning metal or solder was irritating on their enhanced senses. While her brewery was fine, it was getting cramped and it was time to get Peter to build more homes. Venom could hear their conversation. Schultz must have been unaware of their capabilities or he would have set up a white noise generator, but with how relaxed Felicia seemed he wasn't worried. This was her world and he just stuck a toe in every now and again when she needed him. This was their life. He didn't object to any of their lives. MJ worked on her scripts and would be gone if filming took her across the globe, and even if it didn't, a press circuit would. Gwen was happy to help make the cream, attend college, and head down the scientist route. Liv was at a loose end right now, but once she recovered she would find her place in the world again. Strangely enough, it was Peter who found himself at a loss. He enjoyed everything, the lab work, the fighting, and taking out villains, and most of all, being a landlord. Working with his hands gave him a sense of peace. It grounded him that no matter how big and powerful you got, that a blocked toilet still needed a plumber, and even if you didn't do it yourself, life needed organization. Sighing to himself, he just needed to find that spark. The CLS needed a manufacturing facility. Handmade circuit boards and roughly fabricated parts were fine, but to really get it up and running he needed a backer, preferably one with a steel mill and a huge workshop. Sadly, he knew that unless he sold out to Stark or Hammer, such a place wasn't just going to fall into his lap. The warehouse had been a fluke and one he knew wasn't going to be repeated anytime soon. It was an hour before Felicia came out, and as Venom jumped off the scrapped car he had been sitting on she smiled and nodded at him. It's settled. I'll tell you more when I can, and as Huntress morphed into her armor the pair ran, jumped, and shot out web lines to swing off into the city before heading home. As they swung, Felicia smiled to herself and swung closer, letting go and holding on to Venom. It had been a lifetime ago that he had saved her, chided her and then swung through New York, attached and thrusting, but now, she just wanted the closeness. Resting her head on his shoulder he aimed high and found a nice overhang for them to sit on. Everything okay? And she nodded, letting her face cover pull back. As he saw her smile, he had an idea. Give me a minute, okay? And as she nodded, confused, he dived from the building, only to appear again a few minutes later with hot dogs. Got you one with everything. Peters was missing the sauerkraut as he hated the overly vinegary taste, but Felicia was always an everything dog. As he handed them over she smiled. Why? Sitting down next to her on the ledge, you know, it's nice up here and we don't do this often enough. And as he took a bite of his dog she nodded and bit into her own. After swallowing she stared at him, still not an answer, and he looked over at her. I love you, do I need an excuse? And as she blushed, he smiled and leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. Leaning back she nudged him with her shoulder and took another bite of her dog. Love you, oh, she said, hoping the mouthful would hide her admission. How romantic. He fawned and fake fanned himself, and as she laughed he smiled. It's okay, you know, to be loved. And she nodded. I heard you take the rap for Alexei, and well, thanks, but she shook her head and stuffing the last of the dog into her mouth finished it before speaking. Then I don't need to repeat anything, and he nodded. Look, Alexei was going to cause problems, and you did it for us anyway, so why not? I mean, you owe me 10 million, so it's all fair, right? And he laughed. Well, since I paid for your crime empire to begin with, you don't pay rent, and you steal all my snacks, I think we can work something out, right? And she batted him with the back of her hand. I pay rent, asshole, not my fault. Gwen keeps stealing mine, and he laughed, pulling her over into a hug. As she slid an arm around him, she rested her head on his shoulder. But seriously, Pete, I know you don't want the bad guy life, so it's no biggie. Money is good and Schultz is easier to deal with than the cops. The Black Cats are becoming a force for good, and yet, it's all good. As she looked up at him, and I really do love you, even if you make me feel stupid sometimes. Peter looked down at her, knowing she meant emotionally and not like an actual idiot, and pulling her close he kissed the top of her head and then lifted her head for a proper kiss. Well, Miss Crime Lord, how about we work out exactly how I'm going to repay you by spending a little time scaring pigeons and avoiding helicopters, he whispered, and as Felicia gave him a quizzical look, he raised an eyebrow at her, giving her a bright and very cheeky smile. Oh, and as she lifted herself onto his lap, once more, they began to swing, connected, and in each other's arms, around New York. Easter had come around and Peter had planned to hide eggs around the warehouse as a small surprise for everyone. It was ruined as soon as Gwen woke up, sniffed and looked at him, pointed and asked, why is there candy hidden around the warehouse, and then whined as Poison pressed her into gathering it all and gorging herself. Poison had complained after the lizard incident, and to mend the trust between them, Gwen had let her, leaving Gwen to nurse her sugar hangover as Poison overindulged. Peter instead decided to see if they could get to the Easter parade that was normally held at this time of year. With Felicia free, MJ finalizing a movie contract with her new agent, and Gwen off college, he figured it was a good way for the four of them to bond, without resorting to the bedroom. Liv on the other hand was stuck inside, as Lizard had trashed her wheelchair. The only one they had was the trolley they used when she first arrived. Peter had modified it and she could move around the warehouse, but its thin wheels were useless outside on the rougher ground. It was fine though. While she never said anything, they could feel the fear coming from her when they asked if she wanted to go out, and she shook her head. I'll make it up to you, Peter told her, and made sure he pampered her for the day before the four of them would be out. New York was in full Easter swing, and as the group walked the streets up to Fifth Avenue, the amount of bright and colorful costumes everyone was wearing made the foursome seem drab in comparison. Having an idea, Peter dragged them to a public toilet and had to scowl and shake his head as MJ's eyes lit up at what she thought was going to happen. Pouting as they all morphed their clothes into a brighter move-appropriate attire, Peter kissed her and promised some fun after. There were too many cops around for that sort of thing right now, but a rooftop rendezvous on a skyscraper of her choosing was enough to get her to smile. Peter had chosen to go with dark blue, choosing simple trousers and a shirt. The weather was nice, and even if it wasn't, he wouldn't have felt the cold. The girls decided on matching spring dresses, showing not much cleavage but plenty of leg, frilled and puffed at the bottom with cute floral shoulders, and small sleeves. Each girl had chosen a pastel color. Gwen went with pink, MJ with light blue, and even Felicia, who grumbled but chose white, looked stunning in her outfit. Peter stared as the three came out from the toilets and twirled for him, bringing them all in for a kiss, and made sure no one was left out. He felt bad enough for leaving Liv behind. She was still wanted by the police and FBI, but he promised an evening for her alone to make up for it. He had been practicing making everyone's favorite dish, and while Liv's was easiest, he would take time to make it for her, meatloaf with mashed potatoes. Food stalls were raided, and plenty of different treats and drinks were bought, shared, and happily devoured as the quartet found good spots to stand. The parade hadn't started yet, and they eagerly anticipated the massive floats. Oscorp was still the sponsor this year. Even after the scandal, there was just no time to change the event, and while it was a muted affair, Peter could see that the VIP box was filled with the last of the board, drinking champagne, and waiting for the mics to be set up. They would still launch the parade, still give a speech, and he was looking forward to seeing what slimeball excuse Jack Thompson, the new CEO of Oscorp, would give for Norman's behavior. The event would officially start around 10, and soon enough the crowd surged and the four were jostled near the barricade, never minding the pushing. As if anyone felt slighted by the pusher, they were all more than strong enough to stand their ground. The microphone squealed as Jack Thompson tapped it. Ladies and gentlemen, once more it is Oscorp's greatest pleasure to be hosting an event in this great city of ours. Now I know that things haven't been the best, that a great tragedy was committed, and we can never forget that. But Easter is a time for celebration, forgiveness, and for resurrection. While we hope you are all having dash, and the mic cut off with a loud squeal, even Jack stood back and covered his ears. Oh, cut the sanctimonious crap, Jack. You all were glad I failed. You all wanted me to fail. Those deaths are on you, not me. The board pushed for results, and when you didn't get them you whined like fucking kids. The glider hovered in front of the stand Jack and the board were sat at, Norman's voice booming out through the armor's inbuilt speakers. Well, you want resurrection, and Goblin fired off 2 rockets at the stand. They exploded and covered the area in a green toxic mist, and once it cleared there were no bodies, nothing remained. Come back from that, and Goblin laughed, broadcasting his mirth over the assembled crowd. You wanted a villain, someone to blame for the deaths of those poor saps. The glider hovered and turned, flying up higher. Goblin stretched out his arms. Well, here I am, here's your holiday nightmare made flesh. Now run, run, and hide so the Goblin doesn't find you. Without even aiming, Goblin fired into the crowd, and in a wail of screams, blood and bullets flew through the air. Peter and company rushed with the crowd. They needed a way to escape and a way to stop Goblin from hurting anyone else. Pete, shit, Pete. Do we help? I mean, that's Goblin, we can't. Peter grabbed Gwen and hugged her. It's okay, it's fine. If you don't want to, then grab MJ and head home, it's okay. He knew Gwen and MJ had no experience fighting and that Poison wasn't the bravest symbiote in the group. MJ, you okay? And she nodded, staring up at the laughing Goblin as he fired into the crowd. Take this and get Gwen to safety, okay? And he leaned over and pecked her on the cheek. It's fine, it's fine. Muse, keep her calm, get them to safety, okay? And Poison, do this and I'll reward you later. Anything you want, and I mean anything. And Gwen nodded and stared. Peter had handed MJ a huge chocolate chip cookie, from the bakery where she had first had to calm down Poison, and she frowned. Did you plan that? You ass, and he laughed. Emergency Gwen cookie, and he handed it to MJ. If you want it though, you gotta get somewhere safe to eat it, okay? And Gwen tooted. What am I, a fucking child? And Peter sighed. Well, we're in the middle of the street and I'm not into exhibitionism, so deal, okay? And as she nodded, she was still staring at the cookie in MJ's hand. MJ grabbed her hand and pulled her. Come on, we'll be fine, and the pair disappeared into the crowd to escape. The duo ran towards a deserted shop, making sure that no one could see them. Crouched in the doorway, they both changed and peered out into the chaos. Clicking the mics, she nodded at him and he moved out first, leaping and grabbing on the side of the building and quickly climbing its smooth glass walls. Huntress was after him quickly, leaping to the building across from him. They had discovered that while she could bend light, Peter could polarize his lenses and catch the shimmer of her as she moved. They were both level with Norman as he laughed and spun, firing into the crowd. The police who were patrolling the area had begun to return fire, but once Norman spotted them he would spin and shoot, and none had survived a barrage. Venom clicked, go high, hit Norman and take him to the ground, and Huntress gave him a thumbs up. With his new powers, he should be able to disable the glider while Huntress keeps him busy. I hope, he thought to himself, but the last thing they were going to do was let Norman continue his massacre. Venom held up a hand with 3 fingers and as the last one dropped, they both swung out, Huntress staying invisible to put Norman off targeting her, and as she slammed into him, the glider spun out of control. Venom grabbed the bottom and hung on, letting his simskin flow into the device, and as he felt it connect, the 3 of them went flying. Norman activated the thrusters. On his HUD he was seeing an alert that an enemy was attempting to access the glider systems. Norman knew it was that menace when he saw him swing out, but hanging on to the bottom of the glider, all he could do was fly fast enough to shake him off. The idiot had tried to separate them, but that was one thing he'd thought of years ago, and his boots were clamped magnetically to the glider. Only he could release them, and as his systems registered blows he realized that they had a third guest. He could see brief flashes of whatever it was and set the optics of his helmet to scan every frequency. Finding one, he realized it was a girl, but he didn't care. Stupid bitch, he thought, and as the glider flew faster and faster he took them up to the lower atmosphere. Fucking costume-wearing freaks, he thought, but it didn't make a difference. She was still holding on firmly to the glider and laying blow after blow onto the armor. As he got a look at her through his thermal sensors he could see she was hotter than a person. That wasn't a costume she was wearing, and as her temperature increased to ward off the cold, he only had one thought as to what they were. Fucking symbiotes, he thought, and dived back down. Harry must have helped them, and he thought of how he would eviscerate him, right after these 2. He activated the suit's melee defensive systems and a blade sprang from one arm, slashing at Huntress. She ducked under the blade and grabbed his arm, punching the hopefully weaker joint of the suit. Venom was stuck, with his simskin slowly working its way into the glider. He couldn't even use his webs to help Huntress, but bit by bit he was gaining control. He saw the advanced schematics of the power systems and ordered a release. The ammo drums began to spin. Shit, not that, he thought. The last thing he needed was unused large caliber bullets that vaporize people falling from the sky, and he tried to get the guidance systems under control. To shake off the 2 bugs, Norman sent the glider into a spin, and without a proper hold Huntress slid off and she fired a web line and caught hold of Venom. She swung round, and as she flew through the air back to the top of the glider, she kicked Norman with both feet in the chest. The servos in the legs whined as they kept him upright, but in the armor, his thighs ached at the strain. A blade slid out again, and he wildly lashed out at her as she ducked and got hit after hit on the joints of the armor. He roared through the speakers at the pair, knowing that they would eventually break him down. He needed a plan. He needed a way to get them both off him and on the ground. Checking his HUD, Norman spotted that Central Park wasn't too far away and decided that drowning the 2 bugs would be the best bet. Heading for the lake, he knew that the glider was shielded against extreme weather conditions, and while underwater performance was lower, holding Venom under wouldn't cause any problems. As the glider dipped into the lake, Norman slammed on the brakes, sending Huntress flying and into the water, where, while he couldn't see her, he saw the massive splash she made. Locking on the center of the water disturbance, he sent round after round into the spot, laughing loudly over the speaker. Being jolted as he stopped, Venom tightened his grip on the glider, letting more and more of his simskin flow into it. He called up the internal guidance systems and saw Norman load up 2 goblin missiles, sending an emergency jam alert. They spun in place but refused to fire, then an ammo failure alert sent the drums of ammo to the bottom of the lake. He couldn't see blood in the water, and he knew Huntress was unharmed. He clicked his mic, "You okay?" but he got no reply. "No, I'm fucking angry," was all he got back, and he felt the water ripple as she swam to the bottom of the lake and then launched herself at Norman. Flying through the air she had made a sword, and as she flew up she shot a web, wrapping it around his neck and pulled herself onto his shoulders. Once up there she reversed her grip on the sword and stabbed down into the shoulder joint of his suit. He yelled and tried to get the glider to rise, but Venom had already disabled the engine. A simple water-in-engine alert stalled and shut down the glider, which now bobbed on the surface. Norman yelled as the blade slid between the joint of the suit and into his arm, blood dripping from the armor. With Huntress straining against the suit she made herself a target, and he swung a fist up, unloading a round of bullets from his wrist launchers, forcing her to leap backwards and back underwater. Roaring in pain he pulled out the sword and threw it into the lake. Venom had managed to gain access to the HUD of the goblin armor now, no littering, he typed across the screen, and unlocking the boot Norman knew that Venom was able to breathe underwater. Damn insects, he thought, and flipped a hatch on the glider's body. Pressing down a button with his foot the glider began to beep. Norman had planned for a hijack and installed a manual explosive to detonate if he lost control. Laughing he leapt off the glider and the boots of his suit flared into emergency rockets, and he sped off across the water. Shit, thought Venom, I've got this, go after him, he told Huntress, and she nodded and took off. Venom stared at the bomb, currently beeping in the wing of the glider. I hope I've got this, he thought, and began to form his hand into the tools he would need to disarm it. Venom stared at the explosive. Norman had rigged one of the goblin rockets to explode on a timer. Once the chain reaction started it would spread into the other engine, making a really big mess, Venom thought. Once you also added in the ammo drums, it was not just a bomb but a huge shrapnel claymore that would devastate anything within a large area. Thankfully his simskin could wrap around the warhead, and as he carefully removed it he made sure that there were no backup systems and sighed in relief as the glider powered down and his senses told him that the glider was offline. He hit the Bluetooth on his headset and dialed home. Hey Liv, did Gwen and MJ make it back? Oh, thank the stars, Peter. Yes they did. We're watching you on TV. There are cameras all over the place. Be careful, dear. Oh, if you can you bring that home? Venom laughed. Will it make up for having to stay home? He teased her. Oh, I don't know, dear. I still think an evening together is still in the books, but as much as I like this, you really should be going after Felicia. Is she okay chasing Norman on his own? I can't leave the glider, and yeah, Huntress will be fine. Good, but be careful. We're watching you right now, and all J seems to be focusing on is you and your supposed link to the goblin, and ignoring the deaths of the crowd. Venom sighed, as the glider powered up and his simskin flowed through it. He lifted off and after a few shaky stalls managed to get it onto the roof of a high-rise. His main problem was what to do with the goblin warheads. They were dangerous, and while the glider was fine to be left, he didn't want to risk leaving the missiles as well. Staring at them for a moment, he unscrewed each warhead, webbed a disc, laid them in it and then webbed it all together, searching for a safe place to leave them, that if they exploded wouldn't take out a large chunk of a building or residential area. Spying a water tower, he hoisted open its inspection hatch, and created a line of webbing, attached it to the package and then lowered them into the water. It should contain a blast, he thought to himself, should. After webbing it shut and making sure the glider was webbed down and powered off, he checked it was secure before swinging back out to find Huntress. Huntress was fine. She was relishing taking that armor off Norman and finding out where her father was. Even if she had to peel it from him one plate at a time and then take him apart one limb at a time, she would find him. She shot out line after line more, pulling herself across the water as Norman sped away, but as his blood had dripped from the wound she had smeared some of it on her hand. She had his scent, that foul rot that she knew was from a formula designed to harm rather than enhance, and no matter where he went she would find him. As she clicked her comms, "You coming?" she asked Venom. "Took the glider somewhere safe, heading back now. We'll find you, stay safe, love you," was all he said, and she grunted in agreement. He had a bone to pick with Norman, but nothing like her. Osborn had taken her life from her. Even if she hated him, he was still her father. She still needed to know what had happened to him. Spurred on by the thought of Norman's death, she screamed and pulled herself towards the shore, watching as Norman's boots sputtered and died. As he landed and stumbled, she made it back to shore and he stared at her. "What? No boyfriend to save you?" "I'm not afraid of a little girl," and he held out both arms and blades slid out of each gauntlet on his arms. "Thomas Hardy, tell me where he is," she asked. Maybe he's gone enough he'd just tell me. Of course, for the comment about her gender, she was more than willing to beat what she wanted out of him. Who? Why the fuck should I care about some nobody? Are you his kid or something? And he shrugged. "Quit fucking around, bug, let's dance," and he charged at her. Huntress ducked under his swing and drove a kick into his stomach. He staggered back but swung once more, and with each wild swing, she had to fall back more and more. She knew from Liv that the blades were specially designed for the armor and could cut anything. Their main purpose was for entering buildings, and they would make short work of her armored simskin. Thankfully for her, Norman was useless. Even with minimal training, MJ was a better fighter, and the man had definitely spent more time in the boardroom than the gym. With ease Huntress weaved and dodged around his feeble blows, kicking and punching at each of the armor's weak points. Flipping back and out of his reach, Huntress shot 2 webs at him, and as the electricity crackled along them he just looked at her. "What? Are you fucking kidding me?" And he brushed the webs from his torso. "A fucking taser? Really? A fucking taser?" And roaring, he charged once more. Huntress used a similar tactic to Venom. She leapt over him and shot webs to his shoulders, and when she landed she yanked him off his feet. As the heavy armor flew through the air, Goblin locked on and fired at her, driving her to dodge and dive out of the way. "You can't beat me, I'm invincible," he roared, and as he picked himself up, he laughed and took off into the trees. Huntress cursed, "Why run? Just making me chase you, dumb fuck." Her mic clicked. "On my way back, hid the glider on a building and webbed it down. Liv warned me the place is crawling with cameras, so be careful." Venom warned her, and she noted that while the park seemed to be empty, there were a lot of people watching the fight. "Shit, V, make sure the cops don't get in the way." Goblin's still armed, and she heard him curse on the other end of the microphone. It was now a game of cat and mouse as Goblin hooped and sped through the park. He had no care if anyone saw him, as a huge suit of green armor was going to be conspicuous anywhere. He would veer off and chase a few scared park visitors, but as the police were now actively patrolling and no one other than morons with cameras was stupid enough to face down the massive armored form of the Goblin, he just ran towards the park exit. Huntress, on the other hand, had to be more careful. Her simskin was already known to the police, and if she was caught in a crossfire then civilians could be in danger. She had already heard one shootout and saw the 3 casualties being covered. Norman seemed more content to flee than fight, and as Huntress tailed him she caught a chance to at least hide, fading from view. She knew it wouldn't stop Osborn if his visor had any kind of sonar or thermal, but for the civilians currently running and screaming, it was more than enough. As she chased Norman through the park, she realized he wasn't running randomly as she thought. He was chasing someone. She caught a glimpse of dirty blonde hair and ragged clothes from a tall lanky man. She darted out of the park and up a side street, and soon she could hear screams coming from there as well. When Huntress peered around the corner she saw Goblin and a giant green man fighting. "Shit, Hulk," she thought, but as he batted Goblin with his tail she realized, nope, Kurt. Clicking her mic, "V, we have a problem, Lizard is here as well," and as she stared at the basket he was currently beating Goblin over the head with, she stifled a laugh. He must have been out shopping when everything happened. "Stay away from them then, make sure civs are safe, but keep out of it. We need Kurt alive, and I doubt that crappy Goblin armor will be able to do any serious damage," Venom said over the line. Keeping her distance she watched the pair scuffle. Venom had been right. Even firing point blank into Lizard's chest, the bullets had no effect on the thick skin of Lizard, who was swinging with both claws and tail at the armored Goblin. Huntress shook her head. Kurt was definitely not a fighter, much like Venom when they first met, and more often than not it was stupid luck that a blow connected. 2 clowns playing bad guys, dressed up in monster suits. The only reason this wasn't funny was the monsters were real, and so were the deaths. Lizard had just smashed Goblin into the trolley corral when he returned fire with his wrist-mounted launchers. Lizard held an arm over his face and the bullets tore up his lab coat. Hissing and leaping across the supermarket's small parking lot, Goblin rolled back and kicked Lizard into the air, firing with both launchers once more. Lizard oofed as he thudded into the ground while Goblin rolled out of the way and onto his feet, jumping to avoid a tail swipe from Lizard. Spinning and following his tail he swiped a massive clawed hand and scored a hit of gashed across the side of Goblin. Even the toughened armor was no match for whatever enhanced strength Kurt had gained through his transformation. Norman swore and backed away. "We will make you pay for that, you insignificant failure," he yelled at Lizard, raising his wrist launchers and firing once more at him. Covering his face, Lizard hissed and backed away, sure of his victory against the metal-plated one. Huntress swore as soon as the police arrived, and she could see the heavily armed SWAT team gearing up to interfere in the pair's fight. The back van they arrived in reminded Huntress of the heavy ATV that the ETF had, and as soon as she saw their thicker gear she knew that George Stacy had arrived. The police were armed with smaller snub-nosed guns, but she could see a thick heavy drum underneath. Army-issue heavy-duty firearms, designed to kill tanks and thick armor, had been made standard issue, and she knew to stay out the way, having no idea if a round would penetrate her armor. Wanting to find a better vantage point, she crawled, invisible, up the side of the building. They all wore the thicker armor John had been in, a nanofiber armor touted as being almost indestructible. "This is the ETF. You are both under arrest. Stand down or we will use lethal force to contain you," an officer in full armor hailed over a loudspeaker, while officers began to take defensive positions. They began to set up thick heavy plates, unfolding barricades and dumping sandbags behind them. Soon 4 fortified positions with 8 officers all pointing their new weapons at the pair were in a standoff, while Lizard and Goblin glanced at them while keeping a watchful eye on the other. Huntress tooted. She never got any warning before they tried to kill her, but these assholes did. "V, the cops are here, what do I do?" "Almost back. Stay out their way and see if they can handle Goblin and Lizard," Venom answered. While he wanted payback against Norman, he wasn't so desperate as to wander into a firefight between him and the cops, plus with Lizard being there it seemed better to try and stay hidden. If Lizard escaped he could lead them back to his lair, and hopefully to a depot word Kurt. He was already hiding one fugitive from Osborn, adding another didn't seem like it was too much of a strain, and dealing with a giant lizard monster couldn't be any harder than living with belligerent symbiotes. Huntress watched as Goblin stood and waited almost impatiently as the police set up, while Lizard sat on all fours, hissing and swishing his tail back and forth, keeping himself at an angle to strike at either Goblin or the newly arrived ETF. It was now a standoff, and a waiting game to see who would make the first move. Huntress watched as the pair stood, close enough that it seemed they were teamed together, as the police kept them in their sights. "You're kidding me. Goblin yelled laughing, "Toy guns? I recognize those hammer tack peas hooters." Tisk tisk George should have gone for Stark tack, and raising an arm laughed as he fired at the officers. Lizard had had enough and bolted. This wasn't his fight, and whoever this giant green monster was, he smelled funny and fought dirty. He had come up for freshness and the food but instead had been attacked and hurt. He wanted to go back to sleep but the Connors fought him and made him stay in control, a rarity as the Connors usually cursed him and called him names. Lizard could smell the madness on the plated one. The stench of failed formula was always in their nest and the lizard knew it when he smelt it. It was unbearable and all he wanted was to eat a few of the scurrying treats around their home and sleep again. Let the Connor worry about the smell. Let the Connor do the boring work while he slept. Stand down. The policeman with the megaphone said again, and the officers raised their weapons in response. Goblin laughed and raised his wrist launcher. It whirred and clicked. Lizard dived to one side and the officers opened fire. The supermarket had been emptied once the fighting began and this time, they made sure they were in the clear. Round tinged off the Goblin's armor and Lizard ran on 4 limbs and jumped up onto a fire escape. As he was an unknown right now and had only been fighting Goblin, they kept a wary eye but continued to concentrate their fire on Goblin. A small group of officers moved around, keeping the unknown creature in their sights. While it seemed he was more interested in escape, and their orders were to contain and capture Norman, they were not about to let a possible hostile get the drop on them. Switch to AP, the order was shouted and drums were ejected and a series of clicks were heard as a new red-labeled magazine was loaded. This time when the firing began, fewer tings and more thunks were heard and the Goblin armor dented under the fire of the police. He staggered back as the combined fire from the new ammo was more effective against the Goblin armor. Huntress felt a small tap on the back of her head and looking up saw a black hand waving down at her. She climbed up onto the roof and Venom was there, keeping low and out of sight. While the police were concentrating on Goblin, it would only take one officer to spot him and they could split their fire. "Can you follow Lizard?" he asked and she tapped twice on his hand as a yes. "Then do that. I'll keep an eye on Goblin." "Liv, how does it look from your end? Noon spotted me or Huntress yet, have they?" "No dear, you're clear, but there are TV vans keeping an eye on Kurt. He's not moving so far but give him time. He'll probably wait until Goblin does something big and then bolt." Venom wished they had some kind of tracker. They could tag Lizard and stay together, but they needed him and he had promised Liv a fix for her legs. At least he hadn't attacked the police or civilians. The last thing they needed was to have to hunt another superpowered monster. "Venom, be careful, okay? If my dad's there, I don't want him to spot you, please." Gwen came on the line, and Venom shook his head. "It's fine, we're just watching, for now. I'm not joining in unless he looks like he's getting away." Venom was keeping an eye on the action. Goblin was darting back and forth, trying to avoid the armor-piercing rounds, but the police kept concentrating their fire. Behind a barricade, Peter spotted an officer loading a grenade gun. He nudged Huntress and pointed at the man. "When he fires, head after Lizard," and she tapped his hand in agreement. "You have one last chance to surrender, Norman. We are authorized to use lethal force against any enemy combatant who is in possession of military-grade hardware. This is your one and only warning. Stand down or we will open fire," the officer said through their loud Hyliar. "Bah, your toys are nothing," Goblin yelled back. "We have an Easter treat for you and the kids," and the wrist launcher on his left arm spun around and a green-tipped missile poked its head out. "Last one, everything's on sale, all must go," Goblin shouted, and laughed as the missile streaked towards the officers. George Stacy lowered the loud Hyliar and lifted the visor of his helmet as he watched helplessly as the missile tore through the barricade. The barricades did nothing to protect his men, and George watched as the missile exploded into a green cloud of energy, vaporizing a circle not only where his men once were but in the pavement as well. Norman laughing and opening fire on the remaining officers. Heavy rounds pinged off blast barriers, designed to stop bombs, and George saw the grenade launcher, its handle cut clearly by the Goblin's missile, and he took a chance, dived, rolled and grabbed it, bringing it to bear and pulling the trigger. With a whomp, the grenade hit and exploded against the Goblin's armor, throwing him back into the store. George fired again, hitting him in the chest, and blowing him back even further. He motioned to his men, who followed him into the store, holding their machine guns tight. Goblin was sitting in a freezer, its lights and display smashed and sparking as his armor tinked and cooled after being hit twice. The front was all smashed and scorched. "Naughty naughty, don't you know tricks are for kids?" He laughed and pointed the wrist launcher at the officers again. This time it clicked and spun, whirring as the last of the rounds had been ejected outside. "Oh, how disappointing," and Goblin hoisted himself up on complaining and creaking joints, as he crushed the freeze under him. "Guess we do this the old-fashioned way," and as he unclipped the wrist launchers, he twisted the gauntlet the other way and a large blade sprang free from it. The smaller blades he had used to fight Huntress were for doors, this one was for walls, and it glinted menacingly under the sparking and flickering lights. The officers continued firing, hoping to drive the Goblin back, but he was relentless. "Venom, please, please help my dad," Gwen begged over the line, and taking a deep breath, Venom sent out a web line and swung down and into the supermarket. Goblin was making short work of the officers, thankfully uncaring if they were dead or not, and most seemed to be just injured. No blood pools, and once taken out they had enough sense to move away. Standing on the edge of the roof, Venom shot out a line to the market's sign, swung down and flipped over through the smashed doors. Driving both feet into Goblin's chest, he spun in midair and stood over the policeman Goblin was about to attack. Get them out of here, he yelled at the ones still standing, even as they pointed their guns at him as well. Assholes was all he said as he parried a blow from Goblin and kicked his legs out from under him. Webbing him down, he yelled again, "Go, I've got this," and after looking at George, he nodded and they began to evacuate. Goblin roared as he ripped the webbing from his armor and charged Venom. He was big and fast, but Venom was used to fighting someone much faster, and as Goblin swung widely, Venom just dodged and weaved, pulling shelves down on him, even grabbing tins from shelves and hurling them at the visor. Anyone watching would think the pair had gone mad, Goblin slashing widely while Venom threw pudding and milk. He had learned his webbing wasn't infinite, and if there was a substitute on hand, why not? Venom was trying to get Goblin sticky enough, wet enough that he would be forced to take the helmet off. The Mark II they had liberated from Aaron showed the helmet, once offline, was a hindrance. Venom was trying to exploit that and remove Norman's last advantage. "This is your fault, George. Letting Venom and Spider-Man destroy my perfect drones. I see it now, you two are working together. You two conspired with Harry to set me up, to ruin me and make me a joke. You stabbed me in the back," he yelled, "let me return the favor." As the last officer was helped from the trashed supermarket, Goblin laughed, "Not so fast, Georgie boy," and pointing the wrist blade it shot free and George, pushing the officer he was carrying out the way. Venom dived, but Liv had been right. The blade passed through Venom's hand and impaled George through the chest. "No." Venom heard Gwen yell through his headset and then sounds of fighting. "Shit, Peter. Gwen has left. I think she's on her way to you. Please, stop Goblin before she gets there, please," and Venom snarled. He might not have liked the man, but being hurt by this walking shitbag, upsetting Gwen, made his blood boil. Calling on his reserves, Venom pumped himself up and roared at Goblin. Kebabs are no longer available," Goblin laughed, "you'll just have to settle for ground beef," and he launched himself at Venom, who caught him and slammed him into the ground. "I prefer my meat tenderest," he shot back and thudded a fist into the side of the armor. He had Liv talk him through the design process, and while the armor was thicker at the front, it was considerably weaker at the sides where the armor needed to flex. Even a genius like Osborn couldn't ignore physics, and with each punch, the armor began to buckle. One hand held Goblin by the throat and the other pounded him in the face. Venom knew that the only way to release the armor was from the inside, and he just needed to make it uncomfortable for Norman to stay in there. Lifting him up, he slammed him back into the floor of the supermarket, over and over until it cracked. Remembering last time, he stopped and flipped him over, trying to pry the armor shell open at the back. Kurt is on the move. Following now, Huntress spoke and he calmed back twice in acknowledgement. Venom, hands up, move away from Osborn, an officer, with his gun, drawn, spoke. They had regrouped and set up a new barricade. All 10 of the uninjured officers were pointing grenade launchers at him, and he shook his head. "I'm trying to help, assholes," he yelled. "Make sure Stacy is okay," and he slammed Norman into the floor again as he tried to push himself up. "Venom, we repeat, stand down, unhand Goblin and move away until you can be secured," the officer repeated, and Venom shook his head. "Dad," he heard, and Gwen ducked past the officers and straight to her father. Paramedics were working on securing the blade, still stuck in George's chest. Goblin saw his chance and fired off his last usable weapon. Thermite anti-missile flares whizzed and whined from the front of his armor, exploding against Venom's chest and face, and as he was blasted back and into a shelf, he was stunned by the sudden flurry of hot chaff and noise. Venom's vision cleared and he could only watch in horror as the Goblin, swatting away grenades, ran towards Gwen and her father. Pulling the blade free, he swung it back and then towards Gwen's exposed neck. Her father's blood spraying over her as she watched in slow motion. He had to watch as Gwen closed her eyes, knowing nothing would stop the blade from taking her head. Even poison wasn't that strong, and as the blade tinged off something, she opened one eye and took a glance. A Simskin sword blocked its path, held in place by a large, black, well-armored symbiote. "You killed my dad, fuckface," and as Agent Webb brought the blade around, he slashed at the front of Goblin's armor, and then brought his foot round and kicked him backwards, "and I'm gonna get you for it." Goblin cursed as he smashed into the shelves at the back of the store. Agent Webb had kicked him hard enough that he went flying even further than he punted that idiot Venom. Gwen stared at the blood bubbling from her father's lips. Pulling the blade free had sprayed blood everywhere, and she knew that he wouldn't survive. "No, Dad, please no," she shook her head, and not caring, she let poison out. An officer saw and backed away, but she didn't care. As she pressed her palms to his chest, the spray of painkiller and then the bioadhesive web stopped the flow of blood. George stared at his daughter, that even if the colors were different, she was involved with Venom, and it clicked. Peter was Venom, and he coughed. He stared past her to look at Venom, and he smiled. "Be good to her, son. Be good to her. She loves you so very much." As his eyes closed, Gwen shook her head. "No, no, please no." As his body went limp, Poison reared back her maw and screamed into the store. Brushing off smashed packets and burst tins, Goblin stood and stretched out his limbs. He flexed his fingers and tried to call up any remaining weapon systems he had, but with the blade gone, now all he had was the strength of the armor, and that was it. Even that was failing, as the combined assault of the ETF, then Venom, and finally Agent Webb had reduced the armor to little more than powdered scrap. He needed an escape plan, or he would be captured before he got his revenge. Poor little Gwenny, all sad that Daddy got dead. "Now I know where you live, know where you are. You're next, and you too, you big black shit." Goblin lined up to charge at Venom, but Poison screamed and leapt, twisting in the air and sprayed a biting acid over Goblin's armor. Goblin reeled back, trying to wipe the caustic spray from himself. The Goblin armor began to peel and smoke as the paint cracked and slid off. As Poison sprayed more and more chemicals into the air, Venom began to feel a prickle on his skin. No, stop, it's too much, but Poison ignored him. Soon the supermarket was filled with a thick cloud of green-tinted gas hung in the air. The shelves and cans on the store's aisles began to wilt, the steel dripped as the caustic solution melted and corroded the metal and plastic. The paramedics and the police had grabbed who they could but were panting outside, their unprotected lungs burned from exposure to whatever gas she was spraying. Goblin felt the armor begin to weaken, and as red indicators flashed and warnings sounded in his HUD, he knew that even the chemical defenses would fail under such a relentless assault. Popping the emergency escape hatch, the back exploded off and Normal slid out. His skin had taken on a green tinge from the formula. Even after escaping he'd continued to take it and was beginning to suffer its effects. As he lifted the corner of his coat to his face, the acid stung his skin even more and its green tinge deepened as the formula worked overtime to heal him. Grabbing at the emergency kit in the armor, he slung a small bottle over his shoulder and pulled at the mask. With an oxygen mask over his face, the trio watched as he gave them the finger and then ran to the back of the store. Poison screamed and shook as she sprayed a neutralizer and ran after him. No, Venom shouted, but she ignored him and Webb chased after her. Shit, Liv. Flash can get her. Peter, be practical, get that armor out of there and then go after him. Norman on his own is no match for Poison, she'll be fine. I sent Huntress a message as well. Leave Norman to them and get that armor. If Norman booby-trapped it like the glider, it could be a disaster, and Venom cursed. Seeing the police officers regroup and heading back this way, he shook his head. He had to trust the one person he despised, but he had to admit Liv was right. The Goblin armor had a small arcstar reactor powering it and an explosion would level several blocks. He flipped over it and grabbed the opened hatch, sliding into the clamshell and filling it with simskin. Systems online, warning, structural integrity at 27% and falling, warning power at 15%. New user recognized. System after system powered up as Venom flowed into its circuits, powering and adapting to its strange design. He could feel where it had been sabotaged, a simple misprinted circuit here, a wrong fuse there, but right now he willed the back hatch to close and powered the armor back up. Goblin is still active, power down and surrender, or we will open fire, a voice shouted, and as the HUD scanned the area, he saw red flashing icons over all the weapons systems as they marked each person as hostile. He sighed with relief. If there was a fail-safe rig to detonate, Norman had either forgotten or left it unprimed. Venom shook his head. This was an escape mission and he extended his symbarmor out through the weakened joints and over the whole thing, dyeing it black. At least this time he didn't have to worry about any of the strange goblin warheads. Norman had exhausted all the ammo in the suit and was left defenseless. If Gwen had remained calm they could have captured him with little difficulty, but thinking back, he would have done the same. Stand down, final warning, was shouted, and as the armor whined and whirred, open fire. He felt the impacts thudding against his armor, and with heavy steps began to run out of the store, through the gauntlet of ETF officers. As Venom weaved through the officers, covering his head with both hands, he hoped Gwen was okay. Tying his headset into the internal systems of the armor he called Liv. Anything from Huntress? He asked. Feeling a grenade impact against his back he stumbled but kept running. Liv responded. She doubled back, giving up on Connors, and is heading to her now. Don't worry, Peter. Huntress will protect her. Sending out a web line he swung up and into an alley, hoping the police would be unable to follow him. Leading them for several blocks, it was only on the higher rooftops, where he could attach a web line and hide amongst the gargoyles that he finally lost them, keeping low and in the shade as a police helicopter shone a searchlight over the area. His simskin providing a way to fool the infrared and thermal camera they used. Not invisible, he thought, but getting there. Huntress had received a frantic call from Liv, shouting about Gwen's dad, and she stopped following the lizard almost immediately. Even Liv didn't care about Connors or her legs if it meant losing one of their own, and as she swung back along the skyline she heard the commotion below her. She could see Webb and Poison dealing with Norman and she only needed a few minutes and she would be able to help. Norman was frantic. He had to escape those two freaks, escape the symbiotes who would devour his brain. He needed it to kill Harry and now Gwen and that little shit Parker. While the formula made him smart, it did allow him some enhanced physiology and he lifted the manhole cover free and threw it at the pair. He would lose them in the tunnels, the smell and darkness covering his escape. He wasn't quick enough, and Webb struck him with two webs and pulled him back into the street. Grah, he yelled and laid a punch into Norman's stomach. Dropping him, Norman wheezed and heaved, trying not to puke from the force of the impact. Webb had been faster than Poison and as she caught up, she complained. No fair, no runny runs, only treaty treats. Gwen ignored the belligerent symbiote. No, treats after, I need you, and Poison huffed. Gwen had watched the others. She knew Poison was sensitive but had the same powers as the rest, and as her fingers extended and elongated into wicked claws she smiled. This is for my dad, and as she raised a hand to slash open the back of his neck, Flash caught her hand. What the fuck, Gwen? No, he pulled her away, but even so, he turned and kicked Norman in the stomach again. No killing, and Norman curled up on the sidewalk, clutching his stomach and rolling in pain. He killed my dad, Poison screeched at him and Flash shook his head. Mine too, but we can't. If we do, then you have to run. You can't be like him, be better. Flash had learned the hard way that even an accidental death had consequences and that even being spotted in New York could lead to his arrest. Fuck you. Poison screeched and grabbed a knife from his vest. She leapt at Norman, driving it into his shoulder. Flash grabbed her before she could stab him again and spun her around, throwing her against the building. No, don't be like him, and he held her as she struggled against him. Webb being the stronger of the two, she hissed and twisted but he held her tight. I won't let you. I can call someone. Someone who'll put him in a hole he'll never crawl out of. Hate you. She screeched at him, and he felt his palms begin to burn. Letting go, something dripped from Gwen and even the sidewalk hissed as it splashed down. As he backed away, she struck out and punched him in the stomach. What the shit? Flash asked, but she pushed him to one side and screeched in anger. Norman had slid down into the sewers, the pair fighting enough of a distraction to allow him to escape. This is your fault, Poison hissed and launched herself at Webb, but this time he caught her once more and twisting her arms behind her back, pushed her against a wall. As she struggled he had no choice but to pin her there, her enhanced strength building to be a match for his own. I don't want to fight you, Gwen. Stop, please, he pleaded. Oh, you will stop. Flash. Huntress landed behind him. You will or we will hurt you. A long thin blade extended from one of her hands and she pressed it against his neck. Shit, was all he said and he released Gwen's hands, putting his own up in surrender. All of you, and Huntress nodded. Fucking Parker. Huntress slugged him. You do not speak of Venom like that, and leaning in whispered, and not in the middle of the street, you fucking moron. As Flash staggered back rubbing his jaw, he was glad she hadn't hit him full strength. He knew from the fight on the top of the building that she was just as strong as Venom, and if she had wanted, he would be out cold right now. Do we chase him? He asked, but Huntress shook her head, holding Poison close to her. No, we help Venom with the armor, and we take her home. Unless you want to run through the sewer to find him, that is. Not really, Flash said. Warehouse? 'Cause technically I'm a wanted fugitive as well, and Huntress clicked her calm. Flash wants a safe place to hide for a few, is it okay? And Liv calmed back. Peter is here and he nodded, we owe him that much, and she could hear Peter laughing in the background. Asshole, really? That's the thanks I get. Flash shook his head. He knew he'd never get forgiveness from anyone in that group. Peter's memories showed him just how bad it'd been. He thought he was tormenting the boy, sure. He'd been pissed at his smug arrogant dismissal of sports, and as captain of the football team, a member of the wrestling, and the boxing team as well, it had stung, but once he saw it, it went past rebuke and into hell. Peter suffered. The pain and misery Flash knew he caused Peter was something that even saving Gwen he barely scratched the surface of making amends for. Being called Flashole was just a reminder of that. As Poison and Huntress held onto each other, the strange trio climbed and then swung to the warehouse in silence. The warehouse was quiet. While Norman had gotten away, they had removed him from both the glider and the goblin armor. Hiding them, they had managed to smuggle them back to the warehouse undetected. The emergency services were all wrapped up dealing with not just the ETF casualties, but as they watched the news, the mounting civilian ones as well. Norman had escaped into the sewers, but not after Flash and Gwen had some revenge. Gwen wanted to kill him, but he stopped her at the last moment. He wasn't like them, he wasn't like her, and while she had been thankful he stopped her, a part of her hated him for it. She didn't want to just kill Norman, she wanted to take her revenge, just like the rapist, long and slow. She found herself staring at the coffee Flash had made her. Silently the pair sat and just looked at Felicia and Peter as they moved the wrecked goblin armor into the warehouse storage office they used. It was strange though, she didn't feel sad or lonely, she didn't feel anything other than a lack of his presence, and in that she felt more guilty than anything. Liv had come over and was keeping an eye on her. She knew that she should be sad, she knew she should feel something, but she didn't. He was dead and she knew that, she just didn't feel it. Even as Poison, when she watched him die she felt nothing but rage. Rage at Norman. That he'd taken something from her, rage that he dared to hurt someone in front of her. Even asking Poison if she was suppressing any pain, or hiding it, she was told no. Gwen was all Poison said and went back to sleep. Gwen stared at the steaming hot mug of coffee in her hand, wondering if she was broken, if something was wrong. You were supposed to grieve, supposed to cry and wail, but she didn't. She never thought she hated her father, never thought she would be so cold to his passing. It was Liv that snapped her out of her strange mood. It's not you, it's the world, Liv told her. We're given social norms and expected to follow them. Parents die, so we're supposed to be sad. Personally, I pissed on my father's grave, or well, if I'd had the courage I would have. I hated that man. We're brought up to treat them with respect. They raised us and gave us a home. Ignore the ones that abuse their kids. Ignore the deviants and the sexual predators that shouldn't be within 100 feet of a child, let alone be raising one. Gwen dear, if you don't feel anything then take that as normal, and tell anyone who says otherwise to fuck off. And Gwen had stared for a moment and then burst into tears. The stress of the fight finally bubbling to the surface. Even as the tears fell, she knew didn't need to feel bad about her dad. She loved him, but it never went beyond that. She would grieve in her own way, and once it was over, move on. Looking over at Peter and Felicia hoisting the armor and the glider up the stairs to the second floor of offices, she realized she was fine with that. Oscorp was gone, her chances of another internship like it had gone with it. College life went on, and so did life in the city. Even with the Green Goblin on the loose, life marched on regardless. It had to, and now so did she. Her life was here, not Oscorp, not her schooling, and as hard as it was to admit, not her dad. What was weird though was Flash, not just the fact that Flash had come back and helped with Norman, they both had a grudge against the man who killed both their fathers, but that Flash seemed the same as her. Now that Norman had been pummeled and beaten, he was taking the death of his father in his stride and seemed at ease in the warehouse. He was even trying to make Gwen feel better, as if the shared history they had was forgotten and nothing more than a childish illusion. Gwen wondered if that was what Peter had felt when a naked and frightened Liv tumbled into their lives. There was no fight to be had. He'd won, taken out the group that humiliated and beat him, and when Liv cried he knew there was no need to take things further. Even with Flash here, wary of Peter, but making coffee and acting as if he belonged, it was strange. Was conquering your enemies a literal thing? If she had fought with her dad, would he have respected her more, or just pushed back until their relationship broke even more? Gwen was brought out of her musings by a shout. What the fuck is he doing here? MJ yelled from the warehouse doorway and Flash stood and backed up from the table. She had gone out to get food for everyone, feeling useless as Gwen, Felicia, and Peter all fought and chased Goblin over the city. If a warm meal was waiting for them, then they could unwind, relax, and decompress after the events of the day. Without her phone and no headset, she had no idea what had happened to Gwen, or her father. Oh hey MJ, look, I don't want trouble. Flash raised both his hands, but she dropped all the bags she was carrying and screeched at him. Mew slid over her like cloth and she leapt the 50 meters right at him, landing on his chest with clawed hands and feet. Gwen grabbed the table and slid it back, out of their way. Webb responded to the threat and covered Flash in his armor, but Flash refused to fight back. Muse pushed herself off of him, throwing him to the floor, and as she landed she sprinted forward, leapt up, and drove her elbow into his stomach. As she knocked the wind out of him, she straddled him and began to rain blows down on his chest and face. Muse split open her maw, and as Webb grabbed her wrist to stop her from punching him, she bit down on it. He hissed in pain, but his thicker armor protected him from her razor-sharp teeth as they dug into the flesh of his arm. "We hate you," she yelled and struggled in his tight grip. Muse pulled herself forward, using the fact Flash had both her arms as a lever to drive her forehead into the bridge of his nose. As he shook his head, taking the blow, he looked at the struggling woman in his arms. She snarled and snapped at him as he held her fast, but he was unwilling to hurt her. Not again. "MJ, I'm sorry, okay, please, stop." Flash tried to reason with her. "Fuck Parker, help me you dick," he yelled over. "Unresolved issues there buddy, how about you stop her?" Peter just shrugged. He'd beaten Flash and had no more to prove. Apparently MJ really hated him though, and Muse was just making that worse. "MJ look, I'm sorry okay, the hospital, everything I said, I was wrong, you know." "Wait, when the fuck did MJ get a symbiote?" "Shit Parker, you're an asshole you know that," and he sat up, flipping Muse round and holding her arms around her sides. "MJ, stop." Flash shouted, "I don't want to fight you okay," but MJ had other ideas. She had been training with Felicia and brought a heel backwards, and Flash wanted to scream in pain as she healed him incredibly hard in the balls. As he let go of her she turned and smashed a fist into his jaw, sending him flying. "Do you know what they did to me? Do you know what you put me through?" she yelled, and Flash rubbed his jaw looking up as she stood over him. "Know what? I thought you were mad because of the hospital thing, so I know." Muse stood and morphed into a beautiful raven-haired girl. "Oh you're so lucky MJ, Flash is our school's hero, you should make sure he's happy, if you know what I mean." And another, a blonde girl. "So, gave Flash your V card huh? Lucky bitch, if that was me I'd have done more than just that." And Muse copied her laughter. On and on, changing into various different girls. Flash suddenly understood. "No, I didn't, not one of them." He shook his head. "I never. You didn't have to, the school worshipped you. The school sucked the fucking cock of Flash Thompson, and screw anyone who got in his bad books. Peter suffered and me, oh, I knew, I was made to realize. Flash Thompson's little whore. Know your place, on your knees, smile, and nod and swallow. I hate you," she screeched once more, and Muse leapt again, as Flash rolled to one side, and as he got to his feet and brought his hands up she landed and crouched in front of him, swept the legs out from under him, and as he fell she kicked him across the warehouse floor. "And you too, you bring him here. You laugh and drink coffee like he never touched Peter? Like he never did anything wrong. Do you hate me? Do I not mean anything to you?" She stared at Gwen and Peter. "Do I not have a home here? That Flash fucking Thompson can waltz in and be sat where I eat." Peter shook his head. "He came for Norman and saved Gwen. Flash and I have no issues. We sorted them on that rooftop, but MJ, anything you want, anything." And Peter slid into Venom, his bulk shifting and towering over the trio. "Anything," he hissed and walked over to Flash. "Just say what you want," and crouching put a massive clawed hand on Flash's head. "What the fuck Parker?" But Muse shook her head. "No, not like that. But no, we don't forgive you Flash. Not for school, not for anything. But no Peter, leave him alone." And as Venom shrunk back into Peter, he patted Flash on the shoulder. "You made my life hell Flash, you and your fucking bitches. I never want to see you again. Ever." And Muse stomped over to her home, Felicia heading to the door to gather the bags of food she had bought. Gwen followed Muse as she needed to explain, needed to tell her the bad news. "No hard feelings huh?" Peter lifted Flash by the shoulders onto his feet. Flash was dumbfounded. Would you have killed me?" Peter shrugged. "Flash, in the scheme of things I respect that you saved MJ at the diner. I respect you didn't turn me into the cops, and I respect that you helped Gwen take out Goblin, but if MJ says one word, if Felicia, or Gwen, or Liv say the word, I will burn this world to the fucking ground for them. Do you understand? And Flash could do nothing but nod. Yeah, I get that now. Flash stepped back from Peter and brushed himself down, clearing the dust from his clothes. Rain check on that coffee, Parker. Yeah, see you around, and he walked to the warehouse main door shaking his head. Muse watched him leave, shaking her head and staring at the group. He gets a pass if he saved Gwen, but not again, she said, the anger in her voice thick. But you, she pointed at Peter, burn this world to the ground, huh? And as the skin slid back, MJ was stood crying. She'd never told anyone that while Flash had been an arrogant asshole to her, that the groupies who idolized him were much worse, making sure she was up to their standard of what they thought the high school hero's girlfriend should be. Yeah, and he shrugged and stroked her hair, but we can go throw web balls at Cindy Moon's house if you'd rather do that instead, and even through the tears MJ laughed and held on to him. Only if we can have sex after, she said, her voice muffled in Peter's chest. I must say, Peter, this is very impressive. Otto was looking at the work Peter had put into the warehouse, and even his own place paled in comparison. And you say it was only a year to fix up? Very good, very good. Peter gave Otto a cursory glance. The man was tall, slender, and a bit scruffy as far as Peter could see. His blonde hair was dyed and the darker brown roots showed, though, as well as the dirty blonde 5 o'clock shadow he had. Did he not shave before coming here? Peter was also dying to ask which limb was fake, but MJ, and then Gwen, and then Felicia had threatened that if he embarrassed the poor man by bringing it up, there would be no sex for a month. He thought it was his arm, as it seemed stiff compared to the other, but unless he was obvious, he couldn't get a good look. Otto and Aunt May had come round for dinner. While Peter was willing to head over to her apartment, Aunt May had wanted to show off her nephew and his achievements. Otto and May were at the table, sat in the middle, and Peter had the portable grill close by, turning steaks and chicken wings while potatoes roasted. The new vent he fitted let him use the grill without risk of poisoning everyone, and during the warm summer, it would be nice to have a barbecue. Gwen and Felicia were out. They knew that meeting Otto for the first time would be a bit strange and had decided to head out for a dinner date on their own. Gwen was spending most of her time at her old house right now, with the paperwork concerning her father and everything. She had taken a leave of absence from school. A lot of people hadn't come back over Easter, and the whole city, the whole country, mourned the death toll. MJ was working and had promised to make it up to Peter, and it was just live as usual. The issues with the government hadn't been solved and a warrant was still out for her arrest. Peter had told her she was more than welcome, but she shook her head. It was a family meal and family time. She'd be fine for the night, promised to be quiet, and secured second use of the new grill he had installed in the warehouse. It had been years since she had a well-cooked steak, and she had made Peter promise to cook it for her. He was drizzling marinated over the steaks when he heard a crash and Liv shouting, "Peter, sorry dear, but can you help?" Otto looked over and Peter shrugged. One of the tenants is in a wheelchair. Sorry, Otto, can you watch these? Of course, but you know, if she wants she can come out. I don't mind, and I'm sure May doesn't either. And May shook her head. She thought Peter was better than to hide another house guest, and a thought crossed her mind, that they were hiding for a reason. Peter, Liv yelled this time. Peter bolted. Entering the home he swore, "Shit." Liv had knocked over a glass and it had not just soaked her, but shattered, and her leg was cut. "Aunt May, can you grab me a first aid kit? It's under the table." And as Peter grabbed a towel and began to try to soak up the water, Liv just stared in horror at the door. "Well, isn't this a problem?" Peter turned and saw Otto stood in the doorway, first aid kit in hand. "Hello Liv, didn't expect to see you here," and Peter stood between them. Liv?" Peter asked, unsure of what was going on. "Cuh. Kurt," she stammered, trying to wheel herself back from him. "Wait, you're Kurt? But doesn't he only have one arm?" And Otto, maybe Kurt banged on his left arm, which rather than being flesh made a hollow thunking noise. "Prosthetic Peter, but I guess the cat's out the bag then." Black oozed over Peter, and as he grew Kurt held up his hands. Wait, I'm not here to fight. Venom didn't stop. Explain before I have to have a very difficult conversation with my aunt. I ran into a wall, a problem with the formula. I needed your father notes. I was going to approach you if May didn't have them." Venom flexed his hands, letting them ball into fists. "You know that's not better. You used my aunt," and Kurt looked defeated. "No Peter, I do love her. Your aunt knows who I am. I already told her, plus we had met before, through your father. She got rid of your father's notes years ago. She said an agent came and took them, but that you had your father's old laptop. I was hoping to have a look at it, to get your help, and I need Miss Stacy. I was actually hoping to talk to her tonight, but well, you know, this is all lovely, but before you get a room, can you please clean up my leg and get me some dry clothes?" Liv interrupted. Venom rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry Liv." He let his armor shrink back into the normal clothes he was wearing and took the first aid kit from Kurt. "So, hiding with Venom, how exciting Liv," Kurt said, as Peter opened the kit and handed her some bandages, "and I must say I'm jealous. I've been living in a sewer." "Yes Kurt, 'cause being under the thumb of an egomaniac and having your spine shredded by his mind control device was a picnic. Stop being such a drama queen and get out so Peter can change my pants." "You and Peter?" Kurt raised an eyebrow, but I thought that it was Peter and as Liv shot him a stare he coughed. "Of course, none of my business who he well, I'll let May know everything's fine and leave you to it. Peter helped Liv into her new pants. So, he asked her, that's Kurt. Peter dear, if he's here voluntarily then listen to what he has to say. I doubt very much that he'd try anything. If May knows then it's a safe bet that he's telling the truth. Peter nodded, and talking one of Liv's hands kissed the back of it. Thank you. Yes yes, now let's go out and eat. No point in hiding now is there? And Liv let Peter wheel her out into the common area where she smiled at May. So, you know, and I guess Liv too, and a grinning Peter just rubbed the back of his head while May shook her head. If you're happy Peter, then there isn't much I can say, even if I don't approve. MJ and Gwen were fine, Felicia was tolerable, but really Peter, are there more? Is someone else hiding in one of these boxes you keep building in here? No Aunt May no, Liv just happened, and as he looked at Liv, it's complicated, really complicated. Please, just fine, we're all happy, please, just accept it okay. Fine Peter but I can't say I am happy, I mean really, Ben and I raised you better than that. May was livid. You did Aunt May but you're wrong, we're happy, not just 5 people but a family, a happy family and this time, Aunt May I love you I really do but don't speak like that about them, and Peter took a deep breath, or you can leave. Aunt May recoiled, Peter never spoke to her like that, never once raised his voice at her, never once talked back. He maybe said something stupid, he maybe raised a protest, but he always turned to her for advice, for guidance. Well, Peter, we are allowed to live our lives as we see fit, and while I may not agree I guess that I have to accept it. Peter seemed to visibly relax. He had always looked up to and respected his aunt but now he was moving on, and a part of that was realizing that different people had different attitudes. Aunt May belonged to a group that would not understand the kind of relationship he had with the others. While he respected that, she had to understand and respect their choice. He had been avoiding her for that very reason. He would always keep his identity as Venom a secret, to protect her, but his relationships were another matter. He knew his aunt wouldn't understand, and with Liv being a permanent resident it was hard to have her there while Liv was around, and he refused to make Liv feel he was ashamed of her. The atmosphere for the rest of the meal was quiet. The food that he prepared was delicious but as Kurt and Liv kept giving each other glances they knew that family time was definitely over for Peter and May. Well, Kurt said, I guess that this is the awkward bit then. May, thank you for introducing me to Peter and Peter, thank you for dinner, it was lovely, but I'm afraid I need to speak to Miss Stacy, to ask for her help. Plus, seeing as we're all being honest here, May tell him. May glared at Kurt and pursed her lips, scowling at him. Now's not the time Kurt, and she raised an eyebrow and gave him a look Peter recognized, the one that said, keep talking and they'll never find the body. No dear, I'm sorry Peter deserves to know and after your little outburst it'll clear the air. Wait, are you too? And Kurt nodded and taking out a box knelt down. May Parker, will you marry me? And while May looked like she simultaneously wanted to cry, commit murder, or run and hide, she squeaked, yes, and Kurt excitedly slipped the ring onto her finger, while Liv nudged Peter in the ribs. I want you to help me cure myself of the lizard. I've been researching since my accident but I'm nowhere nearer to a cure, but you are aren't you? I was hoping that a fresh pair of eyes would give me some new insights, that maybe with her work at Oscorp Gwen could help me, but Liv being here is even better. Can I ask you to help too? But Liv was sat open-mouthed. Maybe save that until, you know, the celebrations are over, and May batted Kurt on his good arm. Propose and then straight to work huh? The honeymoon had better be good. Well, I do have my very spacious sewer abode, we could always spend a week there. Kurt winked at her. May laughed but Peter grimaced. Seeing his aunt happy was one thing, but watching her and Kurt flirt was another. If you need help with that, I have some, funds I can probably spring for a small vacation somehow, you know as a wedding gift. Aunt May shook her head and grinned. If you have 4 girlfriends, Mr. Parker, then I think you should be worried about them and not your old-fashioned aunt. There is also the issue of why exactly Miss Stacy is the target of Kurt here. I'm not stupid Peter, I know what your father was involved in and what Kurt was asking for, so would you like to explain, or shall I wait until everyone is here and ask them? Aunt May glared at Peter, and as he looked over at Liv, even she shrugged. This was not something anyone would be getting involved in. Peter was on his own. With Gwen and Felicia out of the warehouse, Peter sighed and began to explain. Peter stared at his aunt. He knew lying would do him no good as she could always tell. Peter sighed and stared at the plate in front of him. When I was sick at Oscorp, I was exposed to something, and I'm still sick. Aunt May straightened up. You're sick? And you didn't say, and Peter nodded. Gwen's been trying to find out what was wrong with me and Liv was helping. Peter looked over at Liv. Liv swore at him in her mind but kept it from her face. Peter had dumped this mess in her lap and he would pay for that later. I'm a doctor at Oscorp and I found out they've been doing illegal research. Gwen was my intern and she was using my notes to try and help Peter. I found out and I've been helping. May looked skeptical. And Kurt? Same research they were doing all those years ago darling. He added, it wasn't going to help if May was suspicious of Peter and Liv. He needed their help to cure the lizard, not isolate himself from them by making May angry. May shook her head. Peter didn't have his normal guilty look when he lied and with Liv and Kurt backing him up, it seemed he was telling the truth. Okay, but if you're lying to me young man, and if I find out later on, you are in so much trouble. She knew there was more going on but if Peter was willing to keep it from her, she had to trust his judgment, plus she would get the truth from Kurt sooner or later. Peter sat up straight. I'm not Aunt May, giving her a grin. Cake. I have brownies. Peter deflected by changing the subject. Normally when he made brownies Gwen stole them, running around the warehouse as the others chased her, laughing while Poison gorged herself, but today, he made them while she wasn't here. Sighing with relief he had cleared that hurdle. With Aunt May safe and ignorant, Peter hoped she would never know the truth. As Norman limped through the sewers he gripped his shoulder and Norman winced as touched the wound that little shit had given him. Green blood pooled on the wound and then solidified and the inch-long gash in his shoulder sealed and was reduced to a scar in minutes. He cursed, if those two shits can hurt me, I'm not strong enough, and he lamented the loss of his armor and glider. Even with both of them, and his superior intellect, he was beaten, by fucking Gwen Stacy of all people. Flash had at least been a football player and he could understand his strength, but that little bitch not only had a symbiote but had the know-how to use it. Fucking Harry, he thought to himself. This was the reason he shut down the symbiote research, but one thing the boy had been right over was the formula, and as he trudged through the sewers he began to smell something. A smell of ozone, and he noticed a flicker of light in the deep darkness. He grinned when he came into the makeshift camp, eyeing the rows of blue liquid in tubes along one wall. He had found salvation and he intended to use it. In the darkness, as an injector gun hissed over and over, the laughter echoed around the tunnels, and the creatures of the sewer fled into the black. Above ground, in the warmth of a calm spring day, the crowd wore black, and to Gwen it made the day seem bleaker. She nodded and thanked them as they came and gave condolences, but all she wanted was to be at home. There was nothing, no pain, no grief, and no tears. Peter had leapt forwards and taken over planning the funeral and the wake, but even then the city paid and planned it. A captain who fell in the line of duty was to be honored and not forgotten. The warm spring day did nothing to lift the mood. A flag-draped coffin was lowered and a gun salute was shot, Gwen holding onto a stoic Felicia. Peter with MJ stood back from the main crowd. Gwen had told him it would be okay if he shared the graveside with her, and as much as he wanted to be there for her, he needed to make sure she was safe. Norman wasn't the most stable of people, and with his discovery of Gwen's identity, Peter didn't put it past him to attack her here. The funeral was, as expected, a quiet affair, and even the press was kept back behind barriers. A small mercy, as everyone wanted pictures of a grieving Gwen. They had tried to approach the warehouse, but Peter threatened with trespass, and then, strangely enough, at night stakeout cars and news vans were vandalized by an unseen assailant, and soon they got the message. Even as the interim chief of police came over and shook Gwen's hand, but she didn't care. She didn't care about any of it. Pictures were snapped, articles professing brave daughter of murdered police chief littered the headlines for a few days, and then with the rest of the victims, life moved on and they were forgotten by most. J. stung her, using it in his rhetoric that enhanced and unlicensed vigilantes had killed a fine officer, spewing more hate, and Gwen stopped reading the news. Even at the house she stared blankly as they packed her father's things into boxes, his medals and uniforms went back to the precinct, and then Gwen simply phoned a house clearance firm and had the place emptied. There was nothing here for her. She didn't even want to deal with any of this. He was dead and that was that. It was only Peter and Felicia hounding her that she got it done, setting the house up for sale and then forgetting about it. It was one of those quick sale places that only gave you 75% of the value, but it sold right away. She just didn't care. What she did care about was hurting that smug fucking bastard Norman Osborn. All her grief had been channeled into a rage, and in the mornings she had begun to join Peter and Felicia as they sparred. She learned to avoid a hit, rather than absorb them as Venom did. She learned to be fast like Huntress rather than powerful like Venom. She researched various chemicals that she could spray in a fine mist, something caustic she was immune to, sleeping gases, vomiting agents, anything that didn't rely on poison and her fucking stupid oversensitivity. Even her symbiote had learned to be quiet. When Peter had punched her and Poison wanted to recoil and had cried, Gwen screamed at her in her mind and the symbiote quieted down, and Gwen felt something from her for the first time, fear. Gwen, having taken some time off from college, worked herself like a dog. She studied anything she could make without killing herself and trained, more and more. Electra had taken over Peter's training routine, and slowly he was improving. Switching to various forms she felt would be beneficial to his fighting style. He was now starting to win most of the times he and Felicia fought. Today was the day she finally got to put that training into practice. Goblin was slow but strong, and if anyone was a match for him it was Venom, and so he had been chosen as Gwen's sparring partner. Poison stood on the other side of the warehouse from Venom. The rules were simple: no crippling injuries, no external tools, and the fight lasted until surrender. Poison took a breath and began to run towards him. She knew she could do this. She could win, and Venom flowed like water towards her. He was big but fast, and Poison darted away. She threw out 2 web lines. They were useless as a way to move, but she watched a ribbon-twirling competition, and now she had whips to fight with. Venom ducked and weaved as Poison's arms seemed to move in unnatural ways, the concrete scuffing with each crack of her whips. Then as he moved closer, she slapped her arms together and the whips twirled around each other in a spiral, and as he ducked under the bulbous ends, he was thrown across the warehouse by an explosion. Shit, time out, yelled Felicia as she ran towards Venom. He was fine, burned and covered in scorch marks, but fine. What the fuck was that, Gwen? No weapons, we said. Fuck, you could have killed him. Felicia ran over and was screaming at Poison. We had no idea. We are sorry, she said. Looking at the ground, Venom shook his head and took a look at himself. That was awesome. He yelled and ran over, lifting Poison up and spinning her around. Let me guess, 2 non-reactive chemicals that explode when mixed right. Felicia shook her head and began to yell at him. Don't reward her, that was stupid and dangerous. What if she got it wrong? What if she hurt you? She was yelling. Shit fell, calm down, it's Gwen. She wouldn't have, would you? And as the Simskin slipped into normal clothes they started in shock. Peter was covered in a massive chemical burn, stretching from his neck down to his waist. His neck from Adam's apple to his navel, all on his right side, was a deep red color and was already starting to crack and blister. No, shit no, I'm sorry, was all Gwen said as the tears fell. Liv, chemical, Fell shouted, and Liv wheeled herself out of her home a few minutes later with a first aid kit and another bag. Oh my god, what caused that? She said as she pulled out a plastic bottle with a long tube attached. Filling it with pure water, she had Peter retract all his simskin and began to wash him down with the purified water. It was Gwen, being stupid, Felicia said, crossing her arms. Now Felicia dear, you know as well as I do that Gwen would never hurt Peter, never intentionally. Do I have to remind you that you tore one of his ligaments last week? And did we complain? No, we did not. She wath. Gwen said, wiping the tears and snot from her face. I might have overextended an arm bar when we were sparring and torn his shoulder muscle. I said sorry. Fuck fell, don't give me shit for stuff when you're just as bad, Gwen yelled back. I didn't fucking blow him up though, did I? Felicia retorted. Peter shrugged. I thought it was cool, and you know, this doesn't hurt, it just looks bad. Liv came over and pulled on a pair of gloves. It is bad though, it doesn't hurt as its full thickness, you can't feel with dead nerves dear. What exactly did you do, Gwen? I've been using my webs as a whip and I figured that I could make drops of chemicals at the end, you know, to poison or paralyze and I thought, why not a reactive explosive, so it doesn't explode while I'm fighting, well, you know. Liv shook her head, that's brilliant dear, absolutely brilliant, but you know, maybe next time, try on something disposable first. And she frowned at Gwen who rubbed her arm. Sorry, Gwen said guiltily, but a small part of her was celebrating. She had just knocked Peter on his ass, and if that was just one, she could imagine what several would do. Well, I can already guess what Peter's punishment for you will be, but I for one think you should go get food for us all. Peter needs his fuel to heal these burns and I guess Felicia and I are on clean-up duty. Peter dear, sorry but no physical activity until you're healed, and stop picking it. She smacked Peter's hand as she picked at the forming scabs. It's itchy, was all he said as Liv shook her head. Now, food Gwen, and lots, Peter dear, your choice. Liv shook her head at Gwen, while Felicia just sighed and hurried into their home. Anything Gwen, it's fine, really. Gwen let her simskin shift and grabbing her bag she headed out. She'd never meant to hurt Peter, but it proved that she wasn't as weak as they said, that she could hurt Venom, the strongest of them all. As she walked with her head held high to the burger stand that Peter loved, she failed to notice the shadow tailing her. Gwen was too preoccupied to notice as Goblin stepped out of the shadow and laughed at her as she froze. The 4 bags of burgers dropped to the ground and her breathing became short and ragged. Miss Stacy, I'm so glad to finally catch you, Goblin said as he towered over her and he stretched out an arm to finish what he started weeks ago. He had found several vials in that den and he had taken them all. His frame was now huge, a massive muscle-bound true goblin at over 8 feet tall. Thick muscular arms and tree trunk legs covered in pale green skin. He had stared in a puddle at his new face. Stretched and horned, it was a mix of lizard, rhino, and other species, fanged and contorted into a true goblin, but he didn't care. None of it mattered as long as he had power. Now, he would show that fucking bitch just who was strong, just who would get a fucking beating. Gwen slid out from his grasp, back flipped and he stood, mouth open as poison slid out over her. Fuck you, she screamed at him, and 2 thin but painful webs whipped against him. He recoiled, not expecting to be attacked, and as he backed off she followed him, each whip slapping and slamming into him with pinpoint accuracy. He shook his head and grabbed one, expecting to pull her forward, but instead, it stuck to his hand and just detached, spreading a caustic liquid that burned where it touched. Come catch me you big green shitbag, she taunted him and flipped him the bird before running off. He roared at her insolence. She was just a woman, a weak and frail thing that should cover before the mighty goblin. Poison wasn't stupid, though. She dialed her phone, hitting an emergency app Peter had set up on all their devices. It pinged her location and alerted anyone that they needed help. In the warehouse, Felicia's phone buzzed with a specific tone and she looked at Peter before Huntress slipped over her. Gwen, was all she said before heading to the door. Peter winced as Liv started to remove more of the dead tissue from his body. It was going slowly to make sure she didn't harm the still living flesh, but now he had no choice. Sorry Liv, and he leaned over and gave her a kiss. You'll have to finish peeling the skin from my bones later, and Venom spread out and chased after Huntress. Goblin was frustrated with this stupid symbiote bitch. She ducked and dived away from him. If he only had his armor, if he only had his glider, she would have been a smear on the sidewalk. Instead, she was leading him on a merry chase across Midtown. He needed somewhere he could fight her on his terms, one where she couldn't whip him with those damn things, one where he could trap her and rip them from her. Did poor Gobby get hurt by Whittle Gwenny? Poison taunted him. She was leaping from building to building, leading him away from the warehouse. If Norman found Liv, who knew what he'd do to her, even with Venom and Huntress there was too big of a risk. She was leading him back into New York. If she could get him to somewhere like Life Incorporated, she wouldn't feel so bad about him trashing the place, and with the emergency signal sent, she knew it was only a matter of time before Peter and Felicia joined her. He sent out another fist and Poison dived over it and up onto a building where she leapt onto the adjacent one. "Ah, miss me, now you gotta kiss me." She knew from Peter taunting her that it was infuriating, and as Goblin roared at her, she ducked out the way as he started to pick up trash cans and other street items. Shit, she thought as a bench was ripped from the ground and hurled at her. Poison leapt once more, knowing that she had to run. It was maybe 20 blocks to the Life Foundation HQ, and it would be the perfect place to fight. Harry had built it on Staten Island after bidding on a building on 5th Avenue, only to have it taken from him by a last-minute bidder. It had been all over the news just after he sold his shares in Oscorp. She took a deep breath. "One last time, baby. Just one last time." And Poison growled within her. "We want the treaty treats for this and the petty peats. No fair, no fair." Poison howled as Gwen worked her to her limit. Avoiding Goblin was thankfully a lot easier than fighting him. As long as she kept an eye on where her whips were and made sure he had nothing to grab onto, she could outrun him. Norman knew exactly where Poison was taking him. He knew this area. He knew Harry's pathetic little company was nothing. He never realized that while the formula was brilliant, it was flawed. It did things, but a stupid bug like Harry would never understand that. He let her take him. He let her think she was guiding him to his son. Norman scoffed at the idea that he was being led anywhere. He went where he chose to, not where some bitch in black and white symbiote skin led him. He would devour her whole, rip that skin from her and eat the tender flesh from her bones. As Poison stood panting outside Harry's office, she saw Goblin laugh as he strode forwards. "What, you thought I'd be shocked? That I'd lament? Oh no, not my poor son, not my little Harry. Well, Gwen, after you, he's next. Him and all the petty little bugs that you love. I took your family, I took your life and everything you cared about. Anyone who crosses me gets OOPH." Goblin was sent flying through the glass doors of the office. Steel buckled and fell on him as he shook off the broken safety glass. "Oh blah blah blah, give it up, you pompous windbag." Venom was stood, and another black and grey symbiote was with him. "You, stupid and ugly, stay there while I check on my girlfriend." Venom pointed a long claw at him. As Venom, Poison, and Huntress all threw themselves at Norman, he knew he'd made a huge mistake. He never expected that all three were symbiotes, that all three were this powerful, and even with his fully enhanced and superior body, he felt his bones and flesh ache as they kicked and slashed at him. Venom even extended 4 extra arms from his back. The damn harness. No wonder he couldn't find Liv to pull the flesh from her bones. Venom had hidden her from him. Uncaringly, he ripped out doors and plants, throwing them at the trio as they swatted them aside and continued their assault. When one threw him, another was waiting to land a thick foot or fist into his face or torso. Gwen kept her distance and he felt stinging slaps as she continually whipped at him, using broken glass as knives within those damn sticky whips of hers. He had figured out one of their plans though. As Venom and the grey one backed off, he knew Gwen was about to hit him with another explosion. They didn't come too often, but still, they were making him mad. They hurt and showered him with caustic fluid. The inside of the Life Foundation was wrecked. The once perfectly landscaped garden, with white marble Roman-styled columns and water feature, had been reduced to rubble. Venom was currently ripping a pillar out the ground as he swatted Goblin with it. Huntress was waiting. She webbed him and swung him into another pillar where Poison cracked her whips and they helixed and exploded right next to his face. He screamed as once more he was showered in the caustic fluid that ate at his flesh. Goblin roared and leapt for her, only to be intercepted by Venom. He'd had this done to him, and so they played catch. He would divert Goblin to Huntress, who would let Poison swat him with her whips before closing in, while he was distracted and attacking. The last explosion blinded him and he rubbed raw and swollen eyes, his regeneration faltering with the damage they were doing. Calling upon an old favorite, Venom's thick gauntlets lengthened and thinned and he plunged on through Goblin's chest, where his heart would be, and the other through his stomach, twisting and snapping both off from his fists. Huntress joined in and extended a hand into a sword that she handed to Gwen, who plunged it through his chest. As Goblin lay, green blood pooling around him and his breath becoming shallower, Poison spat on him. "That's for Dad, you fuck," and the trio turned to leave the center. They stood stock still. Harry was there. He had walked up to the 4 of them fighting and just stood waiting until they had finished. Harry stood surveying the damage Norman and the trio had done before falling, staring as Venom, Poison, and Huntress eyed him warily. "You got Norman, so fuck off." Harry waved them away. "Or, what? Do you want another symbiote? Or maybe more formula? Get your little friends all juiced up as well, Venom? Or well, Peter I should say. Liv might not have told dear old Dad here, but I've always known it was you under there." Venom was shocked. Liv had filled them in that Harry was more involved than he let on, but to see him stood drove the point home. Harry had fooled everyone, and now, Peter and the rest had willing walking into his home. He had learned his lesson though, and if they could, they would just Eve. Venom raised his hands, and backed towards Huntress and Poison, keeping an arm out, covering them. "Fine, we just wanted Norman. We'll just leave, okay?" And Harry tapped a foot impatiently, as he surveyed the damage. "It's fine, I mean, just wreck the place," and he shook his head. He didn't want them there any more than they wanted to be there. As the trio backed away, Harry stopped tapping his foot. "In fact, you know Pete, I don't think you should just leave," and Harry made finger quotes. "I mean, look at this damage. I think you need a lesson, a reminder on who's boss around here." He banged a foot on the floor and black-clad soldiers marched out of the doorways, clad in black. The soldiers reminded him of Flash. Thick black skin-tight armor, covered in tactical plates with harness and utility belt. Each one had similar masks to Agent Webb as well. Clones. Venom asked, "You cloned Flash?" "Not Flash, you idiot. The symbiotes. They're all clones. Thanks to your little stunt at the restaurant we figured it out. Use a fragment, not a fully grown adult, and now, well, now I have an army." "What do you have?" "Huh? A warehouse, a couple of friends, oh, and some scary arms, which I might add, are mine, and really, stealing Peter, that's not very nice." "Oh, who invented the serum? Oh, Kurt or maybe Richard. Was their name Osborn?" "Nope, so shove it, Harry," and as Venom raised a hand the 4 limbs raised behind him and all of them sprang wicked sharp blades. Harry laughed, "Oh so scary." Men and the soldiers lifted their rifles, Huntress stood in front of Poison ready to protect her, fire, and the soldiers began their assault. Venom batted away the bullets, but in doing so he realized that they were small darts, sticking easily into his skin. Even the ones that didn't stick burst with a strange dark-colored liquid. They burned slightly, like grasping hold of poison ivy, but he brushed the handful of them away from his skin and he just stared at Harry. "Was that supposed to hurt?" he asked Harry. His symbiotic soldiers had taken up positions around him, pointing those dart guns at them all. He didn't really care though, they had come for Norman, found him and now they were leaving. Gwen's vengeance was sated with his death. "Pete!" Huntress yelled. He heard and turning his head, he saw that Gwen was on her knees, being sick, several darts sticking out her skin, but the vomit was strange, it was white and black rather than the normal color. "Pete, she's sick, we need to leave now." Huntress yelled. She had avoided the darts, choosing to dodge out the way, but Gwen wasn't fast enough and was exhausted from her fight with Goblin. Looks like one of you is a goner there, Pete." Harry taunted him and took a rifle from the soldier next to him. "See, this isn't a bullet, what's the point of that? We both know the symbiotes are bulletproof, hell, even without it you're armored enough with the harness, right? So we made a little surprise for you, hell, I'll even name it after you, Pete." Harry boasted, "But sorry, not the loser pain in my ass formula. Nope, it's the anti-venom, a poison specifically designed to kill symbiotes. So, unless you've got an anti-venom stuffed in there you really should get whoever the hell that is to a doctor." Gwen continued to be sick, black and white pooling under her as she vomited it up. And as she retched again the simskin on her retracted. "Holy shit, is that Gwen under there?" Harry asked. "Fuck me, Pete, infected your girlfriend and so what, that MJ? Nah, tits are too big," and Huntress growled at him. "Oh ho ho, I recognize that growl, Felicia, no wonder you've got a raging boner for Gwen here. But tick-tock, Gwen won't last long. I'll be nice though, see, I know where you live, I know where Aunt May lives. I fucking own this town now, so go ahead and run, Pete, run and see if don't catch you, run." Harry roared, and Venom grabbed a shaking Gwen and the 3 of them tore past the armored guards as Harry laughed in the courtyard. Harry surveyed the scene, those rogue symbiotes had really done a number on his place, but as he stared at his father he snapped his fingers. A symbiote soldier came over and opened a case. A red symbiote spilled out over Norman, dyeing him from green to a deep red color. "I never liked green," Harry said, giving his father a kick before walking off. Harry didn't buy the dyeing part. He knew full well a sword through the heart was hardly fatal to someone with as much mutagenic formula running through them as his father had. The symbiote would just finish off the healing process, plus make him very, very obedient. Gwen was unconscious well before they got back to the warehouse and Peter was glad. The simskin was flaking off now, patches peeling away, and he knew they were dying. With no concern for anything other than Gwen, Venom kicked in the door and ran into the warehouse. Liv," he shouted, and she wheeled herself over to the table. Gwen's simskin was barely covering her, both legs and arms were gone, and she moaned and vomited once more. Her eyes snapped open and the maw extended. "No, Pete, no, please," but it was too late. The skin shed. Flowing from her and where the darts had pierced her skin were massive black bruises, thin lines of green stretching out across her skin. Liv pointed at Huntress, "Medical kit now," and off she ran. Gwen had started convulsing and had lost consciousness before Peter could lay her down on the table. Liv came over and turned her press gently on the dart wound in her arm. A black slime oozing out of it, foul-smelling and thick. "Peter, what was that?" Liv asked. Harry said it was a poison designed to kill symbiotes, so what do we do? Kurt. Liv yelled, "We need to get the symbiote off her. This is the dying part," and Liv pointed to the thick slime, "and it's now killing Gwen. Any part infected with a symbiote cell is necrotizing. We need to remove poison to save Gwen." "No, save them both," Peter stated, arms crossed. "I don't know if I can, Peter," but she stopped when he shook his head. Fine, I'll try," and as she began to draw blood, Kurt hurried over, pulling on his lab coat. He pressed 2 fingers against Gwen's neck and shook his head. "Sorry, Peter, but out the way, please. You won't want to watch this, and I don't want you trying to kill me if it goes wrong." Kurt ripped open Gwen's top. Pressing a finger to her chest, he took out a needle, bit off the cap and stabbed it right into her, just where her heart would be. Gwen arched as the plunger was depressed and then fell back again. "It's fine, just a little suppressant. I use it when I feel an attack coming. Her metabolism and bodily function will be slowed for a few hours. Liv, get the drip hooked up and get me a sample of the pus, would you?" It was the reason Kurt had been at the warehouse. He had been working with Liv and Gwen to find a way to not just reverse the effects of the formula but to enhance the suppressant that he had created, one that would allow him to capture the regenerative effects of the lizard formula without the mutation. Peter took a step back. With Liv and Kurt working, he knew he was getting in the way. He now got what Kurt meant. They stripped Gwen, slipping a paper blanket over her, but were constantly poking and probing, drawing blood and samples from everywhere. He was angry, not just at that, not just at seeing Gwen manhandled by Kurt, but the fire of rage bubbled within him at Harry. He knew that Harry had a hand in the symbiotes. Liv was able to piece together that much, but this, the medicine, the symbiote experimentation, and now the soldiers. Harry was planning something big, something that would change the world. His hands clenched and he knew he had to stop him. Felicia was watching from the sides, knowing to stay out the way, but seeing Gwen like that, watching as black veins grew darker and thicker over her body, finally broke down. Peter came over and sat next to her, trying to hug her, but she turned as glared at him. He ignored her and pulled her in for a hug. "Let us go," she screamed, but Peter swung her around and dragged her into Gwen's home. "Fel, we need to let them work. This was your fault. I told you she wasn't ready. I warned you, and now, she's fucking hurt cause of you." Felicia yelled at him. Peter shook his head. "Go on," and as he stood there, Huntress thudded a fist into his gut, a right into his ribs, and then a left. Over and over she screamed and struck him until her strength gave out and she collapsed sobbing on the floor. Peter knelt and took the crying Felicia in his arms. "Felicia, when I kill Harry Osborn, I will give you his head as a trophy." Felicia tightened her grip on him, pulling him tighter. "I want to eat his fucking heart," was all she said as she cuddled in closer to him. There was a quiet knock at the door of Gwen's home. I know you are having a moment, but Peter, you need to make a choice." Liv had come over while Peter could see Kurt standing nervously at the table, hovering over Gwen. Peter stood and helped Felicia to her feet. "Shouldn't you ask Fel? I mean, if anyone's," but Felicia batted him on the shoulder. "Peter Parker, don't you fucking dare. Gwen and I are dating, but she loves you more than me. I might not like it, but shit, I love you more than her, so we're even. So no, you are the one." She took a deep breath. "If anyone makes the big decisions, it's you. We all know and agree to that, so no, go, please. It's not all bad, Peter, but we can save either Gwen, Poison, or maybe both, but at a cost." Liv was twiddling her hands and glancing over at Kurt nervously. Peter knew that there was no good news coming. "Both, no questions," but Liv shook her head. "It's not that simple, I'm afraid. The anti-venom is killing Poison, who in turn is killing Gwen. If we separate them, we save Gwen, but Poison will die. If we cure Poison, the method will probably either kill Gwen outright or leave her crippled, and we can't save Poison separate from Gwen. Being unbonded will kill her as well." Peter frowned, but Liv explained, "Radiation, Poison will survive, but well, you know what radiation will do to Gwen," and Peter nodded. "And the third? You won't like it." "I don't care, Liv, what's the third?" "We enhance her. Kurt has formula." Peter growled, "The lizard formula? So we save her by turning her into the same monster he is." Peter now knew why Kurt was looking apprehensive. It was the one solution they had no control over, and they had no idea what it would do to Gwen. "The regenerative effects of the formula will cure her, Peter. It's just the side effects we don't," and she paused, her eyes misting up. "We can't wait. Please, make a choice. Do it. We deal with one problem at a time. If we save one, the other will hate us for it. We save both or neither." Peter made up his mind. There is something else we can do to maybe stave off the side effects." Liv looked hopeful. "A blood transfusion, from you to Gwen. Your blood cells have been supported by the symbiote cells. We know the symbiotes you produce see you as a source of power, and if you're immune to the anti-venom, a transfusion may help Gwen." Peter shook his head. "I don't care if it's 1,000,000 to 1. Hell, if you asked for a kidney to save her, I would. A little blood is nothing." Felicia hugged Peter from behind. "Just Peter. I'm enhanced as well," she asked, but Liv shook her head. "Your symbiote might fight Gwen's, dear. Plus you're the wrong blood type. We can use Peter's blood as he's a universal donor. We also don't have time to separate out the healing cells. It needs to be a transfusion, and it needs to be now." And Felicia hugged Peter more. "Right, get her prepped and whatever you need, Doc." Peter grinned. "Finally playing doctors and nurses again, huh?" And Liv laughed. "Be serious, dear, but maybe later," and she winked at him. Liv, Felicia, and Peter made their way to the coffee table. Gwen was still and pale as she lay on it, and Kurt wiped her forehead with a damp cloth. He sighed as Peter grabbed a chair and took off his top. "I don't have to tell you, Mr. Parker, how much this will hurt, but remember, as your own transformation was painful, you did recover." Peter shrugged. He couldn't remember his transformation, but as he was at Oscorp 1 minute and home in bed the next, he hoped Gwen would stay unconscious for it. Liv wrapped a rubber hose around his arm, and with deft practice inserted the cannula into his arm, into an 4 bag where it slowly began to fill, and then into Gwen's neck, securing them with tape. While Peter's was hooked into the vein on his arm, Gwen's was on her jugular, the transfusion needing to head to her brain first before her heart. "We, also need Ms. Hardy. You may need to hold her down as she may get violent." Kurt warned them, remembering the blood and flesh of his first transformation. He never knew who he had attacked or even if he killed them, only that he awoke with a fistful of bloody flesh and a coppery taste in his mouth. Huntress spread herself over Felicia and she stood at the head of the table while Kurt prepared the injector gun with a cartridge of the pale blue formula. "Are you ready?" And Liv nodded, letting the blood flow from the drip and then down into Gwen's neck. Where the new blood met the old, her skin turned a healthy pink color, but soon black veins appeared. Now Kurt, now, the blood is reacting too fast. Kurt pushed the injector against the other side of Gwen's neck, and as the gun hissed, the vial emptied. Now all we can do is wait. The quartet waited and watched as Gwen lay motionless on the table. Only the shifting of Peter every now and again broke the still silence of the warehouse. MJ was still working on the prep for her movie, and they hadn't expected her back for another week. To Peter, it seemed that Gwen was simply sleeping, and he felt a lump in his throat as he remembered the diner. He was tired of this happening, of them refusing to train more, and after this, once Gwen recovered, he needed to get them all into shape and capable of defending themselves properly. Gwen moaned softly and the group jumped. She groaned once more and twisted on the table, her shoulders rocking back and forth. Slowly a black ooze began to make its way out of her pores, sliding down her body and pooling around her belly button. Kurt raised a hand. Wait, it's just the serum working, but he moved away as the ooze formed a terrifying face and it screeched at them. Liv and Kurt reeled back while Peter and Felicia let their own simskin slip out. Huntress grew her talons and stood, still but coiled, ready to pounce if the symbiote proved hostile. Free us, it hissed. Poison? Peter asked. Free us, it hissed again, and Venom could tell that this wasn't Gwen's symbiote. He had no idea how a second symbiote had appeared, but here it was. Shit, he thought. They didn't have a containment cell or anything suitable to hold a symbiote, and it's not like they could just let it wander the streets of New York. Liv extended a hand, but Venom grabbed her wrist. It's fine, dear, honest. If it saves Gwen, then anything. For any of you, anything. And after touching her belly, the symbiote threw itself onto Liv's hand, and small tendrils worked their way up her arm. Gwen stopped twitching and her color returned to its healthy pink. Kurt checked her pulse as the red and black oily symbiote spawn began to cover Liv's body. She quickly removed as much clothing as she could, knowing not to fight the creature but to welcome it. She's fine, Peter, he said, and Venom nodded, knowing he meant Gwen. Liv suddenly stood in her chair as the symbiote made its way up to her neck and began to latch tendrils over her face. Turning, she felt the last of her clothing dissolving under the symbiote's tendrils. You, she pointed at Kurt, leave, and Kurt took a step back. Peter. And Venom nodded. It might get messy, Doc. You should do as the lady says. This isn't your fight. At the word fight, Kurt blanched. Liv had explained that young symbiotes, newly spawned, could be violent, and as he really didn't want to face any of them, even the lizard was still shivering in his mind, he grabbed a coat from Peter's home and made a quick exit. The ooze had completely covered Liv, and she stood in front of her chair, the slick oil-like surface of the simskin glistening. It squirmed, and tendrils reached out before pulling back, eyes formed and extra arms and limbs branched out before returning back into the main body once more. The eyes mimicked Venom's, slick white crescents, and the face mask slip into a wide grin, full of razor teeth. Yes, yes. We are free. The skin hardened and began to take on a more matte finish, a deep red color, like the fresh dripping blood from the needle in Venom's arm. We are free from the poison. We are free from the Gwen. She spoke softly, staring at her hands as each finger elongated and became razors. Venom crouched into a fighting pose and she stood back stunned. No, we do not want that. Yes, we do not. And he watched as the simskin oozed and shifted over her. We want to fight the nice way, and Venom shook his head and stood, holding a hand out to stop Huntress from attacking. What do we call you? And is Liv okay? He asked. The simskin had finally solidified. Her skin was a deep blood red color, with a huge black spider motif stretched over the front, arching up and covering her face. It had changed, and now, unlike Venom's crescent eye shapes, the black covered her whole face, extending up onto the top of her head and ending in what looked to be two horn shapes. We are Ravage, and oh yes, that is what we want with Peter, with Venom, and the Liv wants too. And her simskin rippled, revealing Liv's naked chest and groin to them, and four arms split from Ravage's back, each with a smooth rounded end. What we want with all the pretties we love. No, Ravage, no. Peter knew exactly what she wanted to do, and with 3 girls and 1 guy, 4 was definitely not the magic number. If you love Gwen, then we save her first, okay? And while the limbs retracted back into the simskin, Ravage was still there. We understand, but you owe us, Peter. Fine, but save Gwen first. Peter really didn't want to do either, fight or fuck right now, not while Gwen was still in danger. Ravage tooted, the Gwen is fine, we took the nasty and became it. She's sleeping, but her and the grumpy one will live. Grumpy one. She snarled and called us stupid. Go away, she shouted as we killed her, but it wasn't until you came and made us whole we were forced out. Peter frowned. Wait, anti-venom is made from symbiotes. We were, but now we are more. Now we are you and you are us, and we will be good and proper and behave. The skin slowly slid back and Liv was left standing there. Oh damn, Peter, wow, you never said, oh damn, and Liv ran her hands over her body. I never, even the harness, oh wow. Liv was buzzing from her symbiote high. She constantly ran her hands over her body, touching the simskin and feeling it between her fingers, giggling and biting her lip in glee. Liv, I know it feels good, but you need to rein it in. Everything is sensitive right now, please don't get angry. Liv laughed. Angry is not what I'm feeling, dear, and Ravage is right, you will owe us later. But, let's see how Gwen is doing. Where did Kurt run off to? Oh, he's still outside. Maybe grab some clothes and I'll go get him. Liv looked down. She was naked and with some concentration and persuasion the normal blue jeans, green sweater, and lab coat she wore wrapped around her. Liv's eyes sparkled as she watched Ravage morph into clothes. Oh, that is so neat. Liv pressed a finger against Gwen's neck and she nodded. She's asleep. Pulse is normal and I can draw some blood to check that the symbiote poison is really gone. The anti-venom. That'll be confusing. So, while the AV is cleared from her system it still might be a few days for her to recover completely. Liv was greeted by a warm hand brushing against hers, as Gwen stirred and taking it rubbed it against her face. I'm fine, Liv, and she turned her head and kissed Liv's hand. I'm fine. While Gwen said she was fine, Liv still held her eyes open and gently flicked a small light back and forth over her eyes. You say that, dear, but let's keep you in bed until you are really fine, okay? And Gwen smiled at her and patted her hand. Felicia let Huntress retract and with wet eyes leant down and nuzzled her hand against Gwen's. Stupid. Gwen reached back and patted Felicia's head. Love you too, love you both, and you, Mr. Parker, love you as well. Peter grinned but he did notice Gwen's eyes were a bit glazed. She was high as a kite from whatever Liv and Kurt had given her. How's poison? He asked and Gwen shrugged. Sleeping the stuff was worse for her. She'll be fine though. We'll all be fine, she said sleepily as she stroked Felicia's hair. Peter stood and found that Kurt was pacing outside, smoking a cigarette. Peter raised an eyebrow but he shrugged and stubbed it out under his shoe. He did get a look from Liv as he came back in, but after drawing blood and checking the sample under the microscope he declared that while tired and under the influence that Gwen and poison were okay. The sample showed that the decay caused by Ravage was halted and poison was slowly rebuilding Gwen's cells, hinting at Peter she would need food, and a lot of it once she woke up. Peter gave Kurt a 50 and directed him to the food trucks, and Liv gave him a sly look and after the pair spoke she came back positively glowing. Peter shook his head, knowing exactly what she had asked him to buy but other than the smell he really didn't mind. Gwen slept for another hour and woke up sniffing as Kurt let himself back into the warehouse laden with food. He had been to the convenience store, grabbing chocolate, cakes, and soda before visiting Gwen's favorite food truck and had grabbed burgers. A nice mix of protein, carbs, and fat to help with Gwen's recovery and the others watched as she not only devoured the bag but destroyed 2 2-liter bottles of soda as well, Peter wondering if she needed it actually breathe anymore as she inhaled the food and soda. Kurt was the epitome of clumsiness as he handed the pack to Liv who hid it within her coat but Peter just shook his head. She knew he'd smell it on her so the subterfuge was unnecessary. He was more focused on Gwen's recovery. So, he asked and she sat up, rubbing her stomach and smiling. Am I like you? She asked pointing at Peter. You, and she pointed to Kurt or you and then to Felicia. I don't know, poison feels different. Yes we do, we feel good, clean, she spoke in her mind. I think it's a bit of you all, can we? She asked her symbiote and after a pause. Yes, we are healed. Gwen stood and the simskin leached out of her body but like venom she grew taller, her limbs and torso thickening, taut muscles tightened in her skin and now at over 6 feet tall, with a physique that would shame a bodybuilder she flexed and screamed into the warehouse we love this. Poison flexed a few times and she threw a few jabs, the speed blurring her arms and as she ducked and weaved around, copying the fighting moves Felicia had them all practicing. Poison laughed and she threw out web lines, swinging and pulling herself up to the rafters. Yes, we are stronger, faster, and she kept up, touched the top of the warehouse roof and did a somersault, landing perfectly on her feet. We are strong. Not to be a downer but urges? Kurt asked. Gwen laughed and let Poison retract. No doc, I'm fine, no urges, and lifting an eye over to Peter and Felicia. Well, maybe one but you are most certainly not invited, she said with a grin. Kurt clapped his hands together. Right then, I think I'll go visit your aunt. Peter, Gwen is fine and yes, goodbye, and once more the good doctor fled the warehouse, eagerly encouraged by the lizard. Great, now, first, I'm gonna fuck you, and then she pointed at Peter, then you, and then at Liv and then you, and then all of you. Gwen hoisted Felicia over her shoulder, hi-ho Silver, and ran into her home carrying the laughing and struggling Felicia. Peter laughed and shook his head, and how about you Liv? While it seems to be a popular word today, I'm fine dear. It's strange though, I didn't think I would be okay with this, after the, and she paused and cleared her throat. After the harness, I never wanted anything to do with this life again. No fighting, no experiments, and no symbiote but it's fine, and I'm not just saying that. The harness was cold, a lock and a clamp around my thoughts but Ravage is, like a kitten, warm and comforting and she ran a hand over her clothing, feeling the almost imperceptible difference between cloth and the simskin. Hey, that's great isn't it? Felicia asked Liv, who raised an eyebrow. Gwen got into bed, made herself comfy, and then fell asleep. Peter laughed, yeah I was out for a day and sick for a while. Felicia laughed, yup, 2 days till it cleared for me but for her, it might be different. I'll keep an eye on her, but Liv. I'm fine dear, as I told Peter, it's just an adjustment, I've been powered before, it's just a different kind of harness. No Liv, you have family, friends, loved ones who are here for you, it's not a harness, not a collar, you'll need to join in, even if it's just to get a grip on your new abilities. Liv nodded, I know dear, I've been thinking about that a lot, with Harry still acting like a little shit, and the threat to the symbiotes, I think it's all hands on deck time. I thought I'd never fight again, but I have something to protect, someone, no a lot of someones I want to protect. I know you have your black cats, but this is much different, Peter dear. Harry is a psychopath and there is no telling what he'll do, and he knows everything. Liv stood and stretched, letting Ravage slide over her. Felicia walked around her, giving her small nods as she saw the difference in Liv's build. While I can feel her, I do now realize how much different it is. Hide smell, sight, touch, taste, I'm stronger, faster, and it's strange having a welcoming voice in your head, and not the cold command the caller gave. Liv's eyes drifted off as she talked unheard to Ravage, and Ravage seems to like it here. She's happy to be free and Liv's eyes darted down, and she clasped her hands, no longer in pain. We really need to talk about what Harry is doing, dear, she said, shaking her head. It's monstrous. Peter nodded. I guessed as the mastermind behind the whole symbiote experiment that he would be, but cloning? Do you think he was a clone or the original? Liv shrugged. I had no idea that he's even trying to clone them. I knew about the original and that was it, and even then I was led around just as much as Norman was. I knew about the formula but not the symbiote lab. Liv sighed. There is so much Ravage is sharing with me, Peter. So many things we need to know about what Harry is doing to figure out how to stop him, but right now, we all need some rest. Once Gwen wakes up we need to make sure that the formula has no side effects and that she's really okay. We need to work on the formula as well. If Gwen isn't mutated like Kurt, we need to figure out why, and then I want it too, and Peter nodded. Harry is using the symbiotes for the worst things, Peter. Not just this anti-venom but for making some kind of new symbiote as well. Ravage only has bits and pieces but he is planning something, and it's big. We need to be prepared and I won't sit idly by as he takes my home from me. Felicia ducked back into her home, making sure to keep an eye on the sleeping patient. Even if she said she was fine, they knew from not just Lizard but Prowler and Silverback that the formula could have a delayed mutagenic effect. No one wanted a symbiote-enhanced Lizard Gwen breaking free and rampaging across the streets of New York. Even if Peter would be there to stop her, Felicia knew it would be unfair to ask him to, and silently swore that no one would ever hurt her family again, not if she had anything to say about it. The others would be mad though, as this newfound power needed to be harnessed and tamed. Even MJ would be getting a stricter regime. Norman, and now Harry, proved that enemies could pop up from anywhere and they needed to be prepared. She sighed as she settled in next to Gwen, who mumbled something in her sleep and latched onto her, cuddling up close and nuzzling her face in Felicia's side. As she lay she gently stroked Gwen's hair, trying not to think of all the things that could go wrong, of all the things that had gone wrong. Liv sighed, and as they cleaned up the mess the table was in she balled up the paper towels Gwen had been lying on. As they bagged the trash, it was quiet in the warehouse. After the rush of emergency after emergency, the quiet bringing a nice calm to the once busy area. As she watched Peter working, she smiled and quietly huffed. She could now also smell the pheromone they had all warned her about, and right now, Ravage was growling and her own feelings were leaking out into the symbiote. Taking small but deep breaths, her lungs were filled with the sweet scent of Peter, and she was almost dripping as she watched him work. Clearing her throat he looked quizzically at her and she gave him her best smile. Peter dear, you own Ravage and me a little one-on-one time, and she grinned and winked at him. I remember, said Peter with a twinkle in his eye, but if you stick a tentacle up my butt, I'm zapping you with a taser. Liv recoiled, faking being hurt but laughing. Yes, I think I might need to rein her in a bit with that. He just smiled and shook his head. I mean it though, and as he pulled Liv into his arms she felt not just his lips on hers, but Ravage purr within her as well, and she finally understood why the women loved to be with him so much. It wasn't just a connection through themselves that they shared but the symbiotes as well, and each time he touched her, Ravage tingled as well. I know Gwen's hurt, but please dear, I need you, I can't hold back any more, and as she pulled him into her home, she relished what new experiences they could give her.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.